Tharyn was arrested for forging documents to protect the powerful. Instead of execution, she faced the prince, whose policies ruined her life. He offered her freedom in exchange for posing as his bride and uncovering a traitor in the court. What happens when love becomes the deadliest weapon in a game of deception? Inkbound Crown, a web novel, enemies to lovers. The complete audiobook only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The rain had stopped an hour ago, but the river ward still breathed wet. Rot and river mud, fish guts, and the copper tang of old blood from the slaughterhouses upstream. Tharyn Duskith pressed her back against the warehouse wall and counted the spaces between footfalls. 3 guards. No, 4. The 4th had stopped to light a pipe. She waited until the flame caught and the footsteps resumed their stumble toward the high bridge watchpost. Then she moved. The package was flat against her ribs, wrapped in oiled cloth and sealed with plain wax. No crest, no mark, nothing to tie it to the man who had paid her. A marriage annulment for a merchant's daughter who needed to disappear into someone else's name before her father found her. Clean work. Simple. The kind of job that kept Tharyn fed without keeping her awake. She crossed the alley at the narrowest point, where the upper balconies almost touched, and slid between 2 barrels of pickled herring. The rendezvous was 3 blocks east, a chandler's shop with a loose shutter and a buyer who paid in silver without asking questions. She made it 2 blocks. The first sign was the silence. The street dogs stopped barking. The second-hand men who slept in the doorway of the tannery went still. Not the stillness of sleep, but the stillness of people who have learned not to be noticed. Tharyn's hand went to the knife at her belt, but she already knew it would not matter. They came from both ends of the street. 6 of them. Palace steel, not city watch. The badges caught the dim light from a shuttered lantern. The king's scale stamped into breastplates that cost more than the houses on either side of the street. Their captain was a woman with a scar splitting her upper lip and eyes that had already decided Tharyn was not worth a conversation. Tharyn Duskith. It was not a question. Tharyn let her hand fall from the knife. If you have a warrant, I would like to see it. You will see the inside of a cell either way. The captain gestured, and 2 guards moved forward. Tharyn did not run. Running in the river ward at midnight meant a broken ankle on loose cobbles or a knife in the back from someone who owed the palace a favor. She had seen both happen. She had buried one of them. They took the package first. The captain peeled back the oilcloth, glanced at the annulment, and tucked it into her own belt without comment. Then they took Tharyn's knife, the spare blade in her boot, and the tiny vial of ink she kept hooked inside her collar for emergencies. The ink stays, Tharyn said. The captain looked at her. You will not need it where you are going. The ink stays, or I will make this march so loud the whole ward knows who the palace is dragging uphill tonight. A long pause. The captain's scarred lip twitched, not quite a smile. Keep the ink. They bound her wrists, not tight enough to cut, but tight enough to remind her that she was cargo now, and they marched her uphill. The climb was the worst part. Vacrown rose in tiers from the river, each level cleaner and quieter than the one below. The river ward smelled of industry and desperation. Above it, the mercantile ring smelled of soap and cooking oil and the faint sweetness of perfumed hair. Above that, the garrison tier smelled of oiled leather and horse sweat and the particular arrogance of men who carried swords for a living. And above all of it, the palace heights smelled of nothing but stone and wax and the silence of people who never had to raise their voices. Tharyn's boots were wet, her trousers were stained. Her hair had come loose from its braid somewhere between the chandler's shop and the high bridge, and she could feel it sticking to her cheek in the damp night air. She looked exactly like what she was, a river quarter forger dressed in cheap wool and bad luck, and the palace gates did not open for people like her. They opened tonight. The captain led her through a side entrance, not the main gates where servants and courtiers could see. A narrow door set into the eastern wall, barely wide enough for 2 men to pass abreast. The corridor beyond was clean and cold, lined with painted tiles that caught the torchlight like wet stone. Tharyn counted turns. Left at the second junction, right at the fountain with the cracked basin, up a spiral stair that smelled of beeswax. A servant passed them, a young woman carrying a tray of covered dishes, and she looked at Tharyn the way she might look at a rat that had wandered in from the street. They stopped at a door. Dark wood, no handle on the outside, a single brass plate engraved with a crest Tharyn did not recognize. The captain knocked. A voice from inside, low and even. "Enter." The door swung open. The room was not a cell. It was a study, paneled in dark wood and lit by a dozen candles that burned without smoking. A desk dominated the center, covered in stacked papers, open ledgers, and a single seal press that glinted in the candlelight. The man behind the desk did not stand when she entered. He simply looked at her, and the room seemed to shrink around the weight of that look. Prince-Regent Drevash Draevon was younger than she had expected. She had seen his seal on enough decrees to imagine him older, gray at the temples, softened by years of sitting in rooms where nothing real ever happened. The man in front of her was maybe 30, lean and straight-backed, with dark hair silvered at the edges and eyes the color of slate after rain. He wore no crown. He wore no ornament at all except a signet ring on his right hand, and he did not need anything else. He was dangerous. Not the obvious danger of the captain's steel, but the quiet danger of a man who had learned to wait. "Leave us," he said. The captain hesitated. "Your Grace, she is not searched." "She is standing in my study with bound wrists and wet boots. I think I can survive the conversation." The captain left. The door closed. The lock turned. Tharyn stood in the middle of the carpet, water dripping from her hem onto the woven pattern, and waited for him to speak. He did not keep her waiting long. "Tharyn Duskith," he said, "also known as Tharyn, Carenne Vale, and at least 3 other names I have found in the last hour. Forger, document authenticator, ink specialist. You have produced documents for half the merchant houses in the mercantile ring and at least 3 noble families who would rather I not know about it." He slid a sheet of paper across the desk. She did not look at it. "I am not here to arrest you," he said. Tharyn let the silence stretch. "Then why am I here?" Drevash leaned back. The candlelight caught his face, and she saw it then, the thing he was trying to hide behind the calm. He was tired. Not the tiredness of a long day, but the kind that lived in the bones, the kind that came from carrying something heavy for too long. "Someone is trying to kill the king," he said, "and I need a liar to help me stop them." The words hung in the air between them, sharp and strange. Tharyn looked at the carpet, at her wet boots, at the ink still drying under her nails. Then she looked at him. "You have the wrong person," she said. "No." Drevash picked up the sheet of paper. "I have exactly the right one." Chapter 2. He placed the sheet of paper on the desk and turned it so she could read it. Tharyn did not lean forward. She did not need to. The angle was wrong, the candlelight catching the wrong side of the ink. She could tell from the spacing alone that it was a forgery, not a good one. The ascender on the hay was too tight, the pressure inconsistent across the loop. Someone had rushed it. "That is not mine," she said. "I know." Drevash did not look at the paper. He looked at her. "This one was recovered from a magistrate's office 3 days ago. It purports to be a contract between House Draevon and a mercenary company out of the southern valleys, signed with my seal, dated last month." "I said it is not mine. I did not claim it was. I said it was recovered." He set his palm flat on the desk. "The clerk who found it recognized the hand as similar to work traced to you. He has not yet reported that observation to anyone who matters. He will, if I do not give him a reason to stay silent." Tharyn's wrists burned where the rope had bitten. She shifted her weight and felt the damp wool of her sleeve drag across her skin. "You are saying someone is using my style to frame your house?" "I am saying the palace is being poisoned from inside, and the poison moves through paper." Drevash reached into a drawer and withdrew a second sheet. Thinner, older, the edges soft with handling. This one came from the River Ward. It lists a series of payments from a noble account to a document workshop in the Chandler's Row. That workshop is yours. Was. She kept her voice flat. I moved 3 months ago. I know. The landlord kept the lease book. He tapped the paper. The account that made the payments belongs to a junior clerk in the magistracy. He's currently in a cell under the garrison tier, waiting to be questioned about the poisoning attempt on King Elyon. He says he was paid to procure a document that would discredit House Drevash. He says he paid a forger named Tharyn. Tharyn felt the words settle in her chest like stones. He is lying, she said. Undoubtedly, but the paper trail is credible enough to hold up in a succession court, and the testimony of a desperate man offered under pressure is often more persuasive than a deniable workshop lease. Drevash set the second sheet beside the first. I am not showing you these to threaten you. I am showing you to make you understand the shape of the game. Someone has begun building a case against House Drevash using forged documents. They have left traces that point to you. If I do not control the investigation, the magistracy will, and the magistracy reports to Chancellor Rhyse. Tharyn remembered the name from the guild gossip. Rhyse. The man who had stripped the river ward of its grain reserves last winter and called it fiscal discipline. You want me to help you find the real forger? I want you to help me find everyone behind the poisoning. The forger is one thread. The archive tampering is another. The person who has access to the king's food. The person who redirected his medicine shipment. The person who replaced the seal on his chamber door last week. That is 3 separate attack lines, which means either the conspiracy is wide or it is being run by someone who knows how to use multiple tools. He paused. You are the best tool I have found for reading paper. I need you inside the archive. I need you examining every order, every decree, every lineage document that has crossed the palace threshold in the last year. And I need you to do it without anyone questioning why a known forger is suddenly working for the regent. The shape of his offer began to form in her mind, and she hated it before he spoke it aloud. You are going to announce me as something, she said. As my betrothed. The words landed like a slap. Tharyn laughed, a short, hollow sound that scraped her throat. No one will believe that. They will if we perform it well enough. He did not smile. He was not joking. You will be my documented intent, my official document keeper, a woman of sufficient skill to manage my personal correspondence and trusted enough to share my bedchamber. In public, you will play devotion. In private, you will work the archive. When the conspiracy is broken, we will dissolve the arrangement quietly, and you will leave with your apprentice and a sum that will let you live anywhere outside Sorrath. She stared at him. I've thought about this. I have had 3 days to think about nothing else. The exhaustion she had seen in the first moment was still there, but it had sharpened into something harder. The king has been poisoned twice. The first dose was mild, a test. The second was nearly fatal. He survived because the chamberlain tasted his wine before he did. Lady Sunneth is now the only person I trust with his food, and she cannot watch him every hour of every day. The archive is the nerve center. If I cannot secure the paper, I cannot secure the succession, and if the succession falls, the kingdom falls with it. Tharyn looked at the 2 sheets on the desk, the bad forgery, the payment list, the name Terrace, a ghost she had thought buried. And if I refuse, then I will have no reason to protect you from the magistracy. The clerk will testify. The ledger will be found. Your apprentice's workshop will be searched, and whatever else is there will be used to build the case. He said it without cruelty, which made it worse. He was not gloating. He was stating arithmetic. I am offering you a choice, Tharyn. It is not a kind one, but it is better than the one the Chancellor will give you. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to grab the candle and throw it at his face and watch the wax catch in his hair. But her hands were bound, and she was standing in his study. And the truth was that he had already won the negotiation before she had spoken a word. Write the terms, she said. Drevash raised an eyebrow. Write down what I get. Protection for Peak, a document releasing me from the betrothal when the investigation ends. Written authority over any record I am ordered to examine. A sum of money that I name, not that you offer. And a clear statement that I am not required to share your bed. She met his eyes and held them. You want performance. You will get performance, but I will not be your property. A long silence. The candles flickered. Then Drevash pulled a fresh sheet of paper from the drawer and dipped his pen in the inkwell. Line by line, he said, and you will sign each clause as I write it. Tharyn watched the ink flow from his pen, neat and even, the letters formed with a pressure she recognized. A hand that had been trained young, drilled in the shapes of authority until they became instinct. He wrote for a long time. She stood and waited and counted her breaths. When he finished, he blotted the page and turned it toward her. Read it, he said. She did not need to. She had seen the shape of it in his face before the first word touched the paper. But she read it anyway, line by line, and she found no trap in the language. He had written exactly what she had demanded. Protection for peak, interims, authority, money. The final clause in his own hand. No physical intimacy shall be required or expected as part of this arrangement. She looked up. You wrote it. I agreed to your terms. He set the pen down. Now agree to mine. Public unity, discretion, your full commitment to the investigation until I declare it complete. And one more thing. She waited. You will not lie to me. Tharyn almost laughed again. I am a forger. Lying is what I do. Not to me. His voice dropped, and something in it changed. Not softer, more exposed. I am handing you access to the most sensitive records in the kingdom. I am putting a ring on your finger and calling you my intended. I am trusting you with the survival of a child who cannot defend himself. If you lie to me, the arrangement ends, and I will not protect you from what follows. She looked at the paper. The ink was still wet at the bottom of the last line. Sign it, he said, or I will call the captain back, and we will proceed as if this conversation never happened. Tharyn picked up the pen. The wood was warm from his hand. She signed her name, Tharyn Duskith, in the same hand she had used to sign 100 false documents. But this time the ink felt different, heavier, like it was pulling something out of her that she could not name. Drevash took the paper, added his own signature below hers, and pressed his signet ring into the wax. The seal clicked against the wood of the desk. He looked up. Welcome to the palace, Tharyn. She did not answer. She was looking at his hand, at the way the ring had aligned with the wax, and she was thinking about the one thing he had not said. He had not told her who he suspected. He had not named the person he believed was pulling the strings, and she understood, with a cold clarity that settled in her stomach like a stone, that he was still holding back. That he had given her terms and protection and a way out, but he had not given her his trust. She would have to earn that, or steal it. Chapter 3. The pen was still warm from his hand. Tharyn stared at the signature she had just written, at the way her name sat on the page beside his seal, and she felt the shape of the trap closing around her. Now we negotiate the rest, she said. Drevash tilted his head. I thought we just did. Those were the boundaries, not the architecture. She pulled the chair out from beneath the writing desk and sat down without waiting for permission. Her wrists ached where the rope had been, and she rubbed them as she talked. You want me to stand in front of your court and smile at you? You want me to read your records and find your traitor? That means I need to know what I am walking into. Who knows about this arrangement? Who will try to break it? Who I am supposed to fear and who I am supposed to charm? She watched him process the shift. The prisoner had stopped being a prisoner and started being an architect. He did not like it. He sat down across from her. The court knows I am seeking a match, he said carefully. They do not know I have found one. That announcement comes tomorrow night at the presentation dinner. Presentation dinner. You will be introduced as my intended. The full court will be present. Lady Sunneth will oversee the protocol, and you will be measured by every person in that room for weakness, ambition, and the likelihood that you can be turned. Tharyn let out a short laugh. And I am supposed to perform devotion while they circle like dogs. You are supposed to survive them. The devotion is for public consumption. Then we need rules for the performance. Drevash's jaw tightened. He had expected to dictate terms, not debate them. But she had already seen the crack in his control, and she pressed into it. Public appearances, she said. How many? How long? What is expected of me physically? Do I take your arm? Do I let you touch my face? Do I stand close enough that the rumor mill churns on its own? He was quiet for a moment. Then he leaned back, and something in his expression shifted, not softening, sharpening into a different kind of attention. You take my arm when we enter a room. You stand close enough that the distance reads as intimacy. If I touch your face, you do not flinch. If I put my hand on your back, you do not step away. He paused. The public will believe we are courting. The court will believe we are already bound. The difference matters. And in private? In private, we are allies of necessity. You do your work, I do mine. We do not pretend beyond what the investigation requires. She wanted to believe him. The clean lines of the statement felt precise, almost gentle. But she had spent too many years reading the spaces between words. That is not what you wrote in the contract, she said. The contract protects your boundaries. This conversation is about how we survive the performance without killing each other. She let that settle. It was the most honest thing he had said since she entered the room. The archive wing, she said, shifting the angle. I need unrestricted access. No escorts. No clerks reporting my movements back to you. Unrestricted access means you can destroy evidence before I see it. Unrestricted access means I can find what your clerks have missed. You brought me here because I see what others do not. That requires darkness, silence, and the freedom to touch the documents before someone else orders them filed away. Drevash folded his hands on the table. You will have a key to the inner archive. You will report your findings to me directly, not through the chain of command. But if you attempt to remove a document from the wing, the arrangement ends immediately, and I will treat you as a hostile agent. Fair. That was too easy. I am not a thief, Your Highness. I am an authenticator. Removing documents would defeat the purpose of finding the truth. She said it flatly, but the title caught in her throat. Your Highness. She had never said those words to anyone before, and they tasted like sand. He noticed. She saw it in the way his eyes flickered, a fraction of a second of recognition before his face smoothed again. Pick, she said, pushing past the moment. I want him moved somewhere safe before the announcement. If Rhyse's people are watching my old workshop, they will find him first. Already arranged. Captain Tesk will bring him to a secure house in the upper garrison tonight. He will be guarded, fed, and kept away from anyone who might use him against you. I want to see him before he is moved. Drevash shook his head. Too dangerous. If you are seen in the river ward after signing this agreement, the rumor will reach the magistracy before dawn, and Rhyse will assume you are feeding me information. The security house stays hidden only if no one links it to you. Then I want proof. A letter in his hand, a token I recognize, something that tells me he is alive and unharmed. Drevash studied her for a long moment. Then he stood, walked to a cabinet against the far wall, and returned with a folded piece of paper. Captain Tesk collected this an hour before you arrived. Tharyn unfolded it. The handwriting was rough, hurried, unmistakable. Peake's hand, the letters pressed too hard because he always pressed too hard when he was scared. Thera, don't trust anyone. They came for the ledgers. I burned what I could. P. She read it twice. The name Tara cut deeper than it should have. He had used her old alias because he did not know who else might read the message, which meant he had been thinking about security even while being moved. The boy she had trained was still sharp. She folded the paper and slipped it into her pocket. He burned the ledgers, she said, so I was told. That means he protected the workshop records before they could be seized. He is thinking clearly. Drevash nodded. He is your apprentice. I expected nothing less. The words were neutral, but she heard something beneath them, a thread of acknowledgement, almost respect. She did not know what to do with that. The dissolution clause, she said, steering back to ground she could control. I want it written so that either party can end the arrangement without cause. Not just you, not just me. Both of us. Drevash's eyebrow lifted. That defeats the purpose of a contract. It guarantees that neither of us becomes a hostage. You want me to work without fear? I need the same from you. He considered it. Then he pulled a fresh sheet toward him and wrote, the pen moving in clean, measured strokes. When he finished, he turned the paper toward her. Either party may dissolve the betrothal upon written notice delivered to the other and witnessed by two neutral parties. No cause required, no penalty attached. She read it once, then again. You wrote it. I agreed to your terms. He set the pen down. Now agree to mine. He had done this before, she realized. He had negotiated with people who had no leverage and walked away with everything they asked for, because he knew that giving ground on small things made the large things impossible to refuse. She waited. Public unity, he said. When we are in the presence of the court, the staff, or any outsider, you are my intended. You do not contradict me. You do not expose the arrangement. You play the part so completely that no one questions it. And when your noble houses start testing me with pressure and insult and pointed questions about my blood, you deflect, you do not bite back. That is a mistake. It is survival. If you show them teeth, they will treat you like a threat. If you let them believe you are harmless, they will underestimate you. And underestimation is the only weapon you will have until we know who is pulling the strings. She hated how much sense that made. One more term, he said. She braced. You will not lie to me. We covered that. We mentioned it. Now I am making it a condition of the contract. Every document you examine, every connection you find, every suspicion you form, you bring to me before you act on it. No private investigations, no withholding evidence to strengthen your position, no secrets between us while we work. Tharyn's mouth went dry. He was asking for something she had never given anyone. Not Peake, not the merchants who paid her, not the 3 people she had trusted enough to share her real name with. That is a one-sided demand, she said. Name your equivalent. You tell me who you suspect, not eventually, now. The silence stretched. The candles flickered in the draft from the window, and she watched his face shift through something she could not quite name. I suspect everyone, he said quietly. Including myself. That is the truth. It was not the answer she wanted, but she believed it. She picked up the pen. Read the full contract back to me. He did, clause by clause. Protection for Peake, archive access, public performance rules, dissolution on notice, no lies between them. The sum she had named, the boundaries she had drawn. When he finished, she signed. The ink looked the same as any she had used. The paper felt the same, but something in her chest had shifted. A door opening into a room she had never entered before. Drevash added his signature and pressed his ring into the wax. He looked up. We begin at dawn. Lady Sunneth will prepare you for the presentation dinner. I will have the first batch of contested records delivered to your assigned chamber by midday. You will read them, and you will tell me what you see. And if I see nothing? Then we look harder. She stood. The room felt smaller than it had when she entered, the walls pressing in with the weight of what she had just agreed to. One more thing, she said. Drevash waited. She met his eyes, those slate-gray chips of stone that gave away nothing and everything in equal measure. You said you needed a liar, but you just made me promise not to lie to you. That is not a partnership. That is a leash. He did not flinch. It is a test, he said. If you can keep your word, I will learn to trust you. And if I learn to trust you, the leash becomes a rope we both hold. Tharyn stood frozen in the candlelight, the paper heavy in her hands, his words settling into her chest like ink bleeding into linen. She had come here expecting a cage of iron and stone. She had not expected to leave with the key in her own palm, which meant either she had misjudged him entirely, or he was the most dangerous liar in the room. Chapter 4. Dawn arrived gray and damp, the smell of wet stone seeping through the shuttered window of the chamber they had given her. Tharyn stood in the center of the floor with her arms extended, while 2 seamstresses circled her like gulls eyeing a fish. The dress was the color of deep water, blue-black silk that caught light in ways she did not trust. It had been cut for someone narrower in the shoulders and fuller in the chest, which meant pins bit into her ribs, and the seamstress kept muttering about the time she had left. The presentation is in 12 hours, my lady. I am not your lady. The seamstress did not argue. She just pushed another pin through the fabric and stepped back to assess. Tharyn's reflection in the chamber mirror looked like a stranger wearing expensive armor. The silk smoothed every sharp edge of her, the ink stains hidden beneath long gloves, the crooked nose softened by candlelight. She looked like someone who belonged here. That was the point. That was what made her dangerous. A knock at the door. Captain Oren Tesk entered without waiting for permission, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on her. "You look different." "That is the intention." He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, the posture of a man who had been ordered to watch and intended to be obvious about it. "Lady Sunneth wants you in the East Corridor in an hour. Protocol rehearsal before the court assembles." "I know what a rehearsal is." "You know what a River Ward rehearsal is." He said it without cruelty, but the weight of the difference hung between them. "Here, you bow differently. You speak differently. You do not correct the lord who mistakes you for a serving girl, because the lord is testing you, and the test is whether you flinch." Tharyn's jaw tightened. "I know how to hold my temper." "Hold it better. The court will try to break it before the first course is served." He left without another word. The seamstresses finished pinning, and Tharyn was allowed to strip the silk and pull her own clothes back on, rough wool against skin that had already forgotten what luxury felt like. The relief was immediate. The dread was not. Lady Sunneth Orvain met her in the East Corridor with the precision of a woman who had never been late to anything in her life. The chamberlain was thin and hard-eyed, her gray hair pulled back so tight it stretched the skin at her temples. She carried no paper, no notes. She carried the rules in her spine. "You will enter on the regent's left arm. You will stand when the king is announced. You will not speak until spoken to, and when you speak, you will address every noble as my lord or my lady, regardless of how they address you. If someone insults your blood, you will smile as though you misheard. If someone touches you without permission, you will step back and wait for the regent to intervene. You will not intervene yourself. And if the regent does not intervene, then you endure it. That is what this arrangement requires." Tharyn felt the shape of the no-lying claws in her chest, a knot she had not yet learned to loosen. "And if enduring it costs me the information the regent needs?" Lady Sunneth's eyes flickered, the first crack in her composure. "Then you choose which battle matters more. That is what survival in this palace requires." The rehearsal lasted 2 hours. Tharyn learned the correct angle of her neck when the king entered. She learned the placement of her hands when standing beside the regent. She learned to walk slowly enough that her skirts did not rush ahead of her, to speak softly enough that listeners had to lean in to hear, to smile without showing all her teeth. By the end, her back ached and her voice had gone hoarse from repeating phrases she hated. Lady Sunneth dismissed her with a nod that might have been approval. "You learn fast, for a commoner." "I have had to." The chamberlain's mouth tightened. "Keep that answer. It will serve you better than humility." Tharyn was walking back through a narrow corridor when she saw him. A boy, small for his age, standing alone in a side alcove with a book in his hands. His skin was pale, his dark hair too fine, his frame barely filling the blue velvet coat that hung from his shoulders. He looked up when her footsteps slowed, and his eyes were older than the rest of him, watchful and wary in a way that matched her own. She stopped. The book in his hands was open to a page of illustrations, botanical drawings of river plants. He closed it slowly, marking his place with a finger. "You are the forger." The word landed like a slap. She kept her face still. "I am the regent's document keeper, your highness." King Elian Mercor considered this, his head tilted, a bird watching something foreign and deciding whether to startle. "Drevash said you would not lie to him." "I intend to keep that promise." "Then tell me something true." His voice was thin, the voice of a child who had spent too much time in sick rooms and quiet rooms in rooms where adults whispered. "Do records bleed the way people do?" The question hung between them. Tharyn thought of the forged contract she had examined, the ink still wet on the lie. Thought of the ledger she had burned, the names she had erased. Thought of the evidence she was here to find, written in someone else's hand, someone else's blood. "They can," she said, "if you know where to cut them." Elian nodded as though she had answered a question he had been asking for weeks. He looked down at his book, then back at her. The last person who told me the truth was Lady Sunneth. She said the medicine would taste bitter, and that I would be sick afterward. She did not lie about the sickness. That does not sound like a kindness. It is. It means I knew what was coming. He closed the book fully. I do not like surprises. Tharyn felt something crack in the careful wall she had built. This child, this king, had been poisoned twice. He knew it. He had tasted it. And he was still standing in a cold corridor asking a forger for the truth. I will try not to surprise you, Your Highness. Good. He stepped past her, his footsteps light on the stone. The court is full of people who want me to die. It is nice to meet someone who might not. He was gone before she could answer. Tharyn stood in the empty corridor, the echo of his words settling into her bones like cold water. She had come here to survive, to protect Peak, to find the evidence and break the leash. She had not come here to care about a child who looked at her like she might be the only honest thing in the palace. The maid found her 2 turns later. A young woman in palace gray, her face blank, her hands carrying a stack of linens. She drew close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, and when she spoke, her voice was barely a thread. Brides at court are easiest to bury, miss. No one asks questions when a common bride goes quiet. They assumed she could not keep up. Tharyn's blood chilled. The maid kept walking, her face never changing, the linens never shifting. By the time Tharyn turned to follow her, she had vanished around a corner, and the corridor stretched empty in both directions. She stood alone with the warning burning in her ears. Brides at court are easiest to bury. The silk they had fitted for her felt heavier already, not armor but shroud. And somewhere in the palace above, Drevash Draevon was preparing to announce her to a room full of people who would rather see her dead than let her soil their bloodlines. She touched the tiny ink vial in her pocket, the one she had refused to surrender on the night of her arrest, the one she had not yet told anyone about. Some secrets she kept for herself. Chapter 5. The hall was a furnace of candlelight and guilt. Tharyn stepped through the arched doors on Drevash's arm, the silk of her borrowed dress catching the light in waves she had not earned. 50 faces turned toward her, some curious, some hungry, some already bored because they had decided she would not last the night. She kept her spine straight. Lady Sunneth's voice ran through her head like a litany. Enter on the regent's arm. Do not look down. Do not look at the ceiling. Look at the faces, but do not hold anyone's gaze longer than a breath. She looked at the faces. A woman in emerald silk with diamonds at her throat, her smile a thin line of ice. A heavy man with a signet ring too large for his finger, studying Tharyn the way he might study a horse he was considering not buying. A cluster of younger nobles near the high table, their whispers sharp as broken glass. Drevash's hand pressed against the small of her back, guiding her forward. Breathe, he murmured, barely audible. I am breathing. You are breathing like someone about to set fire to the room. I am considering it. His mouth twitched. It was not a smile, but it was close, and that small fracture in his composure unsettled her more than the stares. They reached the high table. The seats had been arranged with precision. Drevash at the center, Tharyn to his right, and one seat conspicuously empty at the far end. King Elian was not present. The court whispered its relief, the boy king too fragile for late hours, but Tharyn saw the calculation in it. His absence made the evening about her, about whether she could survive without the child's protection. She sat. The chair was too high, the cushion too soft, the silver too heavy. Everything in this room was designed to remind her she did not belong here, down to the weight of the fork in her hand. The meal began. Soup first, clear and pale as glass. Tharyn watched how the others ate, matched their pace, kept her spoon to the right tilt. Lady Sunneth had drilled her on every course, every utensil, every shallow trick of noble dining. She performed each one without error, and she saw disappointment flicker across the emerald woman's face. Good. Then the second course came, and the questions began. You are from the River Ward, I understand. The speaker was a man across the table, his hair oiled, his collar stiff with embroidery. He did not bother to introduce himself. One of the press houses, I believe, the ones that produce the lovely paper we use for correspondence. Among other things, my lord. She did not know his title, so she gave him none. Let him correct her and look petty for it. He did not correct her. He leaned forward, his smile widening. I have always wondered how the river ink keeps its color. There is a tale that you add something to it, something unpleasant, perhaps. Fish oil, I have heard. The table went still. The emerald woman's smile sharpened. Tharyn set down her spoon. The deeper black comes from lamp black, my lord. Lamp black and gum Arabic, a method used in the imperial scriptoria for 400 years. I am told your father's seal impressions use a similar formula, though with a higher wax content, which may explain why his crest tends to crack along the left edge. The silence stretched. The oiled man's smile had not dropped, but it had frozen, and that was almost as satisfying as a wound. Drevash lifted his glass. My betrothed has a passion for documentation. I find it charming. Someone laughed, a short, nervous sound that was quickly swallowed. The conversation shifted to hunting, to the weather, to anything but the river ward, and the woman who had just publicly corrected a lord's father's seal. Tharyn picked up her spoon again. Her fingers were steady. Inside, her heart was a war drum. The third course brought the attack she had been waiting for. Lord Vellum, she learned his name through whispered introductions, was lean and silver-haired, with a voice like gravel poured over silk. He had waited until the wine had loosened the room, until the laughter had grown louder and the edges of the evening had softened. Then he stood, raising his glass. To the regent and his bride-to-be. He smiled, a grandfatherly warmth that did not touch his eyes. May the alliance prove as fruitful as it is unexpected. The room murmured approval. Tharyn inclined her head. Lord Vellum did not sit. He turned to her, his glass still raised, and the warmth in his voice curdled. I must say, my dear, you have handled the evening with remarkable poise. It cannot be easy, stepping into a world so foreign to your origins. I imagine it takes a certain flexibility of character. The insult was wrapped in praise, polished and poisoned. She could either thank him and accept the slur, or challenge him and prove herself too thin-skinned for court. She chose neither. Flexibility is the price of survival for those of us not born to silk, my lord. She smiled, matching his warmth. But I have found that silk tears faster than river wool, and river wool can be patched. A beat of silence. Then someone at the far end of the table laughed, a real laugh, startled out of them before they could stop it. Lord Vellum's smile did not waver, but his eyes went flat. You have a sharp tongue for a document keeper. You have a blunt wit for a lord whose third grandfather was expunged from the lineage rolls for marrying a common-born wool merchant's daughter. The room stopped. Tharyn had not planned to say it. The words had come from somewhere deep and cold, the place where she stored every slight, every noble had ever delivered to her, every door that had been closed, every price raised because of the district where she was born. She had meant to let the lineage correction wait, to use it later, when she had more room to maneuver. But Lord Vellum had pushed, and she had pushed back. She saw his face drain of color, saw the emerald woman's hand go still on her glass, saw Drevash turn toward her, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched until it became a presence in the room, thick as smoke. Then someone laughed. Not a nervous laugh, a full, genuine laugh, deep and male, from a man near the far end of the table she had not marked before. He was older, with silver braided into his gray hair and a scar that split his left eyebrow. He raised his glass to her. Well played, document keeper. Vellum has needed that correction for 20 years. Lord Vellum's face went from pale to red. He set down his glass with a crack against the wood. I will not be lectured on lineage by a river ward forger who... Who what, my lord? Tharyn's voice was quiet, but it carried. Who reads? Who studies? Who knows that the records you rely on to prove your blood are kept by people like me, in conditions you would not tolerate for your horses? The challenge hung in the air. Lord Vellum's jaw worked. His knuckles whitened on the table edge. For a moment she thought he might strike her, or call for guards, or do something that would end the night in violence. Then Drevash stood. He did it slowly, deliberately, drawing every eye in the room. He did not look at Tharyn, he looked at Lord Vellum, and his voice was quiet and cold as riverstone. Lord Vellum, you are a guest at my table. You will address my betrothed with the respect due her station, or you will leave. She has no station. She has mine. Drevash's hand found Tharyn's shoulder, light but anchoring, which is a station you cannot match, and you know it. The fury in Lord Vellum's face warred with calculation. He was an old man, a cunning man, and he knew when he had lost ground. His bow was perfunctory, his smile a rictus of displeasure. Of course, Your Highness. I meant no offense, merely concern for the house you represent. Keep your concern for your own house. It clearly needs it. The table went still again. Lord Vellum sat, his hands shaking with suppressed rage. Drevach did not sit. He turned to the room, his voice carrying, "My betrothed is the keeper of palace records. She is here to ensure that the truth of this court's history is preserved, not rewritten by those who would prefer a more flattering version. If that threatens you, then perhaps you should examine what you were trying to hide." No one laughed. No one spoke. The silence was absolute. Tharyn sat in the center of it, feeling the weight of 50 stares, and she did not know whether Drevash had just saved her or made her the target of every enemy in the room. Perhaps both. The meal resumed, but the warmth had gone out of it. Conversations were quiet, glances were quick, and no one met her eyes for longer than a heartbeat. When the final course was cleared and the guests began to drift toward the gaming rooms in the terrace, Tharyn excused herself. She needed air. She needed space. She needed to stop feeling the shape of Drevash's hand on her shoulder, the way it had settled there as though it belonged. She made it 2 turns into the corridor before a footman caught her arm. "A message, my lady." The address caught her off guard. My lady. Not miss, not document keeper. The word felt stolen, a title she had not earned. She took the note. It was sealed with plain wax, no crest. She broke it open and read the single line inside. "You corrected the wrong man. He was not the one who sent the maid. A friend." Chapter 6. The parchment trembled in her fingers. "You corrected the wrong man. He was not the one who sent the maid. A friend." Tharyn read the line 3 times, letting each word settle into her bones like river silt. The footman had already vanished, swallowed by the silk and shadow corridors of the palace. She was alone, with a warning that confirmed nothing and promised everything. Someone was watching. Someone knew about the maid. Someone wanted her to understand that Lord Vellum's fury was a distraction, not the true danger. She folded the note smaller, until it was a tight square no larger than her thumbnail, and pressed it into the hidden seam of her dress where the silk gathered at her hip. The ink vial was already there, a hard little secret against her ribs. 2 secrets now. 2 betrayals waiting to happen. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, candle flames swimming in their sconces, casting the stone into gold and shadow. She should return to the dinner. She should let the nobles see her composed, unshaken, ready to endure another hour of their scrutiny. Instead, she turned toward the east wing and walked. She did not know where she was going until her boots found the rhythm. The archive wing. The records. The one place in this palace that made sense, where paper could be read and weighed and judged, where truth was a matter of pressure and ink composition and the microscopic habits of a human hand. She made it 3 turns before a voice cut through the silence. "Lost, document keeper?" Lady Sunneth Orvain stood in a side alcove, her gray hair catching the candlelight, her thin frame straight as a blade. She held a small ledger in one hand and a pen in the other, as though she had been working in the shadows, waiting for someone to pass. Tharyn stopped. "I needed air." "No, you didn't." Sunneth closed the ledger with a soft thump. "You needed to think, and you came here because you think the archive will tell you what the living won't." The words were precise, cutting, and entirely accurate. Tharyn said nothing. Sunneth stepped out of the alcove, her shoes making no sound on the stone. She was smaller than Tharyn, older, yet she carried herself like someone who had buried better people than the ones she faced. "You handled Lord Vellum well," she said. "Better than I expected." "Thank you." That was not a compliment, it was an observation. Sunneth's eyes were hard, assessing. You humiliated a powerful man in front of his peers. You made an enemy tonight, document keeper. A patient one. I already had enemies. You had people who did not know your name. Now you have people who will remember it. Sunneth paused, her gaze dropping to Tharyn's hip where the note was folded into the silk. And you have acquired a friend who writes unsigned warnings. That is a dangerous kind of ally. Tharyn's heart stuttered. She had been careful. She had been certain no one saw the exchange with the footman. Sunneth smiled, a thin, humorless thing. I know everything that happens in these corridors. Everything. The footman who handed you the note has worked in this palace for 14 years. He is loyal to the crown, not to any house. I checked his history before I let him approach you. Tharyn's breath caught. You sent the note. No. Sunneth's voice flattened. I let it reach you. There is a difference. Why? Because whoever wrote it did not seal it with a house crest, did not deliver it through a servant tied to a faction, and did not ask for anything in return. That makes it either genuine or very well-crafted bait. She tilted her head. I want to see which it is, and I want to see what you do with it. The corridor felt narrower suddenly, the walls pressing closer. Tharyn forced herself to breathe. Then you're watching me. I am watching everyone who comes near the king. Sunneth's voice dropped, soft and terrible. I have kept Elian Mercor alive through 2 poisonings, 3 attempted falls, and a horse that was deliberately lamed. I have dismissed 14 servants, exiled 1 lady of the court, and broken a page's wrist for trying to carry doctored medicine into the royal chambers. I will destroy anyone who threatens that child, regardless of their name, their house, or their claim to power. She stepped closer, close enough that Tharyn could smell the lavender soap on her skin, the faint dust of old paper. Do not mistake my assistance for trust, document keeper. I am allowing you access because the regent has vouchsafed for you, and because the king has taken an interest in your honesty. But if I find that you are part of the conspiracy, or that your presence here is a means to reach him, I will end you before the guards can draw their swords. Tharyn met her gaze. I came here to stop the man who is killing him. Yes. Sunneth studied her for a long moment. I believe you believe that. The question is whether you will still believe it when the truth costs you something you value more. She turned and began walking down the corridor, her footsteps sharp and certain. Lady Sunneth. The older woman paused. The king's schedule. Who attends his lessons? Who brings his food? Who has access to his rooms before the guards sweep them? Sunneth turned, one eyebrow raised. You want his schedule. I want to know who could reach him between the last check and the first sign of poison. A long silence. The candle flames swayed. Sunneth reached into the ledger she carried and pulled out a folded sheet, holding it between 2 fingers. I had this prepared before the dinner. I wanted to see if you would ask. She handed it over. The paper was warm from her hand, covered in precise script listing every person who entered the king's chambers, every lesson, every meal, every delivery, organized by hour and date. Tharyn took it. Thank you. Do not thank me. Use it. Sunneth's voice was iron. And if you find something, come to me first. Not the regent, not the magistrates. Me. She turned and walked away, the shadows swallowing her straight-backed figure, leaving Tharyn alone in the corridor with the king's schedule in her hands and the unsigned note pressed against her ribs. The archive wing was close. She could feel it. The weight of paper and ink, the quiet hum of centuries of recorded truth waiting to be read. She took a step toward it, then another, and another, until she was moving through the darkness of the palace, following the scent of old parchment and sealing wax, her fingers already itching to pull down the first volume, the first register, the first piece of evidence that would tell her who was really pulling the strings. Behind her, the laughter from the dinner hall faded into the stone. Ahead, the archive waited, silent and patient, its secrets layered like sediment in riverstone. She reached the great iron-reinforced door and pressed her palm against the wood. The key Drevash had given her hung on a cord around her neck, warm from her skin. She did not unlock it yet. She stood in the silence, feeling the shape of the night pressing against her, and she thought about the note. You corrected the wrong man. Lord Vellum was not the one who sent the maid, but someone had. Someone who knew how to threaten a common bride without leaving fingerprints, without sealing a letter with a house crest, without doing anything that could be traced. The same someone, perhaps, who had studied Tharyn's hand and learned to copy it. The same someone who was rewriting the palace records, one entry at a time, patient as water wearing down stone. She turned the key. The lock clicked open, and the archive breathed its stale, paper-laden breath into her face. She stepped inside. The room was vast, stretching into shadows that the lamps could not reach, rows upon rows of shelves, each one crammed with ledgers, scrolls, bound folios, the accumulated history of a kingdom that had been recording itself for 300 years. Somewhere in these shelves was the evidence that would break the conspiracy, and somewhere, hidden in the margins, was the name of the person who had tried to kill a child. Tharyn pulled the first volume from the nearest shelf and began to read. She did not hear the footsteps in the corridor behind her. She did not see the door swing shut, catching on a slip of paper that had not been there before, wedged into the hinge to prevent the lock from fully engaging. She did not know that someone was already inside the archives, waiting in the deeper shadows, watching her back as she bent over the pages. But she would. Soon. Chapter 7. The air in the archive was older than the palace above it. Tharyn stood 2 steps past the threshold, letting her eyes adjust to the dimmer light. Iron lamps burned at intervals along the central aisle, their flames low and steady, casting long shadows that pooled between shelves. The ceiling vanished into darkness above the highest tiers. She could smell leather, dust, beeswax, and something metallic she did not want to name. The door swung shut behind her with a soft click. She stood still, listening. Nothing moved in the aisles ahead. The silence was thick as wool, broken only by the faint hiss of lamp flames and the settling of old paper. But she knew she was not alone. Someone had wedged paper into the hinge. Someone had been waiting. She did not turn around. She did not call out. She walked deeper into the stacks. The shelf nearest the door held the most recent registers, bound in dark leather with gilt-stamped spines, the dates clear in crisp numerals. She pulled down a volume covering the last 2 years and opened it on the reading table at the end of the row. The light was better here. She tilted the page, letting the flame catch the surface at an angle. The entries were written in a clean, administrative hand, uniform, careful, the ink a consistent deep brown. Tax assessments, property transfers, appointment confirmations. Nothing unusual. She turned pages slowly, letting her fingers drift across the margins, reading by touch as much as sight. There, page 43, 5th entry down. A land transfer from a minor house to a merchant partnership. The signature line was clean. The seal impression was correct, but the lower edge of the page showed a faint line where the surface had been scraped and re-inked. The paper fibers compressed differently under the new text. Someone had written over an erased entry. Tharyn pulled the lamp closer. She bent her head until her breath stirred the page. The correction was good, very good, done with the same hand and the same ink. But the pressure was wrong. The original scribe had written with a steady, shallow touch. The correction had been applied with a heavier hand, the nib biting deeper into the fiber, leaving a microscopic ridge she could feel if she closed her eyes and ran her fingertip along the grain. She set the volume aside and reached for the next one. 2 years earlier, she found a similar alteration in a succession acknowledgement, a line confirming a younger son's right to inherit after his elder brother's death. The original had been written, scraped, and rewritten with a different year. The change shifted the inheritance line by 1 generation, making the current holder legitimate when he should not have been. She noted the name. A house she did not recognize. She would check it against the registry later. The 3rd volume showed her something worse. A full page had been removed and replaced. The stitching was intact, but the thread tension was slightly off, the new page a shade lighter than its neighbors. She held it up to the lamp and saw the watermark did not match the batch used for the rest of the volume. Someone had cut out a page, written a new one, and bound it back in place with careful, invisible stitches. Her hands were steady. Her heart was not. She worked through the next hour methodically, pulling volumes from the shelf, checking bindings, comparing inks against the samples she carried in the hidden vial against her ribs. She had not used it since her arrest. She had not dared. But now she uncorked it and touched a drop to her fingertip, comparing it to the ink on a page that looked too fresh for its stated date. The colors matched. The ink she kept was river quarter grade, cheap and fast-drying, cut with lampblack and fish glue. It was not the kind of ink used in palace records, but someone had used something very like it, very recently, on a document dated 4 years earlier. She capped the vial and put it away. The pattern spread across years, not weeks. The first alteration she could identify was 7 years back, a minor correction in a marriage registry that changed the status of a child from bastard to legitimate. The most recent was 3 months ago, an appointment entry for a minor magistracy seat held by a man who had died the same week it was recorded. Someone had been rewriting history in increments so small that no one looking at any single entry would notice. It required patience. It required access. It required a hand skilled enough to mimic the original scribe's style across dozens of documents written by different people. It required a forger. Tharyn sat back on her heels and stared at the shelf in front of her. The lamplight flickered. The shadows breathed. The same person who had studied her hand and learned to copy it had been working in this archive for years, altering records line by line, preparing a foundation for something larger. The poisoning plot was recent. The tampering was not. The conspiracy had been building before the child king was born, before the first test dose of poison touched his wine, before any of this began. She was not looking for a murderer. She was looking for an architect. A sound came from the deeper stacks. It was soft, the scrape of leather against stone, someone shifting weight in a space where no one should be. Tharyn's hand went still on the page. She did not turn. She let her gaze stay fixed on the volume in front of her while her senses stretched outward, measuring distance, direction, the quality of the sound. The scrape had come from 3 aisles over, near the succession registry wall. She closed the volume slowly, without sound, and rose to her feet. The lamp she had been using sat on the reading table. She left it burning. She did not want the person in the shadows to know she had heard them, or that she was moving. She slipped between 2 shelves, her shoulder brushing the spines, her boots silent on the worn stone floor. She knew the layout from the archive map Drevash had shown her. The succession registry wall was the deepest section, farthest from the door, where the oldest records were kept, the lineage documents that traced bloodlines back 300 years. If someone was there, they were not looking for recent tax records. She reached the end of the row and stopped, pressing her back against the shelf, listening. The lamps here were farther apart. The aisle ahead stretched into near darkness, the light pooling at intervals like stepping stones across a black river. At the far end, a shape detached itself from the shadow of a tall cabinet. A man. He was tall, lean, dressed in dark wool that blended with the gloom. His face was angled away from her, toward the shelf he had been examining, one hand resting on a leather-bound volume as though he owned it. She did not recognize the set of his shoulders. She did not recognize the cut of his coat, but she recognized the way he held the book, the careful pressure of his fingers on the spine, the way he tilted his head to read the label without touching the paper. He was a forger, or he was the man who employed one. He turned. The light caught his face for half a second, long enough to see the thin white scar under his jaw, the hard gray-green eyes, the iron-black hair cropped close at the temples. Chancellor Rhyse looked at her across the shadows of the archive, and his lips curved into a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Lady Tharyn," he said, his voice soft and civil. "I wondered when you would find your way here. I have been waiting for you." Chapter 8. Rhyse did not move from where he stood. The smile stayed on his face, pleasant and waiting, as though he had every right to be here in the dark with his hand on a 300-year-old succession record. Tharyn kept her breathing even. She had been caught off guard, but she had not been caught doing anything wrong. She had a key. She had permission. She was the Regent's document keeper, and the archives were her domain now. "Chancellor," she said, matching his tone, "I did not expect to find anyone working so late. And yet here we both are." He closed the volume he had been holding, sliding it back into its place on the shelf with deliberate care. "I have always found the archive speaks more honestly after midnight. Fewer ears, fewer interpretations. Interpretations of what? Of what the records actually say, versus what people wish they said. He stepped into the aisle, moving toward her with the unhurried gait of a man who had never needed to rush. You have been busy tonight. I saw the reading table. 3 volumes open, 1 displaced from its proper shelf. You work quickly. I work carefully. Those are not the same thing. She held her ground as he came closer. The lamps flickered between them, throwing his shadow long across the floor. Up close, she could see the ink stain on his right middle finger, permanent and faded, the mark of a man who spent his life among documents. He was a forger herself. She knew that mark. Tell me what you found, he said. It was not a request. I found that the palace keeps excellent records, she said. Better than the River Ward ever had. Careful. His voice carried no heat, but the word landed like a blade. You are not in the River Ward now. The games you played there will not serve you here. I am not playing games, Chancellor. I am doing my duty as the Regent's document keeper. The Regent's document keeper. He repeated the title as though tasting it for flaws. You wear the name well for a woman who had it pressed into her hands 3 days ago. But titles are only paper, and paper, as you know better than most, can be rewritten. He was testing her, probing for cracks. She had seen men like him in the River Ward, the ones who owned the debt books and the lease contracts, the ones who smiled while they tightened the noose. She had never been able to afford weakness in front of them. If you have concerns about my appointment, Chancellor, I suggest you raise them with the Regent. I am sure he would welcome your input on how he chooses his staff. The smile flickered, just for a moment. Then it returned, wider and colder. I will remember you said that, Lady Tharyn. He stepped past her, close enough that his sleeve brushed her shoulder, and walked toward the main aisle without looking back. She stood still until his footsteps faded, until the distant click of the archive door told her he had left. Then she let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The succession registry wall loomed behind her, dark and patient. She had found the architect, but the architect had found her first. She did not sleep that night. The Regent's summons came before dawn, a liveried messenger with a sealed note that read simply, "My study." Immediately. She went. Drevash was standing at his desk when she entered, the same dark-paneled room where this had all begun, and he was holding a stack of documents bound with red ribbon. You look exhausted, he said without turning. I had an eventful evening, I heard. He set the documents down and finally looked at her. Chancellor Rhyse visited me an hour ago. He expressed concerns about your methods. Did he? He suggested you were overstepping your authority, that your presence in the deeper archives so late at night was, in his words, irregular for a woman of your background. Tharyn felt the old familiar anger rise, the hot pulse of it behind her ribs. She forced it down. And what did you tell him? Drevash was silent for a moment. Then he picked up the stack of documents and held them out to her. I told him I would have you review these before they are sealed. She took them without understanding. The ribbon was tight, the wax still warm on the first fold. What are they? 3 decrees. Routine administrative orders, land transfers, appointment confirmations. They came from the Chancellery this morning. I want you to read them before I sign. She stared at the stack in her hands. You want me to review the Chancellor's own documents for tampering. I want you to review every document that crosses my desk until this conspiracy is broken. He met her eyes. That includes the ones written by the man who suspects you. The weight of the papers pressed against her palms. 3 routine orders, 3 chances to catch a lie before it became law. She sat down in the chair across from his desk and began to read. The first 2 were clean. Land transfers, properly dated, consistent signatures, no visible alteration in the ink flow or pressure. She set them aside. The third was a routine appointment, the filling of a minor magistracy seat in a northern district. She read the draft language, then the final wording. Something was wrong. Here. She turned the page toward him, pointing at a line. In the draft, this clause says the appointee serves at the pleasure of the Crown. The final version says, for a term of 5 years, renewable by petition to the magistracy. Drevash leaned forward, reading the line. His jaw tightened. They changed the terms. Someone changed the terms after the draft was written and before it was presented for your seal. She looked up at him. Who handled this document between the draft and the final? His face went still in a way she was beginning to recognize. It was the stillness of a man calculating, measuring the distance between what he knew and what he could prove. The clerk who prepared it is loyal to Rhyse's office, but the document never left the palace. It moved from the chancellery to my clerk to my desk. Your clerk. Appointed by my predecessor. I have kept him because he is efficient. She watched him understand what she was saying. The conspiracy could reach documents that had already passed through the regent's hand. It could alter them after the draft was approved and before the final was signed. It could change the law without anyone noticing. Drevash stood abruptly, turning toward the window. The morning light was just beginning to gray the sky above the palace heights. 3 years, he said quietly. I have been doing this for 3 years, and I did not see it. You could not see it. You are not trained to see it. No, but you are. He turned back, and she saw something she had not seen before. It was not calculation. It was not control. It was fear. I brought you here because I needed someone who could find the lies, he said. I did not realize how many lies there were, how deep they went, how close they already were. The document sat between them on the desk, the altered claws catching the gray light. She had found the first link between Rhyse's archival tampering and the daily machinery of government. But the discovery did not feel like victory. It felt like stepping onto a bridge and realizing the planks behind her had already been cut. Drevash, she said, and the name slipped out before she could stop it. Raw and unguarded, he looked at her. If they can reach documents on your desk, they can reach documents on your desk about anything, about anyone. She held his gaze. About you? I know. His voice was very quiet. I have known for years. He crossed the room and stopped a foot from her chair, close enough that she could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the lines around them that were not there 3 days ago. I built this life on being able to read the room, he said, on controlling the performance, on knowing what every face in every corridor meant. And I have been standing on a stage where the script was being rewritten behind my back, and I did not see it. You did not have the right eyes. And you do. It was not a question. She looked up at him, at this man who had dragged her from the river quarter and stuffed her into silk and pushed her in front of a room full of enemies. She had come here hating him. She had come here sure that he was just another noble, just another predator in better clothes. But the man standing over her now, afraid and honest, and asking her to see what he could not, did not look like the enemy she had painted. She looked down at the document in her hands. The ink was drying. The lie was waiting, and she was still holding the only eyes that could catch it. Chapter 9. The morning came too fast. Tharyn had not slept. The altered decree sat in her memory like a splinter, and every time she closed her eyes, she saw Rhyse's smile in the archived darkness, the ink stain on his finger catching the candlelight. She was back in the succession registry before the palace fully woke, before the servants had finished lighting the corridor lamps. The key turned smooth in the lock. No paper wedge this time, no sabotage. Someone had decided she was no longer worth trapping. That meant they had other plans. She worked by touch and instinct, pulling volumes by their spine wear, reading entries by the rhythm of the ink flow rather than the content. The forger was good enough to mimic a half-dozen scribal hands across 7 years of records, good enough to know which documents mattered and which were window dressing. But the forger had a tell. Every substitution carried the same flaw. The crease memory was wrong. A document that had sat folded in one place for years developed a particular set of stress lines, a map of its storage history written into the fiber. The forger knew how to match the ink, the hand, the seal. But the forger did not know how long each document had been folded or in what direction. Tharyn pulled a succession validation from the current year's registry. The seal was intact. The wax matched the palace batch. The handwriting matched the original scribe. She pressed her thumb along the fold line. The crease gave too easily. Fresh paper, forced into old folds. She opened the packet. The decree inside confirmed the inheritance of a minor barony in the eastern reaches. Standard language, proper signatures, nothing remarkable. Except the baron in question had died without heirs 3 years ago. Tharyn's hand went still. She read the decree again. The date was current. The validation was stamped for the next day's session. If Drevash signed this, the barony would pass to a name she did not recognize, someone inserted into the bloodline by paper alone. She carried the packet to the regent's study without waiting for permission. The guards at the door hesitated at the sight of her. Wool dress, hair coming loose from its pins, eyes that had not seen sleep. But Drevash's orders had preceded her. She was to be admitted any hour, any reason. She walked past them before they finished deciding. Drevash was at his desk, reading the morning reports by candlelight. The same candle from the night before had burned down to a nub, and she realized he had not slept either. "I found another one," she said. She set the packet on the desk. He looked at it, then at her. "What is it?" "Succession validation for a barony in the eastern reaches. The baron has been dead 3 years without heirs." He picked up the packet, turning it in his hands. The seal was intact. The wax was perfect. "The seal is right," he said. "The wax is right. The hand is right. The paper is wrong." She pointed at the fold lines. "The crease memory does not match a document that has been stored for months. This was folded within the last week. You can tell that from the fold. I can tell that from the fold." He set the packet down carefully, as if it might burn him. "Who does it name as heir?" She had not looked. She had been too focused on the forgery itself, on the method, on the proof. She opened the packet and read the name. It was a minor house, a name she did not recognize, but the connection was clear enough. The new heir's lineage traced through a marriage brokered by the magistracy, by Rhyse's office. "This is how they do it," she said. "They do not forge a new decree. They substitute a packet with the right seal and the wrong contents. The signature is real. The validation is real. Only the inner document has been changed." Drevash stared at the packet for a long moment. "Then every packet that has passed through the chancellery in the last few years could have been substituted." "Yes." He looked up at her, and she saw the calculation in his eyes, the same calculation that had been there when he first brought her to this room. He was measuring the scope of the betrayal, the number of people who would have to be involved, the number of documents that might carry lies instead of truth. "How do we prove it?" She had been waiting for that question. "I need to see the original seals, not the packets, the seals themselves, the dies that stamped them. If the forger is using the same dies, then the substitutions happened after the seal was applied. Someone in the archive, someone with access to the dies, is opening packets and replacing the contents. The dies are kept in the chancellery vault. Then that is where I need to go." He shook his head. "Rhyse controls the chancellery vault. He will know the moment you step inside. Then I need someone who can get me in without his knowledge." She did not say the name. She did not have to. Drevash's jaw tightened. "Sunneth. Her network moves through the palace without being tracked. She can get me into the vault. She will ask what you are looking for. Then I will tell her the truth, part of it." Drevash stood, crossing to the window. The morning light was stronger now, casting long shadows across the desk, across the packet with its false decree. If she knows, she becomes a target. She is already a target. She has been protecting the king for years. She knows how to protect herself. He turned back to her, and she saw the question in his eyes. It was not about the vault or the seals or the conspiracy. It was about her. "Why are you doing this?" The question stopped her. She thought about the river quarter, about Pick in his safe house, about the maid who had whispered that common brides were easy to bury, about the child king who had asked her if records could bleed. "I do not know," she said. It was the truth, the only truth she had left. He held her gaze for a long moment. "Then we go together." "To the vault?" "To Sunneth. We asked her together. We share the risk together." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that was not how this worked, that she had spent her whole life carrying her own risks, her own secrets, her own weight. But the look in his eyes was not calculation. It was not control. It was partnership. She nodded. "Together," she said. He reached for the packet, to lock it away. to keep it safe. His hand touched the seal, and the door behind them burst open. A guard stood in the frame, pale, breathless, his sword half drawn. "Your Highness, the archive. Someone has set a fire." Chapter 10. The guard's words hung in the air like smoke already curling through the corridors. "The archive," Drevash repeated. "Where in the archive?" "South wing, Your Highness, the succession registry." Tharyn's stomach dropped. The succession registry. The wall where she had found Rhyse, the records she had been examining. "The forger is burning evidence," she said. "Or burning bodies." Drevash was already moving, snatching a heavy cloak from the hook by the door. "Stay here." "No!" He turned, and the look on his face was not command, it was fear. "If the fire spreads, the entire archive could go. Every record, every succession, every proof we have." "I know." "Then I am coming." She did not wait for his answer. She was already through the door, her boots slapping against the stone as she ran toward the archive wing. The corridor leading to the archive was empty. No guards, no servants. The door stood open, and smoke was already bleeding through the gap, pale and thin, carrying the acrid bite of burning paper. Tharyn did not hesitate. She pushed through the door. The archive was chaos. Shelves toppled like felled trees, their contents scattered across the floor in drifts of parchment and leather. Oil glistened on the stones, dark and slick, and the lamps had been shattered, their flames licking at the spilled fuel, at the paper, at the wooden shelves. The heat hit her face like a wall. A figure moved in the smoke. Shadow, shape, gone. "Close the door," she said. Drevash was behind her, his hand on her shoulder. "We need to leave, now." "No, they expect us to leave. The smoke is thickest near the main exit. They wanted us to run that way." "How do you know?" "Because that is where they poured the oil," she pointed. A trail of dark liquid led from the overturned lamp toward the main corridor, feeding the flames that were already climbing the shelves there. "Service passage," she said. "Behind the succession registry wall. I saw it last night." "Tharyn, trust me." The words came out before she could stop them. He looked at her. The smoke was thickening, the heat growing, the fire spreading along the oil trail with hungry cracks. "Which way?" She pulled him through the smoke, her hand gripping his. They dropped low, below the worst of the smoke, crawling over fallen shelves, over scattered parchment that crumbled to ash beneath their weight. The fire was breathing now, a living thing that expanded and contracted, that found new fuel in every dry spine and crumbling page. The succession registry wall loomed ahead, its shelves already burning at the edges, the records she had touched the night before curling and blackening. "There." She pointed at a dark gap between two shelving units, a narrow door half hidden behind a hanging map that was already singeing at the edges. She reached for the handle. The ceiling groaned above them. Drevash grabbed her arm and pulled her through the door just as a beam collapsed behind them, sending a shower of sparks and ash into the passage. The service corridor was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Bare stone, no shelves, no paper. The air was cold and stale, untouched by the fire. They stood there, breathing hard, coughing the smoke from their lungs. "You knew that passage was there," Drevash said. "I told you, I saw it last night." "You did not tell me about it. You did not ask." He looked at her, and there was something new in his eyes. Not fear, not calculation. Gratitude. "You saved my life." "I saved mine," she said. "You were in the way." Almost a smile. "And the fire?" "Burning evidence, burning bodies, burning everything." How much was lost? She thought of the succession registry, the records she had examined, the pages she had touched, the packet with the false heir, the land transfer entries, the altered succession acknowledgments. "Enough," she said. They emerged from the service passage into a narrow courtyard behind the archive wing, and the cold morning air hit them like a shock. Above them, smoke was curling from the archive windows, pale and thin against the pale gray sky. Guards were running past, their boots pounding on the stone, their voices shouting orders. One of them spotted Drevash and skidded to a halt. "Your Highness, you are safe. We thought—" "I am safe." Drevash's voice was flat, controlled. The archive. How bad? South wing is burning. The main corridor is impassable. They are trying to contain it before it reaches the east wing. Who started it? The guard hesitated. We do not know, Your Highness. We found the door open. Someone had been inside. Tharyn looked at Drevash. The guard did not know she had been there, did not know they had been inside the smoke. I need to see the damage, she said. The guard looked at her, then at Drevash. She is my betrothed, Drevash said. She goes where I go. The guard nodded. They walked toward the archive, toward the smoke, toward the heat that was already beginning to fade as the guard's buckets and water lines took effect. The main door was charred, the wood blistered and black. Inside, the fire was dying, leaving behind a landscape of ash and twisted metal, of shelves reduced to skeletons, of parchment turned to dark flakes that floated in the air like snow. The succession registry wall was gone. Tharyn stood at the entrance and watched the last of the smoke curl toward the broken windows. Whoever did this knew exactly what to burn, she said. Drevash did not answer. She turned to look at him. He was staring at the destruction, his face unreadable. Everything we found, he said. Not everything. I still have the packet. And I remember what I saw. Can you reconstruct it? The records that were lost? Some of them. The ones I memorized. And the ones you did not? The question hung in the air between them. She thought of the succession records. The 300-year-old document Rhyse had been examining. The page that had been rewritten and rebound with the wrong thread. The forger knew I was looking, she said. They knew I was getting close. Drevash turned to face her fully. Then we are running out of time. She looked at the ash, at the ruin, at the last wisps of smoke that rose from the corpse of the archive. No, she said. We are running out of room. Tharyn turned from the ash, and her gaze caught something on the floor near the collapsed wall. A scrap of paper, unburned, lying in a pool of water from the guard's buckets. She moved closer, her boots crunching over charred debris, and picked it up. The paper was blank on one side. She turned it over. On the other side, written in the fine, precise hand she had learned to recognize from the forged documents in the archive, were 3 words, evidently the note that had been attached to the sabotaged oil lamp. For the common bride. Chapter 11. The scrap was still damp, the ink bleeding slightly at the edges where water had touched it. For the common bride. The words sat in her palm like a wound. Drevash took the paper from her fingers before she could fold it away. His jaw tightened as he read. A threat, he said. A promise. To you. To the woman who was warned that brides are easy to bury. She looked at the smoke still curling from the ruined south wing. They want me to know I am the target. Not the evidence. Not the succession. Me. Drevash was quiet for a long moment. Then he tucked the scrap into his coat pocket. You keep that, she said flatly. Evidence. Of what? That someone wrote 3 words on a piece of paper? That someone in this palace set fire to the kingdom's succession records with your name attached to the lamp. His voice was cold, controlled. That is not a threat. That is a signature. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him the paper proved nothing. That any half-competent forger could produce a note in that hand. That the only thing they had gained from the fire was confirmation that the conspiracy had already won this round. But she was too tired. The noise of boots and shouted orders was drawing closer. The courtyard was filling with guards, with servants, with the kind of ordered chaos that followed disaster in a palace built on performance. Then a new voice cut through the noise. Secure the archive. No one enters. No one leaves. It was a voice she recognized, not from the river quarter, from the courtroom archives, the old ledger books, the lineage references that had taught her which houses could bleed and which could not. Magistrate Auron Hale. He was coming through the main doors, 2 clerks at his heels, his black robes already smudged with ash. His eyes found Tharyn immediately. The forger, he said. Arrest her. The guards hesitated. Hale pointed at her, his finger steady. She was found at the scene. She is a known criminal. She has access to the archive, motive to destroy evidence, and no history of loyalty to this crown. Arrest her. The guards shifted, uncertain, their eyes moving between Hale and Drevash. Drevash stepped forward. Magistrate Hale. Hale turned to face him, and the slight bend in his spine did not soften the set of his shoulders. Your Highness. I am acting on the authority of the magistracy. The crown has been attacked, and the most likely culprit is standing in the ash of the crime. The most likely culprit set a fire to destroy evidence that she was actively uncovering. Allegedly. Drevash's hand found Tharyn's wrist. Not a grip, a claim. She is my betrothed. It hit the courtyard like a door slamming shut. The guards went still. The clerks exchanged glances. Hale's mouth tightened into a thin, bloodless line. Your Highness, Hale said carefully, the betrothal has not been formally recognized by the court. It is not yet binding. It was announced before 50 witnesses at the presentation dinner. It is as binding as my word. Drevash's voice carried, pitched not for Hale but for the guards, the servants, the clerks who would repeat every word before the hour was done. Tharyn Duskith is my intended. She holds the authority of the Regency over every document in this palace. If you attempt to arrest her, you will be detaining a member of House Drevash. She is a common-born forger. She is the woman I chose. The words hit her like a blow. Not because they were cruel, because they were not. Tharyn looked at Drevash's back, at the straight line of his spine, at the way he stood between her and the magistrate, as if he had forgotten there was a contract between them. Hale did not retreat. He adjusted his grip on the ledger he carried, his knuckles white against the leather binding. Your Highness, with respect, a public betrothal does not grant immunity from investigation. If she is innocent, she will be cleared. If she is innocent, she will be cleared by working beside me, not from a cell. You are placing your political future on a woman whose hands are stained with ink and lies. I am placing my political future on the only person in this palace who can tell a lie from a truth by the way the ink dries. The silence stretched. Tharyn could feel the weight of every eye in the courtyard. Guards who had been ready to grab her arms were now staring at their boots. The clerks were scribbling notes, their pens scratching against paper. Hale finally inclined his head, a bow that barely qualified. Be careful, Your Highness. Conspiracies do not stop at the bedroom door. He turned and walked away, his clerks trailing behind him like shadows. The tension broke. The guards dispersed, their orders shifting to containment and recovery. The servants began carrying buckets of ash and water out of the ruined archive. Tharyn did not move. Drevash turned to face her. His face was unreadable, but his hand was still on her wrist. You did not have to do that, she said. I did. For a contract. For a partnership. He released her wrist, but his eyes held her. You said we share the risk. That means I share the shield. She wanted to tell him she did not ask for a shield. She wanted to tell him that his defense only made her more of a target, that Hale would not forget this, that the entire court had just watched the regent choose a common forger over his own political survival. But the words would not come, because for the first time since she had been dragged into this palace, she had not been the one fighting. He had fought for her. And she did not know what to do with that. I need to see the Chancellery vault, she said finally. Drevash blinked. Now? Before Hale seals it, before the conspirators realize we are still looking. She looked at the smoking ruin behind her. They burned the succession registry because they thought that was all we had. They do not know I kept the packet. They do not know I memorized the crease patterns. They do not know I already had the proof. They will find out. Then we move first. Drevash studied her. Something shifted in his expression, something she could not name. We need Sunneth, he said. We needed Sunneth yesterday. Now we need her before the Chancellery doors close for the day. Drevash nodded once, then he turned and walked toward the palace, and Tharyn followed, the scrap of paper with her name on it burning in the pocket of his coat, not hers, as if he had already decided that some threats were his to carry. Behind her, the archive hissed and crackled as the last of the fire died into silence. Chapter 12. The corridor beyond the courtyard smelled of wet stone and distant smoke. Tharyn's boots left damp prints on the marble as she followed Drevash through a side passage she had not seen before, narrow and unlit, the walls close enough to brush her shoulders. He walked fast, not running, but the kind of controlled speed that meant he was thinking several moves ahead. You have questions, he said without turning. I have a list. Ask them while we walk. She matched his pace. Behind them, the archive fire hissed and popped as the last of it drowned under buckets and sand. The sound followed her like a second set of footsteps. "You told Hale I was your intended. He knows that. You told him I hold the authority of the Regency over every document in the palace. You do. That is not the same as being your betrothed." Drevash stopped. He turned, and in the dim light of the passage his face was unreadable, but his hand moved to his coat pocket, the one with the scrap of paper. "That note was left for you," he said. "Not for me, not for the Regency, for you, by name. I read it. Then you understand what it means." He held her gaze. "They are not trying to kill the investigation. They are trying to kill you. And if I had let Hale take you into custody, you would have been delivered to a cell where the magistracy controls every key, every guard, every meal." She had not thought of that. The silence between them stretched, and she felt the weight of it pressing against her ribs. "You are saying Hale is part of it?" "I am saying I do not know who is part of it, but I know that the magistracy sealed the order that reassigned the guards from the archive tonight." He let that land. "I know that Hale arrived at the fire before any of my own men could secure the perimeter." Tharyn's stomach turned. "You think he was there to arrest me before I could talk?" "I think he was there to make sure you did not leave the courtyard alive." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he was being paranoid, that a magistrate would not risk killing the regent's betrothed in front of witnesses. But she had seen Hale's face when he ordered her arrest. There had been no doubt in it, no hesitation. He had expected Drevash to step aside. "He was waiting for me," Tharyn said slowly. "He did not come to investigate the fire. He came because he knew I would be there." Drevash shouted at once, and then, from the shadows at the end of the passage, a voice. "Your Highness." Both of them turned. Captain Oren Tesk stepped into the light. His uniform was streaked with ash and soot, and his face was hard, the kind of hardness that came from holding something back. "The fire is contained," he said. "The archive wing will need to be rebuilt. The succession registry is gone." "We know," Drevash said. "There is something else." Oren's eyes moved to Tharyn. "The guard rotation for the archive tonight was not standard. I pulled the order sheet." He held out a folded paper. Drevash took it. He unfolded it, read it, and his jaw tightened. 23 guards reassigned to the South Garrison for a drill that was not scheduled. "Correct. The order is sealed by the magistracy. Sealed and signed by a deputy clerk in the chancellery, not by Rhyse himself. Someone in his office was careful." Drevash's hand tightened on the paper. "How many guards were left on the archive?" 3, and they were ordered to patrol the upper gallery, not the corridor outside the registry. Tharyn felt the cold settle into her bones. "Someone cleared the path," she said. "They made sure no one would be close enough to stop the fire. To stop us." Oren's eyes met hers. "Or to hear you scream." The words hung in the air. Drevash folded the order sheet and tucked it into his coat beside the note. 2 pieces of paper, 2 pieces of evidence, both pointing to the same conclusion. "The conspiracy is not a handful of malcontents working in the shadows," he said. "It reaches into the magistracy, the chancellery, and the guard. It has access to sealed dies and order sheets. It can reassign soldiers and alter laws." He looked at Tharyn. "We are not hunting a murderer. We are hunting a system." She felt the truth of it settle into her chest like a stone. "Then we need to move faster," she said. "The chancellery vault." "I know." "Sunneth." "I know." He turned to Oren. "Find Lady Sunneth. Bring her to the West Council chamber. Tell her it is urgent and that I am not asking." Oren nodded and disappeared back into the shadows. The passage fell silent. Tharyn stood beside Drevash, the smell of smoke still clinging to her clothes, the memory of the fire still burning behind her eyes. "You said you did not know why you were doing this," Drevash said quietly. She looked at him. "I am starting to understand." He did not ask her to explain. He simply turned and walked, and she followed, the weight of the conspiracy pressing against them both as they moved deeper into the palace. Behind them, the archive's last embers died into ash, and somewhere in the chancellery vault, a forger's hand was already preparing the next blow. Oren met them at the West Council chamber door, his face tighter than before. I found Lady Sunneth, he said. She is inside, but there is a problem. What kind of problem? Drevash asked. Oren's jaw worked. She is not alone. King Elian is with her. Drevash's hand went to the door handle, then stopped. Why is the king in the West Council chamber at this hour? Oren's voice dropped. He says he knows who set the fire. The handle turned before Drevash could stop. Chapter 13. The door swung open before Drevash could reach it. Lady Sunneth stood in the threshold, her gray hair pulled tight, her face unreadable. Behind her, the West Council chamber was dim, lit only by a single candelabra on the long oak table. Your Highness, her voice was flat. I was told you would be coming. Drevash's hand dropped from the handle. You were told? Captain Tesk has a gift for brevity. She stepped aside. The king is waiting. Tharyn followed Drevash into the chamber, her boots soundless on the thick carpet. The room smelled of old paper and beeswax, and the candelabra cast long shadows across the walls. King Elian Mercor sat at the far end of the table, small and straight-backed in a blue velvet coat that hung loose on his thin frame. His fine dark hair was disordered, as if he had been running his hands through it, and his pale face caught the candlelight in a way that made him look even younger than his 10 years. He was not alone. A half-eaten plate of bread and honey sat at his elbow, and a leather-bound book lay open before him. Botanical illustrations. Tharyn recognized the style from their first meeting in the alcove. Tharyn. The king's voice was steadier than it had any right to be. I was hoping you would come. She stopped a few feet from the table. Your Majesty. I remember you said records should tell the truth. He turned a page of the book, not looking up. I have been thinking about that. Lady Sunneth moved to stand behind the king's chair, her hands clasped in front of her. She did not look at Tharyn. She did not look at Drevash. She watched the door. Drevash stepped forward. Ilian, Oren said you know who set the fire. The king closed his book slowly, marking his page with a finger. I know who ordered it set. He looked up, and his eyes were older than his face. I do not know who held the torch. Does it matter? It matters, Drevash said. I saw the smoke from my window. Elian's voice was quiet, precise. The south wing, the succession registry. I knew what it meant before anyone told me. Your Majesty, Tharyn said carefully. How did you know? The candlelight flickered. Elian smiled, and it was not a child's smile. Because that is where the truth lives. He tapped the closed book. And someone has been starving it for years. Tharyn felt the words settle into her chest. There was no naivety in them. The boy king understood exactly what he was saying. Elian, Drevash said, his voice tight. You need to tell me who gave the order. I will. Elian's gaze shifted to Tharyn. But first I want to ask her something. Tharyn's pulse quickened. The king leaned forward, his thin hands resting on the open book. Lady Sunneth tells me you are a forger. He said it without judgment, as if stating a fact about the weather. She says you can make a document look like it has been real for 100 years. I can. And she says you signed an agreement with my uncle that you will never lie to him. I did. Elian's eyes held hers. Then tell me the truth now. He paused. Can a record be poisoned the way a person can? The question hung in the air. Tharyn felt Drevash's attention sharpen beside her, felt Lady Sunneth's stillness deepen. They were all waiting for her answer. She thought of the documents she had examined, the altered land transfers, the substituted successions, the decrees rewritten phrase by phrase, clause by clause, until they meant the opposite of what they had said. Yes, she said, a record can be poisoned, not with arsenic or nightshade, but with omissions and substitutions. A changed date, a removed name, a clause rewritten just enough to redirect a title or a tax or a legal claim. Elian nodded slowly. That is what I thought. He looked down at his hands. That is why I started reading the old books, the ones in the West Library that no one touches. Drevash moved closer. What did you find? I found gaps. Elian's voice dropped. Pages that had been cut out of histories. References to people who no longer appeared in the lineage charts. names erased. Tharyn's skin prickled. How many gaps? I stopped counting. The king looked up, and there was something raw in his face. I stopped counting because I realized that the people who made those gaps were still here, in the palace, and they knew what I was reading. Lady Sunneth's hands tightened on the back of the chair. "Elian," she said, her voice low, "you never told me this. You would have stopped me." He did not look at her. "You would have said it was dangerous." "It is dangerous." "I know." Elian turned back to Tharyn. "That is why I am telling her." The silence stretched. Tharyn felt the weight of what he was offering. Not just information, but trust. A child who had been poisoned twice, who had learned to read the lies in the adults around him, was offering her the truth because she had promised not to lie in return. "Your Majesty," she said slowly, "do you know who ordered the fire?" Elian's gaze did not waver. "I know who has been ordering a lot of things." He hesitated. "I have known for a while, but I did not understand what I was seeing until tonight." "Show me," Drevash said. Elian reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. The edges were worn, as if it had been handled many times. "I took this from the Chancellery Clerk's desk 3 days ago." He unfolded it. "It is a list of names, people who have been removed from the succession records over the past 7 years. He slid it across the table. Tharyn picked it up. The paper was cheap, river quarter grade, and the handwriting was precise, neat, professional. She recognized the ink. Her stomach dropped. "It matches," she said quietly. "Matches what?" Drevash asked. Tharyn looked up. "The ink on the list is the same kind used to alter the records in the archive." She turned the paper toward the candlelight. "Lampblack and fish glue. River quarter grade. The same ink the forger used." Elian's face went very still. "Then the forger is not working alone," he said. "The forger is working for someone in the Chancellery." "Yes, and that someone," Drevash said, his voice hard, "knows how to reassign guards, alter laws, and burn evidence." The king looked at him. "Yes," he said. The candle flickered. Tharyn stared at the list of names in her hands. 7 years of erased bloodlines. 7 years of quiet removal. The forger had not just been altering records. They had been writing people out of existence. "Your Majesty," she said, "do you know who else is on this list?" Elian's eyes met hers. "I know one name for certain." His voice dropped to barely a whisper. "The first one." "Who?" The king swallowed. "Drevash Draevon." The name hit the room like a stone dropped into still water. Drevash went rigid. "What?" Elian did not flinch. "Your name was removed from the succession records when you were an infant. Someone erased you before you were old enough to know you existed." The silence that followed was absolute. Tharyn's hands trembled as she looked down at the list. The first name had been scratched out with a blade, not ink. The paper was scored, scraped clean, leaving only a ghost of the letters beneath, but she could read the pressure marks. D-R-E-V. She looked up. "He is telling the truth," she said. Drevash stood frozen, his face unreadable. Lady Sunneth closed her eyes, and somewhere in the palace a door slammed. Chapter 14. They emerged through the bronze doors onto the terrace, and the city roared. Vale spread below them like a painted map, the garrison tier with its torch-lit walls, the mercantile ring clogged with festival stalls and winding foot traffic, and beyond it, the river ward, a tangle of wet roofs and chimney smoke where the night hid the worst of the rot. Lanterns hung from every balcony and gate, and the crowd packed the main avenue 3 deep, faces turned up toward the palace heights. Tharyn kept her smile fixed and her shoulders soft. Drevash's hand found the small of her back, palm flat against the deep blue silk, and guided her to the terrace edge. The gesture looked effortless, devoted, the kind of casual possession that courtiers expected of a man displaying his chosen bride. She felt the heat of his hand through the fabric like a brand. "Wave," he murmured, his mouth barely moving. "Slowly, as if you are looking for someone in the crowd." She raised her hand and let her gaze drift across the faces below. Somewhere in that mass of bodies, someone was watching with more than idle curiosity. Someone who had seen the fire. Someone who knew the list existed. "Better," Drevash said. "Now look at me as if I said something charming." She turned, letting her lips curve, and met his eyes. He was good at this. The Prince-Regent who had spent a decade learning to hide everything behind the correct expression. But she saw the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers pressed just slightly harder against her spine than the performance required. "Say something then," she whispered. "I have 70 different smiles for 70 different occasions." He shifted closer, blocking her from the terrace rail with his body. "I am currently deciding which one convinces the third-row balcony that you are not a threat." "Am I not a threat?" "That depends on how long you keep looking at me like that." Her pulse quickened before she could stop it. She looked away. The festival had its own rhythm. Musicians on a lower terrace played something bright and fast, and the crowd clapped along, their voices rising in snatches of song. Vendors had set up along the garrison wall, selling spiced wine and fried dough and ribbons in the colors of the 4 houses. A puppet show near the fountain reenacted some old battle, the wooden soldiers clacking together while children shrieked with laughter. It felt staged. Every laugh, every clap, every swirl of a dancer's skirt seemed calibrated for the palace windows above. "They are performing for us," she said, barely audible. "No." Dreevash's hand shifted to her elbow, turning her slightly. "They are performing for each other. We are merely the excuse." A noblewoman passed behind them, her gown the deep green of House Orvain, and Tharyn caught the flash of her eyes as she studied Tharyn's dress, her posture, the way Dreevash's hand rested on her arm. The woman said nothing. She did not need to. Tharyn had learned to read that look in the river quarter, where every glance carried a price. The woman was measuring her, calculating how long a common bride would last before the palace chewed her up and moved on. "Who is she?" Tharyn asked. "Lady Miring Corral. House Corral holds the Eastern grain contracts." Dreevash's voice dropped. "She has a daughter, 20 years old, recently widowed from a northern lord. Some houses have been suggesting she would make a more appropriate match for the regency." The words landed like a blade between her ribs. She kept her face still. "I see. I am not interested." "You do not have to be. The suggestion itself is the weapon." She watched Lady Corral settle into a chair on the terrace, her gaze still fixed on them. "They do not have to remove me. They only have to make the court wonder, if you will." Dreevash's jaw tightened. "That is not going to happen. You cannot control what the court whispers." "I can control what I do." He turned her to face him fully, his hand sliding from her elbow to her wrist. "And I will not let them treat you as if you are already gone." The words were meant for the crowd. They came out too sharp, too real, and she saw the flicker in his eyes when he realized it. She held his gaze. "For the record," she said, just as quietly. "That was convincing." "I know. Too convincing. Someone is going to believe you actually mean it." He did not look away. "Let them." The musicians shifted to a slower piece, and couples began to arrange themselves along the terrace for the formal dance. Dreevash's hand tightened on her wrist, and she felt the calluses on his palm, the texture of a man who spent more time gripping pens than swords, but had learned both. "Dance with me," he said. It was not a question. She let him draw her into the line of swaying couples, her hand settling on his shoulder, his palm finding the curve of her waist. The silk of her dress slid against his fingers, and she felt the heat of his hand through the fabric, steady and warm. They moved in silence for a moment. "This is strange," she said. "What is?" "Pretending to be something in front of people who already know what you are." His eyes searched hers. "And what am I?" "A man who keeps his secrets close." She matched his step, her body responding to the rhythm of his movement before her mind caught up. "A man who showed me his fear once and has been trying to take it back ever since." His hand pressed harder against her waist. "You see too much." "I am a forger. Seeing what people try to hide is the trade." They turned, and the terrace lights caught his face, illuminating the lines around his eyes, the silver at his temples. He looked tired, more tired than he let the court see. "I have been doing this alone for a long time," he said. "I know. It makes it difficult to remember that I am not anymore." Her breath caught. She did not know what to do with that. With the quiet admission that he was letting her in, that the performance was wearing thin even for him. The music swelled. and somewhere in the crowd, a woman screamed. The sound cut through the festival like a blade, and the dancers stumbled, heads turning toward the garrison wall where the crowd had begun to surge. Bodies pressed against each other, voices rising in confusion and alarm. Drevash's hand locked around her wrist. "Stay close." He pulled her toward the palace doors, his body angled to shield her, his eyes scanning the chaos below. The guards were moving now, forming a line along the terrace edge, and Tharyn saw Lady Corral rise from her chair, her face pale. "What happened?" Tharyn asked. "I do not know." But he kept moving, his grip unyielding, and she followed because the alternative was standing still while the crowd turned into something animal. They reached the bronze doors as a guard captain appeared, his face flushed. "Your Highness." "What happened?" "A woman collapsed at the fountain." Crowd panicked. "It is contained, but—" Drevash's eyes went gold. "Was it the fountain near the garrison steps?" "Yes, but how did you—" "Lady Corral was seated 3 rows up from that fountain." Drevash's voice dropped. "She is still standing. She did not run." The guard captain's face went blank. "She was not the target, Your Highness. She was the distraction." Drevash looked down at Tharyn. "Someone wanted us out of the crowd, separated from the guards." He turned back to the captain. "Find Lady Carol. Bring her to the council chamber. Do not let her speak to anyone first." The captain ran. Tharyn stood in the doorway, the festival noise muffled by the stone walls, and felt the cold settle into her bones. The performance was over. Someone had just drawn the first blood of the night. Chapter 15. The guard captain returned within 20 breaths, his face the color of old paper. "She was gone, Your Highness." Drevash's hand stopped mid-air, halfway to adjusting his collar. "Lady Corral is not in her chambers. Her servants say she was escorted from the terrace by a magistrate aide before the crowd settled. They claim she went willingly." "Claim," Drevash repeated. "The aide wore a chancellery badge. The duty guard at the eastern gate confirms he saw a woman matching her description leave with a man in magistrate gray, but he did not stop them because the badge was correct." Tharyn watched the calculation move behind Drevash's eyes. He was not angry. He was mapping, tracing the path the trap had taken. "Who was seated near Lady Corral during the dance?" Drevash asked. "The second row. House Velum had a table there. Lord Velum's niece and her husband, and a representative from the Northern Grain Consortium, a woman named Evrain Sero. Never heard of her." "That is the point," Tharyn said. Both men turned to look at her. "If she is nobody, she can disappear. If she is somebody, she uses a name people know. Evrain Sero sounds like a seal stamped yesterday." Drevash's jaw tightened. He knew she was right. The guard captain shifted his weight. "There is more, Your Highness. While I was searching for Lady Carol, Lord Velum's steward approached the terrace pulpit and requested a moment of the regent's attention. He claims to speak for a coalition of houses concerned about stability." Tharyn felt the words land like a stone in her chest. Stability. The word nobles used when they meant compliance. Drevash did not look at her. "Where is the steward now?" "Still on the terrace. He brought Lady Velum's niece with him, the young widow." The calculation in Drevash's eyes went quiet and cold. "Let them speak," he said. The guard captain hesitated. "Your Highness, the crowd is still unsettled. If the steward makes a public proposal in front of the remaining festival guests, then I will answer it publicly." Tharyn understood. Lady Carol's disappearance was not the first move. It was the setup. Remove one candidate to clear space for another. Lord Velum had been waiting for the opening since the presentation dinner, since she corrected his lineage before the court. She walked with Drevash back onto the terrace, the festival lights flickering against the marble, the crowd, thinner now, but still watching. Guards lined the walls. The musicians had stopped playing. Lord Velum's steward stood at the edge of the fountain square, a thin man with a voice that carried too well. Beside him stood a woman in gray silk, pale-haired, her face composed into careful serenity. She looked young, younger than Tharyn. Her hands were folded at her waist, and she did not meet anyone's eyes. "Your Highness," the steward said, bowing as Drevash approached. "On behalf of Lord Velum and the houses of the Eastern Court, I present Lady Elowyn Velum." widowed 7 months ago, daughter of Lord Velem's late brother. She brings with her the northern river tariffs, the timber rights of the Upper Veld, and a standing offer of alliance from 3 houses who believe the regency requires a union rooted in known blood rather than recent convenience. The crowd held its breath. Tharyn heard the words as if from a distance. Known blood, recent convenience. They did not even bother to dress the insult in velvet. The steward raised his voice. The realm has endured a fire, a festival disruption, and whispers of instability in the archives. The houses ask only that the regent consider what strengthens the crown rather than what satisfies a temporary arrangement. Every eye turned to Drevash. He stood motionless, his face unreadable, his hands at his sides. The terrace lights carved shadows under his cheekbones. Tharyn felt the silence stretch into something dangerous. Drevash looked at the steward, then at Lady Elowen, who finally raised her eyes, her expression carefully blank. He did not look at Tharyn at all. That was the worst part. "Tell Lord Velem," Drevash said, his voice carrying through the square without strain, "that I appreciate his concern for stability." The steward's mouth opened. "I decline his offer." The words landed like a door slamming. "I will not replace my betrothed because the eastern houses find her inconvenient. I will not court stability by abandoning the woman who saved my life in a burning archive, while Lord Velem's men stood outside and watched the smoke." The steward's face went bloodless. "Your Highness, I only meant—" "You meant exactly what you said." Drevash stepped forward, and the crowd shifted back. "If the houses wish to discuss stability, they may discuss it with me in council, but they will not discuss it by parading a widow before the court as if my choice were a vacancy to be filled." He turned to Lady Elowen, and his voice softened just enough to carry. "You deserve better than to be used as a message." The young woman's composure cracked. Her lips parted, and something like surprise flickered across her face before she lowered her eyes again. Drevash walked back to Tharyn. "Send Lady Elowen to her chambers with an escort," he said to the guard captain, "and find out who dressed her in grey silk and told her to stand in that square tonight. She did not choose this." The captain nodded and moved. Tharyn did not speak until they were inside the palace doors, the festival noise fading behind them. "That was brutal. I know. You did not even hesitate. I could not afford to." He stopped walking, turning to face her in the empty corridor. "If I had hesitated, they would have taken it as a crack, and they would have kept pushing until the crack became a break." She studied his face. The exhaustion was there, deeper than before, but so was something else. "You did not look at me. I could not afford that either." "Why?" His hand came up, not quite touching her face, stopping a finger's width from her cheek. "Because if I had looked at you, I would have shown them exactly how much it mattered, and that would have made you a target they could not resist." Her breath caught. The air between them felt charged, sharp, alive in a way that had nothing to do with danger. "Lady Elowen is still a threat," she said quietly. "Even if you refused her publicly, Velem will not stop. I know. He will find another way, another woman, another angle." Drevash's hand dropped. "Then we make sure he runs out of angles before he runs out of time." He turned to continue down the corridor, and she followed. But before she took the first step, she caught a flicker of movement at the far end of the hall. A servant, stepping back into an alcove, their face hidden. Someone had been watching. And Lord Velem had just been humiliated in front of the same crowd that had watched Tharyn correct his lineage at the presentation dinner. She thought of the "for the common bride" note, of the maid's warning, of the fountain distraction that had drawn blood without anyone explaining whose. Someone in the dark was counting. For the common bride note, of the maid's warning, of the fountain distraction that had drawn blood without anyone explaining whose. Someone in the dark was counting, and she was beginning to think they had just gotten exactly what they wanted. Chapter 16. The noise from the square had not stopped. It had only changed shape from festival cheer to something sharper, threaded with shouts that did not sound like laughter. Tharyn stood at the corridor window, watching the crowd below shift like water before a storm. The terrace performance had ended, but the streets were still packed, bodies pressing toward the palace gates where guards had formed a thin line. Drevash appeared at her shoulder. What do you see? Too many people in too small a space. She pointed. That cart at the south corner has been stuck for 10 minutes. No one is moving it. The crowd is funneling toward the main gate instead of spreading. He followed her gaze. The festival route was supposed to clear toward the river market. That is the wrong direction. Someone redirected them. Before he could answer, a new sound cut through the evening. A scream, not playful, not part of the celebration, then another. The crowd began to surge, bodies pushing against each other, and the thin line of guards staggered under the pressure. Drevash grabbed her wrist. Stay with me. They moved through the corridor at a near run, his grip firm, his body angled to shield her if the door burst open. The shouts grew louder, closer, the sound of something breaking, wood splintering under weight. They reached the West Council chamber where Elian and Lady Sunneth had been waiting. The door was locked. Drevash hammered on it. Open! Now! The bolt scraped back. Lady Sunneth stood in the gap, her face hard, a blade in her hand that she lowered when she saw them. The king? Inside. She stepped aside. The crowd broke through the lower gate. Someone is pushing them toward the palace proper. Elian sat at the far end of the council table, his hands flat on the wood, his face pale but composed. He looked small in the high-backed chair, but his eyes were steady. The guards are holding the main doors, he said. For now. They will not hold long if the crowd keeps pressing. Drevash crossed to the window, pulling the curtain aside a finger's width. This is not a riot. Look at the spacing. Tharyn joined him, her breath fogging the glass. Below, the crowd moved in waves, but not randomly. Clusters of men in working clothes pushed at the guard line from specific angles, creating pressure points that forced the guards to shift their formation. Other men moved through the gaps, herding people forward with their shoulders, their arms, their bodies. They are driving them, she said, like livestock. Drevash's jaw tightened, coordinated. 20, maybe 30 men placed at intervals, enough to create a crush without looking like attackers. Lady Sunneth came to the window. Her hand went to the blade at her belt. The king needs to be moved. If they breach the main doors, this chamber becomes a trap. There is no safe route to the upper floors, Drevash said. The crowd has already cut off the east stair. There is a service passage behind the tapestry, Elian said quietly. They all turned. The one that leads to the old kitchens. I found it last year when I was hiding from Lord Valem's steward. Lady Sunneth stared at him. You never told me. You have enough to worry about. Elian slid off the chair, his movements deliberate, almost calm. The passage opens into a courtyard behind the north wall. There is a gate there, locked, but the key is in the gardener's shed. Drevash looked at Tharyn. Can you pick that lock? She blinked. I am a forger, not a thief. Can you pick it? She held his gaze for a breath, then she nodded. They moved. The tapestry was heavy, old wool stiff with dust, and the wall behind it looked solid until Elian pressed a stone that did not match the others. A section of the paneling shifted, revealing a narrow passage, dark and smelling of cold stone and rodent droppings. Lady Sunneth went first, her blade drawn. Elian followed, then Tharyn, then Drevash, who pulled the panel closed behind them, plunging them into darkness. They moved by touch, hands on the walls, feet finding uneven stone. The passage sloped downward, then rose again, and after what felt like an eternity, a sliver of gray light appeared ahead. The gardener's shed was empty, the lock rusted but functional. Tharyn worked it with a hairpin from Sunneth's pocket, her fingers moving by memory as the sounds of the crowd seeped through the walls. The gate opened onto a narrow alley, empty, the noise of the square muffled by intervening buildings. They had made it out. But as Tharyn stepped into the alley, her boot caught on something on the ground. She looked down. A magistrate token. Half ground underfoot, the metal scuffed, the insignia still visible. She picked it up. The crowd surge had been organized. The token meant someone inside the magistracy had orchestrated it, and the man who dropped it had vanished into the lower stairs before she could see his face. Drevash took the token from her hand, turning it over. Arn Hale, he said. Someone using his badge. Either way. His eyes met hers. The magistracy is not just watching. They are moving on us. Tharyn looked at the token, then at the alley behind them, where the sounds of the crowd still rose. Someone inside the palace had just tried to kill them with bodies instead of fire, and they had nearly succeeded. Chapter 17. The archivist's office smelled of old paper, beeswax, and the faint sourness of cheap lamp oil. Tharyn stood in the doorway, the magistrate token still cold in her pocket, watching Maris Quill's pen move across a ledger with the precision of someone who had done the same motion for 30 years. Maris did not look up. "You survived the fire, then?" "I did. A pity about the succession registry." The pen stuck. Maris set it down with exact care, her fingers white at the knuckles. 700 years of lineage documentation. Irreplaceable. Unless someone copied the important parts before burning the rest. Maris's eyes lifted. They were pale, the color of old linen, and they held nothing warm. "Is that an accusation, Lady Duskith?" "It is an observation, archivist." The silence stretched. Dust motes swam in the weak light from the high window. Tharyn closed the door by her, letting the latch click home. "I need to know what you saw," she said. "Before the fire. In the succession records." Maris picked up her pen again, dipped it, held it over the page. "I saw what any archivist sees. Rows of names, dates, alliances. The usual architecture of power rendered in ink. And if I told you someone has been altering those names for 7 years?" The pen did not move. Maris's hand was perfectly still, but the ink at the tip began to bead, darkening, swelling, until a single drop fell onto the ledger and bloomed into a black flower. 7 years, she repeated. "That is what the evidence suggests." "That is not possible." "Tell me it is not, and I will walk out of this room and never ask you another question." Maris looked at the ink stain spreading across the page. Her mouth opened and closed twice before any sound came out. "I have been head archivist for 19 years. I know every hand in this building. I can identify a scribe's work by the angle of a cross-stroke, the pressure on a descender, the way they form the letter S. And I have found documents that should not exist." Maris's voice dropped, barely audible. "Pages with the right seal, the right parchment, the right ink. But the handwriting was wrong. Not by much, nothing a casual reader would catch. But the rhythm was off, the spacing, as if someone had learned to copy a hand perfectly, yet could not replicate the breath behind it." Tharyn's chest tightened. "Which documents?" Maris rose from her desk, her movements slow, deliberate. She crossed to a locked cabinet and worked a key from a chain at her waist. The lock turned with a sound like a bone breaking. "I have kept them." She pulled out a thin folder, tied with gray ribbon. "Every page I suspected. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was imagining patterns where none existed, but I could not bring myself to destroy them." She laid the folder on the desk. Her hands trembled as she untied the ribbon. Tharyn stepped closer. Inside were 7 pages, each preserved in a protective sheath of oiled paper. She recognized the parchment quality immediately. The same off-white, the same watermark position, the same fiber pattern as the forger's work in the succession records. She lifted the first sheath. The document was a marriage registry from 14 years ago. The handwriting matched the original scribe style perfectly, every loop and flourish accounted for. But Tharyn's eye caught the pressure marks on the left margin, the way the nib had bitten deeper on one specific word. She turned to Maris. "You know what this means. If it means what I think it means, I am an accessory to treason. You are a woman who noticed something was wrong and preserved the evidence." Tharyn set the sheath down. "That makes you a witness, not a conspirator." Maris's laugh was brittle, almost a sob. "You do not understand how this works. If the wrong person learns I kept these pages, I will not survive long enough to testify." She pressed her palm flat against the folder. "I have a daughter in the River Ward, a granddaughter. They do not need to kill me to make me compliant." "Then tell me who is ordering the substitutions. Give me a name, and I will bury them before they can touch your family." "You do not know what you are asking." "I am asking you to trust me." Maris looked at her for a long moment. The fear in her eyes warred with something else, something harder. 3 people in this kingdom can authenticate the oldest succession records, she said. Myself, the chief archivist of the Saltfall Library, who is 73 years old and bedridden, and a man named Brenner Ash, who disappeared from his post in the Eastern Chancellery Annex 12 years ago and has not been heard from since. Brenner Ash. He was my predecessor's assistant. He knew the succession seals better than anyone alive. If someone wanted to alter the ancient registries without detection, they would need either his knowledge or his corpse. Tharyn's blood went cold. You think he is dead? If he is not dead, he is doing the altering. Maris's voice cracked. And if he is dead, then whoever killed him has been studying his work long enough to replicate it. That is not a conspiracy of months. That is a design of years. Decades, perhaps. A sound echoed from the corridor outside. Footsteps, unhurried, approaching the stackroom door. Maris's hand flew to the folder, shoving it back into the cabinet, turning the lock with a click that sounded like a gunshot. The footsteps stopped. Tharyn held her breath. The door handle did not move. The footsteps resumed, fading down the corridor, swallowed by the stone. Maris sagged against the cabinet, her face the color of old bone. You should go. Now, before someone finds you here with me. The folder! I will hide it where no one will look. Maris's eyes met hers, sharp and desperate. If you want to live through whatever is coming, you need to find Brenner Ash. And you need to find him before the people who made him vanish decide you are the next problem they need to solve. Tharyn moved toward the door, then stopped. Why are you helping me? Maris Quill looked down at her hands, ink-stained and trembling. Because I spent 19 years telling myself I was wrong. Her voice was barely a whisper. And a child nearly died while I was being certain of my own doubt. Chapter 18. The corridor outside Maris Quill's office stretched empty, but Tharyn felt eyes on her skin like a blade pressed between her shoulder blades. She walked fast, not running. Running would draw attention, but fast enough that anyone watching would see purpose, not fear. The half-ground magistrate token sat heavy in her pocket. Oren Hale's insignia ground under someone's boot in that alley. A message or a warning, she could not yet tell which. She needed to see the other pages. Maris had shown her 7, preserved in oiled paper sheets. 7 pages from 7 years of quiet substitution. But Maris had been collecting for 19 years. There had to be more. Tharyn turned at the next junction, taking the narrower passage toward the archive's deep wing where the oldest records slept in climate-darkened shelves. The air changed here, cooler, heavier, laced with the smell of aged parchment and the faint copper tang of old ink. Maris's cabinet sat against the far wall, locked. Tharyn's hand went to her hair, pulled a pin free. The lock was simple, a clerk's lock, meant to keep honest people honest. She worked the pin into the mechanism, felt the tumblers shift and twisted. The click was soft as a whisper. She pulled the cabinet open. Inside were 3 folders, each tied with gray ribbon. She lifted the first. More marriage registries, land transfers, appointment letters, all with the same tell. Pressure marks that did not match the scribe's rhythm, ink that bit deeper on certain strokes than the original hand would have allowed. The second folder held older documents, some dating back 15 years. The same pattern, the same invisible signature of someone who had learned to imitate others so perfectly that only a specialist could see the seams. She opened the third folder, and her blood stopped moving. The document was a succession validation letter, dated 6 months ago. It was written in clear, precise script, every letter formed with the exact pressure, the exact spacing, the exact rhythm that Tharyn herself used. She recognized the angle of her S, the way she hooked the ascender on her D, the particular weight she gave to the downstroke on her T. She recognized the habit she had never been able to break, the slight hesitation before her final flourish, as if she was deciding whether the document deserved elegance or efficiency. Her hand, her exact hand. But she had never written this document. She turned the page over. The seal was correct. The signatures were correct. The date matched a court session she had not attended, in a chamber she had never entered. Someone had studied her, watched her work, learned the micro-habits that even she did not know she had, and they had reproduced them with impossible fidelity. The room tilted, Tharyn gripped the edge of the cabinet, her knuckles white. This was not a conspiracy that wanted her dead because she was inconvenient. This was a conspiracy that wanted her alive long enough to become the perfect scapegoat. They had been preparing her frame for months, perhaps longer. A document in her hand bearing her style tied to a succession claim she had never seen would be enough to convict her of anything. The fire, the fountain collapse, the crowd surge, all of it designed to push her toward a breaking point where she would either flee, confirming her guilt, or stay and be buried under the weight of evidence written in her own name. She looked at the document again. The ink. She bent closer, her face inches from the page. The ink was not her river quarter grade. It was palace ink, heavy with iron gall, the kind that bit into parchment and stayed dark for centuries. Whoever had written this had access to the palace stores, access to her work, access to her. A sound from the corridor. Tharyn's hand moved before her mind caught up, sliding the document into her sleeve, closing the cabinet, turning the lock. She stepped back into the shadows between two tall shelves and pressed herself flat against the stone. Footsteps. 2 sets. Walking together, unhurried. The girl from the river ward. She has been seen with the archivist twice in 3 days. Maris Quill is a coward. She will not act. You are certain? I am certain that she has a daughter and a granddaughter in the river ward, and that she knows exactly what happens to women who betray the magistrate's trust. The voices faded, swallowed by the stone. Tharyn stayed in the shadows until her breathing steadied. Then she looked down at the document in her sleeve. The forgery was perfect. Perfect enough to hang her. Perfect enough to erase her. She needed to find Drevash. She needed to show him what she had found, and she needed to do it before the people who had commissioned this document decided she had seen too much. She moved through the archive with the silence of years of practice, her steps light, her breathing shallow. The corridors were empty, but she did not trust the emptiness anymore. Every wall had ears, every shadow had eyes. She found Drevash in the West Council chamber, standing alone by the window, his back to her. I found something, she said. He turned. His slate-gray eyes were sharp, alert, as if he had been expecting her. She slid the document from her sleeve and laid it on the table between them. He looked at it, then at her. What is this? A succession validation letter. Her voice was flat, controlled. Dated 6 months ago, written in my hand. His face went still. You did not write it. I did not write it. He picked up the document, held it to the light. His jaw tightened. This is perfect. Yes. Whoever did this has studied your work closely enough to replicate every detail. I know. He set the document down, his fingers resting on the edge as if he was afraid it would burn him. Do you know what this means? Tharyn met his eyes. It means the conspiracy has not only prepared to frame me, it means they have already started. Chapter 19. The forged document lay between them on the council table, a perfect imitation of her hand waiting to be discovered. Tharyn watched Drevash read it again. His face gave nothing away, the mask she had seen him wear before 100 courtiers. But she had learned to read the small things, the way his thumb pressed harder at the edge of the page, the slight tension at the corner of his jaw. You knew, she said. His eyes lifted to hers. I knew it was possible. Possible? The word came out flat. You brought me into this palace knowing someone might have already prepared a frame so precise it would take a master forger to see through it. I brought you here because you are the only person who could. That is not the same thing as telling me. He set the document down, his fingers resting on the edge as if afraid it would burn him. If I had told you on the first night that someone had learned to copy your hand, what would you have done? She opened her mouth, closed it. Run, he said softly. You would have run. You would have found Peak and vanished into the river quarter, and I would have lost the only weapon I had against a conspiracy that has been building for years longer than either of us has been alive. I am not a weapon. No. His voice was quiet, careful. You are not, but you are the only person who can prove that document is a lie, and I needed you to stay long enough to see it. The words settled between them like ash. Tharyn stared at him, the full weight of his confession pressing down on her chest. He had not known about the forged document, but he had known it was possible. He had known someone inside the palace was capable of reproducing her work, and he had brought her in anyway, hoping she would find it before it found her. "Did you always intend for me to be the trap?" His jaw tightened. "I intended for you to be the truth. The trap was already set when I first arrested you. The question was whether I could get you to walk through it before it closed." She turned away, pressing her hands flat against the cold stone of the table. The accusation she wanted to throw at him was the easy one, the familiar bitterness of being used by a man who saw people as pieces on a board. But the truth was more complicated. He had not lied to her, not about this. He had withheld, calculated, chosen the moment to tell her with the same precision he brought to everything else. But he had not lied. "You should have trusted me with this," she said, not turning around. "Before, when I could have chosen. And if you had chosen to leave, then you would have found another way." "Would I?" His voice was closer now, arriving at her back. "There is no other forger in Sorrath with your eye, your memory, your knowledge of the succession records. There is no one else who could have found that document and known it was false. I did not keep this from you because I wanted to trap you, Tharyn. I kept it because I was afraid that if I told you the truth too soon, you would not stay long enough to save yourself." She turned. He was standing a step away, his slate-gray eyes holding hers with an intensity that made the room feel smaller than it was. "I am not asking you to forgive the calculation," he said, "but I need you to understand that I did not make it lightly." "That is supposed to make it better?" "No, it is supposed to make it true." The silence stretched, thin and fragile, and she felt something shift between them. Not trust exactly, the possibility of it, the choice to let the possibility exist. Drevash's hand moved toward the document, then stopped. "There is something else." Something in his voice made her breath catch. "I have been tracing the registry omissions for months. The pattern goes deeper than the 7 years we assumed. There are gaps in the succession records that predate my appointment, gaps that lead to a sealed cluster of references I have never been able to open." "A cluster around what?" "An infant transfer." He said the words carefully, as if testing their weight. "During the succession crisis 30 years ago, the records were sealed by magistrate order, and the names involved were buried so deep that even the chancellery clerks do not know they exist." Tharyn's mind moved faster than her voice. "You think your name was one of them?" "I know it was one of them." He looked at her, and for a moment she saw the fear beneath the control, the thing he had been carrying alone for years. "What I do not know is whether there were others, whether the conspiracy erased more than one life before they came for Elian." "Others, like me?" He did not answer. She stepped closer, the document lying between them like a wound that had not finished bleeding. "How much did you suspect before you came for me?" His mouth opened. She saw the conflict move through his eyes, the pull between truth and caution, between the desire to trust her and the fear of what that trust would cost. "I suspected." The door opened. Oren Tesk stepped into the council chamber, his face tight, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Your Grace." His voice was controlled, but something lurked beneath it, urgency edged with alarm. "Word from the River Ward. Magistrate patrols are moving in. They are raiding the lower houses, pressing debt claims, seizing goods." He looked at Tharyn. "They are hitting the quarter where Peak was hiding, and they are asking for him by name." Chapter 20. The news moved through the palace like water through a cracked hull, slow at first, then everywhere at once. Debt officers had sealed the lower market gates at dawn. Magistrate patrols were turning back grain carts at the stone bridge, demanding paperwork that no river quarter trader could produce in time. The excuse was stability. The result was hunger. Tharyn stood at the council chamber window, watching the city she had grown up in become a siege target without a single soldier at the walls. "The western granaries are still open," Drevash said behind her, his voice flat with controlled anger. "But only to houses that can produce stamped authorization from the magistracy. Which means only the houses that answer to Rhyse." "Yes." She pressed her palm against the cold glass. Below, the river ward spread out in a tangle of wet rooftops and narrow chimneys, smoke rising from cookfires that were burning smaller and shorter with each passing hour. She knew the shape of those streets, the names of the corners where you could buy a hot pie for 2 coppers, the doorways where you learned to read a patrol's approach by the rhythm of their boots. That world was being slowly throttled because someone in this palace had decided that starving a district was cheaper than letting it talk. "This is not about debt," she said. "This is about flushing him out." Drevash did not pretend not to understand. Pack knows the river channels, the runners, the safe houses, the men who move paper without questions. If Hale can catch him, he can break the whole network between the ward and the archive. And if he cannot catch him, he can make the ward so desperate that someone sells him for the price of a week's bread. Yes, she turned from the window. The council chamber felt too large, the gilded moldings and polished table absurd against the reality of what was happening beyond the palace gates. How long before the curfew reaches the upper river? Tomorrow? Maybe tonight? The magistrate's office is moving faster than I anticipated. Because they know we found the document. Drevash's silence was confirmation enough. She walked to the table where the forged succession letter lay, still pinned open under the weight of a brass lamp. 6 months old, written in her hand. The proof that someone had been preparing to destroy her before she even knew the palace existed. We need to get word to him before the curfew seals the ward. The streets are already watched. Any messenger we send will be traced back to the palace. Then I go myself. No. The word hit the air like a door slamming. Drevash stepped closer, and she saw the calculation in his eyes, the same cold weighing of odds that had made him a regent before his time. If you are seen in the river ward while the patrols are hunting your apprentice, Hale will have cause to arrest you and the legal grounds to hold you. The betrothal will not protect you outside the palace walls. The betrothal does not protect anyone, she said. It never has. It is a performance that keeps me alive inside a building and leaves me dead the moment I step past the gates. Then you understand why I cannot let you walk into that. Let me. She tasted the words and found them bitter. You still think this is permission? That my movement depends on your consent? His jaw tightened. I think that if you go, you will be taken. And if you are taken, the forged document becomes easier to use against you. I think that every step you take into the river ward tonight is a step into a trap that has already been laid. I am not trying to control you, Tharyn. I am trying to keep you alive long enough for us to find another way. She wanted to argue, wanted to throw the accusation back at him, to remind him that he had brought her here, that the trap had been waiting for her long before she signed his contract. But the truth in his voice stopped her. He was not lying. He was afraid. Not of losing the investigation, of losing her. The thought unsettled her more than the curfew. A knock at the door broke the silence. Oren Tesk entered, his face unreadable, a folded slip of paper in his hand. This came through the old kitchen channels, he said. The baker who supplies the West Garrison brought it up with the morning bread. He said a boy paid him 3 coppers to make sure it reached the regent's personal guard. Drevash took the paper, unfolded it, read it in silence. Then he handed it to Tharyn. The handwriting was Peake's. She knew the slope of his letters, the way his D-loops leaned forward like they were trying to catch up with the next word. But the message was wrong. Safe. Staying with a contact in the old tannery district. Found something in the channels you need to see. Do not come looking. I will send word when I can move. She read it twice, 3 times. The words were right. The rhythm was wrong. Peake never called the tannery district old. He called it the stink yards, like everyone else who grew up there. He never wrote, found something without a hint of pride breaking through the caution, a boast tucked inside the warning. He never used, do not come looking. He would have said, stay put, or keep your head down, or do not make me worry about you while I am worrying about myself. This read like someone who had written what he thought Peake would say. Who delivered this? She asked. A boy. He said the baker paid him. He did not see who gave the note to the baker. Then the baker is the link. The baker is already gone, Oren said. His shop is empty. The ovens are cold. The neighbors say he left before dawn with a cart and did not say where he was going. Tharyn looked at the note again. The paper was cheap, the kind sold in the lower market for a half copper a sheet. The ink was charcoal and water, something mixed in a hurry, not the lampblack and fish glue she had taught Peake to use because it held longer on cheap parchment. He had not written this. Someone had. She set the note down carefully, as if it might burn her. "Peak is not safe," she said. "He is not in the tannery district, and whoever wrote this wants me to believe he is." Drevash chickened the note, reading it again with the same attention he had brought to the forged succession document. "Then they have him," he said quietly, "or they're using his name to draw you out." "Both," Tharyn said. "They want me to come looking. They want me to walk into the ward and follow a trail that ends exactly where they have chosen." She felt the trap closing, not around the river ward, but around her. The forged document had been the first thread. The magistrate raids had been the second. This note was the third, and it was the most dangerous because it used the one name that could still make her reckless. Peak. "If you go," Drevash said, "you play into their hands. If I do not go, they will kill him to force my hand later. Or he is already dead, and this is bait for a corpse." She looked at him. The words were brutal, but the voice behind them was not cruel. He was preparing her for the worst, not because he wanted to hurt her, but because he had learned that hope, unguarded, was the easiest wound to exploit. "I will not leave him," she said. "I am not asking you to." He moved to the table, pulled a sheet of blank parchment from the stack, and dipped a pen. "Then we do not follow their trail. We make our own." She watched him write, the controlled strokes of his hand forming words she could not yet read. "What are you doing?" "Writing to a contact I have not used in 3 years." He did not look up. "A woman in the salt market who owes me a debt from the winter of the bad harvest. If anyone in the river ward knows where Peak was taken, she will know. And if she has already been turned by Hale's people?" Drevash finished the note, sanded the ink, and folded it into a tight square. "Then we will know that too." He held the note out to Oren, who took it without a word and left the chamber. Tharyn stood alone with Drevash in the too large room, the forged document lying between them, the note from the man who might be Peak or might be a stranger pressed into a drawer. "How long?" she asked. "An hour, maybe 2. The salt market is beyond the patrols, but only just." He looked at her, and she saw the same fragile possibility that had opened between them before Oren interrupted. The choice to trust or not. The choice to let the possibility exist. "If the answer comes back wrong," he said, "I will go with you into the ward myself." She did not ask what he meant by that. She did not need to. The hour stretched. Tharyn sat at the table, her fingers tracing the edge of the forged document, the perfect imitation of her own hand. She thought about Pick, about the way he had looked the last time she saw him, scared, but thinking clearly. Brave enough to burn the ledgers, smart enough to leave a note behind. She thought about what it would cost to lose him. The candle burned down. The door opened. Oren stepped inside, and the look on his face told her everything she needed to know before he opened his mouth. "The salt market contact is dead," he said. "Found this morning in her stall with her throat cut. The neighbors heard nothing, saw nothing, and will say nothing because the magistrate's patrols are already asking questions about anyone who talks to the palace." Chapter 21. The salt market contact was dead. Tharyn heard the words and let them settle into the space behind her ribs where fear lived now, a permanent resident she had stopped trying to evict. The woman with her throat cut in her own stall. The neighbors who saw nothing. The magistrate patrols already asking questions. Drevash stood very still at the table, his hand still holding the pen he had used to write the note that had arrived too late. "Who found her?" His voice was flat. "Her daughter," Oren said. "Came to open the stall at dawn. She is the one who told the neighbors not to talk. Said if they want to live, they will forget the woman had a name." Smart girl. Tharyn filed that away, a thread she might need later. "She said anything else?" Drevash asked. "Just that her mother had been worried for 3 days. Would not say about what. Would not let her daughter stay overnight." Oren paused. "The girl is 15. She has no other family in the ward." 15. Younger than Peak. Tharyn pushed herself up from the table, her legs steady even though the rest of her felt hollowed out. "I need to see Maris Quill." Drevash turned to her, his expression shifting from grief to calculation in the time it took to draw breath. "The archive is not safe. The ward is not safe. The palace is not safe. The only place I still have leverage is the room where I can read the records before they burn them." She picked up the forged document in her own hand, sliding it into the inner pocket of her coat. Maris knows the pattern. She has been watching it for years. If there is a clue to where Pick was taken, it is in the gaps she has been too afraid to name. Do not go alone. Then send Oren with me. She saw the argument forming behind his eyes, the instinct to control what he could not protect, but he held it back. The hour of waiting, the dead contact, the trap closing around them. He had given her the choice to stay or go when the answer came back wrong, and now he had to live with whatever she chose. Oren, he said, stay with her. If anyone tries to block the archive door, you have my authority to remove them by any means. Oren nodded, his hand moving to the hilt of his blade. Tharyn did not wait for permission. She walked. The archive wing felt different in the aftermath of the fire, the air still carrying the ghost of smoke, even though the south section had been sealed and ventilated for days. The guards at the entrance let her pass without challenge, their eyes flicking to Oren and deciding the question was not worth their lives. Maris Quill was at her work table, a stack of salvage inventory spread before her like a battlefield map. She looked up when Tharyn entered, and the expression on her face said she already knew. I heard about the salt market, Maris said. The whole river ward is talking. They say the magistrate is taking names. They are already using them. Tharyn sat across from her, pulling the inventory sheets toward her. Charred edges, water stains, ink that had run in places and held in others. The fire had taken a generation of records, but the inventories themselves had been stored in a separate cabinet, smoke-damaged but legible. I need to find the infant transfer cluster, Tharyn said. The one from 30 years ago, sealed by magistrate order. Maris went still. Her hands, ink-stained and trembling, pressed flat against the table as if she needed the wood to hold her upright. I told you about Brenner Ash. I did not tell you everything. Then tell me now. Maris pulled a single sheet from the bottom of the stack, a registry index that had been folded so many times the creases had split the paper. She spread it open with the care of someone handling a wound. The succession crisis 30 years ago lasted 7 months. 3 claimants, 2 battles, 1 assassination. When it ended, there were loose threads. Children born to the wrong houses, infants whose parentage could not be publicly acknowledged without triggering a new war. Tharyn leaned forward, her eyes tracing the faded entries. The magistrate at the time sealed the records of every infant transfer made during those 7 months. Not destroyed, sealed. The order carried the Crown's authority and the approval of all 4 houses. How many infants? 7, that we know of. Maris pointed to a cluster of entry numbers at the bottom of the index, listed without names, only dates and destination houses. 7 transfers. 7 infants placed into noble families under emergency provisions. The records were supposed to remain sealed for 50 years. And someone has been removing them? Maris nodded slowly. I checked the sealed room last month. The door was undisturbed, the lock was intact. But when I pulled the volume that contained the transfer entries, there was a gap. 1 page cut out cleanly, not torn. The binding thread had been replaced. Which transfer? The second one. A male infant placed into House Draevon. Drevash. Tharyn felt the pieces sliding together, each one clicking into place with the weight of a lock engaging. Who has access to the sealed room? Only 3 people. The chief archivist, the magistrate of succession records, and the crown regent. Maris hesitated. But the lock was not forced. It was opened with a key that matched the original. That means someone copied it, or the magistrate himself walked in and took what he needed. Rhyse, or someone acting on his authority. Tharyn looked at the index again, her finger tracing the entries around the Dreevon transfer. 1 generation displaced. A male infant removed from one line and placed into another. The records altered so that every reference to his birth shifted forward or backward by exactly 1 generation, enough to make the truth unrecoverable without the original. But the pattern was there if you knew how to read it. Show me the sealed room. Maris did not argue. She rose, took a key from the chain at her belt, and led Tharyn through the back corridor of the archive, past the damaged shelves and the salvaged stacks, to a door that looked like all the others except for the lock. 3 bolts. A mechanism that required the key to be turned twice. Maris opened it. The room inside was small, windowless, lined with volumes bound in dark leather. A reading table sat in the center, empty. Tharyn stepped inside and felt the cold air settle around her, the weight of secrets held in paper and ink. "Which volume?" Maris pointed to a shelf on the far wall. "Fourth from the left, the one with the cracked spine." Tharyn crossed to it, pulled the volume free, and opened it to the page Maris had described. The gap was clean. A single page removed, the replacement thread visible where the binding had been re-sewn. She held the volume up to the candlelight, tilting the pages to catch the shadow of pressure marks. There. The page beneath the removed one had taken the impression of the writing above. Faint, almost invisible, but there. A date, a name, a destination. She set the volume down carefully and reached for the candle. "Bring the light closer," she said. Maris moved to her side, holding the candle steady as Tharyn angled the page, reading the ghost of the erased entry by the shadow of its own absence. The name was not Drevash. It was a different infant. Transfer date earlier. Destination house she did not recognize, something in the Eastern Baronies, a name that had been scrubbed from every contemporary record she had seen. "Maris," she said slowly. "There were more than 7. "What?" "The index says 7, but the pressure mark shows a different number. Look." She tilted the page again, and Maris leaned in, her breath catching. 8, Maris whispered. There were 8. The door behind them clicked. Not the lock engaging, the lock releasing. Tharyn turned. The door was swinging open, and the figure standing in the threshold was not Oren, who was supposed to be watching the corridor. It was a man in magistrate robes she did not recognize, a sealed folder in his hand, and a smile that did not reach his eyes. "The archivist should have left well enough alone," he said. "Now I have to call this an accident." Chapter 22. The magistrate agent took a step into the sealed room, the candlelight catching the edge of the folder in his hand. "I said it would be an accident." Tharyn did not move. Neither did Maris. The air between them held the weight of a blade already drawn, waiting for the first person to breathe wrong. "You carrying that folder is an interesting choice," Tharyn said. "Did Rhyse send you, or are you clearing loose ends on your own initiative?" The agent's smile did not waver. "The Chancellor does not discuss his intentions with people who will not survive the night. Then he will be surprised to learn he has subordinates who make decisions for him." The man's hand moved toward his belt. Tharyn saw the motion in the tilt of his shoulder before his fingers reached the hilt, and she was already calculating the distance to the door, the weight of the volume in her hands, whether Maris would run or freeze. Then a shadow moved behind the agent. Oren Tesk's arm came around the man's throat in a single clean motion, locking tight before the magistrate could draw. The folder hit the floor. The agent's hands went to his neck, clawing, but Oren held him until the struggling stopped and the body sagged. He let the man drop. He stepped over the body and looked at Tharyn. "Apologies," he said. "There was a distraction in the east corridor. By the time I realized it was bait, I had lost 3 minutes." It was enough. Tharyn bent and picked up the fallen folder, opening it. Inside, a single document, a warrant for Maris Quill's arrest on charges of evidence tampering, dated that morning. He was going to seal the room and find us here with this. Maris made a sound, something between a breath and a sob. Oren looked at the body, then at Tharyn. "We need to move. If he was expected to report back, someone will come looking within the hour. Where do we go?" "Somewhere the magistracy does not patrol." He led them through the back passages, past the darkened kitchens, through a service corridor Tharyn had not known existed. Maris followed without speaking, her hands pressed flat against her sides as if she was afraid to touch anything. They emerged in a narrow hall that opened onto the west courtyard, empty at this hour except for a single figure standing beneath the gallery arch. Lady Sunneth Orvain. She did not move when she saw them. She did not ask where they had been or why they looked like they had crawled out of a fire. She only studied Tharyn's face in the dim light, her gray eyes holding that same measuring stillness Tharyn had seen the first night they met. Then she said, "Walk with me." It was not a request. Sunneth turned and walked toward the colonnade without looking back, her footsteps steady on the stone. Maris hesitated. Oren gave a short nod, the kind that meant, "Do not keep her waiting." Tharyn followed. The colonnade opened onto a small garden court, walled on 3 sides, the night sky visible above. Sunneth stopped at the center, beside a stone bench that had not been used in years, judging by the moss growing between the joints. "You found something in the sealed room." It was not a question. 8 infant transfers, Tharyn said. "Not 7. The index was falsified." Sunneth's expression did not change, but something shifted in the set of her shoulders, a tightening that was not quite visible, only felt in the way the air between them pulled taut. 30 years ago, Sunneth said slowly. The succession crisis. Houses Mercor, Orvain, and Drevash were bleeding each other dry in the courts and the streets. The crown was fragmented. The boy who would become Ilian's father was barely 10 years old, and the Regency Council made a decision. They buried the records. They sealed them. There is a difference. Burial means destruction. Sealing means preservation, behind a door that can be reopened when the realm is stable. Sunneth's voice was flat, the voice of a woman who had spent years learning to say dangerous things without inflection. But the realm was never stable, and the people who held those keys decided that some truths were better left undisturbed. Tharyn thought of the page cut cleanly from the volume, the binding thread replaced. Someone disagreed. Someone has been unsealing what should have stayed locked, and they have been doing it long enough to learn how to erase names without leaving traces. Sunneth turned to face her fully. "I do not ask what you found in that room. I do not ask what name you read in the pressure marks. But I know what is coming, and I need you to understand the shape of it before it arrives." "Then tell me." Sunneth held her gaze. "If a volatile lineage claim erupts publicly, if the court wakes up to proof that the regent has a birthright that competes with the crowned kings, then frightened houses will start choosing sides. And some of them will decide that the quickest way to restore order is to remove the variable they cannot control." She did not say Elian's name. She did not need to. "They will move against the child first." Tharyn felt the words settle into her chest, cold and final. "You are telling me that truth can kill him. I am telling you that truth is a weapon, and the people who have been forging documents and cutting pages out of sealed volumes for the last 15 years know exactly how to use it." Sunneth's voice dropped, the flatness cracking at the edges. "If you find the name, if you confirm the lineage, you cannot simply announce it. You have to control when and how it lands, and you have to be certain the people around the king will hold their ground when the shock hits." "And if I cannot be certain?" Sunneth said nothing. The silence stretched, filling the garden court with the weight of everything she had not said. Then footsteps, 2 sets, coming from the archway behind them. Tharyn turned, her muscles already tensing, and saw Drevash and Oren approaching through the colonnade, their faces set in the same tight expression of controlled urgency. Drevash reached her before Oren did. "The magistrate agent was found," he said. "Someone in the palace reported him missing. The watch is already sweeping the lower corridors." "How long?" "Minutes. We need to be somewhere else when they arrive." Sunneth moved past her without another word, already calculating the next safe passage. But as she passed, her hand brushed Tharyn's arm, a touch so brief it might have been accidental. "I meant what I said," she murmured. "The truth does not care who it destroys." Then she was gone, her footsteps fading toward the north corridor, leaving Tharyn standing in the garden court with the pressure mark of an erased name still burning behind her eyes, and the shape of a choice she was not ready to name. Chapter 23. Drevash did not answer her unspoken question. He stood in the garden court with his hands at his sides, his face arranged in the careful neutrality Tharyn had learned to read as the mask he wore when something was breaking beneath it. Behind him, Oren had withdrawn to the archway, his presence reduced to a shadow at the edge of her vision. "You knew," she said. It was not an accusation. It was a test, and she watched him decide whether to meet it. "I knew pieces," he said. "Fragments. Impressions that never quite formed into proof." "How long?" He was silent for a long moment. The moss between the stone bench joints seemed to pulse in the darkness, the only movement in a world that had suddenly gone very still. "Since I was old enough to understand that the way people looked at me did not match the name I carried." Tharyn felt the words land like stones dropped into deep water. She had spent years reading people by what they did not say, studying the gaps between their words and their bodies, and Drevash Draevon, the controlled Prince-Regent who had arrested her with a document and a bargain, was telling her a truth he had never spoken aloud. "When I was 7, he continued, his voice low, I asked my father why the court archivist flinched every time I entered the record room. He told me the man had a nervous disposition. I was 7. I believed him." He paused. The mask cracked, just slightly at the corner of his mouth. "When I was 12, I found a letter in my mother's writing desk. It was addressed to the Regency Council, dated the year of my placement into the house. It said, 'The child will know no other name. This must be absolute.'" Tharyn's breath caught. "You read it." "I memorized it. Then I put it back, because I understood even then that the letter was not meant for me. It was a record of a decision that had already been made, and I was the result of that decision, not a party to it." She wanted to be angry. She was angry, a hot, pulsing thing that beat against her ribs like a trapped bird. He had brought her here under threat, had made her the instrument of an investigation he already knew would lead back to his own erased name, and he had never once told her the full shape of what she might find. But she had spent the last 3 days reading erased records and false indexes. She had felt the pressure marks of a page that had been removed from a sealed volume, had seen the 8th infant's name scrubbed from history, and she understood, with a clarity that burned, that Drevash's life had been a document someone had tried to rewrite before he was old enough to read his own story. "The 8th infant," she said. "The one sent to the Eastern Baronies. Do you know who it was?" "No. Did you ever try to find out?" His jaw tightened. "I tried. When I was 18, I traced the name of the house that was supposed to have received the transfer. The house no longer exists. Its records were destroyed in a fire 17 years ago, before I was old enough to ask questions." "A fire?" "Yes." His gray eyes met hers, and she saw something she had never seen in them before. Not the controlled calculation of a man negotiating a bargain, not the sharp assessment of a strategist reading a room. Something raw, something that had been buried so long it had nearly forgotten how to surface. A fire that was never investigated. A fire that was called an accident and then forgotten, because no one in the succession court wanted to ask what it had consumed. The garden court felt smaller now, the walls pressing in around them. Tharyn thought of the archive fire, the one that had nearly killed them both. Trothafinict. She thought of the note left on the sabotaged lamp, the words, "For the common bride," written in the same hand that had forged documents for 15 years. She thought of Drevash, 12 years old, memorizing a letter he was not meant to see. "You have been carrying this alone." "I have been carrying it alone because I had no one who could read what I found." His voice was steady, but she could hear the strain beneath it, the effort of holding a confession he had never expected to make. "Until you." The words hung between them, fragile and dangerous. Tharyn wanted to push him. She wanted to demand why he had not told her sooner, why he had let her walk into the archive blind, why he had let her piece together the truth from pressure marks and erased names while he stood at the center of it all, knowing exactly where the trail would lead. But she had spent her life hoarding secrets, and she knew the shape of a door that had been locked from the inside. "If you had told me," she said slowly, "I would not have believed you." He did not flinch. He did not look away. "I know." The admission hit her harder than any defense could have. He had known that the truth would sound like a manipulation, that his confession would read as another strategy, that the only way to make her trust what she found was to let her discover it herself. It was control. It was still control. The careful orchestration of a man who had spent 30 years learning to manage every variable before it could destroy him. But it was also something else. Something that looked, in the dim light of the garden court, almost like faith. "Who else knows?" she asked. "Oren knows some of it. He has been with me long enough to read the gaps, but he does not know the specifics of the transfer, the erased records, the 8th infant." Drevash's voice dropped. "I told him only what he needed to protect me, and I told myself it was enough." "And Sunneth?" "She knows the records exist. She does not know what they contain. If she did, she would have already decided whether Elian's safety required my silence or my exposure." Tharyn thought of Sunneth's warning, the way her hand had brushed against Tharyn's arm, the words that still echoed in her skull. The truth does not care who it destroys. He's a child, she said. Elian, he trusts you. I know. Can you protect him and claim what you have found at the same time? Drevash did not answer. The silence stretched, filled with the weight of everything he had not said, everything she had not asked. The 8 infant's erased name, the Eastern barony house that no longer existed, the fire that had consumed its records 17 years ago, before anyone thought to look. Tharyn thought of Peak, somewhere in the River Ward, his fate unknown. She thought of the forged document in her exact handwriting, the trap already set. She thought of Drevash standing in the garden court with his hands at his sides and his face cracked open at the edges, telling her the truth he had carried so long it had become part of his bones. Together, she said. He blinked. What? You said together, back in the council chamber. Before the festival, before the crowd surge, before everything. You said we would do this together. She held his gaze. I need to know if you meant it. For a long moment he did not speak. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, creased and worn, the edges soft from handling. He held it out to her. She took it, unfolded it. It was the letter, the one he had found in his mother's writing desk at 12 years old. The words copied in his own careful hand, the ink faded but still legible. The child will know no other name. This must be absolute. She looked up at him. The 8th infant, she said. We find him, or we find what happened to him, and then we decide what the truth is worth. He nodded. And in the garden court, with the night sky above them and the sound of the watch sweeping the lower corridors growing closer, they stood together at the edge of a choice that would either protect a child or destroy a kingdom. The footsteps stopped at the archway. Oren's voice, tight and urgent. We need to move. They are searching the east wing now. Chapter 24. Together, she said again, the word tasting strange on her tongue, like a promise she had not meant to make. Drevash watched her with those slate-gray eyes, unreadable and raw at the same time. He did not reach for her. He did not step closer. He simply stood in the garden court with his hands at his sides and let her hold the space between them. You do not have to carry this with me, he said. You could walk away. The forged evidence is still in my pocket. You could take it, leave through the old kitchen passage and be in the River Ward before dawn. And then what? Then you survive. She laughed. It came out sharp and hollow. Survive? Like I survived before you dragged me into this palace? Hiding in a damp room above a tannery, waiting for the next job that would keep me fed for another month, knowing that every document I forged helped the same system that starved my quarter? She shook her head. That is not survival. That is just dying slower. The words hung between them, ugly and honest. Drevash's jaw tightened. Is that what you think I offered you? A different pace of death? I think you offered me a cage with better views. A cage, he repeated, and something flickered in his voice, something she had not heard before. You think I put you in a cage. You put me in a contract. You put me in silk. You put me in a role I did not choose, with rules I did not write, and told me that if I performed well enough, I might earn the right to leave. She stepped closer, her hands shaking at her sides. That is a cage, Drevash. You can gild it however you like. He did not flinch. You are right. The admission hit her like a door slamming open. I chose you because you were cornered, because I needed someone who could not afford to refuse me, someone whose desperation matched the scale of what I was trying to stop. His voice was low, steady, brutal in its honesty. I told myself it was strategy, that the realm needed a weapon sharper than any blade, and you were the only one who could wield it. But that does not change what I did. Tharyn watched him, her chest tight. I have spent 30 years knowing that my name is a lie, he said, that every title I hold, every law I enforce, every breath I draw in this palace is built on a document someone decided to rewrite before I was old enough to read. I have spent 30 years wondering if I am legitimate enough to rule, or if I am just another piece of paper that someone can shred when it becomes inconvenient. He stopped. His hands were still at his sides. His face was still unreadable. But his voice cracked on the next word. And I have spent 30 years afraid that if anyone found out, they would decide I was not worth protecting. The silence that followed was not hostile. It was not even uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people standing on opposite sides of a fault line, looking down at the same crack in the earth, and realizing they had both been standing on it their entire lives. Tharyn thought of the river ward, of the nights she had gone to sleep hungry, telling herself it was just one more season, of the way she had learned to read a person's weaknesses before they learned her name, because weakness in the quarter was a death sentence, and she had been determined to survive. She thought of Drevash, 7 years old, watching the archivist flinch. She thought of him at 12, finding a letter that told him his entire existence was a decision someone else had made. She thought of him carrying that letter in his pocket for 18 years, never showing it to anyone, never trusting anyone enough to say, "I am afraid I am not real." "You were right," she said. He looked at her. "When you said you did not tell me because I would not have believed you." She met his eyes. "I would not have. I would have read it as control, as strategy, as another layer of the performance, because that is what I do, Drevash. I read everyone above me as a predator because every predator I have ever met was wearing fine clothes and speaking from a position I could not touch. And now? I do not know what you are yet." She let out a breath. "But I know you are not just the mask you wear, and I think that is more than I have ever known about anyone in this palace." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said very quietly, "What do we do about the 8th infant? We find him, or we find out what happened to him." She held his gaze. "And then we decide if the truth is worth the price." He nodded, and for a moment, standing in the garden court with the night sky pressing down on them, they were not the Prince-Regent and the forger. They were two people who had spent their lives being written by other people's hands, standing at the edge of a story they might finally write themselves. The footsteps at the archway were Oren's, but they were faster this time. "East wing," he said, breathless. "They are sweeping corridor by corridor. We have maybe 10 minutes before they reach the garden court." Drevash straightened. "The old kitchen passage? Already compromised. They have a man at the entrance." Tharyn's mind raced. "The archive. Maris's office. There is a door behind the cabinet that leads to the service corridor. If we move now, before they finish sealing the east wing, we can double back through the south gallery and reach the river ward side gate." Oren looked at Drevash. Drevash looked at Tharyn. "Lead," he said. She did not wait. She turned and walked, her boots silent on the stone, her heart hammering against her ribs. They made it through the south gallery just as the watch turned into the west corridor. They made it to Maris's office just as the door behind the cabinet clicked open. They were 3 steps into the service corridor when Oren's hand closed around her arm. "There is something else," he said, his voice low. "I did not want to say it in front of the prince." She stopped. "It is Peak." The name hit her like a blade between the ribs. "He is not at his lodging," Oren said. "The bed is cold, the window is open, and there is blood on the floor." Chapter 25. The service corridor smelled of dry rot and rat droppings, the air so still it felt sealed. Tharyn's boots made no sound on the packed earth floor. Her heart made up for it, hammering against her ribs in a rhythm she could not slow. Peak's bed was cold. The window was open. Blood on the floor. She kept walking because stopping meant thinking about what that meant, and thinking meant the rage building behind her ribs would crack through, and she would be useless. "Which side gate?" Oren asked, his voice barely a breath. "The river ward entrance, the one the gardeners use for ash removal." She did not look back. "It opens onto Cutpurse Alley. From there, we can reach Peak's lodging in under 10 minutes if the patrols have not sealed the bridge yet." "They will have sealed the bridge," Drevash said. "Then we go through the water." She heard him stop. "The water," he repeated. "The tide is out. The foundation arches under the north span are exposed until dawn. I used them for 7 years to move goods that the bridge guards were not supposed to see." She kept walking, unless you would rather wait for the watch to find us in this corridor." A beat of silence. Then his footsteps resumed behind her. Oren said nothing, but she heard the shift in his gait, the adjustment of a man recalculating his assessment of someone. They reached the service door at the end of the corridor. Tharyn pressed her ear to the wood and listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no scrape of leather on stone. She pulled the door open. The night air hit her face, cold and wet, carrying the smell of the river, rot and fish and wet rope, the smell of home. Cutpurse Alley was empty. They moved. Pika's lodging was a single room above a chandler's shop, the stairs so narrow they had to climb single file. The door was closed, but not locked. Tharyn did not need to push it hard. It swung inward on its own, and the smell hit her before her eyes adjusted. Copper, wet and fresh. She stepped inside. The room was small, a pallet against the wall, a table with a single chair, a shelf with 3 books, and a chipped cup. Everything neat. Too neat. She had taught Peep to leave a room looking untouched when he left in a hurry. Turn the cup so its handle faced the wall, angle the books so the spines lined up, smooth the blanket on the pallet. This room looked like someone had done exactly that. But the blood on the floor had not been cleaned. It was a spreading stain near the window, dark in the faint light, still tacky at the edges. The window was open, the curtain billowing inward on the night breeze. Tharyn knelt. The blood was not a splash. It was not a spray. It was a steady pool, the kind that came from someone lying still while they bled. She pressed her palm to the floorboards beside the stain. Still damp. She lifted her hand and looked at the moisture on her skin. Water. Someone had cleaned the floor and then put the blood back. She stood. "He is alive," she said. Oren's voice came from the doorway. "How do you know?" "The blood is staged. Someone mopped the floor and then poured a measured amount back onto the boards. They wanted us to think he is dead or dying." She turned. "They wanted us to panic." Drevash stepped past her, his gaze moving across the room with the precision of a man reading a battlefield. "What else did they leave?" She followed his attention. The shelf. The books were too aligned. The cup was too centered. The blanket was folded, not smoothed. She crossed to the shelf and ran her fingers along the spines. 3 books. 2 of them were Peak, a worn ledger and a collection of river navigation charts he had kept since he was a boy. The 3rd was wrong. She pulled it out. It was a book she had never seen before, a cheap bound pamphlet with no title on the spine. She opened it. The pages were blank, but the binding was loose. She worked her finger into the spine and felt the edge of something folded. She pulled it out. A scrap of paper, no larger than her palm, with a single line of text in Pick's hand, cramped and hurried, the pressure marks deep enough to feel with her fingertips. "Die that's? Old Wharf. Tell the lady with the red thread." She read it twice. "Red thread," she said aloud. "That is not Pick's phrasing." Drevash was beside her now, close enough that she felt the warmth of him. "What does it mean?" "It means he left this for me knowing someone else might find it first." She folded the scrap and pressed it into the seam of her sleeve. "The old wharf has 3 dye houses that went bankrupt last winter. The vats are still there. They are empty, but they are dry and they are hidden from the bridge." "And the red thread?" She looked at him. "It means he is telling me where to go, but he does not want the person who took him to know he told me." Oren's voice came low from the doorway. "We need to move. The watch just turned onto the alley mouth." Tharyn crossed to the window and looked down. 3 torches at the far end of Cutpurse Alley. Moving slow, methodical. They were not rutting. They were sealing. "The curfew," she said. "They called it early." Drevash was behind her, his hand brushing her elbow. "Can we reach the old wharf before they close the district?" She looked at the stain on the floor, at the blank book in her hand, at the scrap of paper pressed against her wrist. "They are not trying to catch us," she said. "They are trying to push us somewhere specific." "Then we go anyway," Drevash said, "because Peak is there, and because the alternative is letting them decide where we end up." She turned. He was watching her with an expression she could not name, something between trust and fear, and the raw edge of a man who had spent his life being moved by other people's hands and had decided, for the first time, to move toward a trap with his eyes open. "Old dwarf," she said, "through the foundation arches. We go now or we do not go at all." She did not wait for his answer. She went through the window, her boots hitting the roof of the chandler's awning below, and dropped into the alley as the torches turned the corner behind her. Chapter 26. The foundation arches ran lower than the street, their stone ceilings slick with condensation that dripped in steady intervals like a counting pulse. Tharyn moved ahead with her palm against the wall, feeling for the seam where the old wharf passage branched off from the main drainage channel. Behind her, Drevash's breathing was controlled but audible in the narrow space. Oren brought up the rear, his boots finding the dry edges of the stone where the water had not reached. She had been through these tunnels once, 7 years ago, when Pick was still 12, and she had needed to move a shipment of press plates without the guild knowing. The memory sat in her hands, in the way her fingers found the right seam before her eyes could confirm it. "Here," she said. The passage narrowed to a shoulder-width gap where the wall had been patched with cheaper brick. She pressed against the seam and felt it give. The bricks were mortared with lime, not stonecrete, soft enough to shift if you knew the angle. She pushed. The section tilted inward, and the smell of stagnant dye hit her, copper and ash and the chemical bite of old fixative. The vat house was larger than she remembered. 3 levels of iron tanks rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow, their rims crusted with dried pigment that flaked under the weight of years. The windows were boarded. The floor was packed earth, stamped smooth by feet she could not see. She stepped inside and the silence swallowed her. Drevash came through the gap behind her, his hand brushing her lower back for half a second before he pulled away. Oren sealed the entrance and stood with his back to the patched wall, scanning the space with the practiced stillness of a soldier reading room for threats. "Empty," Oren said. "Not empty," Tharyn said. She pointed. Near the base of the nearest vat, the packed earth had been disturbed. Fresh scuff marks, not dust, and beyond them, a scrap of paper curled against the iron leg. She crossed to it and picked it up. It was a corner of something larger, torn along a clean diagonal. The ink was fresh enough to smear under her thumb. 3 words in a hand she did not recognize. East Gate. Midnight. She turned the scrap over. The back was blank. "They were here," she said. "Recently. Hours, not days." Drevash was already moving toward the far wall, where a tarp had been thrown over a shape that did not match the industrial angles of the vat house. He pulled it back. A table, collapsible, the kind that folded flat for transport. On it, a stack of paper, a vial of ink, and a jar of sealing wax. Tharyn joined him and ran her fingers across the top sheet. Blank. She lifted it. The second sheet was blank too, but the third sheet had been written on and then crossed out, the lines scratched through with enough pressure to tear the surface in places. She held it up to the faint light coming through the boarded windows. The crossing out was deliberate. Heavy, but not thorough. She could read fragments beneath the scratches. By order of the Regency Council, the infant known as transferred to the keeping of shall be struck from all succession registers effective. She lowered the paper. "This is one of the transfer documents," she said. "The original, not a copy." Drevash took it from her, his jaw tight. He read the fragments she had seen and his hand stilled on the paper. "They are rewriting the records," he said. "They are not just erasing the 8th infant, they are manufacturing the originals that never existed." Oren moved toward the door, his head cocked. "We have company." Tharyn heard it a second later. Boots on stone, distant but moving in a pattern that suggested coordination, not random patrol. Multiple points of approach, closing from 3 sides. The curfew had not been Orly, it had been a net. She turned back to the table and began gathering the papers, folding them flat, pressing them into the lining of her coat. The ink vial went into her pocket. The jar of wax was too bulky, but she scraped enough from the rim with her thumbnail to carry. "We need to leave," she said. "Where?" Oren's voice was flat. "They're sealing the district, not sweeping it. Every exit from this building will have eyes on it before we reach the door." Drevash was staring at the paper in his hand. She saw the calculation moving behind his eyes, the same cold arithmetic that had kept him alive through a decade of court warfare. "Then we do not use the doors," he said. He looked up. "Oren, how many men did you bring?" "4, posted at the bridge and the South Market Junction. Split them, half to the east gate, half to the foundation arch we entered through. I want the patrols following movement, not finding bodies." Oren's mouth tightened. "That leaves you without cover. It leaves us without a trap closing around our throat," Drevash said. "Go." Oren held his gaze for a beat, then moved. The patched walls scraped shut behind him, and they were alone in the vat house, the distant boots growing closer. Tharyn looked at the table, at the tarp, at the scrap of paper still in her hand. "They left this too easily," she said. Drevash turned. "The document, the table, the ink." She lifted the scrap. "This note is not a mistake. It is a breadcrumb. They wanted us to find this place." Something shifted in his expression. Not surprise. Recognition. The look of a man who had known the trap existed but had walked into it anyway, because the alternative was letting Peak vanish into a silence that never broke. "Then we take what we found, and we do not stay long enough for them to close the lid," he said. She nodded. They crossed to the far wall where the loading doors had been boarded over. Tharyn worked her fingers into the gap between 2 planks and pulled. The nails groaned, but held. Behind them, the main entrance rattled. Drevash joined her, his hands finding the same gap, and together they wrenched until the board split along its length and the night air hit her face. The alley outside was empty, but at the far end, where the street opened onto the wharf, torches were gathering in a crescent shape that curved toward the river, closing. She turned to Drevash. "They are not trying to catch us in the building," she said. "They are trying to drive us to the water." He looked at the torches, at the river, at the paper she had pressed into her coat. "Then we do not go to the water." She followed his gaze. He was not looking at the river. He was looking at the gap between the torch crescent and the foundation arch, the narrow window where the patrols had not yet connected their lines. "We go back through the tunnels," he said, "and we take the original document to the one person who can authenticate it before they realize we are gone." She calculated the distance, the timing, the risk of Oren's diversion failing. "Maris," she said. Drevash nodded. The torches shifted, the crescent tightened, and Tharyn moved first, because waiting had never saved anyone she loved, and because the paper against her ribs felt heavier than iron. Chapter 27. The safe-house door closed behind them, and the world went quiet. Tharyn stood with her back to the wood, the document still pressed against her ribs, listening for sounds of pursuit beyond the walls. Rain had begun to fall, thin at first, then building into a steady drum against the roof tiles. The room smelled of dust and old salt and something animal that had nested here and moved on. Drevash crossed to the single window and peered through a crack in the shutter, his profile sharp against the gray light. "They're sealing the crescent," he said. "Not searching, sealing. They expect us to double back toward the palace." She let herself breathe. The room was narrow, a tradesman's refuge above what had once been a chandlery, a cot against the far wall, a table with a chipped basin, shelves lined with nothing but the ghost shapes of goods long sold or stolen. "How long until they find this place?" "Depends on how thorough the orders are." He turned from the window. "If Hale is running the sweep personally, we have until dawn. If one of his deputies is leading, longer." Dawn. She counted the hours in her head and felt the weight of everyone. She moved to the cot and lowered herself onto the edge, the mattress ticking crackling beneath her. The document crinkled against her skin. She pulled it free, laid it flat on the stained blanket, and looked at it properly for the first time. The handwriting was not hers. It was close, painfully close. The same forward lean, the same habit of compressing descenders when space ran tight. But the rhythm was wrong. Whoever had written this had studied a sample of her work, maybe even traced it, but they did not understand the breath behind the letters. She touched the ink with her fingertip. "This was written in the last 3 days," she said. Drevash came to stand beside her. "How can you tell?" "The oxidation is still fresh at the edges of the strokes. Another week and it will look perfect, but right now it reads like a forgery to anyone who knows what to look for." She lifted the paper. Let the lamplight catch the surface. They are not just manufacturing records, she said. They are manufacturing them fast, rushing. That means they are running out of time for whatever they are planning. Or they want us to think we are ahead, Drevash said. She looked up at him. He was standing close enough that she could see the fatigue in the lines around his eyes, the tension in his jaw that never fully released. He had been 30 years old when she met him. He looked older now, carved down by the weight of what they had found. "Why did you come?" she asked. He blinked. "The question is phrased too broadly. To the river ward, to the vat house. You could have stayed at the palace and sent Oren. You could have let me go alone and waited for the report." He was quiet for a moment. "Because I have spent 30 years letting other people carry the truth for me," he said. "Archivists, nursemaids, the mother who wrote that letter and never told me what it meant. I decided I would not let you carry this one alone." The words landed somewhere in her chest, soft and sharp at the same time. She looked back at the document. "You are afraid of what the 8th infant will prove." "I am," he said. "Aren't you?" She wanted to say no. She wanted to tell him that she had spent her life learning that blood meant nothing, that the noble families she forged for had no more claim to worth than the Riverward children she had grown up among. But that was not the whole truth. "I am afraid that the 8th infant will be dead," she said. "And I am afraid that he will be alive. Because if he is alive, then someone erased him for a reason, and that reason is still walking through the palace with a key to every locked door." Drevash lowered himself onto the edge of the cot beside her. The mattress dipped. His shoulder brushed hers, and neither of them moved away. "I searched for the Eastern Barony house when I was 18, he said. "I told myself I was satisfying curiosity, but I knew even then that I was looking for proof of something I was not ready to name." "What did you find?" The fire had been thorough. The building was rubble. The magistrate records showed no investigation because the family that owned the house had no surviving claimants to demand one. He paused. "I stood in the ash and I told myself that was the end of it, that the 8th infant had burned with the house and the question was closed." But it was not closed. "No," his voice dropped, "because I dreamed about him for years. The child I never met, who might have been a brother or a stranger or a king. I dreamed about his name, even though I never knew it." The rain hammered against the roof. Tharyn stared at the document on the blanket, at the forged hand that had tried to erase a life. "What was the name on the original transfer?" she asked, before they scratched it out. The first letter was visible under the scrape. F. That is all I could read. F. She turned the sound over in her mind, fitting it into the shape of a name she did not know. "Phelan," she said. "Tharyn. Finley." "Or a name that does not begin with F," Drevash said. The scrape was deep. The first letter might not be the first letter. It might be the letter that survived because the forger's blade slipped. She looked at him. He was watching the rain on the shutter, his profile still, his hands resting loose on his knees. The control was still there, the careful architecture of composure that had kept him alive through a decade of court treachery. But she could see the cracks in it now, the places where the mask had worn thin. "You are afraid that the 8th infant is you," she said. He did not answer, but his silence was answer enough. "It cannot be," she said. "You were the one placed in House Draevon. The records are clear on that. The 8th infant was sent east, separate transfer, separate destination." "I know." "Then why are you afraid?" He turned to face her. The lamplight caught his eyes, slate gray and unreadable. But she had been reading people who did not want to be read for 15 years, and she could see the shape of the fear he was trying to hide. "Because if the 8th infant is alive," he said, "then I am not the only lost claim walking through the palace. And if he is dead, then the conspiracy has already killed once to bury this truth, which means they will kill again." The rain kept falling. The room kept its silence, and Tharyn sat beside him, the forged document between them, knowing that the answer to both questions would break something neither of them was ready to lose. She reached out. Her hand covered his, the first time she had touched him without calculation or performance. He went very still. "Then we find him," she said. Alive or dead, we find him. And when we do, we decide together what the truth is worth. The words hung in the air. Drevash turned his hand beneath hers, slowly, until their fingers interlaced. Together, he repeated. The rain drummed against the roof, and outside, beyond the shuttered window, the torches were still burning. Chapter 28. The rain had softened to a steady murmur against the roof. The candle had burned low, its flame wavering in a puddle of melted tallow, and the room smelled of wet wool, old wood, and the particular closeness of two people who had stopped pretending there was space between them. Tharyn's hand was still in his. She had not pulled away, neither had he. Their fingers remained interlaced on the blanket between them, and she could feel the calluses on his palm, the weight of the signet ring against her knuckles, the heat of his skin where it pressed against hers. She should let go. She should pull her hand back and rebuild the distance she had spent a lifetime learning to guard. That was what survival looked like. That was what she knew. But she did not move. Protection, she said, always comes with a price. His thumb moved slowly across her knuckles, a question or an invitation. In the river ward, she said. Every offer of safety is a loan. The man who keeps you from the debt collectors owns your next job. The merchant who hides you from the watch owns your silence. The neighbor who feeds your family when the granaries close owns your loyalty. She paused. No one gives. They lend. Drevash did not look away. I learned to read that in their eyes before they said a word, she said. The calculation, the weighing. I will keep you safe, but you will owe me. Her voice dropped. You did that too, when you brought me to the palace. You offered me protection, but you made sure I could not refuse. The words hung in the air. She had said them before, in different forms, in the council chamber and the garden court and the tunnel beneath the city, but she had never said them without anger. Now she said them without accusation. She said them because they were true, and because she wanted him to hear her say it, not as a weapon, but as a confession. I did, Drevash said. His voice was quiet, not defensive, not apologetic, just true. I used coercion because I had run out of time, he said. I had watched the poison sink into Elian's blood. I had watched the records shift under my hands. I had watched Maris Quill flinch and Chancellor Rhyse smile, and I knew that someone was building a lie that would kill the realm from the inside, and I had no one I could trust to see what I could see. His hand tightened around hers. I needed someone who could read paper the way I could not, someone who had spent a lifetime studying the difference between truth and forgery, someone who had no allegiance to any house, no reason to protect the fiction of the crown. He looked at her. You were cornered and desperate, he said. I told you that before, but the truth is that I was cornered and desperate too. And I knew that if I gave you a choice, you would run, because running was the only safety you had ever known. She opened her mouth to answer, but he was already reaching into his coat. His hand came out holding the forged evidence, the document that had sealed their bargain, the proof of her criminal past that could put her in a magistrate's cell, or worse. He held it in his palm, the paper creased from weeks of being carried, the ink still sharp, the words waiting to condemn her. Then he placed it on the table between them. Not thrown, not surrendered. Placed, like an offering. You are free to leave at dawn, he said. The words landed like a stone in still water. Tharyn stared at the document, at the folded edges, the familiar handwriting, the seal that had bound her to him. What? I will not hold it over you anymore, Drevash said. I will not use Peak's safety or your past as leverage. If you want to go, you take this with you. You burn it. You hide it. You use it to bargain your way out of the city. I will not stop you. She could not speak. I brought you here because I needed you, he said. But I have spent 30 years being needed for what I could do, not for who I was. I will not do that to you. You will not be a tool that I use and discard. The candle flickered. The rain kept falling, and Tharyn sat beside him, his words settling into the spaces where she had kept her armor. She had spent her entire life reading every offer of safety as a trap, every kindness as a loan, every touch as a negotiation. But he had just given her the one thing no one had ever offered her. A choice. No hooks, no ledgers, no interest due at dawn, just a door. Why? She asked. Her voice cracked on the word. Because, the Drevash said, when I looked at you in the garden court, when you reached for my hand without calculation, I realized that I wanted you to stay, and I did not want you to stay because you had no choice. He paused. I wanted you to stay because you chose to. The rain filled the silence. Tharyn looked down at their hands, still interlaced, and she felt the shape of everything she had never been able to name. She had begun to want him, not as a partner in a bargain, not as a shield against the conspiracy, not as a prince who could protect her, as a man who had just given her the only gift she had never learned to accept, freedom. And she did not know what to do with it. She opened her mouth to answer. A sound cut through the rain. 3 short taps on the shutter, a pause, then one long, a signal. Orin's code. Tharyn's heart slammed against her ribs. Drevash's hand tightened around hers, and then he was already moving, already reaching for the candle, already pulling her toward the window. The choice would have to wait. The trap was closing. Chapter 29. Orin's signal meant urgency, but when Drevash pulled the shutter open, the alley below was empty. Only rain, only the dark. Orin stood pressed against the wall 3 doors down, his face tilted up, his hand raised in a flat palm. Wait. Then he vanished into the gap between buildings. Drevash held the shutter crack open for a long breath, counting, listening. The rain filled everything. He's not coming up, he said. Tharyn heard what he did not say. Whatever he found, it can wait until we are not trapped in a room with no exit. She looked at the document on the table. The ink glistened where the candle caught it. The words that could still condemn her. The freedom he had placed between them. He would not have signaled if it was not important, she said. No. But he would not have signaled if we needed to run either. Drevash turned from the window. His eyes found hers, and something in his face shifted. The Regent's mask, the one he wore like a second skin, had not fully returned since he placed that paper on the table. No, he said again. He's buying us time. Time. The word hung in the damp air. Time to sleep, time to plan, time to decide, time to choose. Tharyn's hand moved before she told it to. She reached across the table and picked up the forged document. The paper felt thin and familiar. She could have burned it in the candle. She could have torn it in half. She could have folded it into her pocket and walked out at dawn with her life returned to her. Instead, she held it for a count of 3 heartbeats, and then she set it down again. I'm not leaving, she said. The words came out steady, surprising her. I know, Drevash said. You don't get to be smug about it. I'm not. He moved closer, slow enough that she could have stopped him. I'm terrified. She laughed, a ragged, broken thing that did not sound like her. Good, she said. So am I. His hand found hers, not the careful grip of public performance, not the tactical hold of a man guiding a witness through danger. His fingers threaded through hers like he had been doing it for years. I don't know how to do this, she said. Neither do I. I've spent my whole life making sure no one could reach me. Every kindness was a ledger, every touch was a negotiation. I don't know how to. She stopped. His thumb traced the ridge of her knuckles. You don't have to know, he said. We can be bad at it together. The rain filled the space between them. She kissed him first, not because she had planned it, not because she had calculated the angle, the pressure, the effect, because he had given her a choice and she had made it, and the only thing she wanted to do with that freedom was close the distance between them. His mouth was warm against hers. His free hand found her jaw, her neck, the curve of her shoulder, and every touch asked instead of took. She pulled back just far enough to see his face. I don't want you to be gentle, she said. His breath caught. Then what do you want? She thought about it, about the years of being careful, the years of measuring every word, every glance, every gesture against what it might cost her. I want to stop calculating, she said. Just for tonight. I want to feel something, without running it through a ledger first. His hand slid into her hair, his forehead pressed against hers. "If I hurt you," he said, "if I do something you don't want, I'll tell you. Promise me. I promise." He kissed her again, slower this time, and she felt the control he was holding in check. The discipline of a man who had spent a decade learning to hide everything behind the correct expression. He was giving her the same thing he had given her on the table, a choice. She took his hand and led him away from the candle. They did not speak much after that. There was no need. His body told her what he could not say in council chambers. The tremor in his hands when he touched her. The way he breathed her name like a prayer he had never allowed himself to voice. And she answered him in the language she knew best. Not lies, not forgeries, but truth, given without calculation, without armor, without the careful distance she had worn like a second skin. His skin against hers was warm. The rain was a constant hushing sound beyond the walls, and when he looked at her in the candle glow, his eyes were not the slate gray of a prince-regent calculating his next move. They were the eyes of a man who had been alone for so long that he had forgotten what it felt like to be seen. "I see you," she thought. "I see all of it." She did not say it aloud, but she showed him. Afterward they lay in the dark, her head on his chest, his arm around her shoulders, the document still on the table where she had left it. "We are going to have to talk about what happens next," he said. "Not tonight." "No." His hand traced the line of her spine. "Not tonight." The shutter rattled. 3 short taps, 1 long, then another set. 2 short, 1 long, 2 short. Tharyn sat up, the blanket falling from her shoulders. Drevash was already reaching for his coat. "That's not Oren's signal," she said. "No." He pulled the shutter open a finger's width. "It's the river watch." A folded scrap of paper lay on the sill, weighted by a stone. Drevash took it, unfolded it, and read it in the dark. His face went still. "What?" "Pike has been moved," he said. "They've taken him out of the ward. There's a barge scheduled to leave for the northern quarries at dawn." The air left her lungs. Quarries. Nobody came back from the quarries. "There's more," Drevash said. He turned the paper so she could see the single line written beneath the first message. "Palace assembly sealed for 3 days hence. Rhyse has named his witnesses." Chapter 30. The rain stopped sometime before dawn. Tharyn lay awake in the gray light, Drevash's arm still across her ribs, his breathing steady and deep. The document sat on the table where she had left it. The forged evidence that could dissolve her life in the palace, the path back to the river ward, the name she had been before he seized her in the midnight street. She could take it. She could be gone before the barge left the wharf, before the palace bells rang, before anyone remembered the common forger who had worn borrowed silk and played at being a prince's intended. She could vanish the way Carenne had always vanished, into a different name, a different city, a different set of lies wrapped around a different life. Her fingers traced the edge of the blanket. Drevash's hand tightened slightly, a reflex of sleep, and she felt the warmth of his palm against her skin. She had asked him not to be gentle. He had obeyed. And then he had held her afterward like she was something precious, something he was afraid of losing in the dark. She had never been precious to anyone, not as a child, not as an apprentice, not as a woman who sold lies to people who paid her never to need her again. The light shifted. A band of pale gold crept through the shutter crack and fell across the table, illuminating the edge of the document. Freedom, she thought. Real freedom. For the first time in my life. She slipped out from under his arm. He woke immediately, the way men in danger learn to wake. His eyes found her, then the document, then her face. "It's dawn," she said. "I know." He did not ask. He did not reach for her. He lay still and let her stand in the gray light with the weight of the choice between them. If I leave, she thought, I never have to see another noble's face, never have to smile at a lord who would watch me starve, never have to wonder if the man beside me will use what I give him as a weapon. If I stay, I might die. Peak might die. Ilian might die anyway. She picked up the document. The paper was warm from the candle she had lit hours ago. The forgery was good, almost perfect. Someone had spent weeks learning her hand, her habits, the way she weighted her downstrokes. Someone had studied her like a specimen. She looked at Drevash. "There's a barge leaving for the northern quarries at dawn," she said. "I know. Peak is on it. I know. Wise." Skilling the table doing was still her fear, seeing a Fragments would have to completely draw off anyway. "I know exactly whatever looks like for the finished prom, because this was written in Devaya entry the last ones, are prites words in the man's red cord." Drevash sat up slowly. The blanket fell to his waist. In the pale light, she could see the line of his spine, the way his shoulders carried tension, even in stillness. "You have the document," he said. Sunda repeating her witnesses. "If I go back to the palace, I walk into a room where it has already decided the verdict." Drevash sat up slowly. The blanket fell to his waist. In the pale light, she could see the line of his spine, the way his shoulders carried tension, even in stillness. "You have the document," he said. "You have the evidence that proves the conspiracy forged your hand. You have a horse waiting at the Eastgate stable. Oren arranged it last night before he came back." Her chest tightened. "You arranged an escape route." "I arranged for you to have a choice." His voice was steady. "I meant what I said. I will not hold you here." She looked at the document in her hands, the forged pages that could clear her name or condemn her, depending on who read them first. "If I go," she said, "what happens to you?" "I survive." He said it like a fact. "I've survived before." "And Ilian?" His jaw tightened. "I'll find another way." "Will you?" "Tharyn, will you?" She heard her own voice crack. "You've been doing this alone for 10 years. You had a network, you had contacts, you had years of preparation, and they still found you. They still burned the records. They still took Peak. They still named their witnesses." Drevash was silent. "If I leave," she said, "you lose. Not today, not tomorrow. But Rhyse will bury your truth under so many layers of legal fiction that no one will ever dig it out. You're not responsible for saving me." "No," she set the document down. "But I'm responsible for choosing what kind of woman I want to be." She straightened her shoulders. "I spent my whole life running. Every time someone got close, I found a door. Every time the walls closed in, I dug a tunnel. I forged my way out of the river ward. I forged my way into the palace. I forged my way into your bed." She met his eyes. "I am very good at escaping, and I am exhausted by it." Drevash stood. The distance between them was 3 steps. He did not close it. "What do you want?" She had never been asked that question. Not by anyone. Not by Peak, who assumed she would always protect him. Not by the merchant houses, who assumed she would always deliver. Not by the palace, which assumed she would always obey or die. "What do I want?" "I want to stop running," she said. And I want to save Peak. I want to protect Ilian. I want to walk into that assembly with the evidence in my hands and watch Rhyse realize that the forger he tried to frame is the one person in this kingdom who can prove he is a liar." Drevash's breath caught. "And I want to do it beside you." He crossed the distance in one stride. His hands found her face, her jaw, her hair. His mouth found hers, hard and desperate and full of things he could not say in words. She kissed him back with the same ferocity, the same hunger, the same terror of what they were about to walk into. When he pulled back, his forehead pressed against hers. "The moment we enter that palace," he said, "there is no turning back." "I know. The moment Rhyse sees we are together, he will move against us both." "I know. There is a chance we lose. A chance Ilian dies. A chance they bury us both under the same legal fiction." "I know." She reached up and covered his hands with hers. "But there is also a chance we win." He laughed, a broken, wondering sound. "When did you become the one who believed in winning?" "When someone gave me a reason to." The shutter rattled. They both went still. 3 short taps, 1 long, then silence. "Oren." Drevash released her and crossed to the window. He opened the shutter a crack, and a folded note fell through. He read it, and his face went cold. "The barge," he said. "It's leaving early, within the hour." Tharyn grabbed her coat. "The horses are at the east gate." "We can't reach the east gate before the barge sails. Then we go through the river ward." She pulled on her boots, her fingers steady despite the fear coiling in her chest. "I know a wharf master who owes me 3 favors. Drevash looked at her, a man who had spent a decade ruling by calculation, by control, by never trusting anyone enough to need them. And he said, "Show me." She picked up the document. She tucked it into her coat, against her ribs, where she had once hidden ink vials and forged seals and the fragile hope of a different life. Then she opened the door. Dawn was breaking over Vale, gold and gray and the smell of rain. Somewhere below, the river was rising, and somewhere on it, a barge was carrying Peak toward a place no one returned from. But she was not running anymore. She was choosing, and that made all the difference. Chapter 31. The palace rose out of the dawn fog like a skeleton dressed in stone. Tharyn moved through the servant's entrance at Drevash's shoulder, the forged document pressed against her ribs, her boots still wet from the river ward. The corridors were quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that meant news had already traveled faster than they had. A door closed somewhere ahead, soft, deliberate. Drevash's hand caught her elbow. Someone knows we're back. Someone always knows. She kept walking. Her workroom was in the document keeper's annex, a narrow chamber off the main archive corridor with a single window that faced the inner courtyard and a lock she had tested the first night and found insultingly simple. She had not expected to need it for protection. She reached the door and stopped. The crack at the bottom was wrong. She had wedged a thread of her own hair into the gap before leaving, a forger's habit. The kind of precaution that marked the difference between caught and safe. The thread was gone. "The room's been entered," she said. Drevash was already looking down the corridor, scanning the corners, the shadowed doorways, the places where a witness might stand. "Can you tell what they took?" "I can tell what they left." She pushed the door open. The room was neat. That was the first wrong thing. Her desk was arranged precisely. The inkwell sat centered on the blotter. The quills lay parallel to the edge. The chair was pushed in at the exact angle she never bothered to maintain. Someone had cleaned after themselves. She crossed to the desk and pulled open the top drawer. Empty. The second drawer held her spare paper, still stacked, still aligned. She lifted the top sheet and saw the faint impression of something that had been pressed into the stack and then removed. A document, sized like a standard succession certification. "They were here to plant something," she said. Drevash moved to the window, checked the latch. "Or retrieve something." "Both." She closed the drawer and turned to the shelf where she stored the reference ledgers she had been issued. She pulled the third volume and let it fall open. A packet of papers slid out. Fresh folds, clean edges, still crisp from the press. She did not touch them. "What is it?" Drevash asked. "The trap." She studied the packet without picking it up. The paper was palace grade, the same stock used for official succession filings. The fold pattern was standard trifold for court submission. The edges had been cut with a sharp blade, not torn, meaning whoever prepared them had access to a bindery or a document room. She leaned closer. The handwriting was hers, or near enough to hers that most eyes would never question it. The same angle on the ascenders, the same weight on the downstrokes, the same slight hesitation before the final flourish on the capital letters. But there was something wrong. She squinted at the first page. The first letter of each sentence had been formed with an extra press of the nib, a tiny overcorrection that her own hand never made. She wrote with rhythm, not force. This hand wrote with effort. "They're rushing," she said. Drevash came to stand beside her. "What does that mean?" "It means the forger is working under pressure." She pointed at the first line. "Look at the initial stroke. They're pressing too hard on the opening letter, trying to make it look deliberate. My hand doesn't do that. I lead with speed, not weight. This is someone who studied my work but never watched me write for more than a few minutes at a time." "How many pages?" She counted without touching them. 12. Standard succession certification length. She straightened. If these had been found before I returned, they would have been enough to arrest me. They're dated 6 months ago. They reference the same house transfers as the other forged documents. They complete the frame. Then why leave them where you could find them first? She looked at the packet again. The answer came cold and clear. Because they needed me to know. Drevash's voice went flat. What? They wanted me to find these, to panic, to run. She turned to face him. If I run, I confirm the frame. If I stay, they produce a witness who places me in this room with the documents. Either way, they've already set the pieces. The search wasn't about finding evidence. It was about making sure I knew the net was closing. Drevash was silent for a long breath. How much time do we have? Less than I thought. She reached into her coat and pulled out the forged document she had carried from the safe house. The original. The one that could prove Drevash's erased lineage. She set it on the desk beside the planted packet. 2 piles. One that could free them. One that could bury them. The forger who made these, she said, is in the palace. They had access to this room. They know my habits. They know your movements. And they are working fast because the assembly is 3 days away. Drevash's jaw tightened. Then we move the timeline forward. We don't have evidence yet. Maris needs time to authenticate the original transfer document. We don't have time. She looked at the 2 piles, at the handwriting that was almost hers, at the trap that had been laid for her while she was sleeping in a shuttered safe house, choosing to trust a man she had been taught to hate. I know, she said. She picked up the planted packet, held it in her hands, felt the weight of what it would mean to carry it, to bring it to the assembly, to let Rhyse believe she had taken the bait. The only advantage we have, she said, is that they think I'm still the woman who runs. Drevash's eyes met hers. And what woman are you now? She tucked the planted packet into her coat beside the original document. 2 truths, 2 lies, 1 choice. I'm the woman who walks into the trap, she said, and springs it from the inside. A shadow moved beyond the window. They both turned. A figure in magistrate black was crossing the courtyard below, moving with purpose toward the main entrance. Behind him, 2 more. Drevash's hand found hers. They're here, he said. The knock came at the door before either of them could move. Chapter 32. The door rattled under the knock. Not the heavy fist of a guard, but the sharp, official rap of someone who expected entry. Drevash moved before Tharyn could speak. He crossed the room in 3 strides, positioned himself between the door and the desk where the 2 document packets lay exposed. Who? Captain Tesk, my lord. Drevash's shoulders dropped a fraction. He pulled the door open. Oren stepped through with rain on his collar and a folded piece of paper in his hand. His eyes went immediately to the desk, to the 2 stacks Tharyn had not bothered to hide. You found them. They were left for me, Tharyn said. The question is, how long ago? Not long. Oren shut the door behind him. The magistrate agents are conducting a room-by-room search of the East Wing. They started at the top and worked down. This floor is next. How much time? 10 minutes, maybe less. Tharyn looked at the desk, at the planted packet that could convict her, at the original document that could save them, at 12 pages of forged succession certifications and 1 page of truth that could unravel an entire conspiracy. We need Maris, she said. Drevash was already moving toward the door. Oren, hold the corridor. Buy us what you can. And the agents? Tell them the regent's betrothed is changing clothes after a wet journey through the ward. Give them a reason not to knock. Oren's jaw tightened, but he nodded once and slipped back into the corridor. The door closed. Drevash turned to Tharyn. Can you carry both? Yes. Then we move. They went through the servants' passage, the one Tharyn had mapped in her first week in the palace, a narrow corridor behind the wall panels that servants used to move between the staterooms without crossing the main halls. Drevash led, his hand finding hers in the dark, his grip sure and warm. The passage opened into the archive wing. Maris's office was at the end of the hall, a single lamp burning in the window. Tharyn knocked twice. A pause, then the lock turned. Maris Quill stood in the doorway, her pale eyes red-rimmed, her hands trembling slightly at her sides. She had been crying. What happened? Tharyn asked. They found my daughter's house. Maris's voice cracked. They searched it this morning. They took her. They took my granddaughter. Tharyn felt the floor drop beneath her feet. Who? Magistrate agents. No warrant, no explanation. Maris swallowed hard. They said she would be returned when I stopped cooperating with the Regent's unauthorized archival investigation. Drevash's voice came low and hard. That was Rhyse's message. Yes. Maris looked at him, her fear sharpening into something harder. He knows I helped you. He knows about the sealed room. He knows about the infant transfers. Then we have no time left, Tharyn said. She stepped into the office and laid the 2 packets on Maris's work table. I need you to authenticate both of these, the original document from the safe house and the planted packet that was left in my workroom this morning. Maris looked at the documents, at the handwriting that was almost Tharyn's, at the paper that had been cut with a palace bindery blade. How long do I have? 8 minutes, Drevash said. Maris pulled the lamp closer and bent over the first page. Tharyn watched her work. The way she held the paper up to the light, the way she pressed her thumb against the seal wax and tested its resistance, the way she traced the edge of the forged handwriting with her fingernail, measuring the pressure of each stroke. This is 3-day-old work, Maris said, pointing at the planted packet. The ink hasn't fully set. The forger is rushing. We know. The opening strokes give it away. Maris nodded. She turned to the original document, the one Tharyn had carried from the safe house. She examined it in silence for a long breath. This is older, 15 years at least. The paper has the right oxidation pattern. The seal is period correct. She looked up. But there's something wrong with the chain of custody. Explain. The seal on this document is the old chancellery die, the one that was replaced 12 years ago after a crack developed in the face. Maris pointed at a faint hairline line running through the wax impression. See that? The crack. The current die doesn't have it. This seal was pressed before the replacement. So the document is authentic, Drevash said. Physically, yes, but the date on the document is 6 months ago. Maris's voice went flat. That's impossible. The old die was destroyed 12 years ago. The silence stretched like a wire pulled tight. Tharyn felt the shape of it click into place. The conspiracy had not forged the document itself. They had forged the date. They had taken a 15-year-old authentic document, scraped the original date, and redated it 6 months ago to place it within the frame's timeline. The document is real, she said slowly. But the date is a forgery. That means the original content, the succession transfer, is genuine. The conspiracy is trying to pass it off as a recent fabrication, but they're using a document that was actually sealed 15 years ago. Maris nodded, which means the transfer it describes, the 8th infant being placed in the Eastern Baronies, happened 15 years ago. The conspiracy is not manufacturing false history. They are burying true history by pretending it was forged. Drevash's hand found the edge of the table and held. 15 years ago, he said. I was 12. The house in the Eastern Baronies was burned a year later. Whoever set that fire, Tharyn said. They knew the document existed. They wanted to destroy the house, the records, and any witnesses, but they missed the original document. It survived. Maris's voice dropped to a whisper. And whoever holds that original document now holds the proof of the 8th infant's existence. The door opened. Oren stepped in, his face tight. We're out of time. The agents just turned the corner into the archive wing. Tharyn gathered both packets, pressed them into Maris's hands. Keep these safe. If anything happens to me, you know what to do with them. Maris's eyes met hers. And if something happens to me, then the truth dies with you. Drevash took Tharyn's arm. We need to move, now. They turned toward the servants' passage. A voice echoed from the main hall. The regent and his betrothed are to present themselves in the assembly hall immediately, by order of Chancellor Rhyse. All other business is suspended. The summons hung in the air like a blade. Tharyn looked at Drevash. He was already calculating the distance to the hall, the number of witnesses, the weight of the evidence they carried. They moved the assembly forward, he said. Of course they did. Tharyn's voice was steady. They knew we would find the planted documents today. They knew we would panic. Are you panicking? No. She reached into her coat and touched the edge of the forged packet. Then she touched the original document. 2 truths, 2 lies. 1 walk into a room that had already decided what to believe. I'm ready, she said. Drevash's hand found hers. The summons came again, closer this time. By order of the Chancellery, all parties are to present themselves in the Assembly Hall. No exceptions. Oren's voice was barely audible. I'll hold the corridor as long as I can, but once you enter that room, there's no walking back. Tharyn looked at Drevash, at the man who had given her freedom, and then watched her choose to stay. Then we don't walk back, she said. They stepped into the corridor together. The Assembly Hall doors stood open at the far end, and inside, a room full of witnesses waited to watch her burn. Chapter 33. The corridor stretched ahead, empty and wrong. Every door closed, every sconce lit, but no guards, no servants, no footsteps. The Assembly Hall doors stood open at the far end like a mouth waiting to swallow them, but someone had cleared the space between. Drevash's hand tightened on her arm. They're hurting us, he said. I know. A door opened to their left, not the Assembly Hall, a side chamber, the one reserved for pre-session conferences, its heavy oak panel swinging inward without a touch. Chancellor Rhyse stood in the doorway. He wore his formal black robe, the one threaded with silver at the cuffs that marked his authority over succession courts. His gray-green eyes found Tharyn first, then Drevash, and he did not smile. A word before the session convenes? It was not a request. Drevash's body shifted, a half-step forward that put him between Tharyn and the door. We will speak in the hall, Chancellor, with witnesses. Your witnesses have already been seated. Mine too. Rhyse's voice carried no heat. What I have to say will not be said twice, and it will not be said where half the room is already sharpening knives around your name. You will want to hear this in private. Tharyn studied him. He was not nervous. He was not triumphant. He looked like a man who had already calculated every outcome and found only one path tolerable. That calm was more frightening than rage. She stepped past Drevash. Then say it. Drevash caught her wrist. Tharyn, I want to hear what he says when there are no witnesses. She moved into the chamber. The room was small, paneled in dark wood, with a single table and 4 chairs that had never been used for comfort. Rhyse closed the door behind Drevash and stood with his back to it, not blocking the exit exactly, but occupying it. I know what you found in the archive, he said. I know Maris authenticated the document. I know you are carrying 2 packets into my hall, 1 true and 1 false, and that you believe the true one will destroy me. Tharyn said nothing. The document is authentic, Rhyse continued. The 8th infant transfer happened 15 years ago. The house in the Eastern Baronies burned a year later. The child inside it, if he survived, would be Drevash's age, a legitimate claimant to a throne that cannot withstand another succession war within the same generation. You set the fire. I ordered it. The words fell like stones into still water. Drevash's voice came from behind her, low and stripped of register. You killed an entire house to bury a single name. I buried a civil war. Rhyse's eyes did not waver. Sorrath was 3 harvests from famine when Elian's father took the crown. The great houses were fielding private armies. The river ward was already starving, because the grain barges could not move past the checkpoints without being seized by one lord or another. The succession crisis that put Elian's father on the throne was supposed to end the fighting. Instead, it produced a hidden infant who could be used as a banner by any house that wanted to tear the settlement apart. So you erased him. I erased the weapon. Rhyse's voice sharpened for the first time. The child was real. The claim was real. But the stability of the realm required that claim to disappear. I did not kill the infant. I burned the records that would have turned him into a rallying point for war. If the child survived the fire, he survived as a commoner, anonymous, alive. I chose the lesser cruelty. Tharyn felt the shape of his logic settle into her chest like a blade. You chose, she said. Someone had to. And the 8th infant, the one whose name you scraped from the registry, the one whose house you burned, did he survive? Rhyse was silent for a breath. I don't know. You don't know. I made peace with not knowing. His eyes met hers. Because if I had searched for him, if I had confirmed he was alive, I would have been forced to kill him. The houses that wanted a war would have found the trail. The only way to protect the settlement was to let him become unknown, even to me. Drevash moved past her, stopped a step from Rhyse. You have spent 30 years burning truth to protect a fiction you call stability. Stability is not a fiction. Rhyse's voice was quiet. It is the only thing that keeps children like Elian alive and Riverwalk families from eating boiled leather during winter. You think I enjoy this? You think I sleep well knowing the cost of every sealed record? I carry the weight of every erased name, every burned house, every death I ordered in silence. But I carry it so that Sorrath does not drown in its own blood. Elian is 10 years old, Tharyn said. You are saving a throne for a child you are also poisoning. Rhyse's eyes flickered. I am not poisoning the king. Your conspiracy is. My conspiracy does not touch the king directly. He said it flatly, without evasion. I control the magistracy. I control the seals. I control the records. But I am not the one slipping poison into Elian's medicine. There is a second stream, a faster one, that has been operating alongside mine for months. They are the ones who attacked the archive. They are the ones who killed your salt market contact. They are the ones who took Pika. Tharyn's blood went cold. Who? I don't know their leader. I know they are inside the palace. I know they have access to her workroom and your habits. And I know they are accelerating, because they realize the assembly will expose the succession records before they can finish planting their own evidence. Then why are you standing here? Drevash's voice cut. Why are you offering us a private conversation when you could be helping us stop them? Rhyse looked at him. Because stopping them means exposing the 8th infant transfer, and exposing that transfer means your lineage goes public. And your lineage going public means civil war before winter. Then what you want? Rhyse turned to Tharyn. I want you to let the truth vanish. The words hung in the air. Walk into the assembly, he said. Let me convict you of document fraud. I will stage a public sentence that looks severe but arrange your quiet release within a month. You will be free, Tharyn. You will have your life. Peak will be returned to you. I will guarantee it. And Drevash? Drevash remains regent. The erased records remain sealed. The 8th infant stays buried. Elian rules under the current arrangement until he comes of age. No war, no famine, no river ward burned to ash because someone decided truth was worth more than food. You're asking me to choose a lie. I am asking you to choose the lives that lie protects. Rhyse's voice dropped. I have seen what happens when noble houses fight over a crown. The first to starve are always the river ward. The first to die are always the children without names. If Drevash's lineage goes public, the fighting starts before the ink dries on the proclamation. And the river ward, your ward, will be the first district burned for kindling. Tharyn felt the truth of it land in her ribs. He was not wrong. He was not lying. That was the most terrible thing about him. You're willing to let an innocent child stay buried, he said. She said. You're willing to let Drevash live his entire life not knowing who he really is. You're willing to let the conspiracy keep operating, keep killing, because exposing them would cost more than the bodies they leave behind. Yes, and you're willing to let Elian stay in danger, with poison in his medicine, because outing the conspiracy would trigger a succession crisis that would kill more people than the poison ever could. Yes. Tharyn looked at him. That's not stability, Chancellor. That's a ceasefire with yourself. Rhyse's jaw tightened. The river ward, he said, is an acceptable price. The words landed like a blade. If the fighting starts, your ward burns first. Your people die first. The forger networks, the copyists, the smugglers, the families who survive on the edges of the law, they will be crushed between the armies of houses that do not care which district they burn. I am not threatening you, Tharyn. I am telling you the truth. If you walk into that hall and expose Drevash's lineage, you will be signing death warrants for every name you grew up with. The silence stretched. Drevash's hand found hers. Tharyn. She heard the fear in his voice, not for himself, for her, for what she might choose. Rhyse watched her with the patience of a man who had already won. "Walk into the hall," he said. "Let me convict you. Save your ward, save Peak, save the Child King from a war he will not survive." "And if I refuse?" Rhyse's eyes went cold. "Then I will destroy you both in front of every witness in that room, and I will do it with evidence you cannot refute, because I have been preparing this case for months, and you have been preparing yours for days." He opened the door. The assembly hall waited beyond, full of witnesses, full of judgment, full of a future that had already chosen its shape. "I will give you 1 minute to decide," Rhyse said. "Then I will call for the regent and his betrothed to enter." He stepped into the corridor and left them alone. Tharyn looked at Drevash, the man who had given her freedom and watched her choose to stay, the man whose name could burn the kingdom to ash. 1 minute, she said. His hand tightened on hers. "Then choose." Chapter 34. The minute was still counting somewhere behind her, but Tharyn was already moving before she knew what she had chosen. Drevash caught her arm at the door. "Don't." "I'm not running. You're deciding without me." She turned. His face was carved stone, but his hand trembled against her sleeve. The man who had ruled a kingdom through crisis after crisis, who had carried the weight of a child king and a conspiracy and an erased identity for years, was asking her not to shut him out of the last choice that mattered. "I'm not deciding," she said. "I'm buying time." "For what?" "For Oren to find Peak before Rhyse's deal becomes the only option left." Drevash's jaw worked. He wanted to argue. She saw the protest building in the set of his shoulders, the instinct to pull her back into the chamber and force the decision clean. Then he let go of her arm. "Then move." They slipped past the assembly hall doors, where Tharyn could hear the low murmur of witnesses and the scrape of chairs, the sound of a room waiting to swallow them. Rhyse would return to an empty chamber in less than 60 seconds. He would know they had refused. That was the point. Tharyn led Drevash down a service corridor she had memorized during her first week in the palace, a narrow passage behind the kitchens, where the stones still held the cold of the riverward mornings. The air smelled of boiled cabbage and lye soap, and the floor tilted where the foundation had settled wrong a century ago. Oren was supposed to be at the east gate, but Oren had never been a man who followed orders when the ground shifted. They found him in the old tack room, the one with the broken latch and the saddle rack that had not held leather in 3 years. He was bent over a stained work table with a lamp burning low, and when he turned at their footsteps, his face told her everything before his mouth opened. "Found him." Tharyn's knees almost buckled. "Alive," Oren said, answering the question she could not force out. "Shaken. Cut across the knuckles, but nothing deeper. He was being moved between magistrate handlers at the old tannery landing, 2 men in black coats and a third in river watch blue." "Where is he now?" "Safe house on Cress Lane. I left him with 2 of my men and a sealed door." Drevash stepped past her. "How did you find him?" "Followed the grain." Tharyn blinked. "What?" "The blockades. Hale's men sealed the lower market gates, but someone was still moving supplies through the tannery district under magistrate escort. Official seal on the crot, official stamps on the paperwork, official men walking alongside it. No one stopped them, because no one questions a magistrate's grain. Except you." Oren's mouth flattened. "I've been watching those carts for 2 days. Today they stopped at the tannery, and when they left, there was a boy in the back with his hands bound, wearing a coat that did not belong to him." Tharyn pressed her palm flat against the wall to steady herself. "Peak. Alive. Close enough to touch." "Did he say anything?" "He said enough." Oren pulled a folded scrap from his coat. "Peak told me about the documents. Said he saw them moving through the ward for weeks, not just the succession papers, but marriage registries, land transfers, appointment letters, all of them with official escort. All of them stamped with a seal he recognized." "Whose seal?" Oren's eyes met hers. "The old chancellery die, the one with the hairline crack." Tharyn's breath caught. The same seal Maris had identified on the original transfer document, the seal replaced 12 years ago. The seal that meant the document was authentic, pressed before the die was retired. "If the conspiracy has that seal," she said slowly, "they've been using it to validate forged documents for years, making them look older than they are, making them look legal. That's what Peake said. Do they know he saw it? He didn't tell them. He let them think he was just a copy boy who kept his head down. Oren's voice carried something like respect. That kid is braver than half the soldiers in this palace. Tharyn felt the shape of it click into place. The conspiracy had been operating openly enough to move documents through the river ward under official escort. They had been using the old seal to authenticate their fabrications. They had been hiding in plain sight, behind magistrate stamps and grain carts and the kind of paperwork no one questioned. And Peake had seen it all. We need to get him into the palace, she said, before Rhyse realizes we found him. Already moving on it. I have a cart waiting at the north service gate, the one the laundry uses. If we can get him across the stone bridge before the watch changes, he'll be inside within the hour. Drevash was already at the door. Then we move now. They went through the lower passages, the ones that smelled of mildew and old ash, the ones Tharyn had learned to navigate in the dark 7 years ago when she was moving press plates for Peake. Oren led, his hand resting on his sword hilt, his eyes tracking every shadow. The tannery district was quiet. Too quiet. Tharyn felt it before she saw it, the kind of silence that meant the street had been cleared deliberately. No dogs, no late workers, no voices carrying through the cracks in the shutters. Oren felt it too. His pace slowed. Something's wrong. They reached the safe house door. It was hanging open. Tharyn's heart stopped. She pushed past Oren into the room. The lamp was still burning. The chairs were still arranged where they had been placed. But the men were gone, and the sealed back door was swinging in the wind, and the only sign that Peake had ever been there was a blood smear on the doorframe, still wet enough to glisten in the light. No. Oren was already moving, checking the window, the alley, the roof access above. They couldn't have known. I sealed the route myself. They knew. Tharyn's voice came out flat, hollow. Someone inside the palace knew. Drevash's hand found hers. Then Oren went still beside the window. Riders, he said. On the bridge route, doubling back. Tharyn looked. 3 horses, moving fast, their riders wearing the black of magistrate agents, coming straight toward them, coming to finish what Rhyse had started. Chapter 35. The horses were still coming. 3 black shapes against the gray of the bridge, riding hard, already close enough that Tharyn could hear the hooves strike stone. Oren's hand went to his sword. We have 20 seconds before they round the corner. Drevash was already pulling her back from the doorframe, his grip tight on her arm. The tannery loading dock. There's a channel that runs under the street. I know it. Tharyn's voice came out steady, even though her chest was hollow. Follow me. They moved. The loading dock was 3 doors down, its entrance half hidden behind a stack of rotted barrels. Tharyn hit the latch without slowing, her fingers finding the release by memory, and the door swung open into darkness. She heard Oren behind her, his boots scraping on the stone, and then the thud of Oren slamming the door shut at their backs. The channel was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Water seeped through the walls, cold and smelling of lye. Tharyn led without speaking, her hand trailing along the stone to keep her bearings in the dark. Behind them, hoofbeats stopped, then a voice. Search every door. They ran. The channel opened into a wider drainage tunnel, and then into a culvert that fed into the river itself. Gray light spilled through the grate above them, showing a ladder bolted to the wall. Tharyn looked up. The grate opened onto an alley that led to the palace's north service gate. Where does that go? Oren asked. Straight into the assembly. Drevash's hand found hers in the dim light. Then we go together? They climbed. The service gate was unguarded. That should have worried her, but there was no time to question it, no time to wonder why the path had been cleared. They moved through the kitchen yard, past the laundry court, into the corridor that led to the assembly hall. The corridor was full of people. Tharyn stopped. Nobles, clerks, servants carrying water and ink. The assembly hall doors were open, and inside she could see the long oak table where the great houses sat, the raised dais where Chancellor Rhyse would preside, the empty chair at the center where King Ilian would be seated. The room was ready, and everyone in it was watching her. Tharyn felt the weight of their gaze, the calculation behind every pair of eyes. They had heard the rumors, the common bride, the forger. the woman who had somehow wrapped the regent around her finger. She straightened her spine. Let them look. Drevash's hand pressed against the small of her back, warm and steady, and they walked through the doors together. The hall was grounder than she remembered. Wood-paneled walls rose 2 stories to a vaulted ceiling painted with scenes of Sorrath's founding, the river winding through every panel like a living vein. Candles burned in iron sconces along the walls, casting long shadows across the faces of the assembled nobles. House Vellum sat near the front. She did not see Lord Vellum himself, only his steward, a thin man with a ledger open on his lap. House Orvain was represented by Lady Sunneth, standing beside the empty throne chair with her arms crossed, her face unreadable. House Draevon had no one but Drevash. And at the far end of the table, behind a lectern stacked with documents, sat Chancellor Emyn Rhyse. He looked at her with something that might have been satisfaction. "Ah," he said, his voice carrying through the hall. "The accused arrives." Tharyn felt the words land like a slap. She had expected him to wait, to build his case slowly, to let the assembly breathe before he struck. But Rhyse was not waiting. He was already holding a document in his hand. "I have here a formal complaint," he said, "filed by the magistracy on behalf of the Crown. It accuses one Tharyn Duskith, known alias Thara Henner, known alias Corin Vale, of high document fraud, conspiracy to undermine the succession, and attempting to manipulate the regency through forgery and false claims." The room went still. "These charges," Rhyse continued, "are supported by evidence gathered over months, forged documents bearing her handwriting, witnesses who will testify to her movements, and a sealed record from the palace archive that confirms her alias was used to validate false succession documents for years." He set the document down. "The accused will now be given the opportunity to speak, if she can." The hall turned to look at her. Tharyn stood at the center of the room, the weight of every gaze on her shoulders. Drevash's hand still pressed against her back. She had known this moment was coming. She had prepared for it. But knowing and standing in it were 2 different things. She opened her mouth to speak, and then she saw it. Behind Rhyse, at the edge of the dais, a figure in servant's gray, standing perfectly still. A woman. The woman from the safe house, the one with the blood on her hands. Tharyn's voice caught. The woman smiled, and then she was gone, slipping into the shadows behind the tapestry, leaving nothing but the faint rustle of fabric and the sense that the room was far more dangerous than she had understood. Rhyse was still waiting. "Speak," he said, "or be silent. The court will decide either way." Tharyn pulled her gaze back to the lectern. She forced herself to breathe. "Chancellor Rhyse," she said, her voice carrying through the hall, "you have presented a document accusing me of crimes I did not commit. A document you claim is evidence. A document you say was written in my hand." She stepped forward. "Let me see it." Rhyse's eyes flickered. "Excuse me?" "If I am to answer charges, I have the right to examine the evidence against me. The document you claim proves my guilt. Show it to me." The hall murmured. Rhyse's jaw tightened. But he could not refuse. Not before the assembled houses, not without appearing to hide something. He picked up the document and held it out. Tharyn crossed the room and took it. She held it in her hands, feeling the weight of the paper, the texture of the ink, the subtle shift of pressure where the writer had pressed too hard on the opening strokes. The same flaw she had seen in the workroom, the same forger. She looked up. "This document," she said, "was not written by me." Rhyse's mouth curved. "And how would you prove that, forger?" Tharyn felt the trap closing around her. She had walked into it willingly, and now she had to spring it before it crushed her. Chapter 36. She held the document in both hands, letting the silence stretch. The hall watched. 50 faces, 50 judgments, the weight of every gaze pressed against her ribs. But she had spent 7 years reading paper in rooms where one wrong word meant a knife in the dark. This was only louder. She lifted the sheet closer to the candlelight. "The grain runs left to right," she said. "Standard palace stock, nothing unusual there." Rhyse's mouth twitched. "We are all impressed by your knowledge of stationery." The binding edge was trimmed after writing. She turned the sheet sideways. You can see the cutter's drag on the lower margin. The document was cut to fit a specific folder after the ink dried, not before. She looked up. That means it was written loose, not in a bound registry. Any clerk in this hall knows succession certifications are always entered into a bound volume first, then copied for distribution. This was composed outside protocol. A murmur rippled through the benches. Rhyse's hand tightened on the lectern. A technical detail, meaningless to anyone who does not share your trade. Then let me speak plainly. She set the document flat on the table beside her and pointed to the opening stroke of the first sentence. The writer presses too hard on every initial downstroke. Look at the pressure pattern. Each paragraph begins with a heavy slash, then settles into a lighter rhythm. That is not how I write. She pulled a scrap of paper from her pocket, one of the genuine notes she had written that morning for Drevash's signature, and laid it beside the forged document. Compare the two. My trailing hand uses consistent pressure throughout the sentence. I adapt to the nib, the ink flow, the paper texture. I do not punch the page on every first letter. That is a forger's habit, someone who learned by tracing and never internalized the natural economy of motion. She stepped back. Your forger is skilled. He studied my work long enough to replicate the shapes, but he has not been doing this as long as I have. He is still fighting the page. I stopped fighting it 10 years ago. The murmuring grew louder. A gray-haired woman from House Pelham leaned forward, squinting at the two papers. Rhyse's voice cut through the noise. And the court is expected to take the word of a woman who has made her living manufacturing lies? You are confessing to expertise in the very crime you claim to expose. I am not claiming expertise in crime. I am claiming expertise in paper. She met his eyes. And I am inviting any scribe in this hall to examine both documents themselves. Let them judge whose hand wrote which. A pause. A man in scribe's brown rose from the back bench, elderly, stooped, with ink permanently ground into the webbing of his fingers. He crossed the room without asking permission and picked up both sheets. The hall held its breath. He studied them for a long moment. Then he turned to Rhyse. The pressure pattern is different, he said. The accused note flows. The document the Chancellor produced fights itself on every opening letter. He set the papers down. I have been a palace scribe for 43 years. I know the difference between a working hand and a studied imitation. Rhyse's jaw tightened. A single scribe's opinion proves nothing. It proves the evidence you brought is suspect. Tharyn's voice carried. And that is before we examine the seal. She reached into her sleeve and produced the rubbing she had taken from Maris's office that morning. The careful graphite transfer of the old chancellery die, the hairline crack visible in the wax impression like a vein in stone. This seal, she said, holding the rubbing up, was retired 12 years ago. The die was replaced because of the crack you can see here, running from the upper rim through the crown engraving. Every chancellery clerk in this room knows that. She looked at the assembled scribes and clerks. Does anyone deny it? A woman near the front shook her head. A man beside her nodded slowly. Tharyn turned back to Rhyse. The document you presented today bears that cracked seal, but it is dated 6 months ago. That is impossible, unless someone has been using the old die to stamp forged records and make them appear older than they are. She let the silence hold. Your forger has the old seal. He has been using it to manufacture legal authority for records that never existed, and he framed me because I am the only person in this city who could prove it. The hall erupted. Voices clashed. Accusations flew between benches. House Pelham's gray-haired woman was on her feet, pointing at Rhyse, demanding to know which other documents had been sealed with the retired die. Rhyse stood motionless behind the lectern, his hands flat on the wood, his face unreadable. Then he raised one hand. The noise did not stop immediately. He waited. Let the room settle on its own. Let the tension build until every voice had exhausted itself into breathless silence. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. An impressive performance. He stepped around the lectern. I concede the seal discrepancy. I concede the pressure pattern. I concede that someone inside the magistracy has been using the old die to manufacture false authority. A ripple of confusion. None of that proves you innocent. He pointed at her. I concede the seal discrepancy. I concede the pressure pattern. I concede that someone inside the magistracy has been using the old die to manufacture false authority. A ripple of confusion. None of that proves you innocent. He pointed at her. It proves you were skilled enough to know exactly how the forgery was done, skilled enough to replicate it, skilled enough to leave the trail pointing at someone else while you buried your own tracks. He walked toward her, slow and deliberate. You worked alone for years. You built a network of contacts in every ward. You know every scribe, every runner, every broker who moves paper through this city. If anyone could manufacture a forgery ring and blame it on the magistracy, it would be you. He stopped 3 feet from her. So, I ask you, Tharyn Duskith, before this assembly, if you are innocent, why should we believe a common criminal over the sworn testimony of the kingdom's magistracy? Why should a forger's word carry more weight than the institution that has kept this realm lawful for 3 generations? The room went still. Tharyn felt the floor shift beneath her feet. She had the evidence. She had the analysis. She had the scribe's confirmation. But Rhyse had not built his case on paper. He had built it on class. And in this hall, with these nobles, in this kingdom, that was the one weapon she had never learned to counter. She opened her mouth. And then Drevash stepped forward. Chapter 37. Drevash stepped forward. The movement was small. 1 stride, barely enough to bring him level with her shoulder. But the assembly registered it like a blade drawn in a silent room. Heads turned, hands stilled on bench edges. He did not touch her, did not look at her. He faced Rhyse directly, and the Chancellor's mouth tightened because he knew what was coming before the words left the Regent's mouth. Her word carries weight, Drevash said, because I stake mine on it. The silence that followed was not the respectful kind. It was the silence of a room realizing the rules had just shifted beneath their feet. Rhyse's expression did not change. Your regency does not grant you authority over succession evidence, my prince. The magistracy answers to the crown, not to the regent's personal attachments. My personal attachments are not the issue. Drevash's voice carried past the front benches, past the clerks pressed against the walls, past the servants frozen in the doorways. The issue is that this assembly is being asked to choose between paper evidence and institutional reputation. And I am telling you that the woman who brought that evidence is the only reason the king is still alive. A murmur rippled through the hall. Rhyse's hands remained flat on the lectern. Bold words. Can you prove them? She identified the seal substitution that saved Elian from signing a false decree. She spotted the registry tampering that your own clerks missed for 7 years. She walked into an archive fire to pull out the records your conspiracy wanted burned. Drevash's voice dropped, but the room had gone so still that every word carried. And she did all of it while knowing that if she failed, I would be the one who signed her death warrant. He turned to face the assembly, letting them see his face, his hands, the absence of any mask. So yes, I stake my name on hers. And if that is not enough for this room, then this room has forgotten what a regency is supposed to protect. The murmuring grew louder now. House Pelham's woman was on her feet, but she was not looking at Rhyse. She was looking at Drevash with an expression that hovered between calculation and unease. Tharyn stood frozen beside him, the graphite rubbing still in her hand, the forged document lying on the table between them and the Chancellor. She had expected him to speak. She had not expected him to burn his own political shelter to ashes in front of 50 witnesses. Rhyse waited for the noise to settle. When it did, his voice was quieter than before. A noble sentiment, my prince. But the question before this assembly is not whether you trust the accused. It is whether the realm should trust a man who would gamble its security on a woman he has known for less than a month. The words landed like stones. Tharyn felt them hit the room, felt the weight of them shift the air. She saw the faces around her, the scribes, the clerks, the noble representatives, measuring Drevash against Rhyse's implication. She understood what Rhyse is doing. He was not attacking her anymore. He was attacking the judgment of the man who had just defended her. And in a room full of people who had spent their lives being told that rank meant wisdom, that was a far more dangerous weapon than any forged document. Drevash did not flinch. I have known her for less than a month, he said. And in that time she has saved the king, exposed a 7-year archival conspiracy, and walked into a trap she knew was waiting for her because she refused to abandon the people she swore to protect. He paused. How many of you can say the same? The silence that followed was not the kind that preceded agreement. It was the kind that preceded fracture. Rhyse's jaw tightened. He was calculating. Tharyn could see it, weighing whether to push harder or retreat and regroup. Then a voice came from the back of the hall. Perhaps the Regent's trust is not the only question we should be asking. The speaker was a woman Tharyn did not recognize. Old, silver-haired, dressed in the gray of a household steward rather than the silt of a noble. She was standing near the doors, and her voice carried the particular authority of someone who had worked in the palace long enough to fear nothing but the truth. Chancellor Rhyse, the woman said, if the seal on that document is indeed the old die, then someone in the magistracy has been using it for years. That means the forgery ring did not begin with the accused. It began inside your own institution. Rhyse turned to face her. And you are? A clerk in the Chancellery Records Office, 41 years. The woman did not lower her gaze. I recognized the crack in the seal the moment the accused held up the rubbing. I saw that die retired 12 years ago. I watched the master sealmaker take it away and lock it in the strong room. She looked around the room. I also watched it go missing 3 years later. But when I reported it, the report was buried. My supervisor told me the seal had been recatalogued and there was nothing to investigate. The room erupted. Tharyn felt the ground shift beneath her again, but this time it was not Rhyse's class trap closing around her throat. This time it was the conspiracy's foundation cracking open. Rhyse's face remained unreadable, but his hands had moved from the lectern to his sides. The smallest adjustment, but Tharyn caught it. He was preparing to pivot. She needed to press before he could. The seal was stolen from the strong room, she said, stepping forward. Not recatalogued, stolen. By someone who knew exactly what they had taken and how to use it. She looked at the clerk. Do you remember who was in charge of the strong room inventory that year? The woman's mouth opened. Before she could answer, a new sound cut through the assembly. A door slammed somewhere deeper in the palace. A shout followed, muffled by stone, rising and then cut off abruptly. The room went still again. Tharyn's blood went cold. That shout had come from the direction of the archive wing, and Quill was alone with both documents. Chapter 38. The sound hit Tharyn like a blade between the ribs. The archive wing, the direction, the abrupt end of the shout. She was already moving before the assembly understood what they had heard. The backs of her legs hit the bench, her hand caught the edge of the evidence table, and she was around it before the first noble rose from his seat. Maris is alone, she said. Drevash was beside her before she finished the sentence. His hand found her arm, not to stop her, only to confirm she was going where he could follow. The assembly broke open. Guards turned toward the sound. Clerks rose from their benches. The silver-haired chancellery clerk stood frozen with her mouth still open, the crack in the old seal hanging in the air like a wound that had not finished bleeding. Rhyse moved. Tharyn saw it in the fraction of a second when everyone else was still turning toward the door. He did not turn toward the sound. He turned toward the table, toward the documents. His hand shot out and closed around the forged packet. Guards, he said, and his voice carried the authority of a man who had spent decades commanding rooms. Secure the archive wing. No one enters or leaves until I say so. The guards at the doors hesitated. They looked at Rhyse, then at Drevash, measuring the distance between the two poles of power in the room. Tharyn did not wait for them to decide. She lunged across the table. Her hand caught the edge of the original transfer record, the one with the old seal and the erased name, the one Maris had authenticated with her own trembling hands. She pulled it toward her chest as Rhyse's fingers clawed for the same stack. Paper ripped. The sound was wet and final. She looked down. A torn edge, a fragment of the 8th infant's record still in Rhyse's grip. He had a piece of the truth. She had the rest. Arrest her, Rhyse said, and his voice had lost its courtroom polish. It was raw now, stripped of performance. She is destroying evidence in front of this assembly. I am protecting evidence your guards were about to lose, Tharyn shot back. The same evidence you just tried to grab. The room erupted into chaos. Ink trays went over. A scribe's stool clattered as someone backed into it. 2 stewards collided near the pillar, and a noblewoman's shawl caught on a bench corner and tore. Then Oren was there. He had come through the side door from the service corridor, blade half drawn, blood on his sleeve. Not his own. The archive wing. he said, and his voice cut through the noise. 2 men, magistrate tokens. Maris Quill is alive. She held them off long enough to lock herself in the strong room. Tharyn's knees nearly buckled. Alive. She has the documents, Orin continued. Both of them. One of the attackers is down, and the other ran toward the kitchens. The room went still again. This time, the stillness was different. This time, it was the silence of a room that had begun to understand the shape of what it was witnessing. Rhyse's face was unreadable, but his hand, the one holding the torn fragment, had begun to tremble. The smallest tremor. The crack before the fall. "You sent men to destroy the evidence," Drevash said. His voice was quiet. It carried further than shouting ever could. "While you stood in this room and accused her of destroying it. I sent no one. Your magistrate tokens say otherwise." Orin stepped forward. In his palm he held a small metal disc, blood-smeared. The insignia was still visible. The room recognized it. The silver-haired clerk made a sound that was half breath, half whimper. "That seal was supposed to be in the strong room too," she said. "That token was issued to the deputy chancellery supervisor, the one who buried my report." Rhyse's jaw worked. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then the assembly's main doors opened again. A figure stood in the threshold. Young, lean, hand wrapped in stained linen but standing upright. "Peace." Tharyn's chest seized. The boy who had been sent to the quarries. The boy she had thought dead on a blood-stained floor. The boy who had watched documents move through the river ward for weeks. He was standing in the assembly hall. "I told the lady with the red thread everything," Peake said. His voice cracked on the last word, but he did not stop. "Every name, every date, every document, I saw them stamp with the old seal." He looked at Rhyse. The Chancellor's seal was there, but it wasn't his hand on the die. It was the deputy supervisor, the one who buried the report. "I saw him do it." Peakes lifted his bound hand. The linen had begun to bleed through. "I saw him do it 6 times, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 5 days ago, the day before they took me." The room did not erupt this time. It collapsed. Tharyn felt it happen. The invisible architecture of Rhyse's case folding inward, the pillars of class and institution crumbling under the weight of a 19-year-old copy boy who had not died. Rhyse took a step back, then another. The guards moved, but Rhyse faster. He threw the torn fragment into the crowd. Paper scattered, a dozen hands grabbing for it, bodies colliding, confusion blooming exactly as he had intended. In the chaos, Rhyse turned. He ran. Tharyn was after him before she knew she had decided. Her boots hit the stone floor and Peake shouted something behind her, and Drevash was there, matching her stride, hand closing around her arm again as they burst through the service door into the corridor beyond. Rhyse was 20 paces ahead, moving toward the archive wing, toward the strong room, toward Maris. "He's going for the seal," Tharyn said. "The old die. If he gets to it before the guards, he can destroy it." Drevash did not answer. He did not need to. They ran. The corridor curved. The archive wing doors loomed ahead, half open. One of Orin's men slumped against the wall with a gash across his forehead. Rhyse reached the strong room first. His hand closed around the door handle. Then the door swung open from the inside. Maris Quill stood in the frame. She was pale. Her sleeve was torn. There was a cut along her cheekbone that had not yet stopped bleeding. In her left hand, she held the old chancellery die. In her right, she held a knife. "Try," Maris said, and her voice was the quietest thing in the building. Rhyse stopped. Tharyn felt the ground settle beneath her feet. The guards reached them a moment later, hands on Rhyse's shoulders, tokens read, orders given. Through it all, Maris did not lower the knife. "Maris," Tharyn said, stepping forward slowly. "It's done. He's done. You can put it down." Maris looked at her. The terror in the archivist's eyes was older than tonight, older than the conspiracy, older than the burned room and the leaking strong room. "I can," Maris said, "but I don't think he will." She was not looking at Tharyn when she said it. She was looking past her, at the corridor behind them. Tharyn turned. A woman stood at the far end of the hall, dressed in servant's gray, blood on her hands. The woman from the safe house. She was smiling, and in her hand, she held a cold iron key. Chapter 39. The woman did not move. She stood at the far end of the corridor, servant's gray blending into the shadow where the torchlight failed. The cold iron key hung from her fingers like a thread she had not yet pulled. Tharyn's breath stopped. Beside her, Maris made a sound that was not quite a word. The knife in her hand did not lower. "Who are you?" Tharyn said. The woman's smile widened. She lifted the key. Then she turned and walked through a door that should not have been there. A panel in the wall, fitted so precisely that Tharyn had passed it twice without seeing the seam. The door closed. The corridor was empty. "Secure that," Drevash said to the guards, gesturing at Rhyse. "Now." He was already moving. Tharyn followed, Maris behind them, the old die still in the archivist's grip. Drevash reached the panel, ran his fingers along the edge. Found nothing. No latch, no handle, no seam his nails could catch. "The key?" Tharyn said. "It opened from the other side. There's nothing here to pull." Then she locked it behind her. Or someone's waiting on the other side to open it for her. The words hung between them. Behind them, Rhyse laughed, a cracked, exhausted sound that had nothing left to lose. "You still don't see it," he said. "You think you've won. You've only cleared the first room." Oren reached him before anyone else could move. The captain's hand closed around Rhyse's collar. "You'll speak when the regent says you'll speak." "I just did." Rhyse's gray-green eyes found Tharyn. "You caught me. You proved the documents were forged. You even found the seal. But who do you think commissioned the first forgery? Who do you think burned the archive before I ever did?" The question landed like a blade between ribs. Tharyn remembered the fire, the succession registry, the shelves collapsing, oil thrown at lamps, a trap meant to kill her and Drevash together. Rhyse had not set that fire. He had admitted there was a second stream. "Take him to the holding cells," Drevash said. "Separate from the magistracy wing. No visitors, no messages." Oren nodded. 2 guards flanked Rhyse and pulled him down the corridor. Tharyn stood at the sealed panel, her palm flat against the wood, feeling for heat or movement on the other side. There was nothing. "She's gone," Maris said quietly. "She took the key, and she knew exactly when to come." Tharyn turned. Maris was still holding the old chancellery die. Her knuckles were white, but her eyes had cleared. "She was waiting," Tharyn said. "She watched the whole thing, the arrest, the chaos, the moment everyone's eyes were on Rhyse. She was the distraction," Drevash said slowly. "Not him. He was the sacrifice." They stood in the corridor while the truth settled. Rhyse had been willing to burn, willing to be caught. The entire assembly, the charges, the forged documents, the class attack, it had all been a stage built to hold their attention while the woman with the key walked through a door that should not exist. "What does the key open?" Tharyn said. No one answered. The assembly hall was still churning when they returned. Nobles clustered in shouting knots. Clerks moved between them with papers that no one was reading. The silver-haired chancellery clerk sat on a bench with her hands folded, waiting for someone to ask her another question. Pake stood near the dais, his bandaged hand held against his chest. He looked up when Tharyn entered. The relief on his face was the most honest thing she had seen all day. "You're alive," he said. "Don't," Tharyn said. "Don't you dare pretend I'm the one who was in danger." He laughed. It hurt her to hear it. "The deputy supervisor?" she said. "Under guard." Pake's voice steadied. 2 other clerks came forward after I spoke. They saw him with the seal, too. They were just too afraid to say so before. "Cowards," someone muttered behind them. Tharyn turned. Lady Sunneth Orvain stood at the edge of the dais. Her gray hair was still pinned perfectly. Her face was unreadable. "They were afraid," Sunneth said, "because fear is the currency this palace runs on." Rhyse understood that. He spent years building an institution where speaking truth cost more than silence. She looked at Tharyn. "You broke that. I had help." "You did." Sunneth's gaze swept the room. "And now we have a different problem." She stepped forward. The crowd parted around her like water around stone. "Chancellor Rhyse is arrested. His cell is exposed, but the conspiracy that used him is still inside these walls, and it has been operating longer than any of us want to admit." She stopped at the center of the dais. "The Child King is at risk, not from the poison that was administered, but from every noble house in this room who now knows that the succession records have been tampered with. Every house will want to see those records. Every house will want to know whose name was erased. Every house will demand to know whether the regent sitting in Elian's council has a claim to the throne that supersedes their own. The room went silent. Sunneth let the silence stretch. King Elian Mercor is 10 years old. He is the rightful sovereign of Sorrath until his majority or his death. No document in this strong room changes that. And I will see him protected before I see any house's curiosity satisfied. She turned to Drevash. You have the documents. You have the seal. You have Tharyn Duskith's testimony and Maris Quill's authentication. All of that will be sealed under my authority until the king is of age to rule in his own name. Drevash met her gaze. And if the houses refuse, then they will have to go through me. She said it without heat, without threat, as though it were simply the truth. And for a moment, no one in the room disputed it. Tharyn watched the nobles shift. Some looked at the floor, some looked at the ceiling, some looked at Drevash with calculation already forming behind their eyes. No one challenged Sunneth. Good, Sunneth said. Then we understand each other. She stepped down from the dais and walked toward the archive wing without looking back. Tharyn stayed where she was. The woman with the key was still out there. The second conspiracy stream still had its leader. The sealed panel in the corridor was still locked from the other side. And somewhere in the palace, someone was waiting for night to fall. Peak touched her arm. Tharyn, I know. You're thinking about running again. She looked at him, at the bandaged hand, at the boy she had trained, who had survived the quarries and the magistrates and the blood-stained floor of his own room. No, she said. I'm thinking about who I need to protect. Peak's face did not change. Then you're staying. I'm staying. Drevash was watching her from across the dais. He did not smile. Neither did she. But when he crossed the room and stopped beside her, his hand found the small of her back and stayed there, and the gesture was not a performance for anyone watching. Rhyse's cell is broken, he said, but the door she opened is still standing. I know. If we wait until morning, the trail will be cold. Are you asking me what I want to do? He looked at her. I'm asking if you're ready to follow that key. Tharyn thought about the river ward, about Peak's blood on a floor that had been cleaned, about the safe-house woman's smile and the iron key that should not have existed. Find the seam in the panel, she said, or find the man who built it. Drevash nodded. Oren will have the door open by dawn. Then we go at dawn. She turned to Peak. Can you stay with Elian? Watch the doors. Trust no one. I've been doing that for weeks, Peak said. I know, and I have no right to ask you to do it again. You raised me to say yes when people need me. He shifted his bandaged hand. So yes. Tharyn stood still for a moment, then she moved. The corridor beyond the assembly hall was empty. The torchlight had burned low. The shadows were long. She walked to the sealed panel and pressed her paw against it one more time. Gold. Still cold. But behind it, somewhere in the dark, the woman with the key was moving through passages no one had mapped, and Tharyn was going to follow her into every one. Chapter 40. The corridor outside the sealed panel was empty. Tharyn stood with her palms still pressed against the cold wood, feeling nothing move on the other side. No footfall, no breath. Just the silence of stone and the dying torch above her head. Drevash had not moved from her side. We need to find the woman with the key, she said. We will. The second stream is still operating. They had a door ready. They knew exactly when to move. Yes. She lowered her hand. And now every noble house in the room knows your name was erased from the succession records. Drevash was silent. Rhyse said it in front of 50 witnesses. She continued. Sunneth can seal the documents, but she cannot seal the memory of what they heard. No, Drevash said quietly. She cannot. Tharyn turned to face him. The torchlight caught the edges of his face, the silver threading through his dark hair, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes that she had not noticed in the first weeks. He looked tired. Not exhausted in the way a man was after a battle, but hollowed in the way a man was after surviving something he had spent years dreading. "You knew this was coming," she said. "I knew it was possible." "And you still walked into the assembly with me." Drevash looked at her. "I told you in the safe house. I choose you." That was not a performance for the crowd. Tharyn felt the words settle somewhere beneath her ribs, warm and dangerous. "You could have stayed silent," she said. "Let me take the fall. Kept your claim hidden for another decade." "I could have. Why didn't you?" He held her gaze. "Because I stopped believing that survival was the same as living." The silence between them stretched. Sorrath thought about the river ward, about the damp workshop where she had taught Peak to mix ink, about the years she had spent measuring every kindness against the ledger, waiting for the debt to come due. She had never let herself want something that could not be calculated. "You should rest," Drevash said. "I will. After Oren finds the seam, he will. And after I check on Elian, he is with Peak and Sunneth. He is safe." Tharyn nodded, but she did not move. "Tharyn," she looked at him. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. The forged evidence. The document that had bound her to him since the first night in his study. He held it between them. "I told you in the safe house that it was yours to keep," he said. "But I never gave it back to you properly, because I was afraid that if I did, you would burn it, and I would never see you again. Are you giving it back now? I am giving you the choice." He held it out. The paper trembled in the torchlight. Tharyn looked at the document, at the words that had been written to condemn her, at the seal that had been pressed to frame her. She had dreamed of burning this paper. She had dreamed of watching it curl into ash and scattering the remains into the river so that no one could ever use it against her again. She did not take it. "That document is the reason I am still alive," she said. Drevash's hand did not lower. "If you had not brought me here, if you had not threatened me with it, I would have kept running. I would have buried myself in another Alias in another city and watched from a distance when the news came that the Child King had died and the realm had fallen into civil war." She stepped closer. "I would have let the world burn because it was safer than staying in the fire." Drevash's jaw tightened. "So I am not burning it," she said. "I am keeping it. Not as leverage, as a threat. As a reminder of what I chose when I could have walked away." She reached out and took the paper from his hand. Then she folded it once, twice, and tucked it into the inner pocket of her coat, next to the ink vial she had carried through every corridor, every council chamber, every burning archive since the night she was arrested. "I am staying," she said. Drevash let out a breath he had been holding for a long time. "Then I will stay with you." They stood together in the empty corridor, the torch burning low above their heads, and for a moment, the conspiracy, the key, the hidden door, the second stream, all of it felt distant, like a storm that had not yet reached the shore. Drevash reached for her hand. She let him take it. His fingers were warm against hers, calloused from years of signing decrees and holding council and pretending to be something he was not. "Will you walk with me?" he asked. "Where?" "Nowhere in particular. I just don't want to be alone tonight." Tharyn looked at him. In the torchlight, he did not look like the Prince-Regent who had cornered her in a midnight study and presented her with a choice between prison and partnership. He looked like a man who had spent a long time carrying something heavy. "I don't want to be alone either," she said. They walked. Through the corridors where the servants had not yet returned, past the great hall where the chandeliers hung dark, through the gallery where the portraits of dead kings stared down at them with painted eyes that saw nothing. Drevash's hand stayed in hers. They did not speak. They did not need to. At the end of the gallery, a window faced east. The sky was beginning to lighten. Drevash stopped. "Oren will have the door open by dawn," he said. "Yes, and then we follow the key." "Yes." He looked at the light creeping over the rooftops. "Whatever is behind that door, Tharyn, it will not be the end. It will be the beginning." "I know. The conspiracy has been building this for years. The second stream is deeper than Rhyse, and now that my lineage is known, every house will position itself for the succession conflict." "I know. So why are you still here?" She turned to him. Because you asked me to stay. The words hung between them. Drevash's hand tightened around hers. Tharyn. Say it again, she said. He stepped closer. Stay. The sky was lightening. Somewhere in the palace, a bell began to toll. And Tharyn Duskith, the forger from the River Ward who had spent her whole life running, stood still. I am not going anywhere, she said. He kissed her. Not like the first time in the safe house, when everything between them had been raw and new and desperate. This time, his mouth found hers like he had been searching for it his whole life. She kissed him back. The bells kept tolling, the light kept rising, and the sealed panel at the end of the corridor stayed silent. But behind it, somewhere in the unmapped dark, the woman with the key was waiting. And when the dawn came, Tharyn would follow her into every forgotten passage and every buried truth until she found whatever the second stream was hiding. But for now, just for now, she stayed. Drevash's hand found the small of her back, and she leaned into him, and the world beyond the window waited, patient and hungry, for them to be ready. Chapter 41. The palace stirred around them like a disturbed hive. Servants appeared in the corridors with the first gray light, their faces shuttered, their movements careful. They did not look at Tharyn and Drevash directly, but they saw. Every one of them saw the Prince-Regent holding a common forger's hand in the East Gallery as the dawn bells finished tolling. Drevash released her fingers slowly, deliberately, as if the separation required conscious effort. We need to find Sunneth, he said. She will be with Elian. Yes. They walked through corridors that had filled with whispers while they stood in the gallery. The whispers died when they passed and resumed when they had gone. Tharyn felt them on her back like a hand she could not shrug off. The king's apartments were guarded by men she did not recognize. Drevash stopped. These are not my men. No, my lord, said the senior guard, a woman with gray threading her temples and a sword worn at the hip like she had slept in it. Lady Orvain's personal detail. She ordered the rotation an hour ago. On whose authority? On hers. The guard did not blink. She said you would ask. She said to tell you the king is secure and she will receive you in the West Council chamber when you are ready. When I am ready or immediately? A flicker at the corner of the guard's mouth. She said, when you are ready, my lord. Her exact words were, let them have their moment. They will not get another one today. Drevash stared at the door. Tharyn touched his arm. She is protecting him. She is locking me out. She is buying us time to think before the next blow lands. He looked at her, and something shifted in his face. The exhaustion, the suspicion, the years of carrying it alone, all of it settling into a quiet acceptance. When did you become the one who keeps me steady? When you stopped trying to control me. He almost smiled. They found the West Council chamber in controlled chaos. Lady Sunneth stood at the head of the table with a map of the palace waits, anchored at each corner by ink pots. 3 clerks transcribed orders onto separate slates. A messenger boy, of perhaps 12, stood at her elbow with a sealed packet. She looked up when they entered. Good, you are here. Close the door. Tharyn closed it. Sunneth did not wait. The news is already beyond the palace walls. I have 3 confirmed reports of messengers leaving the grounds within the last hour. 2 toward the eastern baronies and 1 toward the southern reach. The noble houses are calling emergency councils. By midday, every major house in Sorrath will know that Prince-Regent Drevash Draevon may be the lawful heir to the throne. Drevash stood very still, and Elian, protected, for now. Sunneth's jaw tightened. But I did not summon you here to report what you already know. I summoned you because someone breached the king's outer household an hour before dawn. Tharyn's blood went cold. Breached how? A servant was found in the anteroom outside Elian's bedchamber. She was not on the roster. She was wearing the same gray as the woman who vanished through the sealed panel. She had no key, but she had a blade. Is Elian unharmed? The guard on duty stopped her before she reached the inner door. The woman is in custody, but she has not spoken. She will not speak. She bit through her own tongue before the guards could question her. The room went silent. Tharyn thought of the woman in the corridor, the cold iron key, the blood on her hands, the smile. She was the distraction, Tharyn said slowly. The key, the panel, the escape, All of it was designed to make us look one direction, while the real strike aimed at the other. Sunneth met her eyes. That is what I believe as well. Then the second stream is not trying to stop the lineage from being revealed, Drevash said. They already know it will come out. They are trying to eliminate Elyon before the succession can be contested. Sunneth did not disagree. So what do we do? Tharyn asked. Sunneth picked up the sealed packet from the boy's elbow. I am relocating the king to the river fortress under armed escort within the hour. He will be safer there than in any room of this palace, because the palace has been compromised for years, and we have only just begun to understand how deeply. She held out the packet to Drevash. These are the transfer orders and the emergency protocol. They require your signature as regent. Drevash took the packet. Who will guard him? Soldiers I trust. Not House Draevon, not House Orvain. Soldiers who answer to the crown alone and have no allegiance to any noble family. You have such soldiers? Sunneth's smile was thin and cold. I have been chamberlain to 3 kings, Prince-Regent. I have buried more secrets than your conspiracy has planted. Yes, I have such soldiers. Drevash broke the seal and read. Tharyn watched his face as he absorbed the words. His expression did not change, but his hand tightened on the paper. When he looked up, his eyes were flat and ready. This will strip the palace of nearly a third of the remaining loyal guard. Yes, it will leave the noble houses unprotected. Yes, it will make every corridor a hunting ground for anyone who stays behind. Yes. He looked at Tharyn, then he signed. Sunneth took the signed orders and handed them to the messenger boy. You have 30 minutes to ready the king. The east postern will be unguarded for exactly 90 seconds. Use them. The boy ran. Sunneth turned to face them both. I will be going with Elyon. The palace will be yours until I return, or until the next blow falls, whichever comes first. And if you do not return? Drevash asked. Sunneth's gaze was steady. Then you will be the only thing standing between Sorrath and the war the conspiracy has been building for 7 years. I suggest you prepare accordingly. She left without another word. The door closed behind her. Tharyn and Drevash stood alone in the council chamber, surrounded by ink pots and weight anchors and the fading warmth of the woman who had just handed them the keys to a burning house. She just made us the target, Tharyn said quietly. I know. Every house that wants the throne, every agent of the second stream, every opportunist in the realm will come for you now. I know. Drevash turned to her. Are you still staying? Tharyn looked at the sealed packet in his hands, the map on the table, the ink drying on the orders that had just emptied the palace of its best defenses. She thought of Peak, guarding a child who was being spirited away through a service gate. She thought of Maris, locked in a strong room with the evidence of a 30-year-old crime. She thought of the woman with the key, somewhere in the dark behind a panel that had no seam, no latch, no handle from this side. She thought of all the doors she had walked through in her life, each one closing behind her, each one taking her further from the river ward and deeper into a war she had never asked for. And she thought of Drevash's hand in hers, warm and steady, in the empty gallery while the dawn bells tolled. I am staying, she said. But I need you to promise me one thing. Anything. When we find the woman with the key, I want to be the one who takes it from her. Drevash looked at her. Then he nodded. The corridor outside the council chamber was empty when they stepped into it. But at the far end, where the shadows pooled thickest, something glinted. A cold iron key held up in the gray light, turning slowly like a signal. And the woman holding it was smiling. Tharyn moved. The woman vanished into a wall that was not a wall, and the stone sealed behind her like it had never been there at all. But the key had turned, and somewhere deep in the unmapped passages of the palace, a lock had opened. Chapter 42. The woman was gone. The stone where she had stood was smooth and unbroken, the corridor empty except for the echo of the key turning in its lock. Tharyn's hand was still raised, fingers spread, reaching for a door that no longer existed. Drevash caught her wrist. Don't. She opened something. Somewhere. He pulled her back from the wall, his grip firm but not restraining. Chasing blind into a passage we don't know, with a woman who knows exactly where she's going, is how we end up dead before dawn. Tharyn's pulse hammered in her throat. She let him draw her away. The council chamber felt smaller when they returned to it. The ink pots and weight anchors sat exactly as Sunneth had left them, the signed transfer orders still on the table, the map of the palace partially unrolled at one corner. They were not alone for long. Footsteps in the corridor. Oren Tesk appeared in the doorway, his face slick with sweat, a folded paper in his hand. "The panel. I found the builder." Drevash turned. "And?" "He died 3 years ago, fell from a scaffolding in the East Tower, ruled an accident." Oren stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "But he kept a journal. His daughter found it in his effects and never told anyone because she was afraid the palace would take it." "She still has it?" "She does now." Oren held up the folded paper. "I paid her for the relevant pages. There are passages behind the walls of every wing, connected by a central spine that runs beneath the old foundation. The woman with the key could be anywhere in the palace within minutes." Tharyn stared at the paper. "How many entry points?" 17 she knew about. The builder might have known more. Oren's jaw tightened. "The panel in the archive corridor is one of them. It opens into a service tunnel that connects to the East Tower, the nursery wing, and the strong room." The strong room, where Maris had locked herself in with the old chancellery die and the authenticated documents. Tharyn was already moving toward the door when Drevash spoke. "Wait!" She stopped. He was looking at her with an expression she had not seen before. Not calculation, not control. Something raw and uncertain at the edges, like a man standing at a door he was afraid to open. "I need to say this before we go any further." The room went still. Oren stepped back, giving them the space. Drevash reached into his coat and drew out a folded sheet of paper, creased and worn at the edges, sealed with his own ring. "The original contract," he said. "The one we both signed." Tharyn's chest tightened. He held it out to her. "I am tearing it up, not because I no longer need you, but because you should never have been bound by it in the first place." He broke the seal with his thumb, unfolded the paper, and tore it down the center. The sound of the rip was loud in the silence. Then he let the pieces fall to the table. "You owe me nothing," he said. "Not your stay, not your loyalty, not your life. I coerced you into this arrangement because I was desperate, and I did not trust anyone else to see what you could see. I was wrong to do it the way I did." Tharyn could not move. She had imagined this moment 100 times when she was still in the river ward, lying awake in her narrow bed, planning how she would vanish the instant he let his guard down. She had dreamed of the contract burning, of the leverage gone, of walking out with nothing but her own name, and the satisfaction of having outlasted the trap. But the pieces lay on the table now, and she felt no triumph, only the weight of a door standing open. "You are free," Drevash said quietly. "If you want to be." Oren was watching the floor, giving them the semblance of privacy in a room that had witnessed enough secrets to fill a second archive. Tharyn looked at the torn paper, at the broken seal, at the man who had just handed her the only thing she had ever wanted from him. "Why are you doing this now?" "Because I should have done it before I asked you to stay." His voice was steady, but his hands were not. He clasped them behind his back, a tell she had learned to read in the weeks of watching him negotiate with nobles who would have gutted him for a copper piece. "You chose me in the dark, with the bells tolling and a conspiracy closing in. That deserves a choice made in the light, with witnesses, when you can see exactly what you are walking into." "You mean when I can see that 3 houses are calling emergency councils tonight, and the palace guard has been stripped to half its strength?" "I mean, when you can see that the woman with the key knows every passage in this building, that the second stream is still operational, and that I am now the most exposed bloodline claimant in the realm." He held her gaze. "Yes." The silence stretched. Tharyn stepped forward and picked up one of the torn halves of the contract. The ink was still clear, her signature at the bottom, the lines she had negotiated with her heart hammering and her hands steady. She folded the half-sheet and tucked it into her coat beside the forged document and the ink vial. "I am keeping this." Drevash's breath caught. "Not as leverage," she said. "As proof that you did the one thing I never expected a person in power to do. You let go." She met his eyes. "I am staying. Not because you asked, not because the contract binds me, because I am choosing the fight, the truth, and you." Oren cleared his throat. I hate to interrupt this, but the messenger I mentioned is still waiting in the corridor. He has news from 3 houses. Tharyn turned. What news? Oren's face was unreadable. House Vale, House Phelim, and House Torvath are calling emergency councils tonight. They have requested that Prince-Regent Drevash attend all 3, separately, before midnight. Drevash went still. Requested or demanded? The word used was invited. The tone suggested otherwise. Tharyn looked at the torn contract on the table, at the map of the palace with its hidden passages, at the man who had just given her freedom she no longer wanted. 3 houses, 3 councils, and somewhere in the dark, the woman with the key was walking through walls. Chapter 43. They sat in Drevash's private study, with the torn contract between them, 2 halves of a page that had once held a kingdom's worth of leverage, and now lay as dead as the ink that had written it. Farron's fingers traced the edge of the half-sheet she had kept. The ink vial was still in her coat, the forged document still pressed against her ribs. She had walked into this palace with nothing but wet nails and a pulse she expected to stop, and now she was choosing to stay, because a man had handed her a door instead of a chain. It did not feel like victory. It felt like standing on a cliff with the wind at her back and no ground visible ahead. "You look like you are still deciding," Drevash said quietly. She looked up from the torn contract. He was watching her from the chair across the table, his hands clasped loosely in front of him, no signet ring catching the candlelight. He had taken it off at some point, laid it on the table between them like a thing he no longer needed. "I decided," she said. "I am still learning what it means to have chosen." He nodded slowly, as if that answer made sense in a way he understood. They sat in silence for a long moment. The palace was quiet around them, stripped of guards, emptied of the footfalls that usually filled the corridors after midnight. Somewhere in the dark, the woman with the key was still walking through walls. "Then let us write new terms," Drevash said. He pulled a fresh sheet of paper from his desk drawer and laid it flat, smoothing the creases with the side of his palm. He dipped his pen and held it out to her. "Terms of partnership, not obligation. What we owe each other going forward." Tharyn looked at the pen, at the empty page, at the man who could have kept her bound and had chosen not to. "First term," she said, taking the pen. "We share everything. No withholding, no strategic silences, no protecting each other from information that might hurt. If the second stream is still moving, I need to see every piece you see." "Agreed." She wrote it down. "Full disclosure of all intelligence regarding the conspiracy, the succession records, and the hidden passages." The ink was black and clean. Her hand was steady. "Second term," she said. "Elian comes first. No risk to him is acceptable, not even to expose the second stream." "Agreed," she wrote. "Third term." She paused. "You stop trying to be the only shield between the realm and its enemies. If we do this, we do it together. That includes the fighting." Something shifted in his face, a crack in the composure he had worn like armor for weeks. "I do not know how to do that." "Learn." He let out a breath, half laugh, half surrender. "Agreed." She wrote the third term and set the pen down. The page held 3 lines, clean and precise. No legal language, no escape clauses, nothing but the shape of what they had promised. "Now you," she said. He picked up the pen, looked at the paper, then wrote below her lines in his elegant, controlled hand. "Fourth term. Tharyn Duskith is free to leave at any time, for any reason, without explanation or penalty." She stared at the words. "That is not a term of partnership," she said. "That is an exit. It is a term of trust." He set the pen down. "You cannot fully choose to stay if the door is locked behind you. The door stays open. I need you to know that." She looked at the page, at her 3 lines, at his fourth, at the space between them where a signature was meant to go. "And if I never use it? Then I will be grateful every day that you did not." The candle flickered. The paper waited. Tharyn picked up the pen and signed her name below his 4th term. Drevash took the pen from her, his fingers brushing hers, and signed his name below hers. The ink was still wet when the knock came. Oren did not wait for an answer. He pushed the door open with his shoulder, his face carrying the particular strain of a man who had just seen something he could not unsee. "Tell me," Drevash said. "The magistrate archives in the lower keep have been partially emptied." Orin's voice was flat, controlled. Sometime between midnight and the third bell, someone with keys and knowledge of the filing system removed every document connected to the succession crisis period. The shelves are clean. Tharyn's hand went still on the pen. How clean? Drevash asked. Plucked. Not torn, not burned. Someone opened every relevant box, took the contents, and left the containers standing in alphabetical order on the shelves. They wanted us to notice when we checked, not when the damage was already done. Rhyse, Tharyn said. Rhyse was in holding cells by midnight, Orin said. He could not have done this himself. Then he prepared it before the assembly. Drevash stood, his chair scraping the floor. He told us there was a second conspiracy stream. He told us he was the sacrifice. If he had a second line of false records ready to surface after his arrest, the moment they appear, every document we authenticated this morning becomes suspect. Tharyn pressed her palm against the fresh ink. The paper was still warm. He did not plan to win the assembly, she said slowly. He planned to lose it, to make himself the visible enemy so we would stop looking while his real work moved into the dark. Orin's jaw tightened. The records are gone. If they surface in the wrong hands tonight, at the wrong council, they will shred your lineage claim before you can produce a single authenticating page. Drevash looked at the signed terms on the table. At Tharyn, at the open door where the woman with the key had vanished an hour ago. Then we have until midnight, he said, before the first emergency council convenes. Tharyn folded the fresh terms and tucked them into her coat beside the forged document and the ink vial. She looked at Drevash. Then we stop waiting for dawn. Chapter 44. Elian's temporary rooms were smaller than the king's apartments, 3 connected chambers in the east tower where Sunneth had installed him after the assassination attempt. The guards at the door were her personal detail, hard-eyed men who did not glance at Tharyn's pass, but stepped aside as if they had been expecting her. The boy sat at a writing desk by the window, a half-finished letter in front of him. His fine dark hair was unbrushed. His blue velvet coat hung loose on his thin frame. Lady Tharyn. He set the pen down carefully, as if the gesture required conscious effort. I thought you would be in the passages with my uncle. Later. She closed the door behind her. I wanted to see you first. To check if I am still alive? He said it without bitterness, a statement of fact. Sunneth checks every hour. The guards check every quarter. I am still here. Tharyn crossed the room and sat in the chair opposite his desk. The window showed the river below, gray and churning under the afternoon sky. Beyond it, the river ward rose in layers of smoke and tile, her world and not her world, divided by a bridge she had crossed a dozen times now. The convoy to the river fortress leaves tonight, she said. You will be safer there. I am always safer somewhere else. Elian picked up his pen again, turned it between his fingers. The nursery, the council chamber, the river fortress. One day I will run out of places to be sent. One day you will be old enough to choose where you stay. Will I? The question hung between them. Tharyn had no answer that did not feel like a lie. Elian set the pen down and looked at her directly. His eyes were older than his years. The same eyes that had watched her since her first night in the palace, measuring, understanding, holding more than a child should have to carry. You are staying with him, he said. Not because of the contract, because you want to. I am. Do you love him? The word landed like a stone in still water. Tharyn felt the ripple move through her chest, through her hands, through the careful composure she had worn like armor for weeks. I do not know how to answer that, she said. That is an answer. Elian's fingers tightened on the pen. I asked Sunneth once if she loved anyone. She said love was a luxury for people who did not have to rule. Sunneth has ruled this palace longer than you have been alive. She knows what she is talking about. Then you think love is a luxury? Tharyn looked at the boy's face, the sharp intelligence in his eyes, the thin shoulders beneath the velvet coat. He was 10 years old. He had been poisoned twice. He had watched his mother's court tear itself apart around him. I think, she said slowly, that love is a risk I never thought I could afford, and I am still learning whether I was wrong. Elian was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, If you love him, does that mean you want him to be king? The question hit like a blade between the ribs. Tharyn's hand went still on her knee. The room seemed to contract around them, the gray light from the window hardening, the dust motes freezing in the air. "I want the truth to be known," she said. "I want whoever tried to kill you to answer for it. I want the records to be honest, so that the realm knows what was done and who did it." "That is not what I asked." No, it was not. Tharyn looked at the boy who wore the crown she had helped uncover. The crown that belonged to the man she had chosen. The crown that would strip Elian of everything if the records ever surfaced fully. "I do not know what I want," she said. "The truth and the safety are pointing in different directions now, and I cannot see a path where both survive." Elian nodded, as if he had expected that answer, as if he had already arrived at the same conclusion alone in this room with his half-finished letter. "I remember the night I was poisoned," he said. Tharyn's breath coughed. "You never told anyone what you saw." "Because I was not sure I saw anything." He let the pen roll across the desk. "I was feverish. The medicine made everything soft at the edges. But there was a face." "What face?" "A woman. She came in when the night attendant was changing the basin water. She stood by my bed for a long time." Elian's voice dropped, not with fear, but with the careful precision of a memory he had turned over 100 times. "She held my neck when she helped me drink. Her hands were cold. Cold hands, stillness, a face at the sickbed." "Did you recognize her?" "I thought I did, but I was feverish. I told myself I imagined it." "But now you are not sure." Elian looked at her. His eyes were steady. "The woman who came into the corridor with the key," he said. "I saw her face when she passed the anteroom. I think she was the one who held my neck that night." The air in the room turned thin. "The servant Grey," Tharyn said. "The same woman. I do not know why I did not say it before." Elian pressed his palm flat against the desk, as if anchoring himself. "I thought if I named her, someone would kill her before I could ask her why. And I wanted to ask her why." Tharyn's pulse hammered at her throat. The woman with the iron key had been inside Elian's sick room. She had held his neck while he drank the poison. She had watched him fall into the fever that nearly killed him. And she was still inside the palace, moving through the hidden passages, turning keys in locks that should not exist. "Her face," Tharyn said. "Describe it again." Elian closed his eyes. Gray eyes, pale. Hair pulled back so tight it stretched her skin. No expression, even when the medicine spilled. Like she was not a person, just a shape that happened to be there. The description matched the woman at the safe house, the woman in the archive corridor, the woman who had unlocked something beneath the palace while the bells tolled. "She was the one," Elian said quietly. "I am certain now." Tharyn stood. The chair scraped the floor. The sound was too loud in the small room. "I need to find Drevash." Elian picked up his pen again, his fingers steady despite the confession he had just made. "When you find her, ask her why she did not finish it. She held my neck. She could have held it longer." Tharyn looked at the boy who had been carrying that question alone, through fever and recovery and the chaos of the assembly, waiting for someone to ask the right thing. "I will," she said. She left the room with the name of the woman burning in her mind, knowing exactly whose face the boy king had described, knowing the woman had been inside the palace for years, knowing the passages she controlled might hold more than just locked doors. Chapter 45. She found Sunneth in the West Council chamber, alone, standing at the table with a stack of personnel rosters spread before her like a battlefield map. "She was the one who poisoned Elian." Tharyn closed the door behind her. "The woman with the key. She held his neck while he drank." Sunneth's hand stopped on a page. For a long moment she did not move. Then she set the roster down flat and pressed both palms against the wood as if steadying herself against a blow. "He told you this, just now. He has known since the fever broke but stayed silent because he wanted to ask her why before anyone killed her. Gods preserve the stubbornness of children." Sunneth straightened slowly. "Did he describe her?" Gray eyes, pale, hair pulled back tight, no expression. She moved through the sick room like a shape that happened to be there. Sunneth's jaw tightened. That describes half the women who rotate through the nursery wing. The palace hires attendants who learn to be invisible. It is a survival skill. Then we need the ones who were not invisible. The ones who were present for both the succession crisis 30 years ago and Elian's recent illness. Sunneth's eyes narrowed. You think the same woman? I think the conspiracy spans decades. She was there when the infant transfers happened. She was there when Elian was poisoned. She is still here, walking through passages no one knows exist. Tharyn moved to the table. Who attended the nursery during the old succession crisis? Who was still on the rolls when Elian fell sick? Sunneth pulled a ledger from the bottom of the stack, its spine cracked with age. The nursery attendant logs are meant to be kept for 15 years and then destroyed. These survived because I ordered them preserved after the first poisoning attempt on Elian's father. Every rotation, every name, every shift change, every night attendant who sat with the royal infants. Sunneth opened the ledger. The pages were yellowed, the ink faded to brown, but the handwriting was precise and uniform. There are 17 women who served during the succession crisis and are still alive. 4 of them are still employed in the palace. Bring them in. Question them. I already did. Sunneth turned the ledger so Tharyn could see the marginal notes in her own sharp hand. 2 were on night duty when the old king's nursery had the fever outbreak. 1 transferred to the River Ward Infirmary 12 years ago. The last one retired to the almshouse on Crown Street. None of them matched the description? None. They are all gray-haired, soft-handed women who have been serving beds for 40 years. The woman your boy described is younger, stronger. She held his neck and did not tremble. Tharyn stared at the list of names. 17 women, none of them the woman with the key. There is another ledger, she said, a secondary list. The women who were rotated in for the crisis itself when the nursery was overwhelmed. Short-term attendants pulled from other households. Sunneth's hand paused. That list was not preserved. Why not? Because it was never formally recorded. The crisis was chaos. Infants being moved, records being burned, the palace in lockdown. The women who came in were not vetted through the normal channels. They were brought in by household stewards, noble ladies, and palace officials who needed hands and did not ask questions. They were brought in by the conspiracy, or by people the conspiracy controlled. Sunneth closed the ledger. That list is lost, unless someone kept a private record. Tharyn thought of Quill, who had spent 30 years in the archive, who knew where every scrap of paper was buried. Maris. Sunneth followed her through the corridors without asking where they were going. They found Maris in the strong room, sitting on the floor with the old chancellery die in her lap and a stack of loose pages spread around her like a nest. Her eyes were red. Her hands were steady. The attendant ledgers from the succession crisis, Tharyn said. The emergency rotations? The unrecorded women? Maris looked up. Her gaze was hollow but alert. There is a ledger, not an official one. The nursery mistress at the time, a woman named Ilara Vex, kept her own notes. She was terrified of being blamed if any of the infants died. She wrote down every name, every hour, every household that sent someone. Where is that ledger? She gave it to me when she retired. She said the palace would burn it if they found it, and she wanted someone who understood paper to keep it safe. Maris set the die aside and pulled a small leather-bound book from the bottom of her coat, where she had been carrying it against her chest. I have been holding it for 12 years. Tharyn took the book. The leather was soft, worn at the edges, the pages filled with a cramped, hurried hand. She opened it to the first page. Names, dates, household sigils, a record of every woman who had passed through the nursery during the 30 days of the succession crisis. She turned the pages slowly. Sunneth leaned over her shoulder. Then Tharyn reached a page where the entries stopped. A strip of paper had been pasted over the lower half, covering a block of names. The paste had yellowed, the edges lifted slightly with age. Someone pasted over it, Tharyn said. Maris leaned forward. That is Ilara's hand above. The paste strip is later. The ink on the strip does not match the rest of the book. Tharyn held the page to the light. The paper beneath the strip was slightly darker, the ink bleeding through in places, but the paste was thick enough to obscure the writing completely. I need to lift it. The paste is old. It will tear the paper. Then I need to do it carefully. Tharyn looked at Sunneth. I need water, a clean blade, and light. And I need Drevash here before I read whatever name is under this strip, because if it ties the poisoner to the infant transfer, we are about to name someone who has been hiding in plain sight for 30 years. Sunneth turned without a word and left the strong room. Maris watched Tharyn with a strange expression. You are going to lift it now. I am going to lift it because Elian deserves to know why the woman who held his neck did not finish what she started. Tharyn set the book on the floor and waited for water, blade, and light, the pasted strip burning under her fingers like a sealed confession waiting to break open. Chapter 46. The old wharf smelled of rot and river copper, the same smell Tharyn had breathed for 26 years. But this time the smoke was different. No magistrate patrols at the corners. No debt collectors working the doorways with ledgers and cudgels. The news of Rhyse's arrest had moved faster than any official proclamation, and the ward was still deciding whether to celebrate or brace for the retaliation. Peake walked beside her with his shoulders low, his hand brushing the knife at his belt every few steps. He had not stopped scanning since they crossed the stone bridge. They think it is over, he said. They think because Rhyse fell, the rest falls with him. It is not over, I know. He looked at her, but they do not. Oren stayed 3 paces behind, his hand on his sword, watching the windows and rooftops with the patience of a man who had learned that threats did not always announce themselves. They reached the Chingeler, where the broker had agreed to meet. The same Chingeler where she and Drevash had spent the night that changed everything. Tharyn pushed through the door and found the woman already seated at the workbench, a slate tablet laid flat between her hands. The broker was old, older than the street, older than the crumbling mortar that held the ward together. Her name was Della Hainer, and she had been moving information through the river quarter since before Tharyn was born. You came back, Della said. I did not think you would. I said I would. You said a lot of things before you put on palace silk. Della's eyes swept over Tharyn's coat, the cut, the fabric, the way she stood now. You look different. I am different. That is what worries them. Della tapped the slate. Rhyse is gone. The market gates are open. Grain is moving again. The ward is breathing for the first time in months. But they are asking what comes next. They are asking whose side the girl from the river quarter is standing on when the houses start feeding on each other. Tharyn did not look away. I am standing on the side that keeps Elian Marcour alive. That is not the same as standing on the side that keeps the river quarter fed. Rhyse was the one starving us. Rhyse was a blade. The hand that held the blade is still moving. Della pushed the slate forward. I have something for you, but I need to know before I give it whether you are still one of us or whether you have become one of them. Tharyn looked at the slate. Couriers used them for encoded messages between embassies and merchant houses, temporary messages that were wiped clean after delivery. A stolen slate meant someone had intercepted a message before it reached its destination. What is on it? A purchase order, a series of debt notes being bought through a southern trading house. The buyer is a registered agent of the Horan embassy. Horan, the neighboring kingdom that would profit most if Sorrath fractured into succession war. Whose debts? House Vale, House Torvath, 3 smaller houses that owe loyalty to both. Della's voice was flat. Someone is buying leverage over every noble family that could tip the balance in a succession fight. They are doing it quietly, through a shell company that has been active for 6 months, and they are doing it before the succession crisis becomes official. Tharyn's hand hovered over the slate. Why are you giving this to me? Because if you are still one of us, you will use it to stop the war before it reaches our streets. If you are one of them, you will use it to pick a side and let the ward burn. The question hung in the air like blade edge. Peake shifted beside her. Oren remained still. Tharyn thought of Drevash's hand on her back in the assembly hall. She thought of the 4 lines of partnership folded in her coat, the ink still fresh, the terms signed in mutual trust. She thought of Elian's thin shoulders and the way he had held her gaze when he told her about the woman's cold hands on his throat. I'm not one of them, she said. But I am not the woman who left this ward either. Della waited. I am with the Regent, Tharyn said. Not because he trapped me, because I chose him. And I am with the king because he is a child who deserves to live. But I am still from this ward. That does not change because I sleep in a palace bed." Della studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded and slid the slate across the workbench. "Then use it before the debts are called in." Tharyn picked up the slate. The surface was scratched with the faint remnants of the original message, a list of amounts and dates and house names in a careful hand. The Lornani agent had been buying for months, steadily, methodically, waiting for the moment when the debts would be collected all at once. "When debts are called in at the right moment," Della said, "the houses do not just owe money, they owe loyalty. And loyalty, in a succession crisis, is worth more than gold." Tharyn read the names again. House Vale, House Torvath, 3 smaller houses, the same houses that had called Drevash to emergency councils tonight. "Midnight," she said. "What?" "The councils. They are calling him to councils at midnight. They are going to force his hand." She looked up. "And when he refuses to back down, they are going to call in the debts to strip him of political support." Della's face did not change. "Then you had better be faster than they are." Tharyn tucked the slate into her coat beside the forged document, the ink vial, and the folded partnership terms. 4 items now. 4 pieces of truth that would determine whether Sorrath bled or held. She turned to leave. "Tharyn," she stopped at the door. Della was watching her with eyes that had seen too many wars begin the same way. "You chose the right side, but the right side does not always win. It wins if we do not stop fighting." "You sound like him." Tharyn did not ask who Della meant. She already knew. She stepped out into the river air and walked back toward the palace with Peak at her side and Oren behind her, the slate burning against her ribs like an ember waiting for the wind to catch it. Chapter 47. The palace torches were burning against the dark when Tharyn reached the east gate, the slate still cold against her ribs. Oren stayed with her through the checkpoint, his hand resting on his sword in a way that made the guards step back without asking. Drevash was waiting in the council chamber with a map of the city laid across the table and a half-empty cup of wine at his elbow. He looked up when she entered, and something in his face shifted. Not relief exactly, but the relaxation of a muscle he had been holding tight. "You found something." She set the slate on the table between them. "A Loren embassy agent has been buying the debts of House Vale, House Torvath, and 3 smaller houses for 6 months. When the debts are called in simultaneously, the houses will owe loyalty, not just money." Drevash picked up the slate without looking at it. His eyes stayed on her face. "How did you get this?" "Della Hainer." She intercepted it before the courier could deliver it to the embassy. He turned the slate over in his hands, studying the scratched surface, the remnants of the message still visible in the wax. Then he set it down and reached for his coat. "Then we have until the councils convene. They already know you are coming. They know I am coming alone. They do not know I have this." He tapped the slate. "Oren." Oren stepped forward from the doorway. "Send word to the riverbank. Freeze every account connected to that shell company. If Oren wants to buy loyalty, we make them pay for it twice." Oren nodded and was gone before Tharyn could ask how fast a freeze could move through a city whose banks answered to noble houses, not to a regent with a contested claim. The answer was not fast enough, and she saw that Drevash knew it. "They will call in the debts tonight," she said. "Then I will be at the councils before they do." He was already moving toward the door, and she fell in beside him without being asked. The corridors were emptying as the palace prepared for the midnight councils, servants disappearing into side passages, guards taking positions at intervals that left gaps a trained eye could read. "House Vale first," Drevash said as they walked. "They are the most dangerous. Torvath will wait to see which way the wind shifts. Vellum wants revenge for the humiliation at the presentation dinner, but he will not move without knowing which side is stronger." "What do you need me to do?" "Watch. Listen. Tell me what you see that I am too close to notice." They reached the Vale wing, and Tharyn understood why he had called them the most dangerous. The corridor was lined with House Vale retainers in polished gray, their faces blank, their hands empty but ready. The door to the council chamber stood open, and inside Lord Aldrich Vale sat at the head of a table surrounded by his senior advisors. He did not rise when Drevash entered. Prince-Regent. The title was flat, stripped of warmth. We were not expecting you to bring your document keeper. She stays. Lord Vale's eyes flickered to Tharyn, assessing her the way a merchant assessed damaged goods before naming a price. Very well. Sit. We have matters to discuss that affect the stability of the realm. The discussion was a performance from the first word. Vale spoke of succession law, of the need for clarity before the public speculation grew dangerous, of the burden of proof that rested on any claimant to a throne. His voice was measured, reasonable, the voice of a man who believed he was being patient. But Tharyn watched his hands. They stayed flat on the table, palms down, as if he was holding himself in place. And when he spoke about the lineage proofs, the documents that would establish Drevash's claim, his fingers pressed into the wood hard enough to whiten at the knuckles. House Vale is prepared to support a formal examination, Lord Vale said. We will petition the magistracy to open an independent review of the succession records. If your claim is valid, Prince Regent, it will be confirmed. If it is not, the realm will have certainty. And who will conduct this examination? Magistrates appointed by the Crown Courts, men with no personal stake in the outcome. Drevash did not answer immediately. He was reading the room the way Tharyn read documents, looking for the pressure marks, the flaws in the execution. And if the documents are destroyed during this examination? Lord Vale's smile did not reach his eyes. Why would they be destroyed? Because that is what the conspiracy wants, to control what the records say and when they say it. The room went still. Tharyn saw Lord Vale's fingers press harder into the wood. You are accusing House Vale of conspiracy? I am telling you that someone has been buying your debts for 6 months, the same someone who has been poisoning the king and emptying the magistrate archives. And I am asking whether House Vale intends to stand with the crown or with the hand that holds your notes. The silence stretched. Tharyn watched Lord Vale's face cycle through calculation, anger, and something that looked almost like fear before he settled on composure. Prove it. Drevash laid the slate on the table. Lord Vale did not touch it. He looked at it the way a man looked at a blade he had not seen coming. The Lauren embassy, Drevash said quietly, has been buying your loyalty by the note. And when they call in those debts, you will owe them more than money. You will owe them whatever they ask. The room was silent. Tharyn could see the advisors exchanging glances, calculating whether to distance themselves from Lord Vale or brace behind him. Lord Vale picked up the slate. He turned it over in his hands, reading the scratched surface, the list of amounts and dates and house names. Then he set it down and met Drevash's eyes. Even if this is true, the examination will proceed. House Vale will not be bought. Then stand with me tonight. Refuse the second stream's offer. Let the realm see that Vale is not for sale. Lord Vale was silent for a long moment. Then he said, The examination proceeds. We will discuss the debt matter separately. It was not a victory. It was a delay. Tharyn saw it in the way Drevash's shoulders did not relax, in the way Lord Vale's hands stayed flat on the table, holding his position. The council adjourned without resolution. Drevash walked out of the chamber with his spine straight and his face empty, and Tharyn followed, reading his silence the way she read everything else. He will call in the debt tonight, she said when they were clear of the corridor. Not tonight, but soon. Drevash stopped and turned to her. The slate bought us time, but not much. The examination will move forward, and when it does, Vale will have a legal path to seize the documents. Then we make sure the documents are not where they can be seized. Drevash looked at her. You have an idea? I have an archive, a forger, and a piece of paper that proves the conspiracy has been lying for years. She touched the forged document in her coat. If Vale wants a review, we give them one, on our terms, with our evidence, before they can stage their own. The smile that crossed Drevash's face was sharp and tired. Then we have until dawn to prepare. And what happens at dawn? He turned back toward the corridor, toward the next council, the next battle. At dawn, the woman with the key opens the door we have been trying to find, and we find out what she has been hiding in the passages all these years. The corridor stretched ahead of them, dark and empty, and Tharyn felt the weight of the 4 items in her coat pressing against her ribs like a promise she was not sure she could keep. Chapter 48. The study smelled of old leather and lamp oil. Dark paneling swallowed the candlelight, making the corners feel deeper than they were. Lord Aldrich Vale sat behind his desk with his hands flat on the surface, And Tharyn knew that posture now. Control, not ease. 2 advisors flanked him. One held a ledger, the other held nothing but patience. "I asked for a private audience," Vale said, "because the assembly hall is not the place for delicate conversation." Drevash remained standing. So did Tharyn. They had not been offered chairs. "Then speak delicately," Drevash said. Vale's smile was thin. "Your claim to the succession has disturbed the peace of every noble house in Vale. I do not question its validity. I question its timing. And I question the company you keep." His gaze slid to Tharyn, measured her the way a merchant gauged damaged goods. A common forger, brought into the palace as a fake betrothed, now standing beside the regent while he prepares to challenge a child king's throne. The court sees what you want them to see, but some of us see the pressure marks. Tharyn did not flinch. She had been read as damaged goods her whole life. "Then you see a forger who exposed the conspiracy your agents were running through the chancellery," she said. "Is there a point to this audience, or did you invite us here to practice your courtroom tone?" The advisor with the ledger shifted. Vale's hands stayed flat. "I am proposing a protective review, a formal examination of the succession records, conducted by magistrates with no personal stake in the outcome. If your claim is valid, Prince-Regent, it will be confirmed. If it is not, the realm will have certainty rather than chaos." "Certainty," Drevash repeated. "Or control?" "Both, if we do this properly. The documents will be gathered, sealed, and examined in a neutral chamber. No secret passages, no midnight removals, no interference from either side." Tharyn heard the careful symmetry of the offer, fair on the surface, poison underneath. "And who will conduct this examination?" "Magistrates appointed by the crown courts, men with no allegiance to House Draevon or House Vale." "Men you have already selected," Drevash said. Vale's smile did not reach his eyes. "Men whose integrity I have verified. The same cannot be said of everyone in this room." He was looking at Tharyn when he said it. The silence stretched. Tharyn felt the weight of the 4 items in her coat, the forged document, the ink vial, the partnership terms, the Lauren slate, pressing against her ribs like an accusation she could not put down. "The Lauren embassy has been buying your debts," she said. Vale's hands did not move. "That is a separate murder." "It is not separate. It is the same knife, held by the same hand. Someone emptied the magistrate archives the night before the assembly. Someone has been moving records through this palace for years, and someone has been buying your loyalty by the note so that when the succession crisis comes, you owe them, not the crown." She stepped forward. Not aggressive, intentional. "House Vale stood with the crown for 3 generations. Your grandfather signed the treaty that ended the last succession war. Your father refused Larini grain subsidies because he knew they came with chains attached. And you—" She stopped at the edge of the desk. "You were sitting in your father's study, pretending you do not see the hand reaching for your throat." The advisor with the ledger made a sound. Vale silenced him with a look. "You speak well for a woman who has been forging documents since she was old enough to hold a pen." "I speak well because I know what I am talking about." She pulled the Lauren slate from her coat and laid it on the desk. "The account numbers, the purchase dates, the amounts. 6 months of steady buying targeting your house, Torvath, and 3 smaller families. The same pattern the conspiracy used to turn the chancellery against the king." Vale looked at the slate. He did not touch it. "Even if this is true, the examination proceeds. House Vale will not be bought. Then stand with us tonight. Refuse the second stream's offer. Let the realm see that Vale is not for sale." "You are asking me to declare loyalty before I have verified your claim. That is not negotiation. That is surrender." "No," Drevash said quietly. "That is courage, something your grandfather understood." Vale's jaw tightened. The man beside him, the one with the ledger, leaned in and whispered something. "Vale, listen." His eyes flicked to Tharyn, then away. "The nursery ledger," he said. Tharyn went still. "I heard about the pasted strip, the hidden name. You think uncovering it will give you leverage." Vale's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. "But the woman who kept that ledger was my mother's cousin. I know what it contains, and I know you will not like what you find." Tharyn's pulse beat against her ribs. If you know what it contains, then you know the woman with the iron key is not a stranger to House Vale. The room tightened. Vale did not answer. He did not deny it. The examination will proceed, he said. We will discuss the debt matters separately. That is my final word. Drevash held his gaze for a long moment. Then he turned toward the door. Tharyn followed. Her hand was on the latch when Vale spoke again. The pasted strip hides a name that will destroy more than your investigation. It'll destroy the peace this realm has held for 30 years. Think carefully before you lift it. She did not turn around. She walked out of the study into the dark corridor, and Drevash closed the door behind them. He knows, she said. He knows the name under the strip. He knows something. Whether he knows the truth is another matter. He called the woman a stranger to House Vale. He did not say she was not Vale-born. Drevash was silent for a moment. Then we find out who she is before he can use her against us. They walked through the empty corridor toward the east tower, toward the tools Maris had promised, toward the pasted strip waiting for its first breath of air. And behind them, in the study, Lord Aldrich Vale picked up the Lauren slate and turned it over in his hands, reading the scratched surface, the list of amounts and dates and house names. Then he set it down and began to write. Chapter 49. Maris Quill set the ledger on the scarred oak table beneath the single lamp she had allowed. The flame was turned low, barely enough to read by, but Tharyn understood why. Heat softened paste. Too much warmth, and the strip would disintegrate before they could read what lay beneath. Water first, Maris said. Cold, a drop at the edge, then work it under with the blade. Slow. If the paste has bonded with the original ink, we lose both layers. Tharyn pulled the stopper from the small earthenware cup Maris had filled at the strong-room cistern. She dipped the tip of her cleanest knife, the one she used for lifting sealed folds without tearing the fibers, and touched the wet metal to the corner of the pasted strip. The paper darkened. The strip did not lift. More patience, Maris said. That paste has been dry for 12 years. 12 years. Tharyn thought of Alara Vex, the nursery mistress who had kept this ledger out of fear, who had hidden it with Maris instead of destroying it, who had chosen to preserve the truth even if she could not bear to see it herself. Tharyn wet the knife again, pressed the beaded water into the seam where strip met page, waited. The edge of the strip curled, barely a hair's width. She slid the blade under. The paste gave with a sound like tearing silk. She worked slowly, lifting the strip by millimeters while Maris held the opposite edge flat with her palm. The paper of the strip was different from the ledger page, newer, with a smoother finish. Whoever added it had chosen a stock that would not yellow at the same rate, that would always look like a patch if someone knew to look. The dried name began to surface as the strip peeled upward. Old ink. Angular letters written with a hand that pressed hard on the descenders. The loop of a G, the stroke of an L. Tharyn's pulse tapped against her ribs. The strip came free in a single piece. She laid it aside, wet and curling, and leaned over the revealed text. 3 names, written in the same hand that filled the rest of Alara Vex's ledger. The block that had been hidden was a neat column of women's names, dates, and household assignments, standard for the emergency rotation records. She read the first name aloud. Ellen Pell, assigned to East Nursery, Crisis Day 12. Maris made a note on the scrap beside her. Tharyn read the second name. Hessa Carenne, assigned to Infant Feeding Rotation, Crisis Day 8 through 15. She moved to the third name. The ink was darker here, as if the writer had pressed harder to make it permanent. Salvar Vale, assigned to Document Transfer and Legal Witness, Crisis Day 3 through 30. Tharyn went still. Salvar Vale, not a nursery attendant, a legal clerk. She looked at Maris. The archivist's face had gone bloodless. That name is not supposed to be in the nursery ledger, Maris said. Then why did Alara Vex write it? Because he was there. Maris's voice was barely a whisper. During the crisis, the infant transfers required legal witnesses, clerks to document each placement and sign the seals. If Salvar Vale was the clerk who processed the 8th transfer, he knows where the 8th infant went. Tharyn's mind was already moving. He knows the name of the house that took the child. He knows whether that child lived or died. He knows everything, Maris said. Tharyn looked at the date in the entry. Crisis, day 3 through 30. Every day of the emergency rotation, Salvar Vey had been present for the entire 30 days of the succession crisis. He had seen every infant brought in, every document signed, every seal stamped. He was a walking archive of the event the conspiracy had spent years trying to bury. "Where is he now?" Tharyn asked. "I do not know. The name is not familiar to the palace staff. He was not a senior magistrate, just a junior clerk on temporary assignment. After the crisis, he would have been reassigned to whatever chancellery office needed him. He could be anywhere in Vacrown." Tharyn stood. "Then we find him. He is the living record of the 8th transfer. The conspiracy has been killing paper trails for decades. They cannot kill a man who still remembers." She was already reaching for the door when Peak appeared in the frame, his face too still. "You found the name," he said. "Salvar Vey, legal clerk, crisis rotation. Do you know him?" Peak shook his head. "No, but I know where he was." "Was. The steward just reported it. Clerk's quarters in the East Court, 3rd floor. The room at the end of the service corridor. Doors open, lamp still burning. The bed is cold, and the grate is full of paper ash." Tharyn's hand tightened on the doorframe. "How long?" "The ash is still warm. Whoever burned it left within the last hour." She looked at Maris. The archivist had not moved from the table. Her hands were flat on the ledger, pressing the exposed names as if she could hold them in place. "He knew," Tharyn said. "Someone warned him. Or he was waiting for us to find the name, waiting to see which direction we would run." Tharyn strode into the corridor, Peak falling into step beside her. The East Court was 3 turns away, through the service galleries where the lanterns were always guttering and the stone held the cold. The footsteps behind her were not Peak's. "Drevash." She did not slow. "Salvar Vey," she said. "Legal clerk during the crisis. He processed the 8th infant transfer. Maris says he knows everything. And he is gone. Someone burned his correspondence before he left. The ashes are still warm." They reached the service corridor. The door at the end stood open, light spilling out onto the stones. A steward stood outside, wringing his hands, and stepped aside when he saw Drevash. Tharyn entered first. The room was small. A cot, a desk, a chair, a lamp turned too high, the glass already blackened with soot. The grate was full of charcoal curls that had once been paper. She knelt and touched the ash. Still warm. She looked at the desk. One drawer was pulled open, empty. The others were closed. She opened the top drawer and found a single piece of paper, folded small, tucked at the back. She unfolded it. 3 lines, in a hand too elegant for a clerk's quarters. "The strip has been lifted. They know your name. Keep the door locked until you hear from me." No signature. Tharyn turned the paper over. "Nothing. This was slid under his door," she said. "Or left for him to find. It was written by someone who knew we were about to lift the paste." Drevash took the note, read it, and handed it back. "The woman with the iron key," he said, "or Vale." Tharyn folded the note and tucked it into her coat beside the 4 items that had become her arsenal. "Or someone else who has been watching us closer than we thought." She stood, looking at the cold grate, the empty drawer, the lamp burning to waste. Salvar Vey had vanished. The name under the strip was no longer a secret. And somewhere in the palace, the woman with the iron key was smiling. Chapter 50. The service corridor was narrower than the main passages, the walls sweating damp where the palace foundation met older stone. Tharyn moved fast, Peak at her shoulder, their footsteps swallowed by the distance between the guttering lamps. "East Court quarters to the service galleries," she said. "If he ran, he went down. The old accountant's chambers are below the main registry." "Why there?" "Because it is the one place Maris never looks." She turned at a junction where the plaster gave way to raw limestone. Abandoned when the treasury moved to the north wing, locked doors, old ledgers, rats. No one goes there. "Perfect place for a clerk who knows too much," Peak said. The stair was a spiral of worn stone, each step scooped by decades of feet that had stopped coming. At the bottom, a door stood ajar, the lock splintered fresh, the wood still bright where the bolt had torn through. Tharyn pushed it open. Debris beyond was large and low-ceilinged, lined with shelves that had once held tax rolls and harvest accounts. Now they held dust, mouse droppings, and the collapsed spines of ledgers no one would ever open again. A single lamp burned on a desk at the far end, the glass blackened, the flame turned too high. The man beside it was small and gray, with the soft hands of someone who had spent 40 years lifting paper instead of stone. He was not running. He was sitting, his hands flat on a ledger that was not yet ash, his eyes fixed on the door as if he had been waiting for them to arrive. "Salvarve," Tharyn said. "I knew you would come." His voice was thin, reed in dry air. "The note said to lock the door. I left it open instead. If you were going to kill me, I wanted to see it coming. We are not here to kill you. No." He smiled, and it was not a happy thing. "You are here to ask me what I remember, and then someone else will kill me for telling you." Peak moved to the side, keeping an angle on the door. Tharyn stayed where she was, letting the lamplight fall across her face. "The 8th infant," she said. "Crisis day 12. You processed the transfer." Salvarve looked down at his hands. "I was 23 years old, a junior clerk on temporary assignment. I did not know what I was signing. They told me it was a standard emergency transfer. A child of uncertain parentage, sent to a house that could raise it without scandal." "Which house?" He was silent for a long moment. The lamp crackled. "I never knew the name. The documents were sealed before I signed them. The receiving house was listed as a number, a code, not a family. I only saw the seal." "Whose seal?" "The old chancellery die, the one with the hairline crack." Tharyn's pulse jumped. "That seal was meant to be retired 12 years ago. It was used that night." Salvarve's hands were trembling now. "I saw it. The man who stamped it held it up to the candle to check the impression. He knew about the crack. He told me it made the seal more valuable because no one else could replicate it." "Who was the man?" "I do not know his name. He was not a chancellery officer. He wore a magistrate's robe, but the fit was wrong, like it had been borrowed for the night. He had gray eyes, pale skin, and his hands were clean, too clean for a man handling archive work." "The woman with the iron key." Tharyn stepped closer. "The woman with the gray eyes and the iron key. She has been in the palace for years. She is the one who poisoned the king. Is she the same person who stamped the seal that night?" Salvarve's face went gray. "I do not know," he whispered. "I did not see her face. I only saw the hands and the seal. But when I heard about the woman with the key, I knew. The same hands, the same stillness. She has been inside the palace since before the crisis ended." "She was embedded during the succession crisis," Tharyn said. "She helped bury the 8th infant's record." "She did more than bury it." Salvarve's voice cracked. "She rewrote it. I saw the corrected entry the next morning. The 8th infant became 7. The receiving house code was erased. A new entry was inserted, listing a stillbirth in the same hour, on the same page, as if the child had never existed." "Who ordered the correction?" He looked up at her, and there was something broken in his eyes. "The order came from the chancellery supervisor, but the handwriting on the correction order was not his. It was the same hand that wrote the note you found in my desk. Elegant, controlled, a woman's hand." Tharyn's hand went to her coat, where the note still lay folded. "You know who she is." "I have guesses, but guesses are not proof, and she has been killing proof for 30 years. He reached into his coat, slow, deliberate, and pulled out a folded paper, yellowed with age. "This is the original transfer order for the 8th infant, the one I signed. I kept it because I knew, even then, that what we were doing was wrong." He held it out. Tharyn took it. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the seal was still visible. The hairline crack ran through the crown like a vein of betrayal. "You have carried this for 30 years, she said. "I have hidden it in the bindings of ledgers no one ever opens. I have moved it from shelf to shelf, afraid to burn it, afraid to keep it. I am tired, Mistress Duskith. I am tired of being afraid. Tharyn looked at Peak. He had not taken his eyes off the door. We need to get him out, she said, before the woman with the key finds him. She reached for Self-Arve's arm. He coughed. It was a small sound, wet and thin. But his hand went to his throat and his eyes went wide and he made a noise that was not a word. His mouth opened. A thread of blood ran down his chin. No. Tharyn caught him as he pitched forward, his weight collapsing against her shoulder. No. When? His lips moved. She bent close, her ear to his mouth. Water, he breathed. On the desk. She told me to drink before they came, said it would calm me. The cup. Tharyn looked at the desk. A clay cup sat beside the lamp, empty now, a thin residue clinging to the rim. She knew you would talk to us, Tharyn said. She poisoned you before we arrived. Self-Arve's hand found her wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. Tell Drevash, he gasped. The 8th infant. He lived, I checked. Years later I checked the census for the code. The child was alive, raised in the Eastern Baronies under a name that does not match the bloodline. If the conspiracy finds him, they will kill him. He is the proof. The only proof. What name? His mouth opened again, but the sound that came out was not a word. His hand tightened on her wrist, then went slack. The room was very quiet. Peak stepped forward and pressed 2 fingers to the clerk's throat. After a long moment, he shook his head. Tharyn stood, still holding the yellowed transfer order. The weight of Self-Arve's body was already cooling against her shoulder, but she did not let go. He knew, she said. He knew who she was. He was about to tell us. He said the 8th infant was alive, Peak said. That is more than we had before. It is not enough. She looked at the empty cup, the burning lamp, the note still in her coat. She was here. She gave him the poison. She watched him drink it. She has been here the whole time, one step ahead. Peak moved to the door, peering into the corridor. The passage at the end of the hall leads to the old kitchen stores. If she went that way, we can cut her off at the iron gate. Tharyn laid Self-Arve down on the dusty floor, folding his hands across his chest as if that could restore some dignity to a death that had none. We are not chasing her, she said. What? She wants us to chase her. She left the cup where we would find it. She wants us in the passages, in the dark, where she knows every turn and we know nothing. She tucked the transfer order into her coat, beside the note, beside the slate. We find the 8th infant instead. We find him before she does. Paya looked at her, and then at the dead man on the floor. He said the name does not match the bloodline. That is our only clue. Then we start with the Eastern Baronies census and the code he mentioned. Every child registered under a non-matching name within the year after the crisis. That could take weeks. We do not have weeks. Tharyn turned toward the door, the weight of the transfer order against her ribs. We have until dawn. Somewhere above them, a door opened and closed, and the silence of the palace settled back into place like a held breath. Chapter 51. The dust from Self-Arve's chambers clung to Tharyn's coat as she climbed the service stairs, the yellowed transfer order pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Behind her, Peak's footsteps echoed in the narrow stairwell, steady and silent. She did not look back. The old accountant's chambers had felt like a tomb even before Vale stopped breathing. The memory of his hand going slack on her wrist would stay with her for a long time. She let it settle into the place she kept for failures that could not be undone, and used the weight to push herself forward. At the top of the stairs, she stopped. The corridor stretched east toward the archives wing and west toward the old apothecary annex where the palace stored its compound records. She had passed that door a dozen times without thinking about it. Now she could not stop thinking about it. Peak, the apothecary requisitions, where are they kept? Lower archive, west side, near the old physician's office. He caught up to her, breath even despite the climb. Why? Vale said she poisoned his water. That means she had access to something that kills fast and leaves no trace in a clay cup. She started walking west. That is not kitchen poison. It is compounded. Apothecary stock requires signatures. You think the woman signed for it? I think someone signed for it. And if the requisition still exists, it leads to a name. The apothecary annex was smaller than she remembered. A single stone room lined with ledgers instead of bottles. The compounds themselves stored in the locked vault below. A single lamp burned on the desk where a night clerk should have been sitting. The chair was empty. Tharyn crossed to the desk and ran her finger along the edge. Cold. The clerk had been gone for hours. He left in a hurry, Peake said, reading her expression. Or was told to leave. She pulled the requisition ledger from the shelf, heavy and bound in brown leather, the spine cracked from decades of use. The most recent entries filled the last 10 pages, dated and signed in careful script. She started at the beginning of the month and worked forward, scanning each line for irregularities. Most entries were routine: willow bark, sleeping drafts, burned salves for the kitchen staff. Each bore the signature of a physician or the head nurse. Nothing for the current day. She turned the page and found a gap. 3 lines had been cut from the ledger with a blade, the remaining edges raw and fresh. She removed her signature, Tharyn said. Peake leaned in, studying the cut. That is recent. The paper is still white at the edges. Which means she knew someone would look. Tharyn closed the ledger and set it aside. But she did not have time to remove every trace. The compounding ledger will have a record of the ingredients used, and the ingredient ledger cross-references the requisition numbers. She found the compounding ledger on the second shelf and opened it to the same period. The entries were denser, each one describing the compound prepared, the quantity, and the requisition number that triggered it. The gap in the requisition ledger corresponded to entry number 847. The compounding ledger still showed what was made: a clear liquid, fast-acting, dose measured in drops, listed as treatment for cardiac pain. Beside the compound description, a note in the same elegant hand that had written the wording to Vale: for household steward, delivery to East Tower. The East Tower, where Elian had been sleeping. Tharyn traced the note with her finger. She compounded it herself. She did not order it from a physician. She wrote the prescription, prepared the dose, and marked it as treatment for cardiac pain so no one would question the delivery. Clever, Peake said. Thorough. She turned the page and found the delivery receipt, a signature at the bottom, black ink, steady hand. Lady Carenne Vale. Tharyn stared at the name. The same house Vale that Lord Aldrich Vale had insisted was not involved with the woman with the iron key. The same house whose debts were being bought by Lauren agents. The same house whose nursery ledger had held the pasted strip covering Selvarve's name. She had been here the whole time, folded into the conspiracy like a thread pulled through the same seam. Lady Carenne, she said. She signed the delivery receipt. Peake's face went still. That is a direct accusation. It is a sealed requisition under her authority. She could claim she signed it without knowing the contents, or that her seal was borrowed, or that the steward forged her hand. But the compounding note matches the writing on Vale's warning, and the delivery went to the East Tower during Elian's illness. She closed the ledger and tucked it under her arm. If we present this, it does not prove she compounded the poison. It proves she authorized the delivery of an unverified compound to the king's quarters during a known poisoning attempt. That is enough to demand an interrogation. Peake was quiet for a long moment. And if Lord Vale decides that is an attack on his house, then we have our answer about where he stands. She turned and walked back toward the main corridor, the ledger heavy against her hip. The weight of Selvarve's death pressed against her from the inside, but she pushed it down, locked it behind the same door where she kept every loss that could not be undone. Drevash met her in the corridor outside the council chamber. He was alone, his face drawn, the signs of a long night etched into the lines around his eyes. You found something. She held out the ledger. He took it, opened it to the marked page, and read in silence. When he looked up, his expression had not changed, but something in his posture shifted, a tightening at the shoulders that she recognized as the moment before a difficult decision. Lady Carenne Vale. She signed the delivery receipt, The compound was made for the East Tower during Elian's illness, and the handwriting on the compounding note matches the warning left for Selvar Vale. He closed the ledger. If I accuse her openly, House Vale will declare enmity. Lord Aldrich will use it as proof that I am settling old scores rather than pursuing justice. And if you do not accuse her, she will keep moving through the passages, poisoning anyone who gets close to the truth. He looked at her, and she saw the calculation in his eyes, the weighing of costs that no one else could see. There is a third option, he said. We call on her privately. We show her the ledger and watch her response. If she is the architect, she will deny it, and we will see the lie in her face. If she is a pawn, she will name the person who asked her to sign. And if she is the woman with the iron key, then she will try to kill us before we leave the room. Tharyn pulled the forged document from her coat, the paper warm from being pressed against her skin. Then we do not go unarmed. His mouth moved, almost a smile. I do not intend to. The corridor stretched ahead of them, empty and quiet, the lamps burning low as the hour crept toward dawn. Somewhere in the unmapped passages, the woman with the iron key was waiting, and Tharyn could feel the weight of the ledger in Drevash's hands like a blade drawn at last. He took her hand, and together they walked toward Lady Carenne Vale's chambers, the truth of Selvar Vale's death burning between them like a fire that had finally found fuel. Chapter 52. The corridor stretched ahead of them, the lamps burning low as dawn pressed against the windows. Tharyn's hand rested in Drevash's, but her attention had already moved past the door at the corridor's end, into the room where Lady Carenne Vale was waiting. She had been waiting for years. The guard outside the chambers stepped aside without a word, his face carefully blank. Someone had prepared for their arrival. The question was whether Carenne had been told they were coming, or had simply expected them at this hour. Drevash released her hand as the door swung open, but his fingers brushed her wrist before letting go, a touch meant for her alone. Lady Carenne Vale sat in a wing-backed chair by the cold fireplace, a cup of tea cooling on the table beside her. She was younger than Tharyn had expected, perhaps 40, with dark hair coiled at her neck and the kind of face that revealed nothing because it had learned not to. Her hands were folded in her lap, still and pale, the hands of someone who had never lifted anything heavier than a pen. She did not rise when they entered. "Prince-Regent," she said, "I wondered when you would come." Her voice was smooth, unhurried, the voice of someone who had already decided how this conversation would end. Tharyn stepped forward before Drevash could speak. "Your signature is on a delivery receipt for a compounded poison sent to the East Tower during King Elian's illness. The compound was disguised as cardiac pain treatment. The handwriting on the compounding note matches the warning left for Selvar Vale, who died of that same poison less than 2 hours ago." She watched Carenne's face for the flicker, the crack, the tell that would confirm the accusation. Nothing. Carenne's expression remained as still as her hands. "My seal was borrowed during the assembly chaos," she said. "Any number of people could have signed that receipt. The East Tower receives dozens of deliveries during the king's illnesses. If you are here to accuse me, you will need more than a signature on a requisition ledger." Tharyn held her gaze. "I did not say the compound was delivered during an illness. I said it was sent to the East Tower during the king's illness. Those are two different statements, and you should not have known which one was the truth." Carenne's smile did not reach her eyes. "You walked through the door holding a ledger. You mentioned a poison compounded for the East Tower. The timing was obvious. You assumed the delivery was made during an illness. Elian has been treated in the East Tower for routine examinations as well. A clerk who had nothing to do with the poison would have asked which illness. You knew." Silence. Carenne's hands tightened in her lap, just barely, a crack so fine Tharyn almost missed it. "Clever," she said. "But clever does not prove intent. You can take that ledger to every magistrate in Vacrown, and the best you will get is a fine for improper record-keeping." Drevash moved to stand beside Tharyn. "The compounding note bears your handwriting," he said. "Not your seal, your hand. I have seen enough of your correspondence to recognize the pressure and slant." Carenne's stillness cracked further. Her jaw tightened, a muscle flickering beneath the skin. "You have been reading my correspondence?" "I have been reading every correspondence that crossed the council table for the last 3 years. Yours was distinctive. You loop your L's too wide and press hard on your terminal S's. The compounding note does the same. Tharyn watched the calculation move behind Carenne's eyes, the weighing of options, the search for an escape that did not exist. You have two choices, Drevash said. You can name the person who asked you to sign that delivery, and we will treat your involvement as coercion under duress. Or you can remain silent, and I will bring this before the full court within the hour. Carenne looked at him, and for the first time, something genuine surfaced in her expression. Not fear, assessment. If I name the person, what protection do I receive? Protection from execution. You will be exiled instead. And if I name no one, then you will hang before sunset. Carenne laughed. It was a soft sound, almost musical. You think you can threaten me with death and expect me to choose exile? I have spent 30 years inside this palace, Prince-Regent. I have watched 3 kings sit on that throne, and I have watched 3 kings die. The only currency that matters here is information, and I have more of it than you can imagine. She leaned forward, her voice dropping. Delay your claim. Keep the succession record sealed for 1 year, and Elian will survive to see his majority. Push forward, and he will be dead before the week ends. I know every route into his rooms. I know every guard who can be bought. I know the names of every person who has ever held a cup to his lips. Tharen's blood went cold. You poisoned him. I held his neck while he drank. Carenne's eyes did not waver. I could have held it longer. I chose not to. That was a message, not a failure. Drevash's voice was barely controlled. What message? That I am not the one you need to fear. The woman with the iron key is the hand that moves the pieces. I am only the one who sharpens the blade. Tharyn stepped forward. Then tell us where she is, and we will let you write your own terms of exile. Carenne smiled. She is already where she needs to be. When dawn broke, she opened the hidden route to Elian's temporary rooms. The same route I am about to describe to you, because she wanted me to. She named the route. A passage behind the East Tower tapestry, a service stair that connected to the old nursery wing, a door disguised as a storage cabinet that opened into the corridor outside Elian's chambers. Details only someone who had walked the route could know. Tharen's heart stopped. Elian, she said. She is already inside. Carenne's smile widened. She was inside before you knocked on my door. Chapter 53. They moved through the servant corridor single file. Oren ahead, Tharyn behind, the space narrow enough that her shoulders brushed both walls at once. The route Carenne had named ran true. Behind the East Tower tapestry, a service stair that did not appear on any palace map, its steps worn to hollows by generations of feet that were never meant to be seen. The old nursery wing, where the air thickened with dust and the smell of dried lavender from sachets still hanging in forgotten closets. And finally, a door disguised as a storage cabinet, its latch disguised as a brass pull that did not move until Oren pressed the panel above it at the same time. The corridor beyond was empty. Tharyn pressed herself against the wall, listening. Heading, Oren breathed. Toward the king's chambers, 40 paces, then a left. They had mapped it from the outside, counting doors and windows before entering the hidden route. If the woman with the iron key came through this passage, she would emerge at the service alcove 3 doors down from Elian's room, where the guards could not see her because the alcove was designed for discreet deliveries. Tharyn had positioned herself there. Oren would stay at the junction, blocking retreat. Drevash was in the council chamber, holding court with Lord Vale and 2 other househeads, discussing the succession examination proposal. A public performance designed to make the palace look occupied elsewhere. The waiting stretched. Minutes, perhaps 10. Tharyn's legs ached from the crouch, her fingers cold against the wall. The only sound was the distant hum of the palace above them, footsteps on marble, voices drifting through ventilation grates. Then she heard it. A soft scrape, no louder than a rat's movement, coming from the direction of the old nursery wing. She signaled Oren with 2 fingers. He nodded, hand moving to his sword hilt. The scrape came again, closer now, a footstep, deliberately light, placed with the care of someone who knew exactly where the floorboards creaked. Tharyn's heart beat against her ribs. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a woman's voice, low and calm, barely above a whisper. I am expected. Tharyn did not move. The voice came from the junction where Oren was stationed, meaning the woman had passed the alcove without entering. She had known the route well enough to avoid the natural stopping point. Oren's reply was steady. State your purpose. Medication delivery. For the king's evening dose. The physician's order is on file. A pause. Then why are you using the service passage? The woman's voice did not waver. I was told the main corridor was being guarded after the disturbance. The night steward said to use the old route. Oren said nothing. Tharyn heard the soft rustle of fabric, a bag being opened, the click of a latch. I can show you the physician's seal if you need to verify. That would be helpful. Footsteps, moving toward the junction. Tharyn shifted her weight, ready to move. The woman came into view, gray hair pinned tight, a nurse's apron, clean and pressed. A leather bag held in both hands, open at the top to reveal a glass bottle of amber liquid and a folded paper. She looked like every other palace servant Tharyn had seen in the East Wing. Oren took the paper, examined it, handed it back. The seal is correct. The nurse nodded, closed the bag, and started toward the alcove where Tharyn was hidden. 3 steps. 2. 1. Tharyn stepped out behind her. Show me the contents of your left shoe. The nurse froze. I beg your pardon? Your left shoe. Remove it. The woman's hand tightened on the bag strap. Her face remained composed, but a tiny muscle jumped at the corner of her mouth. I do not understand what, Oren. He moved, fast, his hand closing around the nurse's wrist before she could pull away. She gasped, the bag falling, the glass bottle shattering against the stone floor. Amber liquid spread, pooling. Medicine. Harmless. Tharyn knelt, pulled the woman's left shoe off and found the packet. Thin paper, folded flat, tucked into the sole lining. She opened it. A white powder, fine as dust, no more than a pinch. She held it up. What is this? The nurse's face had gone bloodless. Please, I did not know what was in it. I was only told to deliver the bottle and leave the packet under the king's mattress. I did not ask. Tharyn's voice stayed flat. Who told you? The nurse shook her head, eyes squeezed shut. I cannot. They will kill my brother. He owes debts to House Vale. They said if I did this, the debts would be forgiven. Tharyn looked at Oren. He was watching the nurse with an expression she had seen before, the look of a man who had heard too many confessions that ended the same way. The woman with the iron key, Tharyn said. She gave you the packet. The nurse's breath hitched. Not her. I never saw her face. The orders came through the household steward. He said the packet was sealed, that I only needed to leave it. Show me the steward's face. The nurse's voice dropped to a whisper. I do not know his face. He always wore a hood. He met me in the same place, the old still room below the kitchen. 3 times, 3 packets. Tharyn's stomach turned. 3 packets. 1 for Elian, 1 for the Prince-Regent's water, and 1 for you. The nurse's hand came up, trembling, pointing at Tharyn's chest. Yours was the first. He said if you died first, the others would not be needed. Oren had gone still. Tharyn looked at the white powder in her palm. A pinch, enough to kill. She crushed the packet between her fingers, let the powder fall to the floor, mixed it with the spreading amber liquid. When was the next delivery scheduled? The nurse's voice cracked. Tonight, after the bells. The steward said to wait for the signal, a scratch at the door. Where? The old still room. He said he would find me there. Tharyn stood, wiped her hand on her coat. Oren, take her to Sunneth's guards. Tell them she is a witness, not a prisoner. Then meet me at the kitchen entrance. Oren's jaw tightened. Where are you going? To the old still room, before the steward scratches the wrong door. She turned, walked back into the service passage, the dust of the dead powder still clinging to her fingers. Behind her, the nurse began to cry. Ahead, the corridor stretched empty and dark. Chapter 54. The passage curved left, then dropped 3 steps into a wider corridor where the air changed. Golder. Wetter. The smell of old ash and boiled linen. Tharyn stopped at the bottom step and listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no scratch at a door, no whisper of fabric against stone. She pressed forward, one hand against the wall to feel for turns before her eyes caught them. The old still room had been sealed for years, according to the kitchen girl who had pointed her toward the stair. No one used it since the last palace apothecary died. The only access was through the lower service tunnel, which meant the steward had to come from the opposite direction, past the wine vaults and the cooling shelves. She reached the door. A plain slab of oak, warped at the bottom from years of damp, with an iron latch that had been oiled recently. No scratch signal yet. She slipped into the alcove across from it, pressed herself into the shadow where the wall met a support beam, and waited. The silence stretched. 4 minutes. 6. 10. Then a footstep. Not from the tunnel, from above. A board creaked somewhere in the ceiling, and dust drifted down. Tharyn looked up. A narrow vent, black with age, set into the stone above the door frame. Someone was moving in the space above the still room. The old ventilation shafts that serviced the original kitchen stack, wide enough for a thin person to crawl through. She held her breath. The footsteps stopped directly above the door. Then a scratch. 3 quick rasps against wood. A pause. 2 more. The signal. The steward was not coming through the tunnel. He was already here, waiting in the shaft, and he was not coming down to meet her. He was listening for the nurse's reply scratch, and when it did not come, he would know. Tharyn moved. She crossed the alcove in 3 steps, grabbed the latch, pulled the still room door open, and went through low, rolling her weight forward, coming up inside the dark room with her back against the nearest wall. Empty. Barrels stacked against the far wall, a trough of stone where water once ran, shelves stripped of every bottle and jar, and above her, a squirrel of darkness in the ceiling where the vent cover had been removed. The footsteps were retreating. Faint now, moving away through the shaft. She could not follow. The shaft was too narrow for her to climb into, and she had no light, no map of where it led. She stood in the dark, breathing hard, the dust of the crushed poison packet still coating her fingers. The steward had known. Before she reached the still room, before the nurse broke, before the packet hit the floor in Elian's corridor, he had known something was wrong, and he had climbed, which meant someone had warned him. Oren found her 20 minutes later, still standing in the empty still room. "The nurse is with Sunneth's guards," she gave a full statement. Tharyn did not turn. The steward was not coming through the tunnel. He was in the ventilation shafts above the door. He gave the signal, then left when I did not answer it. Oren was quiet for a moment. That means he knew the nurse was taken before we moved her. Or he knew the packet was compromised the moment it hit the floor. Tharyn turned. Her face was hard, but her voice carried something else, something that sounded like the beginning of a decision she did not want to make. The nurse named Carenne's household steward as the intermediary. "I know," she told Sunneth's guards. "I have the name. Then we find him before he disappears into the ventilation system permanently." Oren shook his head. "He is already in a holding cell. Scientist people picked him up 15 minutes ago. He was in the lower pantry, burning papers in a bread oven." Tharyn's chest tightened. "Did they stop the fire?" "Most of it was ash before they reached him. They pulled a few scraps. One of them had writing on it." Oren reached into his coat and produced a folded square of cloth. He opened it. A scrap of paper, no larger than the palm of a child's hand, blackened at the edges, with a single line of writing still visible. "Granted by seal of the Chancellery, valid until the 3rd rising of—" "It is the top half of a sentence," Tharyn said. "There is nothing here that tells us what it authorized." "It is enough." "For what?" Oren's jaw tightened. "It is enough to hold him while we question him." Tharyn looked at the scrap. The paper was pale, with a texture she recognized. Foreign stock. Not the heavy, fibrous sheets produced by the palace mill, but the smooth, tightly woven leaves that came up the river from the coast. Loren, or further south. Who knows he is in custody? Sunneth's captain of the guard. 2 of her personal retainers. No one else. Good. Keep it that way. She folded the scrap back into the cloth and handed it to Oren. "I want to see him, before anyone else does." The holding cell was at the base of the west tower, a converted storage room with a barred door and a single lamp burning on a hook outside. The steward sat on the floor inside, back against the wall, hands in his lap. He was older than she had expected, gray at the temples, with the face of a man who had served households long enough to know every corridor and every silence. He looked up when she stopped at the bars. I did not kill anyone. I did not say you did. You are the forger, the one the Regent Grokin. Tharyn did not correct him. The nurse named you as the man who gave her the packets. I gave her medicine for the king's cough. That is all I gave her. She had your poison hidden in her shoe. The steward's gaze did not waver. I do not know what she hid in her shoe. I gave her a bottle and a paper of fever powder. If she changed the contents, that is her crime, not mine. Tharyn studied him. There was no tremor in his voice, no tell in the hands resting still in his lap. He had prepared for this moment, had decided exactly what he would say and what he would not. Carenne Vale signed for the poison. Your seal was on the delivery order. The nurse carried it. That is 3 people in a chain, and all 3 of you point to someone else. Because none of us did it. Someone did. The steward smiled, thin, without warmth. Then find them. Tharyn stepped closer to the bars. I will, but you will not be here when I do. Something flickered across his face. Not fear, recognition. I have been a steward in this palace for 22 years. I know which doors open and which doors stay locked. I know which servants can be trusted and which ones the chamberlain has never noticed. If you want to understand how the poison reached the king's room without touching the guards, I am the only man in this city who can tell you. And yet you are in a cell? Because I let myself be taken. Tharyn went still. You let yourself be taken? I burned the papers. I stayed in the pantry. I did not run. If I had run, the guards would have chased me through every passage in the palace, and they would have found the ventilation shaft I just used to reach the still room. He leaned forward, and his voice dropped. I wanted to be caught, because being caught means I get to negotiate. What do you want? Protection, a new name, a horse at the north gate after sundown. And in exchange, I tell you who really ordered the poison. Not Carenne, not the nurse. The person who has been running the palace from inside a shadow for 30 years. Tharyn's pulse hammered. The woman with the iron key. The steward's mouth curled. She has a name, and I know where she sleeps. The lamp guttered, casting a long shadow across the bars. Tharyn opened her mouth to answer, and heard the soft, wet sound of something falling behind her. She turned. Oren stood in the corridor entrance, blood on his hands, his face ashen. The steward's door. Someone was here before we sealed it. He held up a length of thread, pale silk, with a scrap of paper knotted into it. Foreign stock. The same paper as the burned scrap, sewn into the cuff of the hanging man's coat. Tharyn's stomach dropped. No. She turned back to the cell. The steward was still sitting against the wall. His eyes were open, his mouth was open, and a thin trickle of blood ran from the corner of his lips into the collar of his shirt. The woman with the iron key had visited him before she sealed the shaft, and she had left something behind. A message for Tharyn to find when she was too late to use it. Chapter 55. The paper scrap lay on the stone between them, pale silk thread still knotted through its edge. Tharyn did not touch it. She stared at the neat stitching in the steward's coat cuff, the way the thread matched the weave of his uniform exactly. Someone had sewn that message into his sleeve while he was still conscious, or while he was dying, or after. Do not touch the body, she said. Not until Maris sees everything. Oren wiped his hands on his coat. The door was sealed. I checked it myself before I brought you here. Someone checked it before you did. She bent over the scrap, studying the paper without lifting it. The fibers were smooth and tight, the same dense weave as the fragment from the bread oven, same stock, same source. Get this to Maris, Quill. Tell her to compare it to the embassy samples in the Chancellery Reference collection, and tell her to do it before the sun clears the wall. Oren pulled the clean cloth from his pocket and folded the scrap into it without letting his fingers touch the paper. Where will you be? Finding out who sealed that door. She left the steward where he sat, mouth open, blood dried at the corner of his lips. The lamp on the hook outside the cell had begun to gutter, and the corridor stretched empty in both directions. Maris met her in the archive workroom with the cloth already open on the table. Lorand Embassy. The archivist's voice was flat, certain. This is their standard document stock, imported from the coastal mills south of the delta. The fibers are longer than ours and pressed at higher temperature, so the surface takes ink differently. Are you sure? Look. Maris angled the scrap under a magnifying lens. See the grain? Palace paper runs diagonal. Chancellery paper runs straight. This runs cross-hatched. The only place in Vacrown that uses cross-hatched stock is the Lorand Embassy, because their treaty allows them to use their own seals and paper for official correspondence. Tharyn studied the tiny crossed fibers under the glass. They were barely visible to the naked eye, but the pattern was unmistakable once she knew what to look for. The burned scrap from the bread oven had the same grain. I compared them before you arrived. They match. Tharyn straightened. Her mind was already working through the implications. Lorand Embassy paper in the steward's cuff. Lorand Embassy paper in the bread oven fire. Lorand debts buying out House Vale and House Torvath through a shell company. How long has the embassy been using this stock? Since the treaty was signed, 15 years. Then anyone in the embassy could have used it. Ambassadors, clerks, couriers, or someone who stole a ream from their supply room. Tharyn looked at the scrap again. The fragment bore the same partial line as the burned piece, granted by seal of the Chancellery, valid until the third rising of... Get Drevash, she said. Tell him I need him in the West Council chamber, not the public hall, the small one. Maris was already moving. Drevash arrived within minutes, still in the formal coat he had worn for the public court session. His eyes went to Tharyn's face first, reading her state, then to the cloth on the table. Foreign stock. Lorand Embassy, Maris confirmed it. He picked up the lens and examined the scrap himself, hand steady but jaw tight. If the embassy is coordinating with the conspiracy, the debts are not just economic leverage. They are a political signal. Loreen accuracy bust sister body will latively late the ritum. Freeze, teep the closs, which is a complete leader of Waitside, attempted to reach my discussions, Rhyse. Orion Haskey, where he's confirmed it. He picked up the lens and examined the scrap himself, hand steady but jaw tight. If the embassy is coordinating with the conspiracy, the debts are not just economic leverage, they are a political signal. Loreen Maskey means Elian's enemies can offer foreign legitimacy to any claimant who challenges the throne. Or they are backing the woman with the iron key. Drevash sets the lens down. If the embassy is actively involved, we cannot move against them without triggering a diplomatic crisis. The treaty forbids searching their compound without 3 magistrates present and a signed grievance from a noble house. Then we do not search the compound. His eyes met hers. We find out who inside the palace is passing them information, she said. The embassy did not sew that scrap into a steward's cuff. Someone who works here did. Someone who bleeds on palace floors and knows which doors stay unlocked. Drevash was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will call the council. Not the full chamber. Just Vale, Torvath, and Lady Sunneth. If any of them are feeding the embassy, I want to see their faces when I name the paper stock. And Elian? Still secured in the East Tower. Sunneth's personal guards at both doors. Tharyn opened her mouth to answer, and the door slammed open. Sunneth stood in the frame, her gray hair coming loose from its pins, her face the color of old paper. The king. Her voice cracked. He is gone. Tharyn's blood turned to ice. Gone where? The East Tower, his bedchamber. My guards at the door swear no one entered or left. The windows are sealed, the walls are solid stone. Sunneth's hands were shaking. And he is not there. How long? Since the physician's visit. The physician arrived on my authority. I did not send for him. The words hung in the air like a blade. Drevash was already moving toward the door. Who is the physician? The court physician, Master Alden. He has treated Elian since birth. Then either Alden betrayed you, or someone wearing his face walked past your guards. Tharyn followed, her pulse hammering. The hidden route, the tapestry, the service stair. The woman with the iron key had already entered Elian's chambers once. She had done it again. Check the physician, she said. Find out if he is alive or dead. Sunneth's voice dropped to a whisper. I found his bag beside Elian's bed, but I did not check the cabinet door. Neither had the guards. The woman with the iron key had taken Elian through the walls, and she had done it while Drevash was in the archive, while Sunneth was scrambling for answers, while everyone was looking at the paper and not at the door. Drevash stopped at the corridor's end and turned. How long until dawn? An hour, Sunneth said. Maybe less. Then we have an hour to find him before the palace wakes. Tharyn looked back at the workroom where the foreign paper lay on the table. The embassy, the debts, the steward, the hidden passages, the child. The pieces were still scattered, but they were beginning to form a shape she did not like. A shape with Lauren hands on the strings and a woman with an iron key holding the knife. Chapter 56. Tharyn reached the east tower before Drevash could finish giving orders. She took the stairs 2 at a time, Oren's boots hammering behind her, the guard at the door already pale and stammering before she opened her mouth. No one entered or left, my lady. I swear it. She believed him. That was the worst part. The door swung open on Elian's bedchamber and the room looked wrong in a way that had nothing to do with absence. The bed was made. The window was sealed. A half-finished letter sat on the desk, Quill dried in its stand. Everything orderly. Everything staged. Tharyn stopped 3 steps inside and breathed. The air held something faint beneath the wax and old paper. Sweet, slightly chemical. The same cloying undertone she had smelled in Selvar Ve's chambers before the blood. Oren, do not touch anything. Tell me what you see. No overturned furniture. No sign of struggle. No sign of struggle, she repeated, because there was no struggle. She crossed to the window, locked from inside. The garderobe screen had been shifted 6 inches to the right, just enough to open the cabinet door without scraping the floorboards. Someone who knew exactly where the hidden passage began had stood here, had moved the screen, had opened the door, and Elian had walked through it. She turned to the bed. The physician's bag lay on the floor beside the pillow, leather worn at the corners, brass clasps tarnished with age. She knelt and opened it. Empty. No vials, no instruments, no bandages. A bag carried in to look real, abandoned to make the story hold. Master Alden's bag, Oren said from the door. Master Alden did not carry an empty bag. She reached into the bag's side pocket and pulled out a physician's silver token, stamped with Alden's name and the crown and reed of the court medical office. She turned it over. The edges were too sharp, the engraving too clean. This was struck within the week. Oren stepped closer. A new token? A false token, struck to look old. She held it up to the candlelight. The dye work is good, but the wear is painted on. Someone boiled it in tea to darken the silver, then scuffed it with sand. But the lettering has no smoothing, no handling wear between the strokes. She set the token on the windowsill and looked back at the room. Elian had not been dragged. He had not been drugged and carried. The screen had been moved deliberately, not shoved aside. The physician's bag had been placed beside the pillow, not dropped in panic. The blanket was still tucked at the corners. He had woken, recognized the person at his door, and walked out with them. Oren, check the garderobe, check under the bed, check every surface for a cup, a glass, a drop of liquid. He moved without question. Tharyn went to the desk. The half-finished letter was addressed to no one. It read, "When you read this, I will already be." The line ended there. No signature. She pressed her palm flat against the paper. Cold. The ink had dried hours ago. "The sedative," she said. "The same family as the one in the compounding ledger. Not enough to knock him unconscious, just enough to make him compliant, to smooth the edges of his fear." Oren straightened from the garderobe. Nothing. No cups, no spill, no glass. Because he took it willingly, in medicine form, from someone he trusted to give him medicine. The name sat on her tongue like ash. The woman with the iron key had not broken in. She had knocked, and Elian, who had been poisoned once by a woman with gray eyes and still hands, had opened the door for the same face because she came wearing a physician's coat and carrying a bag that looked real. The door slammed open behind her. Drevash stood in the frame, chest heaving, Sunneth pale at his shoulder. Behind them, a page in palace livery was trembling so hard his collar rattled. "The river gate," the page gasped, "opened 20 minutes past, on Chamberlain authority." Sunneth's voice cut through. "I gave no such order. The duty officer at the gate recognized the seal, my lady. Your personal seal, stamped on a knight order with the crown mark." Sunneth went still. Her hand went to her belt, where her seal pouch hung. She opened it. The seal was gone. "When?" Tharyn's voice was stone. "I checked it at the evening bells, before the physician arrived. Then someone took it between the bells and midnight. Someone who knew which pouch you carry. Someone who knew where you sleep." Sunneth's face had not regained color since she burst into the council chamber. It would not regain it now. "The river gate opens onto the Loren dock road," Drevash said. "If they put him on a boat, he will be past the harbor chain before dawn." Tharyn looked back at the empty bed, at the shifted screen, at the false token gleaming on the windowsill. Ilian had walked out of this room alive, trusting the hand that led him. That trust was the only thing that might keep him alive until they caught up. "Oren, how many boats can clear the harbor chain before first light?" 3 if they have the wind, 4 if they have oars. Then we have 4 boats to search in 1 hour to find which one has a king on board." She turned to Drevash. "Who in the palace knew about the Chamberlain's seal pouch? Who knew which side she wears it, which clasp she uses, what time she checks it?" Sunneth answered before he could. "My personal attendants, my night steward, the duty clerk who fills the seal ink." "Then one of them is dead or bought." Drevash's hand found hers in the space between them, fingers threading through her own. Not a performance, not a strategy, just a hand that needed to hold something steady. "The river gate," he said, "now." They moved as one, Tharyn still gripping the false token, the scent of the sedative clinging to her coat, the image of Ilian walking out with the woman who had already held his neck once burning behind her eyes. This time, the woman would not let him go. Chapter 57. The river gate stood open, its iron frame bleeding rust into the dawn air. The duty officer who had stamped the order was gone, replaced by a trembling junior who had found the gate unlocked and the harbor patrol boat missing. Tharyn knelt where the wood met the stone. The Loren dock road stretched east toward the river cliffs, but the water told a different story. The mooring ropes had been cut, not untied. Clean slices left raw, bleeding fibers. "They wanted us to chase the road," she said. "The boat went south, toward the old succession court." Drevash's hand tightened on hers. "The court has been sealed for 20 years. No one goes there." Which is exactly why she chose it. Tharyn stood. "We need the forged order," the paper she used to open the gate. Sunneth produced it from her coat, the folded sheet still bearing the stolen seal imprint. Tharyn took it to the nearest torch and held the paper flat, tilting it until the flame caught the fibers at the right angle. She had expected to see her own work. The same mimicry that had produced the false document in the archive, the same unconscious habits lifted from her pen. What she found instead made her breath catch. "I need Maris, and I need every scrap of the steward's coat cuff." They found Maris in the archive strong room, the old chancellery die still on the table beside her, her hands shaking as she sorted through the preserved evidence. Tharyn laid the forged gate order beside the steward's coat cuff and the burned scrap from the bread oven. "Look at the base strokes," Tharyn said. "The way the downstroke thickens before the crossbar." Maris leaned closer, her pale eyes tracking the ink path. "That is not your hand. That is not anyone's hand in the palace registry. No, it is a second-generation Migrkik. Someone copied the copied hand." Drevash moved to stand behind them. "Explain that again." Tharyn traced the lettering with her fingertip, careful not to touch the ink. "When I forge, I study the original hand, the pressure habits, the tilt, the way they loop certain letter pairs. That is first-generation mimicry. It takes months to learn." "And this?" "This is someone who learned from a written manual, a set of instructions that described how the forger worked, rather than studying the forger herself. The strokes are technically correct, but the rhythm is wrong. They are imitating the imitation." Maris's hand stilled over the table. "Rhyse. He trained people before his fall. or he left manuals behind. Tharyn pressed her palm flat against the paper. This is not the work of one successor. This is a system, a method he installed so the forgery could continue without him. Sunneth's voice came from the doorway, thin and sharp. How many? Enough to run an abduction in the dark with a forged seal and a false physician's token. Enough to move a king through a river gate without leaving a trail. Tharyn looked up. The question is not how many. The question is where they learned to write like me. Drevash's face had gone still, the way it did when he was calculating 10 moves ahead. You said the strokes point to a training manual. If Rhyse wrote those instructions, where would he keep them? Not in the archive, Maris said. He would not leave evidence where it could be found. The succession court, Tharyn said. The words hung in the air. Drevash turned toward the window, where the river cliffs caught the first gray light of dawn. The court was built during the last succession crisis, when the old king's death left 3 claimants and no clear heir. The magistrate sealed the records there, swore every attendant to silence, and locked the doors after the decision. And the infant transfer records? Tharyn said. The originals, the ones they never brought back to the palace. Maris's face went bloodless. They were never destroyed. They were stored in the court vault, behind the old chancellery seal. The same seal Rhyse controlled. Which means the woman with the iron key has been waiting for this. Tharyn rose. She did not just take Elian. She took him to the one place where she can force a legal reckoning. She wants witnesses. She wants a sealed record. She wants to make the abduction look like a legitimate transfer of custody. Sunneth's voice cracked. She will make him sign abdication papers before the old court seal, with the original succession records as proof that Drevash's claim is valid. And if he refuses, Tharyn said, she will use the records to argue that Drevash is the rightful heir and Elian is an impediment. A child king cannot rule in the shadow of a stronger claim. The succession court was designed to resolve exactly that conflict. Drevash's hand found the windowsill, his knuckles white. She does not want a civil war. She wants a legal transfer of power, signed, sealed, and witnessed before dawn. Which means she needs you alive, Tharyn said. She needs you to be present when the court convenes. The silence stretched. Elian will not sign, Drevash said. He is too stubborn, too aware of what they took from him. He will sign if they put a blade to his throat, or if they drug him enough to make the pen feel light. Tharyn walked to Drevash's side. We have maybe an hour before the court opens. Less. Sunneth's voice was hollow. The succession court is 40 minutes downriver by the old patrol road. Faster if you know the cliff path. Then we take the cliff path. Oren, you, me, and Maris for the records. Drevash turned. Sunneth, seal the palace. No one leaves. No messages. If the woman has allies inside the court, she will expect word to reach her before we arrive. Sunneth nodded and was gone. Maris gathered the evidence with practiced hands, folding the gate order inside a clean sheet of linen. If the woman with the iron key is waiting at the court with witnesses and a prepared declaration, walking in the front door will not save Elian. She will have guards. She will have the original records. She will have the legal weight of the old magistracy. Then we do not walk through the front door. Tharyn looked at Drevash. The hidden passages. The builder's journal mentioned an old access tunnel beneath the court, sealed when the roof was reinforced. If it is still passable, we can enter from below. Drevash's jaw tightened. You want to crawl through an abandoned tunnel under a crumbling court. I want to reach Elian before the ink dries on whatever declaration they force him to sign. If that means crawling through rot and river rats, I will crawl. He held her gaze for a long breath. Then he reached for her hand and held it steady. The cliff path, he said. Maris, bring the builder's journal. Oren, weapons and lanterns. We leave in 3 minutes. They moved as one through the dark corridors, the palace still sleeping around them, the river whispering its promise of cold water and hidden cliffs. And behind them, the empty throne room waited for a king who had not yet been lost. Chapter 58. The cliff path was not a path. It was a scar cut into the river cliff by generations of smugglers and desperate magistrates, wide enough for one person at a time with a sheer drop to the left and wet stone overhead. Tharyn pressed her back to the rock and moved. Behind her, She heard Drevash's boots finding purchase on the same uneven ledges. Ahead, Oren Tesk carried the lantern, its light bouncing off walls that had not seen flame in years. Peak came last, his breathing controlled but fast, the builder's journal tucked inside his coat. The river growled below them, black and swollen with spring melt. "How much farther?" Tharyn's voice was swallowed by the wind. Oren stopped, pointed. Below the next ridge, a structure emerged from the stone like a broken tooth. The succession court. It was smaller than she had imagined. A single squat tower built into the cliff face, its lower windows sealed with iron grills, and its roof sagging under decades of neglect. No lights showed at the windows. No guards patrolled the narrow ledge that served as its entrance. "Empty," Pika said. "Too empty." Tharyn studied the approach. The door was solid oak banded with rusted iron, its hinges crusted with salt spray. No smoke rose from the chimney. No sound carried from within. "She is inside," Drevash said. "She did not come this far to leave before the ceremony." Oren drew his sword. "Front door's a kill box, one crossbowman in the upper window, and we are pinned against the cliff." Tharyn pulled the builder's journal from Peak's coat. The pages were damp, the ink smeared in spots, but the tunnel entrance diagram was clear. A maintenance access cut into the cliff 50 paces north of the tower, sealed when the foundation was reinforced 40 years ago. "Show me," Drevash said. They found the entrance behind a curtain of thorn bush and loose shale, a low arch barely visible in the gray dawn light. The iron grate that once sealed it lay on the ground, its hinges snapped by a pry bars. "She knew we would come this way," Tharyn said. "Then we do not give her time to prepare." Drevash took the lantern from Oren and ducked through the arch. The tunnel was narrow and low, forcing them to stoop. Water dripped from the ceiling, pooling in shallow channels worn into the stone floor. The air smelled of rust and old mortar and something else. Something metallic. Blood. Tharyn found it first. A smear along the wall at shoulder height, still wet, the color too bright to be hours old. "Elian," she said. Drevash moved faster. The tunnel opened into a square chamber built into the tower's foundation, its walls lined with empty shelves and a single door at the far end. A wooden stair climbed into darkness above them. Voices drifted down, low, measured, unhurried. A woman's voice, calm as still water. "You will sign the declaration. Then you will speak the words the witnesses need to hear. After that, you may sleep as long as you like." Tharyn's heart stopped. Elian's voice answered, thin and slurred. "I want to go home." "You will. After." Drevash started for the stairs. Tharyn caught his arm. "Wait." She pressed her ear to the door above them, counting. 2 voices, hers and one other. Male, older, reading from a paper. "Magistrate Clerk," Oren said. "They need a witness to make the declaration legal." "How many guards?" "0 heard," Peak said. "She trusts the isolation." Drevash's jaw tightened. "Then we take the stairs fast. Oren first, then me. Tharyn, you get to Elian. Pick, cover the door." They moved. The stair groaned under their weight, ancient wood complaining with every step. Above them, the voices continued, the woman's calm instruction and the clerk's rhythmic recitation of legal clauses. "By the authority vested in the signatory and witnessed by the undersigned, the regency of King Elian Mercor is hereby transferred to the emergency guardianship of—" Tharyn reached the top step and saw him. Elian sat in a high-backed chair at the center of the room, his small frame swallowed by the carved wood. His eyes were half closed, his lips slack, his hands limp on the armrests. A single iron lantern hung above him, casting his face in harsh shadow. The woman with the iron key stood behind him, one hand resting on his shoulder. She was not wearing gray today. She was dressed in deep blue silk, her hair coiled tight at her neck, a silver chain hanging at her throat. She looked like a noblewoman, preparing to receive guests at a formal reception. She looked like someone who had already won. "Ah," she did not turn. "I wondered when you would arrive. The cliff path or the tunnel?" Drevash stepped into the light. "Step away from the king." "Or what?" The woman smiled. "You will kill me? In front of witnesses?" She gestured to the clerk, a thin man in magistrate robes who stood frozen beside a writing desk covered in documents. The declaration is almost complete. Once the king signs, guardianship transfers to the council appointed in this document, a council I have taken great care to select. Tharyn moved toward Elian. He is drugged. He cannot sign anything. He can. I have measured the dose carefully. The woman's hand stroked Elian's shoulder. He will not remember signing. But the ink will be dry, the seal will be affixed, and the law will recognize the transfer as voluntary. The clerk lifted a quill from the inkwell. Elian's eyes fluttered. Sign, the woman whispered. And this ends. Chapter 59. The woman with the iron key lifted her hand from Elian's shoulder and turned to face them fully. Deep blue silk caught the lantern light. The silver chain at her throat glowed like a thread of captive water. You are too late to stop the declaration, she said, but you are exactly on time for the offer. Draevon did not lower his blade. There is no offer that includes a drugged child and a stolen seal. The child is unharmed. The seal will be returned to Lady Sunneth before midday. The woman's voice carried the same calm she had used on Elian, unhurried, almost kind. The dose I gave him will fade within the hour. He will wake with a headache and no memory of signing. That is mercy, Prince-Regent. I could have given him the full measure. Mercy. Tharyn heard her own voice come out flat. You held his neck while he drank poison. The woman's gaze shifted to her. Gray eyes, pale skin, the same blank composure she had worn in the tunnel's dark. But now she smiled. I held his neck so he would not thrash and injure himself. The poison was measured to weaken, not kill. If I had wanted him dead, he would have died in his bed 3 months ago, and you would have found a cold body with no mark on it. She tilted her head. You have been chasing a murder that was never intended. I have been building a succession that will not destroy the realm. Behind her, the magistrate clerk stood frozen, Quill suspended above the declaration. Sweat gleamed on his forehead. He looked like a man who had realized too late which room he had walked into. Step away from the king, Drevash said again. In a moment. The woman did not move. First, you will hear what I am offering. Then you may decide whether to kill me or thank me. The room held its breath. Tharyn could feel peak behind her at the stairhead, Orin's blade catching the light at the edge of her vision. Below them, the river pushed against stone. Lady carrying Vale stepped through the unpainted door at the room's far end. She wore the same dark gown she had worn in her chambers, hair still coiled at her neck, hands still and pale at her sides. She looked at the woman with the iron key the way a servant looks at a mistress who is called too early. The retainers are in place, she said. The Lauren envoy's legal observer has confirmed the document's form is valid under treaty. The woman with the iron key nodded. Good. Behind Lady Carenne, 2 men in Vale colors stepped into the doorway, hands resting on sword hilts. They did not draw. They did not need to. The message was the presence itself. Tharyn's hand found the fold of her coat, the forged document, the ink vial, the partnership terms, the slate, foy weights pressing against her ribs. You brought Vale guards to a succession court, Drevash said. That is not the act of someone offering terms. I brought witnesses. The woman gestured to the clerk, then toward the door where Lady Carenne stood. Lady Carenne's household guard is here to ensure the proceedings remain orderly, nothing more. I have no interest in bloodshed. Bloodshed brings the crown's full attention, investigation, executions, purges. I prefer paper. She picked up the declaration from the writing desk and held it out, face toward Drevash. Read it. The guardianship transfers to a council of 3. Lady Sunneth Vane, Lord Aldrich Vale, and yourself. The Child King retains his title and his income. No regent is removed. No house is disinherited. The only change is that Elian will not rule alone until he comes of age, and that the succession will be decided by the council if he dies without heir. The succession is already decided, Drevash said. The crown passes to the nearest blood relative. Does it? The woman's smile did not waver. The nearest blood relative is you, Prince-Regent, and we both know your claim is not written in the official lineage. It was written in a sealed crisis record that someone has been very careful to keep hidden for 30 years. The room tightened. Tharyn felt the words land like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading through every silence. "The hidden branch proof exists," the woman continued. "I have seen it. I know whose name was erased and whose name was substituted. If that proof surfaces now, before the realm is prepared, you will have civil war within the year. Lorraine creditors will call in their debts. House Torvath will declare for themselves. House Vellum will demand a regency council that excludes you. The River Ward will starve, while the noble houses argue over which bloodline has the stronger claim." She lowered the declaration and laid it flat on the desk. "I am offering you a managed transfer. You take the guardianship seat on the council. You let the hidden branch proof be folded into a foreign-backed settlement that recognizes your claim without declaring it. The Horan Envoy's office will certify the arrangement. Lady Sunneth retains control of the king's household. Lord Vale guarantees House Draevon's debts will be forgiven. And when Ullian comes of age, if he chooses to step aside, the crown passes to you by his own hand, not by revelation." She paused. "That is the offer. A stable succession, no war, no famine, no purge. All I ask in return is that you stop hunting the people who built this path and let the records settle where they fall." The silence stretched. Tharyn watched Drevash. His jaw was set, his hands still on the blade, but she could see the calculation behind his eyes, the weight of the choice, the cost of refusing. The woman with the iron key turned to her. "And you, forger, you have spent your life reading the lies of people who thought themselves clever. Tell me, is this a lie?" Tharyn met her gray eyes. "It is a truth wrapped in a trap," she said. "You offer stability, but you control the terms. You name a council, but you will own 2 of its 3 seats through Vale's debts and Lauren's credit. You give Drevash a path to the crown, but you make him dependent on your timeline, your documents, your permission." She took a step forward. "You are not offering peace. You are offering surrender dressed as partnership." The woman's smile thinned. "Clever. That is why I left the tunnel open. I wanted to see if you would walk through it." She turned back to Drevash. "The offer stands for the length of this candle." She gestured to a taper burning on the writing desk. "When it gutters, the declaration is signed and witnessed, with or without your consent. The council convenes at dawn. If you are not on it, Lord Aldrich Vale holds the deciding vote, and he has already agreed to my terms." The candle flame wavered. Tharyn watched Drevash's hand. The blade did not lower. "The king," he said, "wakes first." The woman with the iron key laughed, soft, almost admiring. "Then we wait." Chapter 60. The candle flame bobbed once, regathered, and continued its slow burn toward the wax pool forming at the base. Tharyn watched Drevash's hand. The blade had not lowered. His knuckles were white, but the steel stayed level, pointed at the woman with the iron key like a question he had not finished asking. The woman watched him back, patient, unhurried. "I am not deciding until the king wakes," Drevash said. "You have decided already." The woman's voice was soft, almost kind. "You are simply refusing to say it aloud because you know the cost of refusal is higher than the cost of acceptance." "You do not know what I know." "I know you love the child. I know you believe that protecting him means keeping his throne intact. And I know you understand, somewhere beneath the duty and the honor, that the only way to keep him alive through the next year is to share the power you have held alone since his father died." Drevash said nothing. The woman turned to the clerk. "Bring the declaration. Prepare the ink." The clerk lifted the quill. Tharyn's eyes caught the motion, the way his hand moved across the writing desk, the way he unstoppered the ink bottle. A small thing, a detail most people would miss, but she had spent 20 years watching hands move over paper. "Wait," she said. The clerk paused. Tharyn stepped past Drevash, past Orin's blade, past the 2 Vale guards in the doorway, and stopped at the edge of the writing desk. The ink bottle was cut glass, faceted, catching the candlelight. Standard palace issue. The quill was fresh, trimmed that morning. The declaration lay flat, its legal clauses filling the page in neat clerk's hand. None of those things mattered. What mattered was the ink's surface. It was not liquid. It was skin. A thin, translucent film had formed across the top, the kind that only appears when ink has been standing for hours and the volatile compounds have begun to evaporate. Tharyn had mixed that kind of ink before, for documents that needed to disappear. She picked up the bottle and held it to the candlelight. The woman with the iron key did not move. "This ink has been standing for 6 hours at least," Tharyn said. "Maybe 7, long enough for the binding agent to surface and form a seal. But you did not prepare this bottle tonight. You prepared it before we arrived. You knew we would come, and you knew you would need a declaration that could be signed quickly." She set the bottle down. "But there is another reason you let the ink sit so long." The woman's smile had not moved, but something behind her eyes had shifted, a shutter closing. "Mixed ink that stands for more than 4 hours begins to stratify," Tharyn said. "The heavier compounds settle, the lighter ones rise. If you write with it, the document will appear whole for exactly 1 reading. But when the ink dries, the lighter compounds evaporate first, taking the darker pigment with them. Within an hour of signing, the letters begin to fade. Within 3 hours, the page is blank." She looked at the woman. "You are not forcing Elian to sign a guardianship transfer. You are forcing him to sign a blank page that will disappear before dawn. No evidence, no paper trail, nothing for anyone to challenge." The silence that followed was not the silence of a room absorbing information. It was the silence of a trap snapping shut on empty air. Drevash lowered his blade by half an inch. "Is that true?" "I have mixed that exact formula a dozen times," Tharyn said. "For annulments, for debt cancellations, for one letter that needed to reach its destination be read and never be found again. It is a cleaner solution than fire, because fire leaves ash, and ash can be tested. Vanishing ink leaves nothing." The woman with the iron key laughed. Not the soft laugh of earlier. This one was sharp, genuine, almost delighted. "I told you, Carenne." She did not turn. "She is the dangerous one." Lady Carenne Vale made a sound that might have been agreement, or might have been disgust. The woman stepped forward and picked up the ink bottle herself, held it to the light, studied the film on the surface. 3 drops of vitriol in the binder before mixing," she said. "The pigment compounds were the finest from the Loren coast. I was told they would hold for 2 hours at least." "They hold for 1, Tharyn said. "Maybe 90 minutes if the room is cold. Whoever sold you that recipe knew you would not be testing it before use." The woman set the bottle down. Her composure had not cracked, but the delight had drained out of it, replaced by something colder. "Then we need a different ink." "You need a different plan." Tharyn stepped back until she stood beside Drevash. "The one you brought will not hold paper long enough to reach dawn, and without paper you have no declaration. Without declaration you have no counsel. Without counsel, you have a drugged child king in an abandoned tower and a foreign envoy who will deny ever meeting you." The woman's gray eyes stayed on Tharyn. "You would gamble the realm on a chemical formula." "I would gamble the realm on the truth." Tharyn felt the words in her chest, solid as bone. "Your truth erases itself. Mine has ink that lasts." The candle flame guttered. The woman looked at it, then back at the declaration, picked up the page, held it over the flame. The paper caught, burned, curled into ash. "The boy wakes in 30 minutes, the woman said. "When he does, I will offer him the same choice I offered you. A managed transfer, a stable succession, and no war. If he refuses, I will have Vale's guards remove him from this tower and deliver him to the Loren envoy under the treaty provision for royal asylum." She turned toward the rear door. "Either way, by noon, the kingdom will know that the regent and his common forger burned the one offer that could have prevented civil war." She stepped through the door. Lady Carenne Vale followed. The clerk followed. The Vale guards followed. The rear door closed behind them with a sound like a seal breaking. Tharyn stood beside Drevash in the empty tower chamber, the ash of the burned declaration still drifting across the stone floor, and she understood that the candle had not been the deadline. The paper had been. And now it was gone. Chapter 61. The ash lay in a dark stain across the stone floor, lighter at the edges where the flame had consumed faster, darker at the center where the ink had burned hotter. Tharyn knelt and touched the edge of the pile, careful not to disturb the pattern. There is still a way. Drevash turned. The declaration is gone. The ink is not. She looked up at him. Vanishing ink leaves residue. The vitriol in the binder does not evaporate. It sinks into the paper fibers and burns differently than the pulp. If I can lift the ash in layers, I can read what was written by the burn pattern alone. Peake stepped forward from the door, his bandaged hand held against his chest. I have seen her do this once, on a contract that needed to disappear from a magistrate's desk but still be read by the client afterward. She scraped the top layer of ash off with a knife and pressed it onto damp paper. The vitriol transferred. Give me water, Tharyn said, and something flat, a slate, a tile, anything. Peake moved toward the clerk's abandoned table. Drevash stayed where he was, blade still in hand, watching the rear door. Oren is holding the staircase, he said, but Vale's guards will not stay passive forever. Then we work fast. Peake returned with a clay water jug and a chipped serving slate from a shelf. Tharyn took the slate and wet its surface with a thin layer of water, tilting it so the liquid spread evenly. Then she reached into the ash pile and began lifting the topmost layer with her fingertips, placing each pinch onto the wet slate. The ash absorbed the water immediately, darkening to a muddy paste. She spread it thin with her nail, working from the center outward. Light, she said. I need light. Peake grabbed the candle from the clerk's table and held it close. The flame flickered across the wet ash, catching the surface at an angle. And there, faint, almost invisible against the dark paste, but present, letter forms. The vitriol in the ink had burned hotter than the paper, leaving a chemical shadow in the ash itself. When pressed onto the damp slate, the shadow transferred, reversed, pale against the wet clay. Tharyn read aloud as the shapes emerged. I, Elian Mercor, sixth of that name, do hereby transfer guardianship of the crown of Sorrath and all attendant powers. Her voice trailed off. The next line was still forming, the ash slowly surrendering its ghost. Drevash moved closer. Can you get the full text? The vitriol concentration will thin the deeper I go. She pressed another pinch onto the slate. But the declaration had 3 paragraphs. I can see the structure. The first is guardianship transfer. The second is council composition. She pressed the final residue from the center of the ash pile. The wet slate now held almost a full page of faint, reversed text, pale lines against the dark clay. She read the second paragraph. The guardianship council shall consist of 3 seats, one held by the current chamberlain, Lady Sunneth Orvain, one held by the current regent, Drevash Draevon, and one held by the head of House Vale, Lord Aldrich Vale. All decisions shall require unanimous consent. In the event of a vacancy, the remaining members shall select a replacement by majority vote. Unanimous consent, Drevash said. She gave me a veto. Tied to Vale's seat. Tharyn's eyes stayed on the ash. If you refuse, Vale votes against you. If you accept, you are bound by his agreement or refusal. She did not give you a veto. She gave you a leash. Peake leaned in. There is a third paragraph. Tharyn pressed the last of the ash. The letter forms emerged slower now, the vitriol having burned deeper into the paper where the ink was thickest. The council shall have authority to negotiate external treaties without requiring crown consent, including but not limited to debt restructuring, trade agreements, and... She stopped. And provisions for foreign credit secured against future crown revenues. The words sat in the silence like a stone dropped into still water. Drevash's voice was flat. She was not transferring guardianship. She was selling the crown's credit to Lauren Banks. She was selling the crown's future. Tharyn looked at the slate, at the ghost text that had survived the fire. Every tax, every tariff, every grain levy for the next generation pledged against debts she could call in on her terms. The Guardianship Council was just the legal shell. The real transaction was economic. A crash came from the staircase. Steel against stone. Orton's voice, sharp and commanding. Peake moved toward the door. Tharyn did not move. There is something else? She tilted the slate. The light caught a shadow beneath the ash residue, a darker line where the bottom edge of the declaration had been pressed against something underneath it. Peake followed her gaze. A second page? Tharyn reached into the ash pile and pulled out what remained of the paper's bottom edge. The corner had not fully burned. A strip survived, perhaps 2 inches wide, the writing on it smeared but legible. She held it to the light. In witness whereof, the undersigned parties do affix their seals and signatures on this, The date was burned away. But below the missing date, 3 signature lines remained, each with a name written in the same elegant hand as the warning note left for Selvar Vale. The first, Sunneth or Vane. The second, Aldrich Vale. The third, Drevash Draevon. And below Drevash's name, a 4th line, added in a different ink, smaller, squeezed into the margin as if the writer had thought of it at the last moment. That line read, Chamberlain and Master of the Crown Purse, as named by the council majority. There was no name beside it, a placeholder, an open door. Tharyn's hand tightened on the paper strip. She did not write this for Elian, she said. She wrote it for herself. The 4th seat is blank because she is waiting to see how the vote falls. If Vale controls the majority, she names herself Chamberlain and controls every coin that moves through Sorrath. Drevash took the strip from her fingers, studied it. Then the declaration was never the real document. No. Tharyn looked at the ash. The declaration was the decoy. The second page was the contract, and it is still out there. She looked toward the rear door. She did not burn everything. Drevash looked good. Then we need to find where she is keeping the second page before she uses it to control the council she could not force into being tonight. Another crash from the staircase. Closer now. Oren's voice. They are pulling back, but they will not hold the retreat long. Tharyn stood. Then we move. She grabbed the slate with the ash transfer and tucked it into her coat, the wet clay cold against the fabric. The paper strip went into the same pocket, folded once, carefully, where the damaged edges would not tear further. Pick opened the door. Behind them, the candle guttered and died, and from the corridor beyond the rear door, faint and distant, a sound Tharyn did not expect. Footsteps. Approaching, not retreating. Coming toward them. Chapter 62. The footsteps grew louder, not running, measured. A walk that knew exactly where it was going. Peak flattened against the wall beside the doorframe, hand going to the knife at his belt. Oren's voice still echoed from the stairwell, commanding, steel still ringing, but the footsteps came from the opposite direction. Tharyn's fingers found the paper strip in her coat, the wet slate pressed cold against her ribs. Drevash moved in front of her, blade still out, positioning himself between the sound and where she stood. The door at the rear of the chamber opened. Not a guard, not Carenne. A man in Lauren-cut gray, a silver chain across his chest bearing an envoy's medallion, a leather folder tucked under his arm. He stopped when he saw them, his eyes moving from Drevash's blade to the ash on the floor, to Tharyn's ink-stained hands. He was not surprised. That was the worst part. He had known they would be here. I was told the declaration had been burned, he said. His accent was clipped, precise. I came to confirm. Confirmed? Fithern's voice stayed flat. Ash. Hitty. The envoy did not sound sorry. The terms were generous. Generous. She stepped forward, the slate still in her hand. You were going to let her sell the crown's credit to Lauren Banks and call it guardianship? The envoy's mouth curved. Barely. I was going to let Sorrath's regent choose stability over collapse. The banks would have been patient. The Vale debts would have been consolidated. Your realm would have kept its king and its peace. At what price? The same price every kingdom pays. He tucked the folder tighter under his arm. Time. Peak moved. Quick and low, the way he used to clear a workshop when patrols came. He was at the envoy's side before the man could step back, knife tip pressed against the leather folder. Not the man's throat. You were watching, Peak said. You saw her burn the page, but you came anyway. The envoy did not flinch. I came to retrieve the declaration copy. Tharyn's blood went cold. Copy. There are always copies. The envoy's voice carried the patience of a man who had been playing this game longer than she had been alive. The original burned. The council copy was presented to the Vale retainers before the ceremony began. And the third copy sits in Lorraine Embassy archives, valid under treaty until revoked by the living signatory. She did not sign it, Drevash said. Elian did not sign it. The king's seal was affixed before he lost consciousness. That satisfies treaty definition of living signatory. The envoy's eyes met Drevash. You should have let her burn the whole thing. Now there is a third copy sitting in a Loren vault, and you cannot reach it without starting a war. The chamber went silent. Tharyn's mind raced. The second page, the blank fourth seat, the signature lines already filled. If the Loren embassy held a copy validated by Elian's seal, then the Guardianship Council existed in law even if the paper had turned to ash. They had won the battle. They had not won the war. The envoy turned to leave. Peak moved again, not toward the envoy, toward the wall. A pale blue panel set into the stone, nearly invisible in the dim light, the morning light catching its surface. Riverglass. Tharyn had seen it once before, in Della Henner's chandlery, a signaling mirror that caught light from the river and threw it across the district in coded flashes. The envoy's hand was already reaching for his coat. Peak's knife came down. The riverglass shattered. The sound was sharp, high, like a bell breaking. Shards scattered across the stone floor, catching the gray light, and Peak's hand came away red, blood running from a deep gash across his palm where the glass had cut through. He did not make a sound. He just stood there, breathing hard, blood dripping onto the broken glass. Now they cannot signal the embassy. His voice was tight. No reinforcements, no warning. The envoy stared at the shattered panel, his face finally losing its composure. That was a diplomatic communication device. It was a signal, Peak said. You were going to call the Vale retainers back. Tharyn crossed to him, grabbing his wrist, turning his hand over. The cut was deep, running from the base of his palm to the first knuckle, the edges ragged. She pressed her sleeve against it. Do not move, she said. The king, Peak said. Get the king out. She looked at Dreva, Shuttered any. Well as legisperds finically bestly polly on us. The courtish tolls my eye. This is ideal. We are going to call my printense a lesson scans gain. Here where the pain outside is down to day. I will see the time where we are. This charger's underly despised would a peef it up. I am droiled to listen right now, which was been sweet water for a swax, and I'm right to stop it, whenever I will apply up. Peaks mover Janus all cless through the depths, ranning starting a rain versed, when I create my bevy rulebez lents. The Prince-Regent was already beside Elian's chair, lifting the boy's thin body from the seat. Elian's head lolled, his breathing slow, his eyelids flickering but not opening. He is alive, Drevash said, but he will not walk. Tharyn made the choice. She grabbed the paper strip from her coat, the one with the signature lines, and pressed it into Pick's good hand. Hold this. Do not lose it. She moved to Elian's other side, sliding her arm under the boy's shoulders, taking half his weight. The king was light, too light, his bones sharp against her arm. The envoy was backing toward the door. He still had the leather folder, the declaration copy. Tharyn saw it, saw the folder, saw the signature lines already complete inside it. She looked at Elian, unconscious, barely breathing. She looked at the folder. Go, Drevash said, low, quiet. I have him. She met his eyes. You choose, he said. I will carry him out either way. The stillness lasted one breath, two. Tharyn let go of Elian's weight and moved. She crossed the chamber in 4 strides, her boots crunching over broken glass, her injured hand still pressed against Pick's blood. The envoy saw her coming and tried to turn, tried to run, but she caught the edge of the leather folder and pulled. The folder did not give. He held tight. She looked up at him, her face inches from his. That copy belongs to Sorrath. It belongs to Loren now. He jerked the folder back. The leather slipped through her grip. She grabbed again, catching the edge, and they stood there, pulling, the folders straining between them, the chamber silent except for Elian's shallow breathing and Pick's blood hitting the floor. Drevash did not move. He was holding the king, waiting. The envoy's eyes flicked to the shattered riverglass. No signal, Tharyn said. No reinforcement. No one is coming to save you. I do not need saving. He pulled the folder harder. I need to deliver this to my embassy. If I do not return within the hour, the Vale retainers will be dispatched to find me, and they will not Be gentle. Then we have an hour. She planted her weight and pulled. The folder tore, pages scattered white and thin, drifting across the ash-strewn floor. Tharyn caught 2 of them before they hit the stone. The envoy grabbed 3 more. They both stood there, breathing, holding the torn halves of a document that could determine the future of Sorrath. Behind her, Elian murmured something, a word, a name, lost in the fog of the drug. The envoy looked at the pages in his hand. This is not over. Tharyn looked at the pages in hers. It never is. She turned her back on him. She crossed to Elian, sliding her arm under him again, and together she and Drevash lifted the king between them. Peck followed, his wounded hand pressed against his chest, his good hand holding the paper strip. They moved toward the front door. Behind them, the envoy knelt and began gathering the remaining pages. They were halfway across the threshold when Carenne's voice came from the corridor, sharp and cold. The outer gate is sealed. You are not leaving. Chapter 63. Carenne's voice hung in the stone corridor like a blade drawn slow. Tharyn stopped. Elian's weight pressed against her shoulder, his breathing shallow, his small chest rising in uneven jerks. Drevash held the other side, his face unreadable in the dim light. Behind them, the envoy had finished gathering pages. Peak stood at the threshold, blood still seeping through his clenched fist, the paper strip pressed flat against his palm. Sealed, Carenne said again. Every door, every grate. Tharyn did not answer. She looked at Drevash. His eyes met hers, steady, waiting. She shifted Elian's weight and reached into her coat with her free hand. Her fingers found the ink vial first, then the folded document she had carried since the safe house. The paper was warm, worn at the creases. Then we find another door, she said. She turned toward the rear of the chamber, toward the maintenance tunnel they had come through. Carrie laughed. That tunnel exits onto the cliff path. The cliff path ends at the river gate. The river gate is held by Vale retainers. She stepped into the doorway, her silhouette sharp against the torchlight. You came in through the conspiracy's door. You cannot leave through it. Tharyn kept walking. She reached the tunnel entrance and stopped. The blood smear was still there on the wall, shoulder high, dry now, dark against the stone. She looked at it. Then she looked at Drevash. How many do they have at the river gate? Enough, Carenne said from behind them, to hold the path, the dock, and the nearest bridge. You are inside a trap that was laid when you entered the tower. Tharyn set Elian down carefully. The king's head lolled, his lips parted, his breath barely stirring the dust on the floor. She knelt. She pressed 2 fingers to his throat. The pulse was there. Weak, but there. Paya. He came to her side, still holding the paper strip. She pulled the torn pages from her coat, the 2 she had caught when the folder tore, and laid them flat on the stone floor. Can you walk? Yes. Follow me. She stood. She did not look back at Carenne. She moved down the maintenance tunnel, her boots scraping against the stone, her hand trailing along the wall to guide her in the dark. Behind her, she heard Drevash lift Elian again, heard Peak's uneven footsteps, heard Carenne say something she did not catch and did not care about. The tunnel curved left, then right, then opened into the night air. The cliff path stretched before her, narrow and wet, the river rushing far below. The stars were fading. Dawn was close. She did not stop. She walked the path with her hand against the rock, her breath steady, her mind already moving past the trap and into what came next. They reached the river gate and found it empty. No guards, no Vale retainers, no one. The gate stood open. The mooring ropes hung cut, the harbor patrol boat still missing, the water black and moving. Drevash set Elian down on the dock. He looked at the empty gate, then at Tharyn. They let us out, because they already have what they need. Tharyn pulled the torn pages from her coat. The envoy has the rest. The Lauren copy is still in the embassy. She looked at the river. Dawn was breaking over Vacrown, the first light catching the palace towers, the roofs of the river ward, the distant curve of the harbor where the Lauren embassy sat behind its treaty-sealed doors. We need a physician, she said. We need Sunneth, and we need to find out who inside her household vouched for the man who took Elian. She turned toward the palace. The climb back took them through the lower market, past shuttered stalls and empty streets. The city was not yet awake. The palace gates opened when Oren Tesk, breathless and bloodied, shouted the regent's name from the bridge. Inside, the corridors were chaos. Guards ran past them, servants pressed against the walls. Someone was shouting orders from the east tower. Sunneth met them at the entrance to the king's chambers, her face carved from stone, her hands clasped so tight the knuckles showed white. "Bring him," she said. She did not ask what happened. She led them to the bedchamber where 2 physicians waited, their sleeves already rolled, their instruments laid out on a cloth. Sunneth took Elian from Drevash's arms and laid him on the bed herself. Then she turned. "Leave us." The physicians hesitated. "Now." They left. Sunneth stood at the bedside, looking down at the small, pale Kring. Her hand hovered over his forehead, then dropped. "He was taken by someone I trusted." Tharyn said nothing. "One of my oldest retainers," Sunneth said. "He served me for 20 years. He vouched for the physician. He stood outside the door while they drugged my king." Her voice did not break, but her hand trembled. "I should have seen it." Tharyn stepped forward. "Where is he now?" "Gone." Sunneth's jaw tightened. "His quarters are empty. His family is gone. He left behind a fire in his study and a letter thanking me for my patronage." She pulled a folded sheet from her sleeve and held it out. The ink was black. The writing was neat. The signature was a name Tharyn did not recognize, a name Sunneth had trusted for 2 decades. "He is the observer who escaped," Sunneth said. "He was at the tower. He saw the declaration burn. He saw Tharyn take the pages, and now he carries that account to House Vale." She looked at the torn pages in Tharyn's hand. "How many did you recover?" Tharyn looked down at the 2 pages. 2 of 5. Sunneth's expression did not change. "Then House Vale can still deny foreign coordination. They will say the declaration was a forgery planted by the regent's faction. They will say the Horan envoy was acting without authorization, and without the remaining pages, we cannot prove otherwise." She turned back to Elian. "We have until the morning council to find the retainer, recover the pages, and stop Vale from controlling the narrative." Tharyn looked at the torn pages in her hand. 2 of 5, 3 still missing, 1 in the Horan embassy, 1 with the envoy, and 1 somewhere in the city, carried by a man who had spent 20 years inside Sunneth's household, learning every name, every trust, every door. Chapter 64. The retainer's quarters smelled of cold ash and lavender. Tharyn stepped through the door behind Sunneth, the torn pages still pressed against her ribs. The room was neat, orderly, the bed made. A desk stood against the far wall, its surface bare except for an inkwell and a tray of pens arranged at precise angles. A fire had been lit in the study hearth and left to burn low, the grate now thick with soft, gray sediment. Sunneth crossed to the desk without speaking. She touched the inkwell, drew her finger through the dust on the tray. Then she opened the top drawer and took out a single sheet of paper, folded once, the seal already broken. She read it standing, then she held it out to Tharyn. The ink was black, the writing was neat, unhurried, the hand of a man who had spent decades copying letters and knew exactly how much pressure each stroke required. "Lady Orvain, by the time you read this, I will be gone. I do not ask your forgiveness because I do not deserve it. I served your household for 20 years, and in that time I learned what loyalty meant to you. Absolute, unquestioning, without reservation. I returned that loyalty as best I could, but there are older loyalties, older than this court, older than this crown, and they do not answer to any house. I was not the only one. There were others, placed during the crisis, waiting for a signal that took 30 years to come. I did not know the full shape of what I served until it was too late to refuse. I believed removing the boy king briefly might prevent a bloodier seizure once the hidden branch surfaced. I believed I was protecting the realm from civil war. I was wrong. They have the pages. They have the Lauren copy. They will convene the council at dawn regardless of what you or the regent do. You cannot stop what is already written." Sunneth's hand moved to the signature line. The name was Jevon Cole. 20 years of service. 20 years of carrying her orders, standing guard at her doors, knowing her habits, her schedule, the names of every trusted courier and every compromised steward. Tharyn looked up from the page. He wrote this before he fled. He knew we would find it. He wanted us to find it. Sunneth's voice was flat. He wanted me to know. Where would he go? The river quarter, the old Chandler district. He has family in the lower Warrens, cousins who run a salvage operation on the south dock. He will be there. Tharyn folded the letter and handed it back. Then we go now. Sunneth shook her head. I cannot leave the king. Then I go. Sunneth's eyes met hers. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Sunneth reached into her sleeve and pulled out a small brass key, worn smooth at the edges, the teeth filed to an irregular pattern. The lower Warrens have a secondary gate keyed to this, she said. It opens the maintenance door behind the salt market. Jeva knows it. He will be watching that entrance. She pressed the key into Tharyn's palm. Bring him back alive. I want to hear him say it to my face. Tharyn closed her fingers around the key. She found Drevash in the corridor outside Elian's chambers, his sleeves still wet from the river, his face set in the controlled stillness she had learned to read as exhaustion held at bay. We have a location, she said. The lower Warrens, South Dock, salvage operation. Sunneth's key. He looked at the brass key in her hand. How many guards? The retainer knows every face in the palace. If we send soldiers, he will vanish before we cross the bridge. So just us. Just us. He did not argue. He simply turned and walked toward the side stair, and she followed. The lower Warrens smelled of brine and rot. The maintenance door behind the salt market was rusted at the hinges, the lock mechanism stiff from years of disuse. Tharyn fitted the brass key into the plate and felt the tumblers shift with a grinding scrape that seemed too loud in the narrow alley. The door swung inward. Beyond it, a narrow corridor sloped downward into darkness, the walls slick with moisture, the floorboards warped and spongy underfoot. The air was cold and still, carrying the faint chemical tang of old salt and something else, something metallic she did not want to name. Drevash moved past her, his blade drawn, his steps careful on the rotting wood. They found Jevon Cole in a back room above a shuttered shindery, sitting at a wooden table with a cup of cold tea and a stack of papers arranged in neat rows. He looked up when they entered. He did not run. He was older than Tharyn had expected, perhaps 60, with gray-streaked hair and the posture of a man who had spent his life standing at attention. His hands were flat on the table, palms down, the fingers long and steady. Sunneth sent you, he said. Not a question. She wants to hear it from you, Tharyn said, face to face. Jevon looked at the papers on the table. His jaw tightened. I wrote her a letter. It should have been enough. It is not enough. He let out a breath, slow and deliberate. The late Queen formed an emergency circle during the succession crisis, he said. 5 people, all palace staff, all bound by oath to protect the crown from internal collapse. She knew the realm could not survive another open war between houses. She ordered protections, contingencies, legal mechanisms that could be activated if the hidden branch ever surfaced. He looked up. I was one of the 5. Farge's hand moved to the torn pages in her coat. The declaration was part of those contingencies. Yes. His voice was tired. The Queen drafted it herself. She wanted a way to stabilize the succession without bloodshed, a council that could absorb the hidden claim without triggering a coup. She never intended it to be used against her own son. But someone revived it. The woman with the iron key. He said the name without inflection. She knew the circle existed. She found the records, the names, the procedures. She recruited the survivors one by one, promising that the Queen's original intent would be honored, that Elian would be protected, that the transfer would be managed. And you believed her? I believed the realm would tear itself apart if Drevash's lineage surfaced without preparation. His hands tightened on the table. I still believe it. But I did not know what she intended until I saw the drugged king carried past me in the corridor. By then it was too late to stop. He reached for the papers. There is one name I have not given. The person who recruited me, who gave me the signal that the circle was being reactivated. She is still inside the palace. She knows. The arrow took him in the throat. The sound was wet and final, a sharp thock that cut the word cleanly in two. Javan Cole's hands flew to his neck, his eyes wide with surprise, the blood already pulsing between his fingers. He fell forward across the table. Tharyn dropped and rolled, her shoulder hitting the floorboards, her eyes searching the ceiling for the source. A narrow gallery ran along the upper wall, a service catwalk hidden behind a grill. The grill was open. Drevash was already moving, his blade up, his body between her and the gallery. But the catwalk was empty. Whoever had fired the arrow was gone. Chapter 65. The arrow shaft was still wet at the throat where it had cut through Javan Cole's flesh. Tharyn's hand founded before her mind caught up with her body, her fingers closing around the wood just below the fletching. The blood was warm. The shaft was smooth, olive-toned, turned on a lathe rather than carved by hand. Military grade, palace issue. Drevash stood at the base of the service catwalk, his blade still raised, his eyes tracking the empty grill above them. He is gone. Of course he is gone. Tharyn pulled the arrow free with a wet, sucking sound that she would hear again in dreams. Javan Cole's body settled against the table, the papers beneath him already darkening at the edges. He was not meant to stay. He was meant to shoot and vanish before we could see his face. She turned the arrow in her hand, looking for marks, tool scratches, anything that would tell her where it had been made. The fletching was where she found it. 3 feathers, dark gray, trimmed close and bound with lacquer. The lacquer was deep blue, flecked with silver, and it caught the low candlelight like a signature. House Mercor Ceremonial Guard. She had seen that lacquer once before, on a display arrow in the Archives Armory Annex, preserved from the old king's funeral procession. The deep blue with silver flecks was a legacy formula, mixed specifically for the dead king's household archers and never used by any other unit in the palace. Drevash came up beside her, his blade lowering as he saw what she held. That is Mercor guard lacquer. Yes. House Mercor has no guards. Elian is the last of the line. Elian is a child who was never given his own guard. The ceremonial unit was disbanded after the old king's death. She looked at the arrow again, at the precision of the fletching, the even trim, the lacquer applied in 3 clean strokes. This was not made by a forger trying to imitate old patterns. This was made by someone who still has access to the original lacquer formula. Drevash's jaw tightened, or someone who kept their supplies when the unit was disbanded. Which means they were part of the unit, or inherited the materials from someone who was. She set the arrow on the edge of the table, careful not to disturb the body. Javan Cole's eyes were still open, still surprised, still aimed at the ceiling as if he had expected the shot to come from a different direction entirely. He was about to name her, Tharyn said. The recruiter, the one still inside the palace. I know. She killed him to keep that name buried. I know. Which means she knew we would find him here. She knew about the Salt Market Gate, the brass key, the maintenance door. She knew before we did. Drevash did not answer. He was looking at the papers on the table, at the neat rows Javan had arranged before they entered. Tharyn followed his gaze and saw what she had missed in the chaos. A single sheet, separate from the rest, with 3 lines of writing in a hand she recognized. The same elegant hand as the warning note left for Selvar Vale, the same hand as the signature lines on the 2nd-page contract, the same hand as the declaration that Sunneth had written for herself. Tharyn reached for it, but Drevash caught her wrist. Wait, why? He did not explain. He simply held her arm, his grip firm but not painful, and read the 3 lines over her shoulder. The circle had 5. 3 are dead. 1 is running. 1 remains. She who holds the iron key will not stop until the crown is settled. The Peen's design was mercy. The key took mercy out. Tharyn read it twice. 3 are dead, she said. Selvar Vale, the steward. Javan Cole, that is 3. The 1 running is the retainer who fled to Vale. That leaves 1. She looked at him. 1 member of the late Queen's emergency circle is still inside the palace, still working for the woman with the iron key, or working for themselves. The possibility sat between them like a blade laid flat on the table. Tharyn thought about every face she had passed in the corridors since she had been dragged into this palace, every steward who had looked at her with cold assessment, every servant who had stepped aside too quickly, every guard whose gaze had lingered a moment too long. One of them was a killer. One of them had been waiting in the palace for 30 years, watching, serving, keeping the late queen's secret alive until the moment came to turn it into a weapon. "We cannot go back to the palace and search every face," she said. "Then we do not go back. We have to. The morning council is in—" She stopped, looked at the arrow again, looked at the lacquer. "How fast can you get me into the armory annex?" "The armory annex is locked and sealed since the archive fire. Locked and sealed means the evidence is still inside." Drevash studied her for a moment. She watched the calculation move behind his eyes, the same calculation she had seen the first night she was brought before him, weighing risk against necessity. "How many guards do you want?" "None." She pulled her wrist free from his grip. "If the one remaining circle member is still in the palace, they will know the moment we bring soldiers. They will burn the evidence before we reach the door. So just us. Just us." He did not argue. He simply turned and walked toward the narrow stair that led down from the Chandeliers' back room, and she followed. The arrow lay on the table behind them, the lacquer still glistening in the candlelight, the feathers still dark against the blood-wet wood. A message. A warning. A promise. House Mercor's guard was not as dead as the court believed, and the person who had fired that shot was still standing inside the palace, waiting for them to come home. Chapter 66. The armory annex sat at the end of a corridor that no one used anymore, the door sealed with a chancellery lock and a wax ribbon that had not been broken in months. Tharyn ran her fingers along the ribbon's edge, intact. The seal bore House Mercor's crest, the same deep blue lacquer she had wiped from the arrow shaft. "Who sealed it?" "Sunneth," Drevash said. "After the archive fire. She ordered every weapons-adjacent room locked until the investigation cleared them. She never mentioned it. She did not mention most of what she locked. I did not ask." Tharyn turned the brass key in the lock. The mechanism gave with a dry scrape, the kind of sound that meant the bolt had not moved in a long time. The door swung inward onto darkness. Drevash struck flint to a wall lantern, and the light crawled across shelves of dust, settled leather, coiled bowstrings, rusted buckles, and wooden crates stamped with insignia she did not recognize. The air tasted of oil and time. "Which unit stored here?" "Mercor Guard, personal armory for the old king's ceremonial detachment." Drevash lifted the lantern higher. "They were dissolved after he died. No one needed 20 men whose only duty was to look impressive at treaty signings. 20 men trained to use these, trained to look like they could use these. Whether they actually could," he shrugged, "depended on the man." Tharyn moved past him toward a rack of arrows at the far wall. They were identical to the one that killed Jivan Cole. Same fletching, same lacquer, same long, narrow heads meant for precision at distance. "Someone has been here since the seal was laid." Drevash joined her. "How do you know?" She pointed at the rack. The dust on the top row was undisturbed. A soft gray blanket settled over every shaft. But the second row, the one at eye level, showed clean gaps where 3 arrows had been removed, and the dust around those gaps had been brushed smooth, deliberately, by someone who knew how to cover their tracks. "Not perfectly," she said. "They smoothed the surface but did not match the depth. A finger width of dust takes days to settle. The brushed spots are too thin." Drevash stood still. "Someone in the palace has been using this room. Has a key, or knows how to pick a chancellery lock." Tharyn looked at the wax ribbon still hanging from the door, untouched. Whoever had come here had not broken the seal, which meant they had entered before it was laid, or they had a duplicate key and access to wax to reseal it afterward. "Your lockpicks," Drevash said. "Can you open a chancellery seal and reapply it without leaving marks?" "Given enough time and the right waux, yes. The conspirators have someone who can do that. Or they have the original key and a personal relationship with the person who keeps the seal dies." They stood in the silence of the armory, the lantern casting their shadows long across the floor. Drevash broke first. "We cannot take this to Sunneth." "Why not?" "Because if the seal was applied after the archive fire, then Sunneth herself ordered it locked. If the person who resealed it after entering is the same person who controlled the seal in the first place, then everyone who touched that order is suspect. Tharyn understood. Including Sunneth. Including Sunneth. He said it flatly, as if he had already turned the possibility over in his mind and found no good answer. She sealed the room. She holds the records. She was the Queen's closest advisor when the emergency circle was formed. You think she is the one who remains. I think I cannot afford to assume she is not. The words hung between them, heavy as the dust on the shelves. Tharyn watched him, the way his shoulders held tension she had learned to read, the way his jaw worked against words he did not want to speak. You are not accusing her, she said. I cannot accuse her. I have nothing but logic and a dead clerk's note. But you are preparing to. He met her eyes. I am preparing to survive being wrong about her. Those are different things. Tharyn turned back to the arrow rack. She pulled one of the remaining shafts free and held it to the light, examining the fletching, the binding thread, the tiny maker's mark branded into the wood just above the knock. Who made these? The palace fletcher, old man named Darren. He died 2 years ago. So the arrows were made before his death. Or someone is using his stock. She ran her thumb along the lacquer. Or someone learned his formula and kept the equipment. This is not aged lacquer, this was mixed recently. I can smell the solvent still. Drevash took the arrow from her and raised it to his nose. His expression shifted. Tharyn. What? Darren mixed his lacquer with linseed and pine resin. Standard palace issue. But the Mercor Guard required a specific additive for ceremonial use. Crushed river pearl, to give it that silver fleck in the light. And? He held the arrow toward the lantern. The flecks caught the flame and scattered it into tiny points of light. The pearl requires a solvent that linseed cannot carry. Darren used a spirit base instead. The spirit evaporates faster than linseed oil, which means fresh lacquer dries harder and cracks differently than aged stock. If this was mixed recently, the solvent is still present in the binding. Then the person who made this knows the formula. Knows the formula and has access to crushed river pearl. Drevash set the arrow down carefully. River pearl was a crown monopoly. Only House Mercor had license to harvest the beds. After the old king died, the beds were sealed. So whoever mixed this lacquer either has illegal access to the pearl beds or inherited the stockpile from the guard's dissolution. Or never surrendered it. Tharyn turned the knowledge over in her mind, a single thread pulling loose from the weave. One person who kept the lacquer, who knew the formula, who had access to a locked armory and the skill to reseal a chancellery lock without leaving evidence. One person inside the palace, waiting. We need to find out who kept the Mercor Guard equipment after the dissolution, she said. The quartermaster's records would show it, but those records are in the same archive that was burned. Maris would know. Maris is terrified and has not slept in 3 days. She is also the only person in this palace who can tell us what was stored, who signed for it, and where it went. Drevash looked at her for a long moment. You trust her. I trust her to know more than she has told us. That is not the same as trusting her intentions. He almost smiled at that. Almost. They left the armory the way they had entered, Tharyn locking the door behind them and pressing the wax ribbon back into place with the heel of her hand. It would not fool a close inspection, but it would hold until morning. The corridor was empty. The palace breathed around them, that old building's sound of wood settling and water moving through hidden pipes, the distant murmur of servants who had not yet slept. Drevash cut her wrist at the junction where the corridor split toward the east wing and the lower keep. If I announce my claim, he said, the houses will fracture before dawn. Vale will call for a regency council. Vellum will demand a blood test. Torvath will wait to see which side wins and then claim they supported it from the start. And if you do not announce it, Tharyn said, the woman with the iron key will use the missing pages to control the narrative. She will paint you as a usurper who tried to steal the throne from a poisoned child. Then either way I lose. Then either way, you fight. He released her wrist. His hand dropped to his side, and she saw something in his face that she had not seen since the safe house. That raw edge of exhaustion that he usually kept buried under composure. I am tired of fighting for ground that shifts every time I take a step, he said. Then stop fighting for ground. Fight for something that does not move. He looked at her. What would that be? She did not answer. She did not know yet. They walked the rest of the way in silence. Maris found them in the east gallery, her face bloodless, a leather-bound folio clutched to her chest like a shield. I found something, she said, in the old accountant's chambers, under a floorboard that had been nailed shut. She opened the folio. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, folded twice, the edges yellowed and brittle. I had to take your advice about the vitriol residue. A ghost of a smile flickered across her face. The floorboard had been soaked in vanishing ink. Someone thought they had destroyed it by burning the surface and then hammering the board shut. Someone thought wrong, Tharyn said. Maris laid the parchment on a nearby table. The recovered text was faint, the letters ghostly against the aged surface, but Tharyn could read the heading clearly. The fourth seal, a codicil to the succession settlement, Maris said. It establishes that guardianship of a crowned child does not convey inheritance rights to the guardian. The child's blood claim remains separate from whoever holds the regency. Drevash read over Tharyn's shoulder. This would separate Elian's crown from any claim I might press. It would, Maris said, if we can authenticate it before the morning council. If we can prove it was written during the succession crisis, signed by the witnesses named, and sealed with the missing fourth emergency seal. Tharyn looked up from the page. Missing fourth seal? The succession crisis had 4 emergency seals struck from the same die. 3 were accounted for after the settlement. The 4th vanished. Maris's voice dropped. The codicil references it by number. If the 4th seal still exists, this document is legally binding. If it has been destroyed, or if we cannot produce it, the codicil is just another piece of old paper. Tharyn read the names at the bottom of the page. 3 witnesses, each with a title and a date. The 4th signature line was empty. Beneath it, in a smaller hand, someone had written a single word. Morel. Chapter 67. The codicil lay on the table between them, the ghost letters barely visible against the aged parchment. Tharyn read the empty 4th signature line again, the name beneath it scratching at something in the back of her skull. Morel, she said. Not a title. A name. Maris nodded. The other 3 witnesses are dignitaries. The Crown Registrar, the Chief Archivist of the Saltfall Records, a Mercor household steward, all named with their full titles. This one is just a name. No rank, no household. Which means they were not palace, Drevash said. Someone brought in from outside the noble structure. Or someone the Queen did not want recorded in the official rolls. Tharyn traced the faded letters with her fingertip. The 4th emergency seal. If it was kept outside palace custody during the crisis, who would the Queen trust to hold it? Maris's face went pale. The river clergy. They handled the flood dead. They recorded the nameless births, the stillborns, the infants who did not survive the night. No one questioned what they kept in their ledgers. No one ever asked to see their seals. Tharyn felt the pieces click into place. The river ward had always been below palace notice. The churches there kept records that never reached the chancellery, deaths and births that the nobility preferred not to count. If the 4th seal had been hidden in that district, it could have stayed buried for 30 years. The flood church at the Salt Steps, she said. They keep the old death ledgers in a locked chest beneath the altar. I forged a baptismal certificate from their registry once. The priest never checked the seal on the vault. He just assumed it was intact. You broke into a church registry? Dravash's voice was flat. I borrowed it. I returned it. Maris made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. The Salt Steps Church. The old clergy there served during the succession crisis. If the 4th seal was given to anyone outside the palace, it would have been to the priest who handled the flood that winter. The bodies were stacked 3 deep at the water gate. No one counted how many infants went into the ground. Tharyn looked at Drevash. I need to go back. Back where? To the river ward, to the flood church. If the seal is still there, it will be in the vault beneath the altar. And if the priest who received it is still alive, he might remember who gave it to him. Drevash's jaw tightened. The morning council is hours away. Vale has already petitioned for a dawn tribunal on my claim. If we are not there to answer, the houses will vote on the narrative without us. Then we go now, before dawn breaks. He held her gaze for a long moment. The exhaustion she had seen in the armory was still there, but something else flickered beneath it, a hard edge of determination that had not been there before. "You are asking me to trust a dead queen's clergy and a locked chest in a church that probably does not know the seal exists. I am asking you to trust that the people who buried the truth 30 years ago did not all want it destroyed. Some of them wanted it hidden until the right moment. This might be that moment." Maris cleared her throat. "The codicil is binding if we can produce the seal. Without it, the document is a historical curiosity. Vale's lawyers will shred it in an hour. Then we do not walk into that tribunal without the seal." Tharyn folded the parchment carefully and tucked it into her coat. "I know the Salt Steps Church. I know which floorboards creak and which locks are rusted. Give me until the first bell, and I will have the seal in your hand, or I will know for certain it no longer exists." Drevash reached for her wrist, his fingers wrapping around it with a pressure that was not quite restraining. "If you are not back by dawn, I will tear that church apart, stone by stone." "Then you had better hope I am back." She pulled free, but her hand lingered against his for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. "Keep the codicil safe. If anything happens to me, that parchment is your only legal defense." "What about the seal?" "If I find it, I will bring it to the tribunal myself." She turned toward the service stair that led down to the lower keep, the route that would take her through the maintenance tunnels to the river gate. Behind her, she heard Drevash's voice, low and steady. "Maris, find Oren Tesk. Tell him to meet us at the East Gallery with every seal authenticator in the palace. And you, I'm going to make sure Vale's Dawn Tribunal has a witness who can testify to what that codicil actually says." Tharyn did not look back. She took the stairs at a run, her boots slapping against the worn stone, the folded parchment pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. The river ward waited below her, dark and silent and full of secrets that had stayed buried for 30 years. And somewhere in the flood church at the Salt Steps, a name scratched into an empty signature line was about to become the only thing standing between Drevash and the destruction of everything he had fought to protect. She reached the maintenance tunnel entrance and pulled the grate open, the iron cold against her palms, the smell of damp stone and old water rising to meet her. The first bell had not yet rung. She had time, but not much. Chapter 68. The Salt Steps had not changed since the last time Tharyn had broken into them. The same warped oak door, the same rusted lock that took pressure at the top of the keyhole, the same smell of wet stone and candle wax and something older underneath, the river's memory of every body it had ever carried through this district. The flood church sat at the lowest point of the river ward, 3 steps below street grade, where the salt line from the last great surge still stained the mortar like a scar. Peake pressed his palm flat against the door and listened. "Empty," he said. "Or pretending to be." Oren Tesk had already drawn his blade. "How many ways in?" "Front door, back door through the sacristy, a window in the crypt that opens onto the alley if you know which stone to pull." Tharyn worked the lock with the pick she had carried since her first year in the trade, the one she had never surrendered to any palace search. "Both act beneath the altar has its own lock. That one is newer. You forge a baptismal certificate from this place and suddenly you are an expert on church security?" "I observe things. It is what I do." The lock clicked. Tharyn pushed the door open and stepped into the dark. The flood chapel was smaller than she remembered. A single nave with 6 pews, a stone altar raised on a platform of 3 steps, and walls lined with iron brackets that once held torches. The air was damp and still, thick with the smell of old paper and river silt. No candles burned. No priest sat in the confessional alcove. The church had the hollow feel of a place that had been waiting for something for a very long time. Peake moved past her toward the sacristy door, his footsteps barely audible on the stone floor. Oren took the rear, his blade catching the faint light from the street through the high windows. "The vault," Tharyn said, "beneath the altar." She crossed to the platform and knelt, running her fingers along the edge of the stone until she found the seam. The lock was where she remembered it, a brass plate set into the floor. the keyhole shaped like a seven-pointed star. The kind of lock that required a specific key, not a pick. She had brought a different tool. From her coat, she pulled the thin strip of spring steel she had shaped the night before, bending it at the tip into a curve that matched the star's inner points. She had guessed the mechanism from memory, from the one time she had seen the priest open it 7 years ago, and from the way the lock had resisted her then. "Stand back," she said. She inserted the strip, felt the tumbler's catch, and twisted. The vault door swung open on oiled hinges that should have screamed but did not. Someone had been maintaining this lock. Recently. The space beneath the altar was smaller than a coffin, lined with lead sheeting to keep the river damp out. Inside sat a single wooden chest, iron-banded, the lock intact. Tharyn lifted it out and set it on the altar steps. Pique appeared at her shoulder. "That looks like the right age." 30 years at least. She examined the lock, a simple iron mechanism, old-fashioned, the kind that could be picked with a bent nail and patience. She worked it open in seconds. The chest was empty. She stared at the bare wood lining, the indentations where something had rested for decades, the faint outline of a round seal case pressed into the velvet. The fourth seal had been here. Someone had taken it. "Tharyn?" Pique's voice was low, urgent. "The register." He was standing at the sacristy door, holding a leather-bound book thick as his forearm, the pages soft and swollen with camp. He brought it to the altar and opened it where a ribbon marked the middle. The prayer register. The flood church had kept it during the succession crisis, recording every body, every foundling, every nameless infant pulled from the river. The clergy had written names when they had them, and descriptions when they did not. Pique turned the pages, his finger tracing the entries until it stopped. "There," he said. Tharyn leaned in. The ink was brown with age, the handwriting cramped and precise, the record of a night 30 years ago when the river had risen and the palace had sent a sealed basket down the cliff path with an infant wrapped in gray wool. The entry read, "Child, male, estimated 10 days, delivered by palace courier under emergency seal, received and carried through the floodwaters by Muriel Sorn, laundress of the East Tower, who brought him to the salt steps for baptismal registry before dawn." Tharyn read the line again and again. Muriel Sorn, the name beneath the empty signature line on the codicil, the woman who had carried infant Drevash through the floodwaters, a laundress who moved through the palace unseen, who touched the linens of every noble house, who had been present when the fourth seal was delivered and had witnessed the document that separated guardianship from inheritance. "She is still alive," Pique said. "How do you know?" "The register records her death in the margin here." He pointed to a faded note at the bottom of the page. "Muriel Sorn, called to rest in the 7th year of the Child King's reign." "That is last year." "Yes." Tharyn stared at the entry. The woman who could authenticate the codicil had died 12 months ago. The fourth seal was gone. The trail she had followed from the palace to the flood church had led to a dead end and a corpse. Then Oren Tesk spoke from the door. "There is a woman outside, watching us from the alley." Tharyn turned. Through the high window, she could see a silhouette standing in the gap between the flood church and the neighboring building, still as stone, face hidden by a hood. The woman raised her hand and held up a key. Chapter 69. The woman held the key steady, a glint of iron catching the last light from the flood church windows. Tharyn did not move. She stood at the altar steps, the empty chest still open at her feet, the prayer register heavy in Pique's hands. Through the warped glass, she watched the silhouette hold its position, deliberate and patient, the key raised like a signal that required no answer. "Don't," Pique said, as she stepped toward the door. "She came here to be seen, or to trap you. She could have stayed hidden." Tharyn pulled the spring steel tool from her coat and slid it into her sleeve, a blade of last resort that weighed almost nothing. "Stay with Oren. If I do not come back in 5 minutes, run to the palace and tell Drevash everything you saw in the register." "That is not 5 minutes, Pique." She pushed through the warped oak door before he could argue. the damp air hitting her face like a wet cloth, the alley narrow and reeking of standing water. The woman stood 20 feet away, hood low but face turned to show the line of her jaw, the silver chain at her throat catching the same weak light as the key. Tharyn stopped. Let the silence stretch. The woman lowered the key slowly, not as a threat but as an offering, holding it by the bow, the bit pointed down. "You were looking for this," she said. Tharyn's throat tightened. The voice was not young and not old, worn at the edges, a river quarter cadence smoothed by years of palace service. She had heard it before. In the archive corridor, in the safe house, at Cliff Court when the woman had called her dangerous. "You faked your death." "Last year, yes." The woman pushed the hood back, and Tharyn saw her clearly for the first time. Gray-streaked hair pulled tight, a face that had once been pretty before the bones sharpened, eyes the color of river mud, watchful and ancient. Marilas Sorn died of a quiet fever and was buried in an unmarked plot at Salt Steps. The clergy who recorded it did not ask questions. They never did. "The register says you were called to rest. I wrote that myself, before I left." A pause, and then something flickered in the woman's face, not quite a smile. "I kept the seal for 30 years. I kept it through 3 regents, 2 purges, and a succession crisis. I kept it because the queen asked me to." Alien's mother. Mercor's wife. The woman who drafted the codicil you found under the floorboards. Miral's hand tightened on the key. She knew Alien would not survive a direct succession war. She knew Drevash's blood would tear the kingdom apart if it surfaced too soon. She built the emergency circle around a mercy, not a weapon. And then she died, and the mercy was taken out. By you. By the people who found her records. Meryl's jaw set. "I kept the seal hidden because I did not know who could be trusted. And then, 3 weeks ago, someone from her household came to me, begged me for it, told me the crown was about to be stolen and the seal was the only thing that could stop it." Tharyn studied her. The hands holding the key were steady, the knuckles pale, the fingers short and thick. Laundress's hands, hands that had wrung linen and folded royal sheets and heard every secret spoken in every bedchamber she entered. "Who came to you?" "My answer depends on yours." Meryl stepped closer. The alley narrowed between them, the walls pressing in. "You are the dangerous one, the woman who held a poisoned king and walked out alive. You burned the declaration and saved the boy. You tracked Siobhan Cole to his death and read the note I left for him." "You left the note?" "I wanted you to know what you were stepping into. The Queen's design was mercy. I removed mercy from it because there was no room left for mercy." Miral's voice cracked on the last word, barely, a hairline fracture in the iron composure. "The 5th Circle member is still inside the palace. I do not know their name. I did not know Javan was one of the 5 until I found his confession letter. The Circle was built to stay hidden, even from each other." Tharyn's mind raced. 3 dead, 1 running, 1 remaining. The 5th member, the one still inside, the recruiter who had pulled Javan Cole into the plot. "Is the 5th member the one who came for the seal?" Miral did not answer. Footsteps. From the far end of the alley, beyond the flood church's shadow line, the sharp slap of boots on wet stone. Multiple sets, moving fast and coordinated. Not random, not a patrol on watch. Miral grabbed Tharyn's wrist and pulled her sideways, through a door Tharyn had not noticed, a narrow gap between the church and the neighboring building, into a space that smelled of lye and damp wool. A washroom, low-ceiled, a copper boiler against the far wall, baskets of unwashed linen stacked to the rafters. The footsteps stopped outside. Miral pressed a finger to her lips, the iron key still in her other hand, and Tharyn heard the latch on the washroom door begin to turn. Chapter 70. The latch turned. Tharyn moved without thinking, caught Miral's wrist, yanked her sideways behind the copper boiler, one hand braced against the rusted metal. The heat bled through her palm. Steam coiled across the ceiling, thick and blind. The door swung inward. A blade entered first. Long, narrow, wet along the edge, catching the single lantern flame. The man behind it was built for close work, shoulders tight, eyes scanning the washroom in a single practiced sweep. Tharyn held her breath. He stepped past the boiler, 3 paces, 4. His boot nearly touched the basket of folded linen at her feet. She saw the way his gaze tracked, methodical, corner to corner, checking the rafters, the shadow behind the hanging sheets, the gap between the boiler and the wall where they crouched. Morel's hand found Tharyn's arm. Steady. The laundress held the iron key in her other fist, the bit angled outward, the only weapon she had. The man's gaze reached their corner. Tharyn saw the moment he registered them, the flicker in his eye, the shift of weight onto his front foot. She threw the basket. Linen exploded across the narrow space, wet sheets slapping his blade arm, a shift catching his face. He slashed through the fabric blind, but Tharyn was already moving low, the way she had learned in the river ward when the debt collectors kicked down the wrong door. She drove her shoulder into his ribs and felt the air leave him, heard the blade clatter against the boiler. Morale was on him before he hit the ground. The key came down hard against his temple. Once. Twice. His body went slack. Tharyn stood, breathing hard, her hands shaking. "How many?" she said. Morale was already at the door, pressing herself flat against the wall beside the frame, listening. The steam from the washroom bled into a larger space beyond. A working laundry, a main hall with multiple boilers and drying racks. "At least 2 more, Miro said. I heard 3 sets of footsteps stop outside. That means 1 is still in the alley, or circling. Peek. He knows the church layout. He will find the rear entrance." Tharyn scanned the washroom. The dead assassin's blade lay against the boiler leg. She picked it up. The weight was wrong, blade heavy, meant for thrusting, not slashing, but it would cut. "We cannot stay here," Miro said. "Then we move." Tharyn pressed through the doorway into the main laundry hall. The space opened wide above her, a high ceiling lost in steam. 4 copper boilers lined against the far wall, water roiling in each one. Sheets hung from ceiling racks in long white rows, a maze of fabric and shadow. The heat pressed against her face, wet and heavy, clinging to her lows. She heard movement to her left, a footstep against stone, a blade being drawn from a sheath. Tharyn ducked behind the nearest drying rack, the sheets brushing her shoulders. She could not see the assassin, but she could track him by sound, by the rhythm of his breath, by the way the steam shifted as he passed. He was patient. That made him dangerous. She circled left, keeping the boiling vats between them, counting her steps. The stone floor was slick with moisture. 1 wrong foot and she would announce herself. A sheet tore. Tharyn spun. The assassin was closer than she had judged, 3 paces at most, his blade already moving in a flat arc aimed at her throat. She caught it with her own, a jarring shock that ran up her arm, and the impact drove her back against a boiler. The heat seared through her coat. She shoved off, tried to angle the blade into his chest, but he was faster, stronger, and he knew it. He smiled, then his head snapped sideways and he dropped. Peak stood behind him, a length of iron pipe in both hands, his face pale and set. He did not lower the pipe. He stepped over the body and grabbed Tharyn's arm. "1 more," he said. "Near the rear door. Orin is circling." "The 3rd? Orin's." Tharyn nodded, her pulse still hammering. "Morale. Here." The laundress emerged from between 2 hanging racks, the iron key still in her fist, blood on her knuckles from the first man. She was breathing hard but steady. "We need answers before dawn," Thorne said. "The seal. Who took it?" Morale's jaw tightened. Her gaze flicked to the dead assassin at their feet, then to the steam-shrouded hall. "The Queen's confessor," she said. "Father Kalin." Tharyn's stomach went cold. "The confessor is dead. He died 3 years ago. He was buried 3 years ago. The same way I was buried last year." Morale's voice dropped, rough and low. "He came to me 3 weeks ago, told me the crown was about to be stolen, begged me for the seal. I gave it to him because I believed him." "You gave him the seal?" "I thought he would use it to protect the boy." Morale's hands tightened on the key. "I did not know he was still working for the woman. I did not know until I found the empty vault tonight and realized he had never intended to stand with the truth." "Where is he now?" "He plans to walk into the Dawn Tribunal." Morale's voice cracked. "He will present the seal to Aldrich Vale. He will claim the Queen gave it to him before she died, and that she meant the crown to pass to the hidden branch if Elian was too weak to rule. Tharyn's mind raced. The confessor, a dead man walking into the tribunal with the seal, a living witness who could authenticate the codicil and twist it into a weapon against Elian. He knows the codicil exists. He knows the queen wrote it. He was the one who heard her final confession. He knows what it says. Muriel's eyes were wet. And he will tell the tribunal that the queen's dying wish was for Drevash to take the throne. Tharyn stood in the steam, the blade heavy in her hand, the iron key hovering between them like a question she was not sure she wanted answered. How do we stop him? Muriel opened her mouth to answer, but the sound that came from the alley was not words. It was a bell. A single, rolling note, deep and urgent, the bell that called the city guard to assembly. Oren's signal. The Dawn Tribunal had begun. Chapter 71. The bell was still ringing when Tharyn reached the alley. Oren's signal. The Dawn Tribunal had begun, which meant Drevash was already standing before the great houses without the seal, without the codicil's full weight, and with a dead man walking in to hand Aldrich Vale everything he needed to destroy them. Muriel caught up, her breath ragged. I know where Kaelin stayed. Then take me there. Peake fell in behind them, the iron pipe still in his grip, his knuckles white around the metal. The third assassin was Oren's problem now. Tharyn could not spare another thought for him. Muriel led them through a gap between two buildings, a passage so narrow Tharyn's shoulders scraped both walls. The river smell thickened, rot and wet stone, and the copper tang of blood that clinged to her coat from the laundry hall. She did not look down at the stains. The passage opened into a courtyard she did not recognize, walled on three sides. A single door in the far corner painted the same gray as the stone. Muriel crossed to it without hesitation, her hand finding a key she had not shown before, smaller than the iron one, brass and worn at the edges. You had this all along? Kaelin gave it to me the night he came for the seal. Said I might need shelter if the hunt closed in. Muriel's mouth tightened. I thought it was kindness. The lock turned. The door swung inward. The room beyond was narrow, a converted storage cell with a cot, a writing desk, and a single window set high in the wall, too small for a man to climb through. The air smelled of tallow and old paper, the particular must of a place where someone had lived in hiding for years. Tharyn stepped inside and stopped. The walls were covered in paper, not decorations. Notes, dozens of them, pinned to the stone in neat rows, each one written in the same precise hand. Dates in the margins, cross-references. A system of observation that had run for 3 years, tracking the court's movements, the king's health, the regent's decisions, every whisper of succession maneuvering that reached the confessional. He was watching, Tharyn said. He never stopped watching. Muriel stood in the doorway, her face gray. He told me he was dead to the world, that he had to stay hidden to protect the queen's true work. True work. Tharyn moved to the desk. A ledger lay open, the ink dried but not old, entries from the past week still visible. She read the first line and felt her chest tighten. Elian's color worsens. The physicians say rest, but I have seen this fading before. The old blood is stronger. It always was. She turned the page. Drevash Draevon has not pressed his claim. I do not know whether this is patience or fear. Either way, the window narrows. If the boy falls before the succession is settled, the hidden branch becomes the only lawful option. The queen foresaw this. The queen! Tharyn's voice came out rough. What did she actually want? Muriel moved to stand beside her, her eyes scanning the entries. She wanted both of them to live. She told me that the night she gave me the seal, she said the crown was a weight that crushed whoever carried it, and she would not let it crush her son, and she would not let it destroy the boy she had hidden away either. Hidden away? Drevash. Yes. Muriel's hand touched the silver chain at her throat. She knew what she had done, placing him in House Draevon. She knew it would surface one day, whether she wanted it to or not. So she wrote the codicil as a leash. It could protect him, or restrain him, depending on who held it. Tharyn turned another page. The handwriting changed here. Less careful, more urgent. They are reading the codicil wrong. They take the queen's mercy for permission. They think because she feared the boy's weakness, she wanted the hidden branch to rule. They do not understand she feared both outcomes. A weak king is a dead kingdom. A strong king with a contested claim is a battlefield. She read the line twice. He knew, she said. Kaelin knew the conspiracy was twisting her design. He knew what they were doing and he gave them the seal anyway. Morale said nothing. Tharyn kept reading. I have kept the seal for 3 years. I have waited for the moment when both boys could survive the truth. That moment has not come. Elian grows thinner. Drevash grows more desperate. The woman knows where I am. She has known for months. She lets me stay because she believes I will eventually serve her purpose. She may be right. The entry stopped there, the ink trail cutting off mid-word as if he had been interrupted. Tharyn looked at the date. 3 weeks ago, the same night he had gone to Morel. Where is the rest? There is no rest. Morel pointed to the edge of the page. He sealed the ledger after that. The last entry is the only one he did not finish. Tharyn flipped through the remaining pages. Blank. 30 signatures at the bottom of each one, waiting for a confession that never came. She looked up at the walls. The notes stared back at her. Decades of observation compressed into cramped handwriting. Dates and names. Observations on everyone who had ever come near the queen, the king, the hidden boy. Kaelin had built an archive of his own, a shadow version of the palace registry, one that told the truth no one wanted to read. He is walking into the tribunal with the seal, Tharyn said. He will present it to Aldrich Vale and claim the queen wanted Drevash to take the throne. Yes. And Vale will use it to push Drevash's claim before the codicil can be fully read, before anyone can argue that the queen also feared the hidden branch. Yes. Tharyn stared at the notes, at the ledger, at the dead man's archive, built in secret, waiting for a moment that had never come. She closed the ledger. Then we stop him before he reaches the floor. Morel's hand found her arm. The tribunal has already begun. By the time we reach the palace gates, Vale will have recognized him and called him to speak. Then we go faster. Tharyn turned toward the door, her hand finding the blade she had taken from the laundry hall. The weight was still wrong, blade-heavy, meant for thrusting, not slashing. But it would cut. Chapter 72. The palace corridors were cold as crypts. Tharyn ran with the stolen blade pressed flat against her thigh, Muriel's footsteps slapping stone behind her, the sound of her own breath loud in the narrow passage. They burst through the service door into the main hall and found Oren Tesk waiting, his face gray with something worse than exhaustion. "You are too late," he said. "He is already inside." Tharyn kept moving. She pushed past him into the gallery above the tribunal chamber, the public space packed shoulder to shoulder with nobles in dark wool and house colors. The air was thick with candle smoke, tension, the smell of perfumed oil and unwashed coats. Below, the chamber floor stretched wide and cold. High windows let in the first pale smear of dawn. The great houses had gathered in their blocks. House Vale to the left in river gray, House Torvath to the right in rust red, House Mercor's remnant cluster near the dais where Elian's empty throne sat under a velvet canopy. Drevash stood at the center of the floor, alone, his back straight, his hands empty. Lord Aldrich Vale was speaking, his voice carried up to the gallery like oil over stone. Convened under emergency precedent to determine whether the Regency has exceeded its lawful authority by concealing a succession claim while holding the Child King under private custody. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Tharyn gripped the gallery rail and watched Vale gesture toward the dais, toward the empty throne. Prince-Regent Drevash Draevon stands before us as king in all but name. He controls the palace guard. He controls the archive. He controls access to the boy we are told is still our king. And yet he has not produced Elian Mercor for public examination since the night of the declaration fire. Elian is recovering from a poisoning attempt, Drevash said. His voice was level, tired, stripped of performance. The same poisoning attempt that killed 3 men in the lower warrens and sent a 4th fleeing to your own household, Lord Vale. You accuse my house of sheltering a fugitive? I state a fact. Your retainer arrived at your gate with a signed account of what he witnessed in the tower. You have not produced him either. Vale's jaw tightened. My household is not subject to Regency inquest. The retainer is under my protection until this tribunal determines whether the Regency has acted lawfully. Someone from the Mercor cluster called out, "Where's the king?" The chamber stirred. Heads turned toward Drevash. He did not flinch. Elian Mercor is in the East Tower under Lady Sunneth Orvain's care. He was drugged 3 nights ago by agents of the same conspiracy that has been erasing succession records for 7 years. He rests now. I will not parade him before this chamber to satisfy curiosity while his physicians advise against travel. Convenient, said a woman from the Torvath block. The king cannot speak, the regent claims conspiracy, and the documents that might settle the matter have been burned or scattered to foreign embassies. You ask us to trust that the evidence would exonerate you, if only we could see it. I ask you to trust nothing, Drevash said. I ask you to examine what remains. The codicil is held by my document keeper. The gate order that allowed Elian's abduction was forged. The poison was administered by a physician who entered the palace on false authority. All of it is traceable. All of it leads back to the same network. And who controls that network? Vale's voice sharpened. You claim to have arrested Chancellor Rhyse, but Rhyse sits in a tower room under your guard, not in a court cell. You claim the woman with the iron key leads the conspiracy, but you have not produced her either. Every witness you name is either dead, missing, or in your custody. Every document you cite is either ash, rumor, or locked in Lauren archives. He turned to face the chamber, arms open. Where is the proof? The silence stretched. Tharyn felt Morel's hand close around her wrist. He is going to say it, Morel whispered. He is going to call for a vote before anyone can speak. The chamber doors opened. Every head turned. Tharyn looked down and saw a figure in river clergy black step through the entrance, a hood pulled low, a folded cloth bundle carried in both hands like an offering. The figure stopped at the center of the floor where Drevash stood alone. The hood fell back. Father Kalin looked older than his ledger entry suggested. His face was lined, his beard white, his eyes pale and steady as winter river ice. He was thinner than Tharyn had imagined, worn down by years of hiding, but his voice when he spoke carried through the chamber like a blade drawn across stone. I am Father Kalin, formerly of the Queen's household, confessor to Elara Mercor in the last year of her reign. The words fell into the silence like stones. I have been presumed dead for 3 years. I am not dead. I have been watching, waiting, preserving what the Queen entrusted to me because I knew the moment would come when the truth could no longer be buried. He unfolded the cloth. The 4th seal caught the dawn light, brass and dark iron, heavy with age, the river sigil incised deep into its face. The chamber held its breath. I come before this tribunal to deliver what Queen Elara Mercor placed in my keeping on the night before her death. The 4th emergency seal of the succession crisis, authenticated by the river clergy who witnessed its creation, witnessed by those who still live and remember. He held it up. With this seal, I testify that the Queen's written design, the codicil recovered from the archive floor, the document naming the hidden heir and the limits of his claim, is lawful. I testify that she feared both outcomes, a weak king and a contested claim. I testify that she wrote the codicil not to crown one son over the other, but to leash whichever force threatened the realm first. The chamber erupted. Tharyn heard Vale's voice cutting through the noise, demanding the seal be brought to the dais, heard the Mercor loyalists shouting accusations of forgery, heard the scrape of boots on stone as guards shifted position. But she was watching Kalin. He was not looking at Vale. He was not looking at the seal. He was looking at Drevash, and behind his pale eyes, something flickered that Tharyn had seen before in the ledger entries, in the unfinished confession, in the weight of 3 years spent waiting for a moment that never came the way he had planned. He was not here to save them. He was here to deliver his final judgment. Morel's fingers dug into Tharyn's arm. He knows something else. He has not said everything. The chamber roared. The seal passed from hand to hand. Drevash stood motionless at the center of the storm, and Tharyn watched Kalin's lips move, words meant only for the regent's ears. Dravash's face went still. She could not read what Kalin had told him, but she saw Dravash's hand curl into a fist at his side, and she knew, with a certainty that settled cold in her chest, that the confessor had not come to deliver mercy. He had come to deliver the last truth that would break them all. Chapter 73. The chamber had not stopped moving since Kaelin spoke. Voices layered over voices, Vale's retainers pressing toward the dais, Myrkor loyalists shouting accusations of fraud, Torvath men calculating angles in muttered clusters. The fourth seal passed from hand to hand like a live coal, each noble who held it adding their own verdict to the noise. Tharyn watched Drevash. He had not moved since Kaelin's whisper. His hand remained curled at his side, the knuckles white, his face a mask so complete it told her everything. Whatever the confessor had said had landed like a blade between ribs, and Drevash was still trying to decide whether to pull it out or let it stay. Miral's grip on Tharyn's arm had not loosened. He knows, Miral breathed. Kaelin told him something about the Queen, something he did not know. Tharyn forced herself to look away from Drevash, to study Kaelin instead. The old priest stood motionless at the chamber's center, the cloth bundle now empty in his hands, his pale eyes fixed on the seal as it traveled through the crowd. He looked like a man who had carried a weight for so long he no longer remembered what it felt like to set it down. Vale's voice cut through the chaos. "Silence!" The word was not loud, but it carried. The chamber quieted by degrees, faces turning toward the dais where Vale stood with his hands flat on the tribunal table, the fourth seal resting before him like a weapon he had not yet decided to use. "Father Kaelin," Vale's tone was measured, controlled. "You claim Queen Lalara Myrkor entrusted you with the fourth seal on the night before her death. You claim you have preserved it for 3 years, waiting for this moment. Yet you also claim you have been watching the court from hiding, observing the conspiracy, and chose not to intervene until now." He let the pause stretch. "Why should this tribunal believe you acted in good faith, rather than as an agent of whichever faction paid for your silence?" Kaelin did not flinch. "Because I removed the seal from the Flood Church vault before Rhyse's agents could seize it. Because I watched Chancellor Rhyse build a case against the regent using forged documents and stolen records, and I knew that if the seal fell into his hands, he would use it to crown whichever puppet served his purpose." His voice carried through the chamber, steady and cold. "I did not intervene because I was waiting for the right moment, the moment when the truth could no longer be buried, and when the person who needed to hear it most would be standing in the light." His gaze shifted to Drevash. "The Queen wrote the codicil to protect the realm from itself. She knew her son was frail. She knew the hidden branch would be contested. She wrote it as a leash, yes, but a leash can also be a shield if the hand holding it is steady." Vale's fingers tightened on the table's edge. "You speak of the codicil as if it is already authenticated. The seal proves the document exists, but it does not prove the Queen's intent. You could have written that codicil yourself, aged the paper, forged the signatures. You had 3 years. Kaelin's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "Then read it." He reached into his robe and produced a folded parchment, sealed with the same river sigil that marked the fourth seal. He held it up, letting the dawnlight catch the wax. "Read it in full. Let the tribunal hear what the Queen wrote, not what Vale claims she wrote, not what Rhyse suppressed, not what the woman with the iron key twisted for her own purpose. Let the words speak for themselves." A murmur rippled through the chamber. Vale's hand hovered over the document. For a fraction of a second, Tharyn saw something flicker in his eyes. Hesitation, calculation, fear. Then he reached out and took the parchment. "You will read it here," Kaelin said, "in front of every house, so that no one can claim the words were altered after delivery." Vale broke the seal. The chamber held its breath as he unfolded the parchment, his gaze moving across the script. The silence stretched so long, Tharyn felt it pressing against her ribs. Then Vale's face changed. Not dramatically. A shift in the set of his jaw, a tightening at the corners of his eyes. He read for another moment, then lowered the parchment. "It names emergency protections for a hidden branch of the royal bloodline," he said, his voice carefully empty. "And it explicitly forbids any action that would cause harm to a crowned child for the purpose of advancing a succession claim." The chamber erupted again. Tharyn heard it in fragments. Torvath voices demanding clarification. Myrkor loyalists shouting that the codicil proved Ilian was safe. Vale's retainers arguing that the protections for the hidden branch were the real threat. Through the noise, she kept her eyes on Kaelin. He was watching Drevash. The regent had not spoken since Kaelin's whisper. He stood at the center of the floor like a man made of stone, and Tharyn could see the effort it took to keep his expression still. Whatever Kaelin had told him was still burning behind his eyes. She needed to reach him. But before she could move, a voice cut through the chaos from the Mercor gallery. A lord she did not recognize, gray-haired, sharp-featured, pointing directly at her. There she is, the forger, the woman who every witness in this chamber has been coached by. Heads turned. Tharyn felt the weight of 50 stares land on her. She arrived in this palace 3 months ago as a common criminal, the lord continued, his voice rising. She has been sleeping in the regent's chambers, advising the regent's investigations, and standing in the regent's shadow during every critical moment of this conspiracy. And now we are meant to believe that every document, every witness, every seal that surfaces in her favor is authentic? He stepped forward, his hand still pointing at her. I demand she be arrested before the codicil is read fully. I demand she be removed from this chamber while the tribunal examines the document without her influence. The room went silent. Tharyn felt Moral's hand tighten on her arm, felt the weight of 50 stares, felt the cold certainty that the accusation had been planned, timed, waiting for the moment when the chamber was most divided. She looked at Drevash. He was looking back at her, and in his eyes, she saw him making a choice. Chapter 74. Drevash's choice landed in the space between one breath and the next. Let her speak. The words came quiet, but they carried. The chamber stilled like water freezing. The Mercor lord's face darkened to the color of old bruises. You would let a common forger address the tribunal on matters of succession law? I would let the woman who has been closer to the truth than any lord in this room tell us what the document says. Tharyn felt the weight of every eye shift to her. She had been here before, in River Ward counting houses, in the chancellery after midnight, in the space where her word meant nothing until someone powerful lent it weight. She stepped forward before they could take the permission back. The codicil lay on the tribunal table where Vale had set it down. She reached for it, felt the parchment grain under her fingers, the weight of the queen's intent pressed into fiber. She held it up, not to read, to show. Look at the pressure marks, she said. The queen wrote this herself. I can see the hesitation in the downstrokes where she stopped to think. No forger hesitates in the right places. We imitate confidence. A real author hesitates where the decision was hard. She turned the parchment to let the morning light catch the surface. See the witness signatures? Each in a different hand, each with a different ink residue. This document was witnessed by 4 people in 4 separate moments, not signed in a single session. 3 witnesses, the Mercor Lord said. The 4th line is empty. Tharyn turned to him. The 4th line was left empty because the 4th witness was never meant to sign in ceremony. The name beneath it, Miral, was written by the queen herself in the margin. A different ink, a note to herself, a promise she meant to keep. Murmur rippled through the chamber like wind through dry leaves. Tharyn led the codicil aloud, not in ceremony voice, in the voice of a woman who had spent her life parsing other people's words for the truth buried beneath them. By this seal, and by the authority vested in the bloodline of the royal house, I name the emergency protections herein. The hidden branch of the royal line, known by the registry mark of the 8th transfer, shall be recognized as rightful in blood but not in claim, while a crowned child sits the throne. She paused. Let the words settle. Any transfer of sovereignty requires either the crowned child's living majority, attested by 3 witnesses of noble standing in open council, or proven incapacity conferred by 2 independent physicians sworn before the full tribunal. Until such attestation or confirmation, the hidden branch holds no authority to challenge or displace the reigning crown. The silence in the chamber was absolute. Drevash's blood right was real. The codicil did not void Elian's crown. Vale's voice came flat, scraped clean of inflection. Proven incapacity. The king is a child. Children are incapable by nature. The codicil specifies proven incapacity as a legal standard, Tharyn said, not age, not frailty. The queen wrote it in language that requires medical testimony before transfer. She knew her son was delicate. She chose to protect him from being declared incapable by convenience. Convenience. The Merca-Lord's voice cut like a blade drawn across silk. You stand in this chamber and speak of convenience while the child king lies drugged in the East Tower, while the regent conceals his claim, while a common forger reads royal doctrine as if she were born to it. I read it because I was trained to read truth from paper. Tharyn did not look at the Lord. She looked at Drevash. And I would rather read the truth in plain language than watch it be twisted by people who have never had to survive the consequences of their lies. The chamber erupted, voices overlapped, Vale's retainers arguing implications, Sorrath representatives demanding clarification, Mercor loyalists calling for Elian to be produced immediately. The gray-haired lord was shouting something about jurisdiction, about the impropriety of allowing a criminal to interpret legal documents. Drevash did not shout. He stepped to the tribunal table and picked up the codicil. Then let it be recorded that this document has been read in open tribunal, that its terms have been spoken, that no lord in this chamber can claim ignorance of the Queen's intent. His voice carried without effort. I am the hidden branch, my blood right is real, and I will not press a claim against Elian Mercor while he lives and draws breath. The admission landed like a stone in still water. Vale's face went white. The Mercor lord's protest died mid-syllable. The chamber held a collective breath as the regent of Sorrath stood before the great houses and named himself heir to a throne he would not take. Then what do you want? Vale's voice cracked at the edge. Drevash looked at Tharyn. I want the truth to have a voice. I want the child king protected. And I want the people who poisoned him, who killed Selvar Vey and Jevin Cole and the steward in the ventilation shaft, who burned the archives and forged the documents and sold the realm's stability to Lauren Credit, to answer for what they have done. He turned to face Vale. You can read the codicil however you wish, but the words say what they say. No crowned child shall be harmed for succession. The hidden branch holds no authority while the king lives. Any attempt to force a transfer without medical attestation and noble witnesses is a violation of the Queen's own design. The chamber's chaos did not settle. It fractured, and through the noise, Tharyn saw the Mercor lord signal to someone in the gallery. A hand gesture, a command. A man in guard colors slipped toward the side door, moving fast. She knew what that meant. The law would not settle this. They were about to try the alternative. She opened her mouth to warn Drevash, but before the words left her throat, the tribunal's outer doors crashed open, and a voice she recognized rang through the hall. By order of the crown, the king has been moved. Oren Tesk stood in the doorway, his blade drawn, his chest heaving. Behind him, the corridor echoed with footfalls that did not belong to palace guards. Lord Vale's retainers have the East Tower. Sunneth is pinned in the nursery wing, and the Morpor colors are flying from the river gate. The chamber did not erupt again. It went silent, the way a room goes silent when the knife has already been drawn and everyone is waiting to see who bleeds first. Vale's hands stayed flat on the table, pressed into the wood hard enough to whiten at the knuckles. It seems the codicil will not be the only thing settled today. Chapter 75. The tribunal chamber held its silence like a wound that had not yet bled. Oren stood in the doorway, blade still drawn, chest still heaving. Behind him, the corridor echoed with movement that did not belong to palace guards. The sound of boots on stone, the clatter of scaled gauntlets against wall sconces. Tharyn counted the heartbeats between each sound, 3 seconds between footfalls. Military spacing, trained men moving in formation through the east corridor. The Mercor lord who had accused her was no longer looking at her. His attention had shifted to the side door where his signal had sent a man running. She watched his hand relax at his side, the tension leaving his fingers as if he had just heard news he had been waiting for. Vale's voice cut through the quiet. Captain Tesk, you enter this chamber with a drawn blade and declare the king moved from his protected tower. By whose authority did you leave your post? By the authority of the Regency, Oren said. The same authority that commands me to keep the child king alive while you sit here reading documents that won't matter if he's dead. You will sheathe that weapon, or I will have you removed from this chamber in chains. Try. The word landed like a stone dropped into still water. The ripples spread outward in the way every guard in the room shifted weight. Every hand drifted toward a hilt. Every breath held, waiting for the first move. Tharyn had seen this kind of standoff before. In the River Ward, it was how fights started over a load of grain or a disputed debt. Someone made a demand, someone refused, and whoever moved first usually bled first. But here, in the tribunal chamber, with the great houses watching and the garrisons already moving through the corridors, the first move would not end with blood on the floor. It would end with the kingdom split down the middle. Drevash stepped forward. "Lord Vale, you claim the king has been moved for his protection. You claim your retainers hold the East Tower to secure it against infiltration. You claim the Mercor colors flying from the river gate are a signal of House Mercor's loyalty to the crown." He stopped at the edge of the tribunal table, his hands flat on the scarred wood. "Then let us settle this cleanly. Produce the king. Produce him here, in this chamber, before the full tribunal, and let him speak. If he confirms he was moved for his safety, I will stand down my guard and accept whatever custody arrangement this body deems appropriate. And if I refuse, then this tribunal will know that you are the one who took him, not the one who found him." Vale's jaw tightened. His hands stayed flat on the table, pressed into the wood hard enough to whiten at the knuckles. "The king is recovering from poison. Producing him in this chamber would be a medical risk no responsible guardian would take. The same king you claim is too ill to appear," Drevash said, "is the same king whose custody you now demand. If he is too ill to speak for himself, he is too ill to be moved at all." The Torvath representative rose from his seat, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had made his choice before entering the room. "Then let the guard decide." The chamber went cold. "The palace guard reports to the regency," the Torvath lord continued. "But when the king's safety is in question, the guard may be summoned by a majority of the noble houses present. That is the law. That is the emergency provision written into the succession compact by Queen Alara herself." Tharyn's stomach turned. The queen's own law. The contingency she had written to protect the crown from a regent who might overstep. And now they were using it to strip Drevash of command, while Vale's retainers already held the East Tower. "Then call the vote," Vale said. He said it quietly, as if the words cost him nothing. The Torvath lord turned to face the assembled houses. "All in favor of summoning the city garrison to secure the king and assume custody of this investigation, declare by voice." "Aye," Vale said. "Aye," the Torvath lord said. "Aye," the Mercor lord said, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had been waiting for this moment since the accusation he had leveled at Tharyn. The chamber went still. 3 houses, 3 voices. Enough to start the process, enough to force a formal count, enough to make the question real. "All opposed," the Torvath lord said, his voice carrying no invitation. "Aye," Drevash said. The word landed in the silence like a hammer strike. "I am regent. I hold the king's authority while he cannot speak. I oppose any measure that would place my jurisdiction under a garrison commander appointed by a house with known ties to the conspiracy." "Prove those ties," Vale said. "I will. When the king is safe and the tribunal can proceed without armed interference, then we are at an impasse." "No," Drevash said. "We are at a choice." He turned to face the assembled houses, his voice carrying through the chamber without effort. "Every lord in this room knows what happens next. If the garrison is summoned, the palace becomes a military compound. The guard will be divided between those loyal to the regency, those loyal to their houses, and those who follow whichever side looks strongest when the gates open. We will not settle this with law or documents. We will settle it with blades and bodies." "And whose fault is that?" Vale's voice cracked at the edges. "You concealed your claim. You held the king in private custody. You brought a common forger into the palace and let her handle succession documents. You have given this realm every reason to doubt your intentions. I gave the realm a chance to hear the truth before it was buried, and now you will give it a chance to bleed." The Torvath lord raised his hand, a signal that Tharyn recognized from the battlefield logic of the River Ward. A command. A gesture that told the men at the doors that the time for talk was over. The side door opened. 3 guards stepped through, their blades still sheathed but their hands resting on hilts. They moved to flank Vale, positioning themselves between the tribunal table and the main doors. Oren's blade came up. "Hold!" The guards stopped. Their captain, a man Tharyn had seen in the armory once, standing in the back of the training yard, watching Oren drill new recruits, met Oren's gaze and did not look away. "Captain Tesk," the man said, "I serve the crown. Not the regent, not Lord Vale. The crown. And right now, the crown is a 10-year-old boy who has been moved from his chambers without my knowledge or authorization. I will secure him, and I will answer to the tribunal for my actions afterward, not to you. You will answer to me if you draw a blade in this chamber. Then we are at an impasse." "No," Oren said. "We are at a choice." He shifted his grip on the blade, the motion drawing every eye in the room. "Every man in this room who serves the regent, step forward." For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then a guard on the far side of the chamber stepped forward. Then another. Then 3 more. Then a dozen, their boots scraping against the stone as they moved to stand behind Oren, forming a line between the tribunal table and the doors. The palace bell began to ring. Tharyn knew the pattern immediately. 3 short strikes, a pause. 3 short strikes, a pause. The emergency signal. The one that summoned the city garrisons and placed the palace under military jurisdiction. The Torvath Lord smiled. Vale did not smile. He simply watched, his hands still flat on the table, his face unreadable, as the bell's first cycle completed and the sound of boots in the outer colonnade grew louder. "The garrisons are already moving," Vale said. "The question is no longer who holds the palace. It is whether you are willing to bleed for a claim you have already sworn not to press." Drevash did not answer. He looked at Tharyn, and in his eyes, she saw the thing she had been afraid of since the moment the tribunal began. He was already calculating how many would die before the bells stopped ringing. Chapter 76. The emergency bell's pattern hit Tharyn's chest before she understood why. 3 short strikes and a pause that was not quite right. Not the standard distress signal, something else. Something her river-trained ear caught at the bone level before her mind caught up. Pick's hand found her arm. "That is not the palace sequence," he said. "That is River Ward relay. They altered the cadence at the 3rd tower." "How do you know?" "Because I helped install the rigging when they replaced the ropes last autumn. The 2nd tower's bell is half a beat slow. They never fixed it. The pattern they are ringing now is the one the ward uses to signal a safe night, not an emergency." Tharyn looked at the bell tower visible through the high window, its bulk dark against the pale morning sky. The sound rolled across the palace grounds, already pulling guards from the colonnades, already changing the shape of the standoff below. "Pick. What would it take to change the signal?" "Reach the relay room before the message goes through. The bell only summons if the garrison commanders hear the full sequence. If we alter the relay order, we can make it mean whatever we want." She turned. Drevash was still facing the tribunal table, his profile sharp against the torchlight, his hands empty at his sides. Behind him, Oren Tesk held his blade steady, the dozen guards who had stepped forward forming a wall between the tribunal and the doors. The Torvath Lord was saying something, his voice smooth and unhurried, but Drevash was not listening. He was watching the side door where the 3 guards had entered, his jaw tight. He was buying time. He did not know it yet, but he was standing between Vale and the doors, refusing to yield ground, forcing the tribunal to commit to violence while he held the legal center. Every breath he took was another breath for Tharyn to move. She caught Oren's eye. He nodded once, a micro-movement that said, "Go, I have him." She grabbed Pick's wrist and ran. The corridor beyond the tribunal chamber was emptying, guards and clerks and messengers pouring toward the main hall where the emergency bell's summons was pulling them. Tharyn pulled Pick against the wall, letting the current flow past them, counting steps in her head. 12 paces to the service stair, 18 up to the roof access, then 3 towers across the palace spine to the bell relay room. "You sure about this route?" Pick said, breath already short. "I mapped every roof in the palace during my first week here." "You mapped the roofs?" Maris had the builder's journal. I copied the access diagrams. The service stair was narrow, cold stone winding up through the thickness of the wall. They climbed in silence, Tharyn's boots scraping against the worn steps, Pick's breath coming faster. At the top, a wooden door with an iron latch that had not been oiled in years. She shoved it open. The roof hit her like a wall of light and wind. Vale spread below them, the river a gray ribbon cutting through the morning haze, the palace shantytown of slate and tile and chimney pots stretching toward the lower wards. The bell tower rose 200 paces to the north, its copper roof catching the first true light of dawn. 3 towers between them and it, narrow ridges, steep pitches, a gap where the old kitchen wing had collapsed and been replaced with a flat gravel roof they could cross at a run. "Do not look down," Tharyn said. "I was not planning to look down. I was planning to stay on the ground like a sensible person. There is no ground. Come on." She ran. The first ridge was easy. Slate tiles set in good mortar. Her weight balanced as she moved along the spine. Behind her, Peake's footsteps were heavier, less certain, but he kept moving. The gap to the second roof was a short jump over a light well, nothing dangerous unless she misjudged and broke an ankle. She cleared it. Peake landed behind her with a grunt, his hands slapping against the tiles to catch his balance. "Second tower," he said. "The bell room is on the far side. The ropes run through a hatch in the floor." "How many clerks will be there?" "2 on duty in the morning. Maybe 3 if the emergency bell pulled the supervisor." Tharyn reached the second ridge and stopped. The bell tower's shadow lay across the third roof, and at its base, a narrow door stood open. Someone had already entered. Someone had seen the signal start and had moved before she could reach it. She heard voices, distant, distorted by the stone, but unmistakable. The woman with the iron key was already in the relay room. Tharyn dropped to her stomach, pressing flat against the roof tiles, her hand finding Peake's arm and pulling him down beside her. The wind carried the words upward, fragmented but legible. "City guard to answer House Vale alone. The regent's authority is suspended until the king is located and the tribunal reconvenes under independent custody." Peake's face went pale. "That is not a relay order," he whispered. "That is a direct command. She is standing in the bell room and telling the garrison commanders that the palace has fallen." Tharyn measured the distance. 30 paces of open roof, a narrow ledge, a door she could reach in 10 seconds if she ran. But the woman had seen her coming before, had predicted her moves, had known she would reach Kaelin's secret archive, had known she would pursue the seal, had known she would stand in this tribunal chamber and watch the law collapse into blades. She had already anticipated the bell, which meant Tharyn was not racing to intercept a signal. She was racing into a trap that had been laid the moment the emergency bell began to ring. "What do we do?" Peake said. Tharyn looked at the open door, at the shadow moving inside, at the city below, where the garrisons were already assembling, where the first units would reach the palace gates within minutes. Drevash was counting on her to change the signal, and the woman with the iron key was standing between Tharyn and the bell room with a voice that carried like a blade through the morning air. Chapter 77. Tharyn pressed flat against the roof tiles, the woman's voice carrying through the open door below, clear and unhurried. The bell room was 30 paces away. The woman was inside, broadcasting orders that would seal Drevash's fate before she could reach the ropes. Peake's hand found her arm. "She knows we are coming." "Of course she knows." Tharyn pushed up to her knees. "She has known every move I made since the flood church. She wanted me here. Then why are we? Because there is no other way to the bell room." She looked at the open door, at the shadow moving against the dim light inside, and because she wants to talk to me. The wind carried another fragment of the woman's voice. "The tribunal chamber is secured. No orders from the regent are valid until the king is produced." Peake's face went pale. "She is telling them Drevash is already finished." "No, she is telling them what she wants them to believe. There is a difference." Tharyn stood. "Stay here. Count to 60. If I am not out by then, find Tesk and tell him the signal is lost." "Tharyn, she wants to talk to me." She moved before Peake could argue, crossing the open roof in long strides, her boots finding the edge of the slate, then the narrow ledge, then the stone threshold of the bellroom door. The woman with the iron key stood at the far end of the small chamber, one hand resting on the main bell rope, the other holding a leather-bound relay log. The room was close and warm, thick with the smell of old rope and heated copper. A single lantern hung from the ceiling, casting a circle of yellow light across the worn floorboards. Beside the woman, bent over a writing desk with a pen in his hand, sat a man Tharyn had never seen. He was old, older than she had expected, with thin white hair and a clerk's stoop to his shoulders. His fingers were stained the same permanent blue-black as hers. When he looked up, his eyes were pale and steady, the eyes of a man who had spent 40 years reading other people's handwriting and learning to reproduce it. "Master Jorol Anve," the woman said. "Maris Quill's predecessor in the succession registry, presumed dead in the archive fire." Tharyn's breath caught. "Maris never found his body," she said slowly, "because I was never in the archive when it burned." Jorol set down the pen. His voice was quiet, the voice of a man who had spent decades speaking to documents instead of people. "I have been dead for 7 years, Mistress Duskith, long enough to learn your hand well enough to copy it." The words hit her like cold water. "You wrote the forged declaration." "I wrote several documents in your style. The declaration, the second-page contract, the gate order that opened the river." He gestured at the desk. "Rhyse kept my manuals in a locked cabinet in the lower chancellery. 5 years of studying your pressure marks, your ink ratio, the way you form the letter S in compound words. You have a distinct hesitation on the final stroke of the tail." Tharyn stood very still. "You taught yourself to write like me." "I taught myself to write like 20 different hands over 40 years. Yours was the most challenging." He almost smiled. "You break rules. That makes you harder to mimic than someone who follows the manuals. But I had time." The woman with the iron key set down the relay log. "Jorol has been sending orders from this room since the tribunal call. Every garrison commander in the city has received a dispatch in the regent's own hand, ordering them to stand down until the succession question is resolved lawfully." "Those orders are forged," Tharyn said. "Prove it." The woman's voice was soft. "By the time any commander can verify the hand, the palace will be under Vale's control. The orders will be logged, stamped, and entered into the record. History will show Drevash voluntarily surrendered authority to prevent bloodshed." Tharyn looked at Jorol. "Rhyse trained you. Rhyse taught me that truth is a luxury the realm cannot afford when the crown is in danger." The old clerk's voice carried no apology. "The Queen's codicil protects Elian and acknowledges Drevash, but it also guarantees a succession war the moment it is enforced. I chose the stability of the realm over the accuracy of a document. You chose the woman with the iron key. I chose the path that keeps Sorrath intact." He picked up the pen again. "The orders have already been sent. The garrisons are moving. The king's location is known to Vale's agents. Before noon, whichever side holds Elian will be the lawful authority, and whichever side does not will be treason." The woman with the iron key stepped toward the door. "You came here to change the signal," she said, "but the signal was never the relay. The signal was the paperwork Jorol wrote while you were crossing the roofs. The bell was only the announcement." Tharyn looked at the relay log, at the open page, at the dispatches stacked beside it, each in Drevash's careful hand, each signed with his seal. "You have been planning this for years," she said. "For 30 years, the woman said, "since the night Queen Alara died and left a realm too fragile for the truth." She reached the door, paused. "The bell room is yours. You can send any signal you want." She smiled, thin and cold. "But the paperwork has already reached the garrisons. By the time anyone hears your signal, they will have orders in their hands that contradict it. And bureaucrats always believe the paper, Mistress Duskith. You, of all people, should know that." She stepped through the door and closed it behind her. Tharyn stood alone with Jorol Anve and the stacked dispatches, the bell rope swaying gently overhead, the sound of the woman's footsteps fading across the roof. She had come to change the signal. The signal was already gone. Chapter 78. The bell rope swayed overhead, gentle and useless. Tharyn stood at the writing desk with Jorol Anve's pale eyes on her and the stacked dispatches between them, each one carrying Drevash's forged hand, each one signed with his seal, each one already in the hands of a garrison commander who would obey it before noon. You taught yourself from Rhyse's manuals, she said. 5 years of study. Jorol did not move. Your pressure marks, your hink ratio, the angle of your ascenders. You favor the left slant on compound S. You hesitate on the final stroke of the tail because you learned on cheap paper that tore if you pressed too hard. She had never told anyone that. You copied my hesitation. I copied everything. He gestured at the desk. Every document I wrote in your hand passed through Rhyse's clerks. Not one was questioned. Tharyn looked at the relay log, the open page, the entries the woman had been reading into the relay before she walked out. How many routes did you send them on? 4 garrison commands, the river gate, the north approach, the east market square, and the palace colonnade. He recited it like a clerk reading from a ledger. Each dispatch orders the commander to hold position pending lawful resolution by House Vale's authority. The regent's signature is perfect. The seal was pressed with Drevash's own ring. He does not wear it to sleep. No, Jorol said. He does not. I had access to his chambers while he was at the tribunal. The ring was on his bedside table. A woman in gray took the impression. I had the wax forged within the hour. Tharyn's hand found the edge of the desk. You were here, in this room, forging his hand while he stood in the tribunal fighting for the realm he thought he governed. I was preserving the realm he cannot save by fighting. Jorol's voice did not rise. The codicil guarantees a succession war. Vale knows it. Torvath knows it. The only way to prevent bloodshed is to settle the succession before the truth can be weaponized. By lying. By choosing which truth survives. He picked up the pen again. I have been dead for 7 years, Mistress Duskith. I have watched 4 factions maneuver for control, 3 assassination attempts, 2 child kings, and 1 regent who believed he could hold the realm together by pretending the archive fire never revealed what it burned. You think I chose the woman with the iron key because I wanted to? I chose her because she was the only one with a plan that did not end in bodies stacked in the river ward. Tharyn looked at the dispatches. 4 garrison commands, 4 routes. She could not intercept them. She could not outrun orders that had already traveled. But she could prove they were forged. The relay log, she said. The woman was reading from it when I entered. It records the time each order was sent. Jorol's pale eyes flickered. It does. Show me. He reached for the book. She reached at the same moment, her hand closing on the leather spine before his fingers touched the edge. He pulled. She held. You cannot burn this, she said. You need the log to prove the orders were sent at the correct intervals. Without it, the timing disintegrates. A commander who receives 2 orders from the same source at different bell cadences will question the first one. Jorol's jaw tightened. You do not know what you are taking from me. I know exactly what I am taking. She pulled the book hard, felt the spine give, heard the crack of old leather separating from binding. Pages tore. Jorol stumbled back, the relay log still in her hands, a ragged strip dangling from his grip. He looked at the torn page in his fingers, at the book in hers. What did you tear? She said. He held up the strip. It bore the 4 garrison route names and the dispatch numbers assigned to each order, the crucial page that tied the forged commands to the specific routes and times. That is evidence, she said. That is the only copy. He turned and threw the strip into the furnace beside the writing desk. The flame caught the paper, curled it, blackened the ink. A heartbeat. 2. The page crumpled into ash. Tharyn stared at the furnace. You just destroyed the proof that the orders were forged. I destroyed the proof that the orders existed at all. Jorol's voice was flat. Without the route numbers, you cannot prove which commands were dispatched. The commanders will execute the orders they received. The orders I wrote. And when Vale controls the palace, the remaining documentation will be adjusted to show the regent voluntarily surrendered authority. Tharyn held the torn relay log. The furnace flickered. The ash settled. She had one chance. She closed her eyes. She had seen the woman reading from the log. She had heard the cadence of the relay. She had mapped the palace roofs. She had spent 7 years reading documents that people did not want her to read. She opened her eyes. There were 4 routes, she said. Rivergate, North Approach, East Market Square, Palace Colonnade. The dispatch numbers were sequential. The Rivergate order was sent first, followed by the North Approach, then the Market Square, then the Colonnade. The spacing between each relay was 15 seconds because the woman had to reset the bell mechanism between each transmission. Jorol went still. You cannot reconstruct the sequence from memory. I can reconstruct it from the bell cadence. She set the book down. I heard the woman's voice. I counted the pauses between her orders. The East Market Square dispatch was sent with the second tower's bell, the one that is half a beat slow. Peake told me the rigging was never fixed. The Colonnade order was the only one sent with a full cadence, because the third tower's bell is the only one that rings true. Jorol stared at her. You heard the difference. I heard everything. She stepped toward him. I have spent my entire life reading what people do not want me to read. You taught yourself to copy my hand. I taught myself to read the spaces between words, the silence between bells, the hesitation in a stroke that reveals a forgery before the ink is dry. She looked at the furnace, at the ash that had been the only record of the route numbers. You destroyed the proof, she said, but the commands are still out there. The garrison commanders will still execute them, and when they do, I will be the one who proves that every order was forged, because I am the only person in this city who knows exactly how you write my hand. Jorol's face went the color of old parchment. You are going to tell them what you heard. I am going to tell them what I know. She picked up the relay log. And then I am going to write the truth in my own hand, in front of every commander who received a forged order, and I am going to dare them to tell me that my handwriting is not mine. She turned toward the door. Mistress Duskith. Jorol's voice stopped her. If you do this, if you expose the orders and break Vale's control, you will trigger the succession war the codicil was meant to prevent. The houses will choose sides, the ram will bleed, and every death will be laid at your feet, because you were the one who refused to let the lie stand. Tharyn looked back at him. I would rather be the woman who started a war with the truth than the one who let a lie decide who lives and who dies. She stepped through the door. Behind her, Jorol Anve, the copyist master, the man who had been dead for 7 years and forged her hand into a weapon, stood alone in the bell room, with the furnace still flickering and the ash still settling. He did not follow. The roof was cold and dark as she climbed back to the ridge, the relay log pressed against her ribs, the names of 4 routes burned into her memory like a brand she could not scrub away. And somewhere in the city below, 4 garrison commanders received orders they did not know were lies, and the bells of the third tower began to ring. Chapter 79. The relay log pressed against her ribs. The names of 4 routes burned into her skull like a brand. Rivergate, North Approach, East Market Square, Palace Colonnade. Tharyn stood on the bellroom's threshold, Jorol Anve behind her, the furnace still flickering with the ash of the only written proof. The bells of the third tower rang out across the city, carrying the forged orders to commanders who would execute them before dawn if she did not move fast enough. She had no paper, no seal, no time, but she had the ash. She turned back into the room. Jorol's hand went to the desk edge, bracing himself as if she were a blow he had already taken. What are you doing? She crossed to the furnace. The ash was still warm, fine-grained, black with traces of white where the ink had burned hottest. She pulled a clean dispatch sheet from Jorol's stacked supplies and laid it flat on the desk. I'm writing the truth in the only language these commanders will believe. She tipped the furnace tray, letting a fine layer of ash fall onto the clean sheet. Then she blew across the surface, scattering the ash into the impressions left by the page that had burned. The pressure of Jorol's pen had marked the sheets beneath, not enough to read in daylight, but enough to catch the ash and reveal the ghost of the burned route numbers. By the deep wells, Jorol whispered. She did not answer. She read the ash impressions like a woman reading a letter from the dead. Route 1, Rivergate, dispatch number 814. Route 2, North Approach 815. Route 3, East Market Square 816. Route 4, Palace Colonnade 817. She grabbed a fresh pen and began to write. To the garrison commander of the Rivergate, You have received an order bearing the Regent's seal. That order is a forgery. The seal is false. The hand is false. The authority behind it has no legal standing under the succession codicil presented to the Tribunal of Noble Houses on this day. She wrote the same message for each route, her hand moving faster than Joral's had, the letters forming clean and certain. Her own hand, her own truth, her own answer to the lie he had spent 7 years perfecting. Joral watched her, pale-eyed, bloodless. You cannot stop what is already in motion. The commanders will execute the orders they have. Your countermands will arrive too late or will be dismissed as forgeries themselves, written by a woman with no rank and no seal. Tharyn did not stop writing. I do not want them to believe me immediately. I need them to hesitate. A garrison commander who hesitates, even for an hour, will not move his troops. An hour of delay means the palace colonnade is not sealed. An hour of delay means the river gate is not held against the regent's forces. And when the hour passes, then I will have written a second set of orders in my own hand, witnessed by every commander who saw the forged dispatches, and I will dare them to execute a lie while the truth sits in front of them. She set the pen down. I am the only person in this city who can authenticate a forgery on sight. That is the only rank I need. Joral stared at her. You learned my hand from a dead man's manuals. You copied my hesitation, my pressure, my cadence. But you never learned how to finish what you started, because you never had to live with the consequences of what you wrote. He did not answer. She blew the ash clear of the impressions, folded the 4 countermand orders, and turned toward the bellroom door. Behind her, Joral moved. She heard the scrape of his chair, the quick drack of his foot, the breath that caught in his throat as he lunged toward the furnace. He was not running at her. He was running at the countermand orders, the stacked supplies, the relay log she had left on the desk. She turned. He was reaching for the torch bracket above the furnace, his hand closing around the iron, his face wet with tears and sweat. Forgive me, he said, and then he pulled. The bracket came loose, the torch fell, the flame caught the edge of the desk where the countermand orders lay stacked, where the spare dispatches sat waiting for Joral's next forgery, where the ash still lay scattered across the surface like a letter from a world that no longer existed. Joral threw himself toward the door. The flame caught the paper, the curtain, the wooden shelf above the furnace. Tharyn grabbed the countermand orders from the desk, beating out the flame that caught the corner of the river gate page. She turned. Joral was already on the roof. She followed. The roof was cold and dark. The bells of the 3rd tower still rang. The wind carried the sound of the city below, the river, the bridges, the steps of the palace colonnade where officers in House Vale's colors waited for orders that would not come. Joral was running across the ridge toward the far parapet, his thin white hair whipping in the wind, his clerk's stoop making him look like a broken bird trying to fly. Joral! He did not stop. She followed, the countermand orders pressed against her chest, the roof tiles slick beneath her boots. He was faster than she expected, driven by a fear that had built over 7 years. 7 years of sitting in a hidden room writing lies and telling himself it was mercy. He reached the parapet and stopped. She stopped too, 5 paces behind him, breathing hard. There is nowhere to go. The far tower is sealed. The stairs below lead to the colonnade, and the colonnade is held by Orentesk's guard, not Vale's. Joral stood at the edge. The wind pulled at his coat. His hands shook, but his pale eyes held steady. The eyes of a man who had spent decades speaking to documents instead of people. I know. He did not jump. He looked at her, and for a moment she saw something in his face that was not the copyist master, not the woman's tool, not the dead man who had spent 7 years learning her hand. She saw the archivist who had taught Maris Quill, the man who had believed once that records were a form of protection. You will tell them, he said. You will tell them what I did, what I forged, the dispatches, the seal, the orders. You will tell them everything. Yes, and the realm will know that for 7 years the truth was held by a dead man in a bellroom. Yes. Joral looked down at the city below. The river glinted in the torchlight. The bridges were dark. The palace gates were closed. I chose the lie because I believed it would save more lives than the truth. I chose the woman's plan because she was the only one who had a strategy that did not end in a succession war. He turned to look at her one last time. But a realm preserved by lies will drown in blood once the houses choose their king. I know that now, and I will carry it into whatever darkness comes next. He stepped backward off the parapet. Tharyn lunged forward, her hand closing on air, her voice tearing out of her throat. "Jorol!" He fell. The sound he made when he hit the stone below was not a scream. It was the sound of a man who had already stopped breathing, who had been dead for 7 years and was only now allowing his body to catch up. She stood at the edge of the parapet, the countermand orders pressed against her ribs, the bells of the third tower still ringing across Vale, and she watched the body of Master Jorol Onfe, the man who had learned to write her hand, lie still on the colonnade stones below. Oren Tesk's voice reached her from somewhere in the darkness. "Tharyn?" She looked down. Oren was already there, standing over the body, his blade drawn, his face turned up toward her. "There are 4 men moving through the colonnade with Vale's colors. They saw him fall. They are coming up." She looked at the countermand orders in her hand. The Rivergate page was singed at the corner, the ash still smeared across the ink. The words were clear. The truth was written. She looked at the city below, at the bells still ringing, at the night that was not yet over. There was no time to mourn a man who chose to fall. She turned and ran. Chapter 80. The colonnade stones blurred beneath her boots. The countermand orders pressed against her ribs, the ink still wet where she had written them, the ash still smeared across the corner of the Rivergate page. Oren's voice chased her from below. "Tharyn! The east stair!" She did not look back. She could not afford to look back. The 4 Vale men were coming up through the colonnade, and if they caught her with the countermands, the truth would burn in the same fire that had taken Jorol's body, his ledgers, his 7 years of lies. She hit the east stair at a sprint, her hand catching the rail, her boots skidding on the stone. The bells of the third tower were still ringing. The bells of the second tower were silent. The relay room was empty now, the woman with the iron key already gone, her broadcast already sent, her trap already sprung. But the countermands were still in Tharyn's hand. She reached the ground floor and burst through the service door into the tribunal corridor. The sound hit her first. Voices, dozens of them, arguing, shouting. A crash like a chair overturned or a table shoved aside. The guards were still in formation, a wall of drawn blades between the tribunal table and the doors, and Drevash was still standing at the center of it all, his profile sharp against the torchlight, his hands empty at his sides. Oren Tesk caught her arm before she reached the line. "Where are the Vale men?" "Coming up through the colonnade, 4 of them. They saw Jorol fall." "Jorol?" Maris's predecessor. He was alive. He was the copyist. He forged everything, the dispatches, the seal, the Rivergate order. He jumped. Oren's face did not change. He released her arm and turned to the guard captain. "Seal the colonnade doors. 4 Vale men moving through the lower corridor. Detain them. Do not kill them unless they draw first." The captain nodded and moved. Saren stepped past Oren, past the line of guards, into the tribunal chamber. The room went quiet. Drevash turned at the sound of her boots on the stone. His eyes found hers, and something in his face shifted, a muscle tightening, a breath released, a thing he had been holding in his chest since she had left him standing in this room. She crossed to him. The tribunal table was splintered at one corner where a chair had been overturned. Vale stood at the far end, his hands flat on the surface, his knuckles white. The Torvath Lord stood beside him, his jaw tight, his eyes on the door. The Mercor Lord who had accused her of forgery was halfway to the exit, stopped by 2 of Oren's guards. "The garrisons," she said, her voice carrying across the room. "The forged dispatches have been halted. The countermands are being delivered to the Rivergate, the North Approach, the East Market Square, and the Palace Colonnade." Vale's hands pressed harder into the table. "You cannot countermand sealed orders with unsigned pages written in a forger's hand." "I can," Tharyn said, "because I am the only person in this room who can authenticate a forgery on sight. And I am telling you, the orders your master copyist wrote in Drevash's hand are false. The seal impressions are false. The wax was forged from an impression taken while the regent slept." Vale's eyes went to the woman in gray standing at the back of the chamber, her face pale, her hands clasped in front of her. The woman in gray did not look at him. Tharyn turned to the tribunal table. The Queen's codicil lay open at the center, its ink still dark, its fourth signature line still empty. The name Merel Sorn was written in the Queen's own hand in the margin, a note to herself, a promise meant to keep. "The codicil is authentic," Tharyn said. "I have read it in 3 lights and under 2 magnifications. The pressure marks are consistent with the Queen's hand. The ink is a formula the palace stopped using 20 years ago. The parchment is the same stock as her deathbed correspondence." She looked at Drevash. "He is the hidden branch. He is the 8th infant transfer. He is the lawful heir to Queen Elara Mercor's bloodline, and he has publicly refused to press a claim against Elian while the child king lives." The room was silent. Drevash moved. He crossed the space between them, his hand rising, his fingers brushing her jaw, tilting her face toward him. His touch was gentle and deliberate, the touch of a man who had spent weeks learning when to perform and when not to, and had finally stopped caring which was which. "You are bleeding," he said. She looked down. There was a cut on her palm, a tear in the skin where she had grabbed the countermand orders from the furnace, the paper edge sharp enough to draw blood. "I did not notice." His thumb traced the line of her cheek. His gaze was on her face, scanning, assessing, cataloging every mark of damage as if he could absorb them into himself. "I am going to kiss you," he said, "in front of every lord in this room, and I am not going to stop because Vale has an objection or the Torvath Lord has a better strategy." "Then do it," she said. He did. His mouth found hers, and it was not a performance. It was not theater. It was not the careful choreography of a fake engagement played for witnesses and rumor. It was real. It was desperate. It was the collision of 2 people who had spent weeks lying to each other and to themselves, and had finally run out of reasons to pretend. His hands slid into her hair. Her fingers curled into the fabric of his coat. The countermand orders pressed between them, a crumpled barrier of ink and ash and truth. Around them, the tribunal chamber held its breath. The Torvath Lord turned away. The Merkel Lord's guard stepped back. Vale's hands pressed into the table, knuckles white, his face a mask of fury and calculation. He could not stop this. He could not stop any of it. The garrisons were already halting. The countermands were already moving through the colonnade. The codicil was already read, and Drevash's bloodline was already acknowledged in front of every house in Sorrath. And the realm, Tharyn knew, would never be the same. Drevash broke the kiss. His forehead rested against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "The first sealed declarations go out at dawn," he said. "The palace is already drafting them. Drevash Draevon, acknowledged heir of Queen Elara Mercor's hidden branch, protector of the crowned child, regent of Sorrath by right of blood and choice." "And the houses?" He exhaled. His fingers traced the curve of her jaw. 3 houses have already refused." Tharyn closed her eyes. She had known. She had known from the moment she read the codicil's 4th witness line, from the moment she watched Joral step backward off the parapet, from the moment she realized that truth, no matter how carefully authenticated, did not stop men who preferred a lie they could control. "Which 3? Vale, Valum, Torvath." The 3 houses that had voted to summon the garrison. The 3 houses that had been bought with Lauren debt, that had watched the woman with the iron key broadcast her orders, that had stood ready to crown a child king they could puppet. She opened her eyes. "Then we fight." Drevash looked at her. There was something in his face, not fear, not resignation, but the thing that came after. A stillness, a readiness. Together? Together. His hand found hers. The countermand orders crumpled between their palms, ink against skin, the truth they had both chosen written in her hand and his seal. The torchlight flickered, the guards held their line, and the first sealed declarations of a new succession war began their slow journey toward every house in the realm.